Salazar Slytherin was resurrected in the 1000th year following his interment. Upon awakening, he concealed his identity and returned to Hogwarts in a new guise, only to be astonished by the revelation that families, once fervent in their pursuits of marrying Muggles or outright descended from them, now proudly proclaimed themselves as purebloods. Chapter 1. Resurrection. What is this place? Who am I? The youthful boy, with striking features and a skin so pale it seemed almost translucent, pressed a hand to his forehead, his expression one of anguish. Memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave, only to swiftly recede, leaving behind mere skeletal fragments and impressions, just within the limits of the boy's tender intellect. I am Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin. At last, he recalled his name. He was the greatest wizard in existence and one of the founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A millennium ago, as his life drew to a close, Salazar Slytherin stumbled upon a mysterious stone. Inspired by serpents, he concocted a potion using the powder from this stone. Upon consuming it, he fell into an eternal slumber akin to a serpent's hibernation. As planned, during his dormancy, he would shed his skin every 100 years, rejuvenating his form until he resembled a 10-year-old boy, at which point he would awaken. His audacious experiment had succeeded. However, given that he was to explore in the guise of a student, the name Salazar Slytherin could not be used. He required a new identity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Slytherin extended a finger and traced a few lines in the air, causing the name Salazar Slytherin to materialize before him. The letters then rearranged themselves, giving rise to a novel name, Lais. Salazar found this new name quite agreeable. From this day forth, he would be known as Lais. Having settled on a name, Lais began to tidy up the stone chamber and magically donned a white linen robe. Minutes later, Lais once again beheld the sun. Having been deprived of sunlight for a millennium, Lais could not resist closing his eyes, relishing the warmth of the rays. The entrance to the stone chamber slowly sealed behind him, ultimately vanishing, burying all remnants of Slytherin deep within the earth. A gentle breeze caressed his hair, bringing with it distant voices. This is the right place. What were they saying? Lais furrowed his brow. 1,000 years had transformed the language spoken by the inhabitants of this land beyond recognition. He could not comprehend the unfamiliar tongue. Fortunately, as an accomplished wizard, resolving this dilemma posed no challenge. After casting a comprehension charm upon himself, Lais finally grasped the strange words and intonations of the nearby Muggles, who were discussing camping arrangements. His eyes narrowed slightly. Although he held little fondness for Muggles, a brief interaction to understand the changes in the world was not unwelcome. After all, a millennium had passed. Even a prophet could not foresee what the world would become after such a span. He hastened toward the sound of voices. In contrast to his previous state within the stone chamber, Lais now bore a small brown leather pouch at his waist. As he walked, it emitted sounds disproportionate to its size. Within lay the fund Salazar Slytherin had prepared for his future self, comprising Lais's entire fortune. "I'll go gather firewood." Upon arriving at the campsite, Hermione Granger volunteered to collect kindling. "Go ahead," Mr. Granger replied absently, continuing to struggle with the camping tent in hand. Having received her mother's approval, the young girl dashed into the woods, only to encounter Lais, drawn by the sound. Hermione. Lais appeared peculiar, dressed in garments reminiscent of a television show, with skin so pale it suggested he had not seen the sun in ages. Despite his odd attire, Lais still seemed a mere boy of about 10, so Hermione felt little trepidation and initiated conversation. "Are you here camping too?" "I'm here with my mom and dad." "Where are you from? Your clothes are quite vintage. Is that traditional attire from your homeland? Are you lost?" "Speaking of which, we don't even know each other's names." "I'm Hermione Jane Granger." "What's your name?" "Lais Chasselarent." Out of a sense of naive justice, Hermione resolved to lead him to her parents, so they could assist Lais in finding his family. Mr. Granger had already erected the tent. While Mrs. Granger was boiling water over the fire, they had brought charcoal and solid alcohol blocks, rendering the gathering of firewood unnecessary. She approached Lais, crouched down, and offered a warm, friendly smile, believing she could easily earn the boy's trust before inquiring further. "Where is your mother?" "She is dead." Lais spoke the truth. Mrs. Granger. "Hermione, and your father?" In her flustered state, Mrs. Granger hastily changed the subject, feeling she had misspoken. "Also dead." Mrs. Granger, Mr. Granger, Hermione. Having been repeatedly thwarted, Mrs. Granger found herself at a loss for words, her smile frozen in place. Eventually, she managed to utter, "Let's have some tea first." Chapter 2. I recall that we had eradicated the werewolves, hadn't we? Lais sat by the campfire, cradling a rather peculiar beverage in his hands, which the Muggles referred to as black tea. This drink, derived from dried leaves steeped in boiling water, possessed a hue reminiscent of fine red wine. yet its flavor diverged significantly from any he had previously encountered. Its taste was rich and distinct, imbued with a sweet fruitiness and profound woody notes. Each sip revealed its complex layers and delicate texture, akin to silken ribbons dancing upon his tongue. After merely a small cup, Lais found himself enchanted by this wondrous elixir. It was no surprise that Mrs. Granger could not fathom that the youth before her was, in fact, an ancient relic who had slumbered for a millennium. His parents undeniably long departed. This forest, in a sense, served as a sepulchre. After exchanging a brief glance with her husband, the couple reached a silent agreement. They would allow Lais to remain at their campsite, hopeful that, in due time, his parents might return. Should they not appear by the end of the camping trip, they would contact the authorities to have professionals reach out to the child's family. Once that was settled, the couple commenced preparations for dinner, while Lais and Hermione wandered to the edge of the campsite, gathering firewood and engaging in conversation. Who was the sovereign of this land? Which family did they belong to? What was their title? Hermione. After some discourse, Hermione was astonished to discover that Lais was entirely unaware of the Norman dynasty, let alone the subsequent Plantagenet and Lancaster houses. He seemed as though he had stepped out of a time long past. Lais, in turn, was equally taken aback. Could it truly be that someone had unified the British Isles? The Eastern Roman Empire had fallen? Most alarmingly, the magical community had vanished. He could discern that the girl before him was not deceiving him. She had genuinely never encountered a wizard nor experienced magic. This realization instilled within Lais a flicker of trepidation. He feared he might be the last wizard in existence. Yet, upon reflection, such a possibility seemed exceedingly remote. Wizards could emerge from the Muggle populace with remarkable rarity, implying that as long as humanity endured, wizards would not become extinct. The reason this child had never seen a wizard warranted profound contemplation. Could it be possible that wizards had concealed themselves? A bold hypothesis began to take root in Lais's mind. He intended to continue his dialogue with Hermione, seeking to gather further intelligence. But the Granger couple had completed their dinner preparations, thus halting their conversation. Despite the outdoor setting, the Granger family's feast was exceedingly lavish: sweet and tangy apple pie, pudding drizzled with jam, potatoes slow-cooked in the embers, succulent skewers of roasted meat glistening enticingly, and soft, delectable white bread. Mrs. Granger had even prepared a pot of hearty vegetable soup. The spread surpassed that of their meals at home. Lais was utterly captivated by these delectable offerings in his eyes. Mrs. Granger's culinary prowess had reached an extraordinary level, rivaling that of Helga Hufflepuff, and in certain respects, perhaps even surpassing it. "You must be an exceptional cook," he remarked. After indulging in a delightful repast, Lais could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of Mrs. Granger. Mrs. Granger beamed with joy. It was the first time someone had so enthusiastically praised her culinary skills, and this sparked a flicker of fondness for young Lais within her. "Oh no, I am merely a dentist," she replied. Lais raised an eyebrow. "Such delectable dishes, and yet you were just a dentist?" Having feasted to their heart's content, the Granger family and Lais gathered around the campfire, engaging in conversation for a while. Mr. Granger took out his camera and captured a few photographs of the full moon before the four of them, satisfied, retreated into their tent to rest. As drowsiness washed over them like a tide, the occupants of the tent gradually succumbed to slumber. Outside, the campfire dimmed little by little, eventually dwindling to a pile of glowing embers. Suddenly, an oddly shaped giant wolf intruded upon the campsite. Towering to the height of a person, its body was cloaked in thick, deep brown fur. Compared to a common wolf, its snout was somewhat shorter, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of human-like expression in its features. Saliva dripped in threads from its jaw, and its profound green eyes brimmed with malice and madness. The giant wolf twitched its nose, the scent of humanity wafting from the tent, tantalizing its senses, causing it to salivate profusely. Driven by desire, it lunged towards the tent. In a mere second, it could easily rend the fabric asunder, much like tearing open a bag of chips, and feast within. It could already envision the crunch of bones being shattered and the taste of warm blood flooding its mouth. However, the wolf soon found its feet ensnared by the earth, as if the soil had come alive, binding it firmly in place, preventing even the slightest movement. The greed that had consumed its mind was quickly supplanted by an overwhelming fear. It could no longer think of the succulent flesh within the tent, and only yearned to flee. Yet, the more it struggled, the stronger the pull of the earth became. Initially, only its paws were mired, but soon its entire claws were ensnared, and then its shins. As the tent flap was lifted, the giant wolf's legs were nearly entirely submerged in the ground. Lais emerged from the tent, his expression impassive as he regarded the creature for a moment before murmuring, I recall that we had eradicated werewolves. Did we fail to cleanse them entirely? Indeed, the uninvited guest tonight was a werewolf. Upon seeing someone approach, the werewolf instinctively bared its teeth, sharp as daggers, in a display of menace, emitting a gurgling growl from its throat. While the scene was inherently terrifying, given its predicament, it was undoubtedly a mere display of bravado. Lais smacked his thigh in realization. Just before dinner, he had been troubled by the disappearance of the magical realm, and now, a lead had practically presented itself at his doorstep. He had nearly squandered this invaluable opportunity through momentary oversight. Without delay, he turned and ceased his earthbinding spell. Chapter 3. The Restoration of Human Form. Ah, yes, the Restoration of Human Form spell. The thick fur gradually receded, limbs elongated, and the body shrank, transforming the wolf on the ground into a pale-faced woman with brown hair within approximately a minute. Her emerald eyes, once filled with madness, gradually yielded to reason, and the murderous intent morphed into astonishment. She lifted her head in bewilderment, but upon catching sight of the full moon, she abruptly lowered it, as if it were not a celestial orb but a searing branding iron. Then, she heard the voice of youth. "You are fortunate. You still possess some utility for me. Hence, I am willing to offer you an opportunity to serve." She gazed toward the source of the voice and discovered a dark-haired boy, his head bowed as he regarded her. His eyes were black, deep and cold as a tranquil lake. In her dazed state, she felt an unsettling impression that she stood before him unclothed, her instincts whispering that in his gaze, all her secrets were laid bare. "Who are you?" she managed to utter, her voice hoarse, as if she had been singing for hours on end. "Lais. My name is Lupert." After revealing his name, Lupert fell silent for a moment, and upon grasping her predicament, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. This thankfulness was utterly heartfelt. Though she could not comprehend how Lais had accomplished it, she recognized that this extraordinary sorcerer had forcibly interrupted her transformation into a werewolf. A miracle, a boon for all werewolves. Aside from a few deranged individuals, who would willingly embrace the madness of becoming a bloodthirsty beast each month. The dawn following a full moon always left her with a nauseating taste of blood in her mouth. The events of the previous night were too dreadful to contemplate. Lais's incantation had planted a seed of hope in her withered heart. "There is no need for thanks," Lais replied, shaking his head. The spell to restore human form was not of his own invention, and his motives for saving the werewolf before him were not purely altruistic. They were merely mutually beneficial. With considerable effort, Lais extricated Lupert from the earth. "Your wand," he said, extending his hand toward Lupert, who was brushing the dust off her robes. Startled for a moment, she obediently retrieved her wand from her pocket and reverently handed it to Lais with both hands. In that instant, Lupert resolved to follow Lais, acknowledging him as her master. For no other reason than that he possessed the ability to suppress her transformation into a werewolf was sufficient justification. Contemplating this, he lowered his gaze to examine the wand she had entrusted to him. It was a very worn wand, with parts flaking away. Yet one end still gleamed with a white light. This thing, Lais mused, he would have deemed unworthy even for kindling. A faint blush crossed Lupert's face. "It is difficult for werewolves to find stable employment. I have been wandering for years, with little money to my name. Having something is better than being empty-handed." Lais interrupted her defense. Though he could cast most spells without a wand, having one would certainly ease the burden. If he had possessed a wand during the recent spell to restore human form, he would not have failed so many times. As for whether using a wand would diminish his prestige, he had long ceased to concern himself with such trivialities. He no longer needed to flaunt his magical prowess by casting spells without a wand, for only those half-hearted sorcerers took pride in their ability to perform spells unassisted. "Take me to the wizard's settlement." After leading Lupe to a secluded clearing away from the campsite, Lais issued his command. He wished to grasp the current state of the world before receiving his admission letter from Hogwarts. Tentatively, she mentioned the name of Diagon Alley, to which Lais surprisingly nodded in agreement. Lupe was taken aback. She had not anticipated that a wizard could be unaware of the location of Diagon Alley. Once the destination was confirmed, Lupe and Lais found themselves standing in silence, exchanging bewildered glances. "Lais, Lupe, please raise your wand high above your head." Realizing that her master seemed to lack fundamental knowledge, Lupe hurriedly informed him of the method to summon the night bus. "What good will that do?" Lais furrowed his brow, unsure of any transportation spells that could be activated simply by raising a wand. If such a spell existed, it would imply a significant evolution in wizardry over the past millennium. Nevertheless, he did not suspect Lupe would play any tricks, so he followed her instructions and lifted his wand overhead. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted in the dark campsite, followed by a deafening bang. As a colossal creature with eyes as radiant as the sun charged into Lais's line of sight. Lais, what manner of beast is this? He was genuinely startled by the sudden appearance of the gigantic magical beast, its immense size and terrifying presence rivaling that of a dragon. Instinctively, Lais summoned the magic within him, unleashing a powerful wind blade at the creature. Stop! The moment the night bus appeared, Lupe recognized her blunder and threw herself at Lais, causing his wind blade to veer off course. The wind blade grazed the side of the night bus, carving a half-meter deep, 10-meter-long trench into the ground. Lupe! Lais whirled around, glaring at her for daring to obstruct him. It is not an enemy. It is our means of transportation to Diagon Alley. Lupe succinctly explained what a night bus was. Although Lais was unfamiliar with the concept of a bus, he comprehended her meaning, that this imposing vehicle was not a magical creature, but rather a form of public transport akin to a carriage. Merlin, what a voice that sounds like a quacking duck, interrupted a young man with a pale complexion, who had stumbled onto the steps of the bus. You startled the conductor. Lupe shrugged her shoulders, expressing her frustration. Chapter 4. The Unskilled Driver, Royna Ravenclaw. On the first day of his career, Stan Shunpike, the conductor of the night bus, encountered an unexpected calamity. As he looked at the two individuals standing before him, he felt an urge to grab them by their collars and demand to know what madness they were engaged in. However, upon observing the scale of the trench they had created, he decided to feign ignorance. Sampake cleared his throat and announced, "Welcome aboard the night bus. An emergency transport service for witches and wizards in distress. Do individuals like you truly find yourselves in dire situations? It seems the heavens are indeed watching over you. Simply extend your wand and ascend aboard, and we shall whisk you away to your desired destination. Though I must admit, I would prefer to refuse your fare." He introduced himself as Stan Sampake, your ticket collector for the evening. What a stroke of bad luck. So, where do you wish to go? While internally lamenting, he proceeded with the scripted introduction from the manual, then turned his attention to the two passengers, inquiring about their destination. With a meaningful glance, Les informed Stan that he and Lupit were headed to Diagon Alley. Stan immediately began calculating their fare based on their destination. Due to his inexperience and lack of mathematical prowess, it took him considerable effort to determine that their total fare amounted to 1 galleon and 1 sickles. However, if they were to pay an additional 6 sickles, they could receive 2 chocolates. If they paid 8 more, they would be entitled to a thermos and toothbrush of their choice. Stan enthusiastically promoted the small items available on board. Galleons? Sickles? It appeared these were the currencies currently in use among wizards, piquing his interest, as the monetary system during his active years was a chaotic affair, involving direct use of precious metals, muggle coins, and even leaves from the Puffskein plant as currency. Galleons and sickles certainly sounded far more reliable than those oddities. Similarly, Les expressed curiosity regarding Stan's mention of chocolates, toothbrushes, and hot water bottles, yet Lupit directly stated that 2 tickets would suffice. Unfortunately, the werewolf was too impoverished to spend a single extra canute. Lupit cast a discreet glance at Les, observing him standing still, and sighed inwardly. It was indeed unrealistic to expect him to contribute towards the fare. She rummaged through a shriveled purse, spilling its contents of coins onto her palm. Stan Sampake and the curious gazes from the back of the bus made his face flush with embarrassment as he quickly reached into his own pocket, retrieving 2 gold coins. Here, this should suffice. He tossed the coins into Stan's hand, and together, Les and Lupit entered the night bus. Stan stared at the coins for a moment, bewildered. He had encountered travelers paying with foreign currency before, yet these coins were unfamiliar to him. They were neither American nuts nor French galleons. Could they be from Central Asia or Africa? Regardless, they were 2 gold coins, more than enough to cover their fare. Upon entering the bus, Les could not help but scrutinize the interior. The layout was entirely unlike that of a carriage, as there were no seats, only 6 beds, each adorned with curtains. Some curtains were drawn, behind which the resonant sounds of snoring could be heard. Stan had no intention of seating them on the lower level. Instead, he guided Les and Lupit up a narrow staircase to the 3rd floor, which was completely deserted and utterly tranquil, allowing them the freedom to choose a spot that pleased their eyes for a restful slumber. Not only did Stan arrange a sleeping area for them, but he also brought chocolate and toothbrushes, believing that Les had paid enough for the hot water bottle. Once Stan left in a hurried manner, only Les and Lupert remained in the carriage. Observing Stan's retreating figure, Lupert whispered, "He seems quite fearful of you." Les's lips curled into a slight smile. Naturally, just as they began to converse, a sudden loud bang reverberated through the vehicle, causing both of them to stumble slightly, nearly toppled by the car's abrupt acceleration. Les steadied himself against the brass pillar at the edge of the bed and peered out into the inky darkness beyond the window. Realizing that the automobile had departed Dean Forest and was now traveling steadily along a smooth, broad road. How much oil or wax would be consumed this night? Les mused inwardly, astonished at the extravagant nature of such a desolate road. He acknowledged his penchant for grandeur, yet he could not fathom such excess. After sharing his astonishment with Lupert, he noticed Lupert regarding him with a curious expression. Well, it's not too bad, right? I've heard that muggles use electricity for lighting, which doesn't cost much. Although Lupert had only a rudimentary understanding of muggles, he possessed sufficient common knowledge to provide Les with a brief explanation. Electric lighting? Les inquired, uncertain of the underlying principles, aware that this world had transformed significantly. He truly needed to catch up on his studies. The driver of the automobile appeared rather inept at steering, veering towards roadside lampposts, fences, and even oncoming trucks. Yet miraculously, none were struck, as those obstacles seemed to leap aside to avoid collision, returning to their original positions once the vehicle had passed. An intriguing charm. I recall Ravenclaw employing a similar spell before. As he observed this familiar scene, memories long dormant began to surface in his mind. Let me drive next time. I implore you. Godric's complexion paled as he wiped the sword. Just then, Rowena crashed the vehicle straight into a large tree at the roadside, nearly skewering herself with the long blade in her hand. This car is quite expensive, Rowena. After stepping out to inspect the state of the carriage, Salazar Slytherin's expression darkened. I will certainly repair it. Rowena flushed with embarrassment, repeatedly assuring him that she could fix Salazar's vehicle in the blink of an eye. Even if repaired, it remains a damaged vehicle, and my horse is limping. I will heal it, but Rowena, you're truly unfit to drive. Helga Hufflepuff, a good friend of Ravenclaw, stepped in to mediate and began treating the injured horse. Following 2 days of being deprived of her driving privileges, Rowena suddenly trembled again. After casting a spell over the carriage, she forcefully seized the reins from Gryffindor and resumed her reckless driving. However, this time, as the vehicle was about to collide with a tree, the tree appeared to have sprouted legs, moving aside on its own. Rowena chuckled triumphantly. If I cannot evade the tree, then let the tree evade me. I believe your spell leaves room for improvement. Observing the tree that had made its home in the middle of the road, Salazar could not help but voice his disdain. Until the day he departed, he never witnessed Rowena's refinement of his spell. Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. After gazing out at the nocturnal scenery for a while, Lys reclined on a bed near the staircase, while Lupe chose the bed opposite him. Once settled, Lupe drew the bed curtains. A rustling sound ensued, and soon a corner of the curtain lifted as her discarded boots were placed beneath the bed, and her robe was hung on the hook at the head of the bed. After a brief moment, Lupe's voice broke the silence. My lord, have you not had any contact with the outside world for quite some time? And you are? Lupe could no longer suppress her curiosity. She yearned to understand the true nature of the esteemed figure she followed. Just a relic of a bygone era. How did you transform into a werewolf? To divert Lupe from her incessant inquiries, Lys took the initiative to shift the conversation. Lys's eyes widened in surprise. He had presumed Lupe was merely a victim of a werewolf bite in adulthood. Yet she had been a werewolf since childhood? How then had she acquired a wand and become a witch? It was utterly perplexing. When I was 11, I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, which took me by surprise. However, Hogwarts, or rather, Professor Dumbledore, always provides an opportunity for individuals like us. I see, Lys sighed. I suppose this Professor Dumbledore did not hail from Slytherin House. Indeed, he is a Gryffindor. A silence enveloped the compartment, and the night passed in quietude. When the sun rose once more, the night bus screeched to a halt before a dilapidated little pub, and after a rather intimate encounter with the metal bed rail, Lys and Lupe awoke from their slumber. The nondescript establishment before them was known as the Leaky Cauldron, the gateway to the magical world of Diagon Alley. Lupe, rubbing her head, leapt down from the bus steps and led Lys into the Leaky Cauldron. Dirty and worn, this was Lys's initial impression of the pub. Dim-dee-dee. The floor was strewn with suspicious dark stains, and the sparse clientele consisted of a few elderly ladies seated in the corners, sipping sherry while conversing with the bartender. It may have been a tad unclean, but the safety here was undoubtedly assured, making it a suitable spot for a brief respite. In a hushed tone, Lupe swiftly acquainted Lys with the Leaky Cauldron, effectively altering his perception of the place. As a wizard who had endured the most tumultuous and chaotic era of the magical realm, Lys was acutely aware of the significance of safety. Lupe guided Lys through the bar and into a small courtyard enclosed by walls, where a lone trash bin and some weeds resided. Just as she intended to impart the secret to entering Diagon Alley, Lys stepped forward, drew his wand, and tapped it against the correct brick. How did you discern the core of this magical mechanism? The flow of magic leaves traces in the medium. All the magic converges upon this brick. A simple observation reveals the truth. Les cast a curious glance at Lupert and asked, "Since you attended Hogwarts, how could you be unaware of this? It's a fundamental course." "I was never taught by the professors," Lupert replied, somewhat sheepishly. Les furrowed his brow. "It seems the curriculum at Hogwarts has undergone significant changes. I wonder if that is for better or worse." Guided by a belief in the progressive nature of things, Les chose to trust in the wisdom of future generations, confident that they had discovered superior educational content. As they chatted, the brick Les had tapped began to shift, revealing an opening before them. The aperture widened, and soon they found themselves before a vast archway, at the end of which lay a winding cobblestone street. This was Diagon Alley. Upon setting foot on the bustling thoroughfare, Les surveyed the lively street and concluded that it was the most vibrant gathering place for wizards he had ever encountered. Shops brimming with an array of goods stretched endlessly before him, while the air was filled with the sounds of merchants and customers haggling. Adjacent to the alley's entrance was a shop selling cauldrons, with a sign at the door proclaiming, "Self-stirring copper, brass, tin, and silver cauldrons, all models available, foldable." Les felt a sudden urge. He could certainly use a self-stirring cauldron. However, considering their precarious financial situation, he decided it prudent to exchange some currency first. He knew well that coins from a millennium ago would not circulate in the present day, and that he needed to convert them into the galleons currently in use by wizards. After sharing his thoughts with Lupert, he was advised to visit Gringotts. The words Gringotts, wizards, and bank were comprehensible to Les, yet their combination left him somewhat bewildered. Goblins, wizards, benches, or riverbanks. What on earth are these? If you're looking to sell such items, I recommend you visit Noctur Alley. Gringotts, after all, is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic and cannot overtly deal in items associated with dark magic, Lupert added, considering the implications of Les's background. Oh, like the bench merchants. Lupert's explanation clarified the function of the so-called bank for Les. The bench merchants were entities that emerged in early 11th century Italy, specializing in currency transactions. As commerce flourished, Venice and Genoa became trade hubs in Europe, leading to the rise of merchants who engaged in currency exchange and small loans. These merchants conducted their transactions while seated on benches in the marketplace, hence the term bench merchant, which subsequently became the etymological root for bank. Les also grasped Lupert's additional comments. In his own time, dark magic was synonymous with malevolence, and even his three friends held deep prejudices against it, something he had long since grown accustomed to. The two made their way directly to Gringotts. Chapter 6, The Goblins. As detestable as they were 1,000 years ago, quite intriguing, Rice cast a glance at the fairies within the hall. Raising an eyebrow, the descendants of wizards are indeed imbued with a remarkable sense of martial virtue. A millennium ago, these unruly beings, who possessed their own tribes and had once engaged in several fierce battles against wizards, now willingly toil for them, managing their banks. Clearly, this is not an act of newfound conscience. After silently commending his successors, he approached the bank counter and conveyed his purpose to the fairy behind it. The fairy, donning spectacles to examine gemstones, regarded the visitor, a shabby-clad maiden accompanied by a child still lacking in stature, with a hint of disdain. It saw no need to remove its spectacles, instructing Rice and Lupert to place their items on the counter while it continued to scrutinize the gem in its hand. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted. The fairy, irritated, looked up, intending to reprimand them for scattering trifles like biscuits across the counter, only to be met with a dazzling array of colorful gemstones, which rendered its grievances caught in its throat. "Evaluate them," Rice stated with an impassive expression. The fairy's subtle reaction did not escape his notice, however. He fully understood that greed, treachery, snobbery, and obstinacy were inherent traits of fairies. Indeed, it was this very attitude that clarified the presence of a fairy before him rather than a mere household sprite. Regrettably, Legnark had succumbed to fear, refraining from mentioning the matter of the sword, yet tales of Gryffindor's theft of the sword began to circulate within fairy society. At this thought, Rice could not help but emit a cold snort. From the perspective of Slytherin, it would be fitting to slay these fairies, regardless of gender or age, and use their heads as ornaments, feed their bones and flesh to serpents, and render their fat into candles. This was precisely why Legnark dared not send anyone to seek his counsel, for he would indeed carry out such actions. The fairies possessed a lineage steeped in treachery, born to be vile, and from his observations today, it was evident that these intrinsic flaws had not dissipated over the course of a millennium. It was unfortunate that his friends deemed him somewhat extreme, unwilling to collaborate with him, allowing these calamities to persist unchallenged until now. Bang! Before Rice could utter a word, Lupert could no longer contain herself. She dashed to the counter, engaging the fairy in negotiations. To her mind, 57 galleons, though considerable, paled in comparison to the pile of gemstones. Unlike precious metals such as gold, gemstones lack a precise, fluctuating market price. Their valuation relies solely on the discourse between buyer and seller, a scenario with which the fairy was all too familiar. Patiently, it elucidated to Lupert the rationale behind its pricing, considering aspects such as color, clarity, cut, and weight, presenting a thoroughly reasoned argument. Lupert, bewildered by the fairy's explanations, ultimately succeeded in negotiating the offer from 57 to 60. Rice, possessing some knowledge of gemstones, found the fairy's assessment largely accurate and did not press further. After all, he was merely exchanging for some funds to purchase clothing. The truly valuable magical artifacts had yet to be revealed. He truly did not wish to linger in this place teeming with fairies. After collecting a substantial pile of galleons into his pouch, Lais disregarded the fairy's suggestion to open an account at Gringotts and hastily departed. After meandering through Diagon Alley for a while, he arrived at the doorstep of a fine establishment named Transcendent Tailoring. This shop specialized in selling wizarding robes, and, in contrast to another store called Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, it offered garments of superior fabric, favored by the wizarding elite, albeit at a higher price. Transcendent Tailoring boasted a spacious interior adorned with smooth, polished marble flooring. Even during daylight hours, hundreds of candles flickered within the crystal chandeliers, casting a gentle golden glow upon the garments displayed. Unlike the other shops in Diagon Alley, the shelves inside Transcendent Tailoring were meticulously organized, with ample space between them, creating an atmosphere of openness and grandeur. After merely glancing at the shop's decor, Lais resolved to purchase his attire here. His pursuit of decorum and spectacle seemed to be etched into his very soul. Even during his adventures with friends, he had strived for perfection in every aspect. A clean lodging, delectable and hygienic cuisine, and appropriate attire were all his steadfast obsessions. As he pushed open the door, a delightful chime resonated, and a beautiful woman clad in a gray silk robe, adorned with a golden brooch, briskly emerged from behind the counter. With warmth and elegance, she invited the two of them to enter and select their garments. She did not display any disdain for their modest attire. Instead, she introduced herself graciously. "I am Isabel, the manager of Transcendent Tailoring's Diagon Alley branch. We welcome your visit. Transcendent Tailoring is a symbol of refinement, luxury, and elegance. Whether you seek bespoke fashion or handcrafted accessories, from timeless classics to the latest trendy robes, we epitomize an unwavering pursuit of quality and a unique understanding of fashion. Whether you require everyday attire or need to select garments for a special occasion, we can provide the perfect choices for you. We invite you to experience the unparalleled charm of Transcendent Tailoring. It is your wisest choice, and we look forward to delivering an incomparable shopping experience." Faced with Isabel's enthusiasm, Lupe felt somewhat flustered. She had never encountered such a scene before, as second-hand robe shops would not offer such attentive service. Lais, however, was unfazed. He informed Isabel that he wished to purchase several outfits for both himself and Lupe. Lupe exclaimed in disbelief, never expecting to benefit from her master's generosity by acquiring clothing from such a prestigious establishment. For Lais, Lupe was indeed his attendant. If she were to appear shabby and underdressed, would that not reflect poorly on him? Certainly not. He intended for his companion to be attired more elegantly than the daughters of affluent families. That, he believed, was the essence of true elegance. "Very well, please hold on," Isabel said without hesitation, waving her wand to summon a measuring tape, as she prepared to ask Lais to step onto a stool for a measurement. The shop bell chimed once more. Chapter 7. A Trivial Dispute. Accompanying the bell was a man's voice. "Isabel, hurry and make me a suit. I'm in a rush." A tall man with curly brown hair pushed the door open forcefully and strode up to the counter. He was clad in a silk robe adorned with silver and gold trim, a gold chain draped around his neck. He seemed to take great pleasure in adorning himself with an array of jewelry, as evidenced by the 7 rings that adorned his 10 fingers. Upon noticing Lais already positioned on the stool, he paused briefly, surveyed the attire of both individuals with a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and then executed a wholly unexpected action. He placed his hands on Lais's shoulders, shoved him aside, and nonchalantly took his place on the stool. "Lais?" Observing the man standing confidently before him, Lais entertained the thought that he had been rudely cut in line. Who gave him the audacity? Noticing Lais's evident displeasure, the man revealed his identity. He was a member of the Macmillan family, asserting that his time was far more precious than that of these inconsequential individuals, and thus he was entitled to service first. Just as she was about to summon the other attendants to mediate this conflict, Lais spoke up. "Macmillan family? I've never heard of you, but didn't your family elder teach you the principle of queuing? Be a good lad and step down and wait your turn." Lais shook his head, addressing the Macmillan with the tone one might use to scold a child. The color of the Macmillan's face turned a deep shade of purple, his fury palpable, while Isabel, who had witnessed the entire exchange, felt a surge of anxiety. She knew all too well the temperament of pure-blood wizards, and that boy's words would surely invite a harsh reprimand. Unable to bear the thought of a naive youth facing dire consequences, Isabel resolved to intervene, risking the ire of the Macmillan. However, the situation escalated beyond her expectations. "You wretched sniveling worms. I've long advocated for a law mandating that those with filthy blood should kneel and pay their respects upon encountering pure-blood wizards. Fudge, Lucius!" And the others refused to listen. "And now these vermin dare speak to me in such a manner." The man bent down and jabbed his index finger forcefully into Lace's shoulder, his other hand reaching for his wand at his waist. He intended to leave the boy with a lasting impression of the hierarchical nature of wizards. In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Lace had not cast any malevolent spell. He merely grasped the Macmillan's outstretched finger and bent it sharply backward, the resulting pain eliciting a wail from him. "Have you come to your senses? Are you ready to queue now?" Under the duress of pain, the Macmillan conceded, expressing his willingness to wait in line. Observing his capitulation, Lace released his grip on the Macmillan's finger. However, Macmillan, in a shocking display of disregard for the code of honor, drew the wand from his waist immediately after Les relinquished his hold. Yet, no matter how swift his actions were, they could not compare to Les's speed. Just as Macmillan unsheathed his wand, Les cast a disarming spell, causing the wand to spin out of his grasp and roll to the far corner of the shop. Once Macmillan was disarmed, Les, with a stern countenance, flicked his wand repeatedly, delivering a series of resounding slaps to Macmillan's face with each motion. With each strike, Macmillan's face swelled, and stars danced before his eyes. To Les, Macmillan's shameless act of betrayal after surrendering was an affront to the dignity of wizards, and he felt compelled to administer a lesson on behalf of Macmillan's ancestors. After a few slaps, Macmillan crumpled to the floor. Les cast a cold glance at him and pointed his wand at Macmillan's left hand. Instantly, all 5 fingers contorted at unnatural angles, producing a crisp sound as they were all broken. The dazed Macmillan, previously disoriented from the blows, was jolted into clarity, howling in agony as he clutched his hand. Observing Macmillan writhing on the ground, Les remarked with a tone of pity, "You are far too weak, truly pitiful. If a wizard like you had emerged 1,000 years ago, you would not have survived 3 days beyond your schooling." He then turned to the utterly stunned Isabel, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Might I ask if you could assist me in taking my measurements now? Please be swift, as I am pressed for time." Les was indeed in a hurry. After acquiring clothing, he needed to purchase 2 suitable wands and sell several magical items. Should time permit post-sale, he intended to procure some additional odds and ends, for his list of tasks was extensive. In the wake of the tumult, Isabel was thoroughly bewildered. Upon hearing Les call her, she mechanically approached him and, relying on muscle memory, began to measure his height. Meanwhile, the sound of Macmillan's anguished cries filled the air, becoming an annoyance to Les. With a subtle flick of his wand, Macmillan's lips sealed together as if drawn by magnets, stifling his cries within his throat. Once Macmillan was dealt with, Les shifted his focus back to Isabel, who was measuring his waist. Seeing that Les had turned his attention away, Macmillan, suppressing his pain, hastily fled the tailor's shop, forgetting his wand in his haste. Isabel urgently advised, "You must leave quickly. The Macmillan family will not take this lightly. Given your age, you must still be in school, right? This year, you must stay at Hogwarts, with Professor Dumbledore present. The Macmillan family would not dare to stir trouble." In Isabel's eyes, though the youth exhibited some extraordinary qualities, he ultimately stood alone against a pure-blood family entrenched in the magical world for centuries. Yet the boy merely shook his head, displaying little regard for the Macmillan family, one of the 28 sacred pure-blood lineages. Seeing the youth heed not her counsel, Isabel could only sigh and hasten her pace, hoping that once he procured suitable garments, he would swiftly depart from this place of discord. She neatly bundled 3 sets of black plain work robes, 2 black pointed hats, a winter cloak, and 3 sets of women's robes that Les had chosen, handing the parcel to him. After selecting a few pairs of fitting shoes for himself and Lupert, the 2 finally exited the mundane clothing store. The gold galleons exchanged at Gringotts had already been largely depleted. It was time to purchase a wand. Les made his decision. Naturally, a new wand would also be procured for Lupert. Chapter 8. Goods overdue by a millennium. Upon leaving the mundane clothing store, Les couldn't help but express his grievances to Lupert regarding the recent encounter. In his view, Macmillan had behaved like a colossal infant, his intellect remarkably immature. He could hardly fathom how the man had survived to adulthood without facing dire consequences. Alas, such is the nature of pure-blood wizards, fervently supporting blood purity, many of whom lack clarity of thought. Their issues stem from deep-rooted problems, and one could rightfully place blame on Slytherin. Les inquired, How does this relate to me? Faced with the sudden accusation, Les wore a bewildered expression. What connection did this have with Slytherin? Slytherin was the progenitor of blood purity. Without his advocacy of pure-blood supremacy at Hogwarts, how could those pure-blood wizards be so rampant? Les exclaimed, What? Lupert's words struck him with astonishment. When selecting students for his own house, he, like Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, sought out individuals of distinct character. Slytherin valued those who were resourceful, strong-willed, disdainful of societal laws, shrewd, ambitious, and of pure blood. Speaking Parseltongue was an added advantage. While he did have a preference for students from wizarding families, it was merely one of several criteria. How had he become the progenitor of pure blood supremacy? It seemed the descendants had misunderstood him. To take a step back, what was Macmillan's family even considered in terms of pure blood status? He distinctly recalled that his old friend from Hufflepuff had once taught a student of Muggle descent with the surname Macmillan. You possess a superficial understanding of Slytherin. Les muttered before closing his lips and silently making his way toward the wand shop. After conversing with Lupert, Les's resolve to visit Hogwarts solidified. He was eager to ascertain the image he held in the eyes of future generations and to discover the current state of Slytherin House. If the room was cluttered with refuse, Les narrowed his eyes. It was time to sweep it away. The wand shop nestled in a discreet corner of Diagon Alley. Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. Les recited the slogan emblazoned on the sign before falling silent. In the era when Slytherin thrived, few wizards purchased finished wands from others. Most preferred to select the materials that suited them best, crafting their own wands as essential tools of their trade. Wand makers typically undertook the task of crafting wands to order. Once upon a time, Hufflepuff had commissioned a wand from a wand maker named Ollivander. Do you not already possess a wand? Why then seek to have another crafted? Rowena questioned. If you have an excess of funds, why not lend them to me? I could procure that alchemist's journal. Helga, upon hearing Rowena's thoughts, could not help but furrow her brow. To her, spending money on a custom wand seemed an utter waste. Among their quartet, every individual, save Godric, possessed the capability to craft their own wand. One must always have a spare. Helga blinked innocently, forcing herself to present an excuse. Let her be, Salazar observed coolly for a moment before, surprisingly, siding with Hufflepuff. Delighted that even the typically contrary Slytherin supported her, Helga hurried towards a street vendor. A sign before the stall boasted in gleaming gold letters, Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. The stall was modest, with an array of tools neatly arranged, and a diminutive old man, draped in a faded robe, waited behind the counter for customers. Salazar's support for Helga stemmed from his desire to witness the wand-making techniques from 382 B.C. However, reason cautioned him that the vendor was likely a charlatan, prompting him to encourage the naive Hufflepuff to proceed. The bounty from the Duke would be squandered on such unnecessary expenses. Surely she did not genuinely believe the vendor's claims? The wands of ancient wizards differ greatly from our own. That sign appears as if it was freshly made yesterday. Rowena sighed. Are we not to allow innovation in techniques? As for funds, one could always hunt another fire dragon. Godric, having appeared from nowhere with a leather pouch filled with wine, interjected. The bounty awarded to Gryffindor had transformed into sweet wine and sizzling roasted meat. Salazar's friend's conversation flowed in one ear and out the other as his thoughts were solely focused on Helga. He observed as she stood at the roadside stall, conversing with the vendor, and then handed over a piece of wood and a fine, pale yellow thread. The wood, sourced from an apple tree known for its large and sweet fruit, and the thread, derived from the dragon's nerve they had obtained during a recent hunt, were accepted as a deposit, with the vendor instructing Helga to return in 3 days to collect her wand. Helga brimmed with anticipation for her applewood wand, believing it would enhance her culinary magic significantly. I recently spotted a wand shop while purchasing wine, reputed to have techniques brought from Egypt. Why not have your wand custom-made there? Godric pointed towards a bustling establishment not far off. Helga blinked, replying, but that shop does not lack for business. Upon hearing her words, Rowena sighed. This girl possesses many virtues, yet her heart is far too tender. Ultimately, Hufflepuff did not acquire the coveted applewood wand that had captured her heart. The day following the payment of the deposit, the four received alarming news. A frenzied dragon had unleashed its fury upon Southport, transforming the town into a blazing inferno. They hastily departed from the quaint little town where they had lingered for 2 days and set their course for Southport. Mr. Ollivander is renowned as the finest wand maker in all of Britain, and indeed the world. My wand, along with those of every young sorcerer studying at Hogwarts, originated from his esteemed establishment. His gaze drifted towards the dust-laden window, where a solitary wand lay upon a faded purple cushion. Chapter 9. The Wizard's Choice of Wand. This particular wand is not for sale. An elderly gentleman emerged from the shop and approached them. His footsteps were light, nearly soundless, yet his pale, large eyes shone brightly, reminiscent of 2 radiant moons. Les cast a glance at the old man. His weathered visage bore a striking resemblance to that of a wand maker from centuries past, as if he had stepped forth from Les's own memories. You must be Mr. Ollivander, Les surmised without needing to introduce himself, confident that this man was indeed a descendant of the Ollivander lineage. It appeared that their family had a wand-making history spanning at least a millennium, rendering the words on their sign far from mere exaggeration. Mr. Garrick Ollivander did not seem surprised. After all, they stood at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, making his identity rather easy to deduce. He reiterated to Les that the wand displayed in the window was not for sale, and if he wished to purchase a wand, there are thousands available for selection in the shop, except for this one. Les pointed towards the wand in the window and inquired, apple wood, dragon heartstring? Indeed, 12¼ inches, apple wood paired with dragon heartstring. A rather rare combination, Ollivander replied, his tone infused with astonishment and admiration. Mr. Ollivander was genuinely taken aback. The boy standing before him had managed to discern the wand's materials and core from behind the glass, a truly enviable talent. To whom might this young lad belong in the lineage of wand makers? In light of Les's remarkable aptitude for wand lore, Mr. Ollivander took the time to elucidate the wand's history. It had been custom-ordered by a client a millennium ago at the shop of Ollivander's ancestors. But on the day of delivery, the girl failed to retrieve her wand. The ancestors had awaited her arrival, yet she never appeared before they passed away. Before his demise, the ancestor established a rule. The wand could only be sold to someone who could state the outstanding balance and pay with the proper currency. In Mr. Ollivander's eyes, this condition seemed impossible to fulfill. Merely the requirement to use currency from 1,000 years past posed a significant challenge, let alone the fact that no one outside the Ollivander family knew the amount owed. Thus, this wand would remain ensconced in the window of Ollivander's wand shop, a testament to their family's rich heritage. The outstanding balance is 3070 Selston silver pennies. Please take note, I shall be taking this wand. Les retrieved a small pouch filled with silver coins from his waist and placed it into Ollivander's hands. Unlike the stereotype, a single Ethelstan silver penny weighs less than 2 grams. 37 of these coins, along with the bag that contains them, do not exceed 3 ounces. Mr. Ollivander could effortlessly lift it, his arm unwavering as the bag lay in his palm. Stunned, Ollivander found himself rooted to the spot, perplexed as to how this young man knew the price of a wand and had specifically prepared silver pennies that had circulated a millennium ago. Could he be a descendant of that earlier girl? Yet, if their family was aware of this matter, why had they waited a full 1,000 years to claim this wand? Garrick Ollivander was engulfed in confusion. Why? He instinctively inquired. Because I share a bond with this wand, Les replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Who could have anticipated that he had witnessed this event firsthand and had fortuitously preserved a collection of coins from that era? Garrick Ollivander's gaunt cheeks trembled slightly, but ultimately, he placed a bag of silver coins into his pocket. The wand's core was made from the brain nerve of a fire dragon. While this material was indeed excellent as a wand core, it was not as stable as a heart nerve, demanding a higher level of magical control from the user. More importantly, it had been crafted a millennium ago, and he could not guarantee its quality. Out of professional ethics, Ollivander felt compelled to caution Les. Well, I would also like to purchase a wand for myself. The one I just acquired was for a friend, Les explained. His acquisition of this wand was merely a sentimental gesture. He sought a wand that resonated more closely with his own essence. Oh, splendid, Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, his spirits lifting at once as he invited Les and Lupit into the shop. The interior of Ollivander's wand shop was modest, furnished with a single long bench and thousands of narrow boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling. Upon entering, Les felt a stirring in his heart, the hairs on his arms standing on end. He recognized this sensation as the magical resonance generated by the presence of numerous powerful magical substances. Within this small chamber, the flow of magic became tumultuous under the influence of the 1,000 wands. Even the tiniest particles of dust danced with the rhythm of magic. He glanced at Lupit, only to find her expression unchanged, as if she were oblivious to the extraordinary atmosphere. Sometimes being a bit slow on the uptake did not seem such a bad thing. Less mused. Casting aside these distractions, he turned his attention back to Mr. Ollivander, prepared to select a wand that captured his desire. Do you have any wands with snake king horn as the core? Les inquired. Given the choice, he would undoubtedly opt for a wand with a core made of snake king horn and a body crafted from serpentwood, just as he had in the past. However, the elderly man responded with words that left him astonished. Snake King? That malevolent, magical creature has not been seen for centuries. The so-called serpent horns on the market are merely substitutes from other animals. Due to their rarity, no one uses such cores for wands. Malevolent? Les's brow furrowed in disbelief. Your misunderstanding of the Serpent King is indeed profound. The history of its cultivation by wizards dates back to ancient Greece. This creature bears no association with malevolence. It is akin to a weapon, devoid of any distinction between justice and wickedness. Les's defense fell upon Ollivander's ears like a whisper in the wind. He was an exceedingly obstinate craftsman, impervious to the words of a mere child. He retrieved a measuring tape and began to take the measurements of Les's various body parts. Shoulders, fingertips, wrists, elbows, even the circumference of his head was not overlooked. While measuring, he extolled his philosophy. I exclusively employ powerful magical materials such as unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings to craft wands. Each Ollivander wand is unique. My purpose is to assist you in discovering the wand that acknowledges and chooses you. Oh, Les raised an eyebrow. The wand chooses the wizard? Unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips, he turned to face the wall constructed of wands, stating, to my mind, it is the wizard who chooses the wand. If you doubt this, you may observe. A sense of foreboding inexplicably surged within Mr. Ollivander, prompting him to inquire hastily, what do you intend to do? No wand would refuse a great wizard. It is I who choose the wand, not the other way around. Les spread his arms wide. With his gesture, the wall of wands trembled, each wand seemingly animated, quivering within its box. Throughout this process, Les could distinctly sense the emotions emanating from the wands. Fear, submission, defiance, anger. Enjoy. He could select any wand from the thousands before him. Just as he claimed, no wand would reject him. Sensing a particular thrill, he extended his hand, and a wooden box soared from the wall of wands, landing securely in his grasp. 13 inches, elderberry, heartstring of a fire dragon. Upon discerning the box's appearance, Ollivander instinctively recited the wand's attributes. A rather fine wand. How much? This one has caught my eye, Les replied. 7 galleons. Let us have another. Les beckoned again, summoning a 12-inch wand crafted from laurel wood, with unicorn tail hair as its core. This one is for Lupit. After he paid, as he prepared to depart, Mr. Ollivander spoke, his voice tinged with tremor. Who are you truly? I'm the greatest wizard of this age. The proclamation of being the greatest wizard felt exceedingly audacious. Yet, for a fleeting moment, Ollivander sensed that this youth, barely taller than his chest, was not indulging in boastful lies, for the previous spectacle lingered in his mind, indelibly etched. Ultimately, who chooses whom? The wand or the wizard? Ollivander did not notice that a crack had formed in his steadfast belief, all due to a boy who had entered his wand shop and selected a wand for himself. Chapter 10. Merely a few unremarkable trinkets. Sir, please take care. Les tucked the laurel wand into Lupit's embrace. It was my first encounter with the scene of a wand selecting its master. As Lupit reverently stowed the wand into her pocket, she marveled at how enlightening the day had been. Indeed, ever since she resolved to follow this esteemed individual, her perspective had been continually refreshed. What, then, is the customary procedure? Les found his curiosity piqued, eager to discern what the wand selection ceremony entailed, unimpeded by interruptions. Mr. Ollivander would, after measuring our physical attributes, select a suitable wand for us based on his vast experience, subsequently allowing us to test its compatibility. If the wand chose us, all would be well. If it rejected us or proved unsuitable, we would simply try another. To him, the essence of this process remained that of the wizard selecting the wand, with the wand maker playing an excessively influential role, thus demanding a high caliber of craftsmanship. He held reservations regarding Ollivander's unwavering methods. In his view, the exclusive use of unicorn tail hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings for wand cores was a narrow-minded approach, akin to a culinary establishment that only employed beef, honey, and wine as ingredients. Excessively extreme. Nevertheless, on the whole, Garrick Ollivander could be considered progressive. The 3 cores he selected were indeed potent magical substances. More significantly, the mere price of 7 galleons left less questioning whether Ollivander could truly profit at such a low cost. Especially after passing apothecary, where a single ounce of dragon liver was nearing a galleon in price. Should he genuinely be a benevolent wand maker, Les would not hesitate to offer him some modest assistance. Glancing at the position of the sun, realizing it was still early for lunch, Les decided to venture to Nocturne Alley to sell some unnecessary magical artifacts, intending to use the proceeds to acquire books for study. Nocturne Alley is, in fact, connected to Diagon Alley. As a werewolf, Lupit was naturally a frequent visitor of Nocturne Alley. She adeptly guided Les around an inconspicuous corner through a winding alleyway and arrived at the shadowy realm of the magical world, Nocturne Alley. In stark contrast to the gleaming Diagon Alley, the overall ambience of Nocturne Alley was dark and somber, with shops that appeared inextricably linked to dark magic. In the window of a shop near the entrance, a display of withered human heads was exhibited, while across the way, a cage crawling with enormous black spiders stood at the entrance of another establishment. Groups of tattered wizards congregated in clusters, whispering amongst themselves, their discussions shrouded in mystery. Most shops here had some connection to prominent figures within the Ministry of Magic. Lupit quietly informed Les about Nocturne Alley, where influential pureblood families engaged in clandestine dealings, and many less fortunate wizards sought to earn a living through ventures that skirted the edges of legality. Les nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such practices were commonplace. Thousands of years prior, wizards and muggles alike had indulged in similar sleight of hand. He believed that even a millennium hence, these tricks would remain unforgotten. You seem quite familiar with this place? Lupert managed a bitter smile, for I am a werewolf. As the two engaged in conversation, a pair of eyes, brimming with animosity, fixated upon them. Macmillan, whose fingers had been healed, stood at the corner of the alley, his expression dark as he watched Les and Lupert venture deeper into the treacherous lane. Initially, he had resolved to swallow his misfortune, yet to his astonishment, these two dared to tread into the perilous alley. In such a tumultuous area, encountering an unforeseen incident was utterly commonplace, and Macmillan would not let this fortuitous opportunity slip by. He cast a glance around and spotted a familiar figure lurking in the shadows. He hastened towards the individual, cloaked from head to toe, and tossed a pouch filled with gold galleons before him. 20 galleons, with an additional 20 upon the successful completion of the task. Is this the establishment you recommended? Les halted before a shop named Boggensbach. Like the other establishments in the treacherous alley, Boggensbach appeared dilapidated and dreary. Through the grimy windows, he could just make out an array of malevolent magical artifacts within. A glass eye spinning wildly, blood-stained playing cards, and withered human hands. Indeed, if one sought to peddle dark magical items, this would undoubtedly be the prime choice, for the proprietor of Boggensbach possessed a keen eye, albeit they were notorious for their ruthless bargaining. No worries, I'm well aware of the prices. Les had been particularly attentive to the costs of magical materials in Diagon Alley and had a fundamental understanding of the current market, making it quite difficult for anyone to deceive him. Upon entering the shop, a hunched figure appeared before them, greeting them with a slick tone. Welcome to Boggensbach. After surveying their attire and noting the shopping bags emblazoned with the label of enchanted garments, his smile widened. Boggensbach specializes in providing discreet appraisal services for rare and ancient magical artifacts passed down through venerable wizarding families. Believe me, there is no establishment in the alley more proficient than ours. Welcome. How may I assist you both? I am here to sell a few inconspicuous trinkets. Les produced 3 boxes and placed them upon the counter. Oh, upon realizing they were there to sell, Mr. Boggin's smile waned slightly, his demeanor growing more serious. If they had come to purchase, he would have held the advantage, but in this reversal of roles, the power shifted away from him. He could potentially acquire precious items at a bargain, or, conversely, misjudge the worth and inadvertently accept a counterfeit. With his serious demeanor, Mr. Boggins donned a pair of pince-nez spectacles, laid a piece of black velvet upon the counter, and finally donned a pair of dragonhide gloves. He proceeded to open the 3 boxes in succession. The first contained a bracelet strung with white beads, the second housed a pale yellow candle, and the third contained a seed the size of a brown peach pit. A flicker of unusual light passed through Mr. Boken's eyes as he raised his gaze towards Lais, hoping he would expound upon the 3 magical artifacts. Naturally, Lais would not decline. He picked up the first item from the box, a bracelet, and lightly tapped the slightly yellowed beads upon it. The beads of this bracelet were crafted from the cranial bones of fairies, and wearing it significantly aids in the creation of magical tools. Incorporating just one into the forging of metal products can greatly enhance the quality of weapons forged. Mr. Boken was taken aback by the revelation of this first artifact. He immediately discerned that the bracelet was made from some animal bones. Yet he was astonished to learn they were indeed the cranial bones of fairies. Given the size of the beads, it was clear that a single fairy could yield only one bead, and this bracelet boasted a total of 13. This implied that to create such a bracelet, one would need to hunt at least 13 fairies. The production of such a bracelet in the present day is utterly impossible, aside from the difficulty of hunting fairies. The societal pressure alone could derail any such endeavor. We are no longer in the Middle Ages, although the atmosphere of valuing fairy lives has not fully formed. The Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits wizards from hunting fairies. While Lais presented a highly valuable bracelet, Mr. Boken could not lavish praise upon it. For how could he negotiate a lower price? Without negotiating, how could he profit? After a brief silence, he devised a reason to lower the price. Acquiring this bracelet would entail significant risk, as it was crafted from the remains of 13 fairies, and few would possess the means to purchase such a rare artifact. In the current magical world, those who engage in forging are a rarity. Fairies, however, still frequently forge. But this particular item could not be sold to them. Hence, its unique properties could be considered marginal at best, and the lingering resentment attached to such items might be quite potent. How about 10 galleons? Mr. Boken proposed, his face etched with the pain of parting with gold as he slammed his palm on the table, adopting a tone that suggested he was offering an incredible bargain. Upon hearing this offer, Lupert's slender brows shot up in disbelief. Before she could react, Lais stated his firm price, 130 galleons, not a canute less. This was a challenging negotiation. Lais made a show of retracting the box. Hold on, if I'm not making a profit, let us consider this a friendly transaction. Mr. Boken, exhibiting agility unbecoming of his age, swiftly seized the small box and, almost imperceptibly, produced a pouch of golden galleons. Lais chuckled softly, acknowledging the deal. From Mr. Boken's actions, it was evident that his price was indeed on the lower side. Perhaps with a bit more effort, the price could be elevated further. Just as Lais was about to introduce the other 2 magical artifacts, Mr. Boken cleared his throat. By the way, are those individuals outside your friends? Oh. Lais raised an eyebrow, while Lupert instinctively tightened her grip on her wand. They had been loitering outside for quite some time, much like children awaiting their turn outside a candy shop. Mr. Boken flashed a grin at Reese, revealing his uneven teeth. If you too require assistance, you may utilize the portal for my humble establishment. I still possess some influence in the back alley, and even the most audacious individuals would hesitate to misbehave in my presence. Mr. Boken had already discerned that the seemingly youthful boy before him held the dominant position among the two. Thus he shifted his focus to the young lad. Reese shook his head, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Outside, the wandering wizards remained oblivious to the fact that their movements had been uncovered. They even sent one of their number disguised as a customer to monitor Reese's actions. Reese, appearing unaffected, proceeded to elucidate the properties of 2 other magical artifacts. The pale yellow candle, once ignited, possessed a calming effect, lulling one into a sweet slumber and soothing the soul's restlessness. The fruit pit, a rare seed from the plant known as the cursed fruit, when planted in soil enriched with dragon dung, could yield a cursed fruit. Consuming the fruit would allow it to absorb any ailments or curses within the body, leading to the patient's recovery once the fruit was expelled. Gringotts, hailing from the verdant lands, a true pureblood family. Reese mused internally, feeling a sense of delight. The recent encounter with the Macmillan heir had genuinely astounded him. How could he have imagined, a millennium ago, that the Macmillan family would dare to proclaim themselves as a pure-blooded holy lineage? He recalled vividly that had it not been for Hufflepuff's benevolence, the ancestors of the Macmillan family would not have even qualified to attend Hogwarts. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. The carriage door slowly slid open, revealing a silver ladder that extended from within, resting on the ground. 2 young ladies, with silvery hair and porcelain skin, adorned like exquisite dolls, emerged from the carriage accompanied by a well-dressed middle-aged gentleman. Merlin above, it is Mr. Gringotts. Apologies, as a hint of guilt surfaced on Mr. Boken's face. Please, continue your conversation. Reese exhibited remarkable patience in the presence of the Gringotts heir. Mr. Henry, it is a pleasure to see you again. Your arrival graces my humble shop. How may I assist you? Just the usual. The middle-aged man named Henry glanced at the other patrons in the shop, his gaze landing on Reese and the 3 open boxes on the counter. Shall you continue your discussion? Mr. Boken hesitated momentarily, realizing that discussing inventory in front of other customers was not a prudent idea. Moreover, Henry's previous remark nudged him into the realization that the 2 remaining magical items in Reese's possession appeared to hold significant value. Greed is the nature of a merchant. and Mr. Boken was no exception. He immediately began to devise ways to profit from a situation, yet soon recognized the futility of such a scheme. Mr. Gringotts had already seen those 2 items. He would surely take them out for sale shortly thereafter. How could he possibly be oblivious to the considerable loss he would incur? Did he truly believe others were foolish? Even though Henry swallowed his pride for the sake of his daughter's ailment, he knew he would inevitably lose this generous patron. In a flash of insight, Mr. Bogen made a resolute decision. This deal would no longer be profitable, as the friendship with Mr. Gringlas transcended all else. Chapter 12. Goodwill from Gringlas. Henry glanced at Lais, who was observing his little daughter. Mr. Henry's 2 daughters were both charming and delightful. Their skin was tender and supple, reminiscent of freshly shelled eggs. Both donned white gowns, nearly identical in appearance, except that the elder sister's cuffs were adorned with green lace, while the younger's remained unembellished. These 2 vibrant and lovely girls were a captivating sight wherever they went, yet Lais felt an unusual wave of enchantment the moment they entered. Upon closer inspection, Lais's attention was drawn to the younger girl, whose soul appeared unstable, tainted by a certain foulness. As if sensing Lais's gaze, the girl offered him a faint smile. "Daphne, Astoria, my daughters." Noticing Lais's unwavering stare at his little girl, Mr. Henry decided to remind him that her father was present. Lais Shazerlet. Lais exchanged glances with Henry and then with Mr. Bogen. Mr. Bogen cleared his throat. "Mr. Gringlas, Mr. Lint may possess something of interest to you." After introducing the 2 magical items that Lais had yet to sell, Mr. Gringlas's eyes brightened. Calming candles and healing fruits? This description resonated with his daughter's affliction, igniting his interest. It is somewhat incredulous, yet the cherished daughter of the Gringlas family, the beloved Astoria, was indeed a tragic figure. From birth, she was discovered to bear a curse known as the blood curse. This was a curse that clung to her soul, granting Astoria the ability to transform into an animal, with the perilous consequence of eventually becoming irrevocably animalistic, losing all memories of her humanity and devolving into a mere beast. It appears that sometimes venturing into unorthodox paths can yield unexpected rewards. "How much?" "I'll take both of these," Mr. Henry inquired without hesitation, revealing his undeniable desire for the 2 items. 300 galleons, you can take both." Upon hearing this offer, Mr. Bogen momentarily lost his breath, for Lais's quote was exceedingly low. Had he been in charge, he would have at least doubled the price, as Mr. Gringlas was not lacking in funds, and these items were precisely what he required. Alas, the youth lacked experience. Had he not been haggling with Lais and purchased these 3 items sooner, he would have earned at least 300 gold galleons today. The thought of such a substantial sum flying out of his pocket left Mr. Bogen feeling breathless with regret. As Mr. Boken wallowed in regret, Mr. Henry Gringlas had already struck a deal. Observing the genuine delight on Mr. Gringlas's face, Reese gently cautioned him. "The candle serves merely to soothe the spirit, and the remedy is not infallible. One should not harbor excessive expectations." "It's fine, as long as it proves effective," Henry dismissed with a casual wave. Cradling the 2 boxes with great care, being privy to the family's affairs, Mr. Gringlas was acutely aware of the tenacity of the curse afflicting his daughter. He had never anticipated that a mere 300 galleons spent at a disreputable establishment would restore her health, as long as it alleviated her suffering. The expenditure was far from wasted. Having completed his transaction, Henry was about to leave Boken's shop when he suddenly turned to Reese and inquired, "Would you care for a ride?" gesturing towards the carriage stationed outside the store. He had observed several shadowy figures lurking both inside and outside the shop, watching them intently. Upon hearing Henry's offer, the watchful wizards, who had been keeping an eye on Reese, became agitated. Should Reese accept the ride, their purpose would be thwarted, for they dared not impede the carriage of the Gringlas family. Such an opportunity would surely slip through their fingers. However, since the offer came from the head of the Gringlas household, they could do naught but stand by helplessly, for the Gringlas family was not one to be trifled with by those of their ilk. Fortunately for them, Reese declined Mr. Gringlas's invitation, leaving the latter somewhat surprised. After confirming that Reese truly did not wish to accept the ride, he relinquished the matter and departed with his daughters from Boken's shop. Once Mr. Gringlas had left, Reese exchanged a few more words with Mr. Boken, verbally assuring him that he would return to sell more items in the future. Before he departed the little shop specializing in dark magical artifacts, accompanied by Lupert and a considerable sum of money. Upon exiting, Reese immediately sensed several unfriendly gazes scanning him and Lupert. He could not help but sigh. Had the wizards of a millennium ago possessed such qualities, they would have long been extinguished by werewolves and fairies. Nonetheless, This also indirectly reflected that the current environment for wizards was relatively favorable. The two deliberately walked towards a more secluded path, ultimately halting in a dead-end alley deep within the passage. Observing the four individuals who had followed them, Rhys raised his hands in exasperation and remarked, "If I were you, I certainly would not have trailed us. Nearly everyone can discern that you are following us. Surely you do not believe you have managed to remain undetected?" Upon hearing Rhys's words, the four vagabond wizards exchanged glances, and finally, the one who appeared to be their leader spoke up. From the information conveyed, Rhys deduced that the root of this conflict lay with the Macmillan family's child, who was once again stirring trouble. A flicker of anger ignited within him. Some individuals truly lacked awareness, and it seemed a profound lesson was in order. As the four faced off against Rhys, a thin, transparent cord began to writhe slowly across the ground. The transparent color served as its finest camouflage, and Les seemed utterly oblivious to the inconspicuous thin cord. Thus, it stealthily glided to Les's feet before suddenly accelerating towards his neck amidst his conversation with the four others. Chapter 13. Not every wizarding school is Hogwarts. With a sharp snap, the transparent cord tightened around Les's neck. Yet he did not so much as blink, for an exceptionally thin but remarkably sturdy mini-shield materialized around his throat, effectively holding back the constricting rope. As the hidden wizard made his move, the other four wizards drew their wands, launching an attack on Lupit. In their scheme, they were certain that Les would be swiftly dispatched by their concealed leader, allowing them to focus solely on neutralizing Lupit. However, it was precisely the strongest link in their group that faltered, leading to their downfall as their previously infallible tactic failed. Faced with the onslaught, the battle-hardened Lupit nimbly dodged to the side, evading all incoming spells. Having escaped the attack, Lupit brandished her newly acquired wand. But before she could retaliate, a blinding flash accompanied by a deafening explosion erupted in the dead end, causing the four adversaries to collapse in a faint. After effortlessly incapacitating the quartet, Les waved his wand once more, releasing a plume of black smoke from its tip that drifted toward the alley's corner. Sleep. A figure clad in a dark robe suddenly materialized from the shadows, casting a stunning spell towards Les. Without a glance to see the outcome of his incantation, the cloaked figure began to envision his desired destination in his mind. During the brief skirmish, he had already recognized the formidable nature of his opponents, and now he harbored no intention of continuing the confrontation with Les and his companions. His sole desire was to escape this wretched place. The spell for apparition required one to concentrate on the intended location in their mind before instantaneously transporting themselves to that envisioned spot. This process was fleeting. A skilled wizard could accomplish it in less than a second. "Just give me a second, merely a second," the dark-robed wizard fervently implored within himself. Fortunately, this attempt at apparition went remarkably smoothly. He felt intense pressure from all directions, and the scene before him began to fade. The dark-robed wizard realized his apparition had succeeded, and the unease within him began to dissipate. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sensation gripped him. The air around him seemed to solidify, trapping him midair. His apparition had failed. Bewildered, the wizard looked up and met the gaze of a boy with deep, icy eyes. The boyish expression was devoid of emotion, akin to a passerby observing a fish stranded on the beach. The wizard couldn't help but shiver, an instinctive sense of doom washing over him. After casting the counter-disapparition spell, Les slowly lowered his wand and patiently began to untangle the cord ensnared around his neck. The dark mist gradually coalesced into form as it surged towards the cloaked sorcerer, transforming from a mere wisp into a shroud of black fabric, becoming as taut as a steel needle by the time it reached him. In no time, the shadowy vapor ensnared him completely, rendering him immobile. Lupet darted to the spot where he had previously concealed himself and discovered a transparent cloak. This cloak was nearly invisible against the ground, blending seamlessly, making it nearly undetectable unless one bent down to scrutinize it closely. To his astonishment, this individual possessed an invisibility cloak. Lupet marveled at the absurdity. How could these destitute, wandering sorcerers afford such an extravagant item? Who had the means to purchase it? Keep it, he thought. For a sorcerer capable of using the disguise charm, an invisibility cloak was rather superfluous. Only someone of Lupet's limited skill would regard it as a treasure. Thus, Les had no interest in the invisibility cloak. His curiosity was piqued instead by the slender cord. Upon examining the rope in his hands, Les discerned that it contained a steel wire core, intricately enveloped in the hair of an invisibility beast. Realizing this, Les couldn't help but commend the ingenuity of the idea. Typically, The hair of invisibility beasts is employed by sorcerers to weave invisibility cloaks. But utilizing it to encase steel wire was a first for him, a remarkably creative tactic that could indeed prove effective for ambushes. Were it not for the magical aura emanating from the rope, Lais might have overlooked it entirely. For an ordinary sorcerer, falling victim to such a surprise attack would be highly probable. Having taken the most valuable magical item, Lepidor proceeded to rummage through the unconscious quartet. However, this time, his findings left him utterly disheartened. None of the four possessed even a single galleon, as if they had spent all their money on the invisibility cloak. Of course, it was not a complete loss. The wands on their persons could still fetch a decent price, which Lepidor accepted without hesitation. The sorcerers of a millennium hence were indeed feeble. Lais approached the cloaked sorcerer at a leisurely pace and pinched his cheek. In his estimation, there was no need to interrogate the remaining four lackeys. The core leader of this group was solely the man before him, with all intelligence concentrated within him. Upon hearing Lais's words, the cloaked sorcerer was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Who could possibly live for 1,000 years? The longest-lived sorcerer in the magical realm, Nicolone, had only lived for 600 years. This man before him was merely posturing, spouting nonsensical claims. Nevertheless, even if his opponent were delusional, it did not diminish his advantageous position. So after a moment of contemplation, the cloaked sorcerer resolved to momentarily concede. "I believe this is merely a misunderstanding," he uttered, his voice muffled due to Lais's grip on his face. However, Lais had no desire for further dialogue. He compelled the sorcerer to meet his gaze, maintaining eye contact until the sorcerer's expression grew vacant. Lais was adept at the art of mind reading. Although his current frail body limited his powers, the technique reliant on the strength of the soul was not significantly hindered, allowing him to effortlessly access the memories of the subdued sorcerer. "Who instructed you to undertake this?" "Anthony Macmillan. He offers 40 gallons for us to teach you a lesson. If you manage to capture Lupit and me, what will you do to us? Play with us for a while, and then eliminate us?" "John claims you possess a substantial fortune that we could divide among ourselves," subsequently shifting the blame onto Anthony, as it was he who sent us to punish you. The dark-robed wizard candidly revealed his thoughts, inciting Lupit's Heir, who retaliated with several swift kicks directed at him. In their exchange, Lais had ascertained the intentions and origins of this group. Macmillan had hired thugs, and those hired hands, enticed by greed, sought to exploit the Macmillan family's name to commit murder and theft. The situation, it appeared, was not overly complex. "Are you a student of Hogwarts?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Lais posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind, fearing the answer would reveal that the individual belonged to Slytherin House. "No. The magic I learned was imparted to me by the members of the Mystical Order." The Mystical Order? It was a name unfamiliar to Lais. While Muggles had several organizations bearing that name, Lais suspected that the one referenced by the dark-robed wizard was likely unrelated. "Have you heard of it?" Lais inquired of Lupit. Seeking her insight, Lupit furrowed her brow, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "It seems to be a magical organization active in Europe, teaching magic to young wizards who haven't had formal schooling. I once encountered a wizard from Montenegro who was a member of the Mystical Order. However, I cannot ascertain if it is indeed the same one he referred to. Is it comparable to Hogwarts?" Les Esqued intrigued. "Not at all," Lupit shook her head. "Hogwarts is the finest magical school in Britain and indeed the world, monopolizing the wizardry talent pool of the British Isles. There are only a few magical schools that can be mentioned in the same breath as Hogwarts." Hearing this, Lais felt a surge of joy. Had the circumstances been more appropriate, he would have insisted that Lupit elaborate on the current state of magical institutions. In truth, there are very few magical schools that, like Hogwarts, accept all young witches and wizards born in the British Isles. Other magical schools typically delineate broad areas of influence and then recruit only those exceptionally talented young wizards. Each school has its own preferences. Durmstrang students must be willing to embrace dark magic. Students at Beauxbatons cannot overly rely on wands. And one cannot possibly enter Beauxbatons without proficiency in French, among other stipulations. Hogwarts owes its current inclusive philosophy to Helga Hufflepuff among the four founders, who championed the acceptance of all students, thereby creating the unique institution that Hogwarts is today. Without Hufflepuff's dedication, many young wizards might face a tragic fate of receiving an admission letter, eagerly making their way to Hogwarts, only to be informed of their rejection, a crushing blow for an 11-year-old child. The concept of repeating a year does not exist in magical schools, and, undoubtedly, their lives would be irrevocably altered. Upon learning from Lupit that the Mystical Order was akin to a magical school, Lais's interest in the organization diminished significantly. Out of habit, he casually inquired, Are you still in contact with the Society of Secrets? Indeed, we have an alumni directory. If there is any task requiring my assistance, notifications will automatically appear in the directory, and upon completion, rewards are bestowed. Oh, this piqued Lais's interest. Even during the nascent days of Hogwarts, the Society exerted far more control over its graduates than one might expect. The alumni directory bore a resemblance to the bulletin boards once utilized by mercenary guilds to announce bounties. After further questioning, Lais discovered that the individual before him had acquired his invisibility cloak through the accumulation of points earned by performing simple tasks, intelligence gathering. The Society demanded all manner of information, and he subscribed to several newspapers, distilling the news and any snippets he overheard in Nocturne Alley into coherent reports for submission. The compensation provided by the Society was commendable, including magical artifacts like the invisibility cloak, as well as potion ingredients, recipes, and various spells of differing value. Having extracted all pertinent information from the cloaked wizard, Lais's perception of the Society underwent a radical transformation. His experiences indicated that this organization was far from ordinary. Thus, he resolved to deepen his connections with the Society, aspiring to infiltrate it and discern their true motives. The key to joining the organization lay before him. Lais effortlessly acquired his classmates' directory from the cloaked wizard. It was a modest booklet bound in black leather, inscribed with the name Sergi on the title page. The booklet appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from the 10-nut notebooks available in the Diagon Alley stationery shop. As for its usage, Lais found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but soon reconciled. It was precisely Sergi's inconspicuousness that allowed him to extract information with ease. After squeezing out the final drop of intelligence, Sergi had outlived his utility. Lais confiscated his wand and personal belongings, releasing him from his bonds and permitting his departure. Are you being too lenient with him? Lupit had intended to advise Lais to adopt a firmer stance, but his subsequent action silenced her. A transparent cord was deftly knotted around the necks of the four wayward wizards, then secured to protrusions on either side of the alley, resembling a makeshift clothesline. Have you ever killed a rat? Lais posed a question to Lupit after nonchalantly dealing with the four vagrant wizards, as if they were mere garments to be hung out to dry. You must have caught one during your transformation. Lais, I almost forgot about her lycanthropic nature, but that is inconsequential, he remarked with a knowing air. Macmillan encountered Sergi once more. So, has the matter been resolved? He eagerly inquired upon seeing Sergi. Excellent. Before Macmillan could finish, Sergi's palm struck his face with resounding force. Remarkably, the resounding slap did not produce a crisp sound. Sergi's palm seemed to dissolve as it adhered to Macmillan's face. In the next moment, his entire being, save for that hand, transformed into a puddle of muck, merging with the filth on the alley floor, leaving no trace of the once vibrant individual who had stood there. The hand he left behind quickly softened, enveloping Macmillan's eyes and ears like dough, robbing him of both sight and sound. According to Reese's original plan, he intended to procure at least 200 gallons to purchase books. However, it was Lupit who informed him that most books could be borrowed from the Hogwarts library, prompting him to abandon that notion. Subsequently, he and Lupit took up residence in 2 rooms at the Leaky Cauldron, settling into a long-term stay in Diagon Alley. Chapter 14. Is armor no longer required for enrollment? Since graduating from Hogwarts, Lupit had not enjoyed such a leisurely existence. Each morning, upon waking, she no longer faced the same worries about daily sustenance as before. Reese bore the financial responsibilities of both, his purse seemingly inexhaustible, a reality that took her several days to adjust to. She relished the freedom to eat as she pleased, sleep at her whim, and, with Reese's permission, roam anywhere within Diagon Alley. This lifestyle was unfathomable to the former Lupit. She even found time to explore shops in Diagon Alley that she had previously overlooked during her student days. As for her master, Reese seldom left Florin's ice cream parlor, a delightful establishment in Diagon Alley run by an amusing old gentleman with an extensive knowledge of medieval topics. Reese's favorite pastime involved clutching a few books, ordering a sweet cold drink, and settling beneath the shade of a parasol outside Florin's ice cream parlor. Every half hour, he would indulge in a box of ice cream while engaging in discussions about the medieval era with Florin. Most of the time, Reese educated Florin, though there were moments when Florin's arguments left him speechless. During such instances, Reese would lower his gaze to his book, while Florin would chuckle and treat him to an additional serving of milk-flavored ice cream. Of course, Reese did not neglect Serge's endeavors. He instructed Lupit to subscribe to several newspapers, summarizing the day's news to send via owl post to a designated address. However, he had yet to receive any feedback from the class roster, and Reese was in no rush, possessing ample time to await the catch. Days passed in this manner, and Reese's understanding of the modern world deepened. He gleaned a wealth of information from books, with the most discussed topic being the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Calculating the days, it dawned on him that the boy was set to attend Hogwarts. Which boy, you may ask? Who else but the boy who lived, Harry Potter? Such dialogues echoed in Reese's ears multiple times daily. He recalled that even at the height of fame with his 3 old friends, they had never garnered such widespread recognition. Who then is Harry Potter? The confusion of Lais was swiftly resolved upon perusing recent publications, such as A Modern History of Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and significant magical events of the 20th century, wherein the name Harry Potter was frequently mentioned. Through these tomes, Lais gleaned insights into the deeds of this savior who vanquished a Dark Lord. This revelation left Lais somewhat astonished. While tales of heroes defeating Dark Lords are not uncommon, he and his companions have been among such champions. However, a mere infant, still cradled in swaddling, overcoming a formidable Dark Lord was unprecedented in a millennium. With the opportunity to meet this miraculous boy, Lais resolved to seize it. The vanilla-flavored ice cream arrived. Florin placed a large box of ice cream upon Lais's table. "Thank you." Lais propped the book before him and indulged in the steaming, fragrant ice cream. As he savored the treat, the pages of the book before him began to turn gently on their own. "Why not try other flavors?" Florin suggested, noting Lais's enjoyment. "Strawberry and mango have been particularly popular lately." Lais shook his head. He had sampled all the flavors at Florin's establishment, yet only the fresh milk, yogurt, and vanilla suited his palate. Suddenly, a shadow fell upon Lais's table, toppling the book he had set there. The uninvited guest was a barn owl, clutching a letter in its sharp beak. After delivering the missive, the owl soared away, as if its duty was fulfilled. Without needing to look, Lais knew that the envelope contained his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. He broke the wax seal and retrieved 2 parchment sheets. The first was a letter of acceptance penned by Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, and the second was a list of required textbooks and essential supplies. Gazing at the letter in his hands, distant memories began to surface. "Is it truly necessary to be so formal?" Godric Gryffindor queried, observing the Hufflepuff diligently writing at his desk, a look of bewilderment upon his face. "Of course. They are my students," Hufflepuff replied, as though the answer were self-evident. "But they are already enrolled at the castle." Gryffindor exclaimed, "Rowena, Salazar, what do you think? Is this truly necessary?" Gryffindor was utterly perplexed by Hufflepuff's actions, questioning the need to send acceptance letters to students who had already commenced their studies. Ritual, Ravenclaw interjected, gesturing dismissively. "Gryffindor, at least try to make it somewhat formal. We are establishing the finest school of magic in all of Britain, not a makeshift troop." After receiving a rebuff from both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, Gryffindor turned to his steadfast friend Slytherin, hoping for a more favorable opinion. "What you propose is indeed rather foolish." Slytherin stroked his beard, contemplating. Right. Gryffindor's eyes brightened. It seemed old friends stood by him during verbal sparring. "I chose to have the quill write the letters by itself, as you can see." Slytherin showcased an automatic writing quill he had devised a few days prior. "Dear Miss Gringotts, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a comprehensive list of the required books and equipment." As they beheld the elegant strokes of a quill inscribing words upon parchment, the members of Ravenclaw exhibited expressions of astonishment. "Is this truly permissible? While we have all dutifully penned our acceptance letters by hand, you resort to magic to alleviate your efforts, despite their claims of insincerity in the magically produced letters." Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff quietly opted to request an automatic writing quill from Slytherin, as the workload of composing acceptance letters for each student was simply too daunting. Thus, letters were composed and subsequently dispatched to the homes of students via the school's trained owls, under the insistence of the 4 founders. This practice became a cherished tradition at Hogwarts, ensuring that every child born on the British Isles, endowed with magical potential, would receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry upon reaching the age of 11. After completing her intelligence-gathering task for the day, Lupert arrived at Florin's ice cream parlor with a pudding in hand, only to find the proprietor intently focused on a piece of parchment, muttering to herself. "Oh, is it no longer required to bring armor and a long sword for enrollment?" Lupert thought, perplexed. Chapter 15. A journey beginning at Platform 9. Time slips away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, London's weather shifted from cool to warm and back again. Amidst this transition, the day of school commencement arrived. In our era, aspiring wizard apprentices wishing to attend Hogwarts were best advised to bring a full suit of armor, if one could not afford such expenses at the very least. A long sword was essential. Magic is indeed significant, yet proficient swordsmanship is equally vital. Indeed, you speak the truth, Lupert responded, lifting her suitcase in agreement. She had long since grown accustomed to her master's peculiar musings. In her eyes, her master appeared to be a wizard of considerable age, though she could not fathom why he had assumed such a youthful guise. Was it immortality or a return to youth? Regardless, it did not detract from her master being an extraordinarily powerful wizard. This promised to be a magnificent journey. After some difficulty, Hermione Granger, alongside her family, finally located the platform 9 referenced in her acceptance letter. Just as she was marveling at the sight of the red steam engine, a familiar figure caught her eye. Lais? The young girl recalled the boy she had encountered at the campsite. At that moment, he too gazed dreamily at the steam-belching train. Beside him stood a fashionable and striking woman, carrying a modest suitcase. She wore a cap and a silk scarf around her neck. Clad in a brown coat that hugged her figure, with tights accentuating her shapely thighs, complemented by mid-calf boots that elongated her legs. Lais's mother is stunning. Hermione's first thought was this. One could only wonder what Lupert might think upon discovering her remarkable lineage. The creations of Muggles are truly not to be underestimated. The colossal contraption left a profound impression on Lais. He was aware that there were many such trains in the Muggle world, and he recognized that these locomotives were on the brink of obsolescence. He understood that Muggles had numerous creations that were of equal or even far superior caliber to those his imagination could fathom. Lais now comprehended why wizards felt compelled to establish a statute of secrecy. Only by concealing themselves could wizards carve out their own space for existence, akin to a droplet of water hidden within the vast ocean. Should the magical realm be exposed, wizards would inevitably face an uncontrollable fate, much like the fairies and house elves they had subdued. As Lais pondered the chasm between the magical and non-magical worlds, he heard Hermione's voice. Turning his head, he spotted the little girl he had previously encountered in Dean Forest, waving at him. What a surprise to see you here. Why did you leave without saying goodbye that night? Your parents were quite worried about you. Lais longed to inform her that, without his intervention, her family might have become a meal for Lupin that evening. However, upon reflection, he realized that no one could accurately predict what might have transpired. Perhaps, by some twist of fate, the Granger family would have never encountered the werewolf. Hermione did not linger on Lais's abrupt departure. Instead, she turned to greet Lupin. Her mother had taught her to be polite before embarking on her journey to Hogwarts, to interact amicably with classmates, and to greet parents of friends, embodying the essence of a refined young lady. Thus, she followed her mother's advice. Hello, ma'am. I am Hermione Granger. We met previously in Dean Forest. You must be Lais's mother, and you are truly beautiful. Hermione believed that complimenting a woman on her youthful appearance was always a safe choice. Whenever she had done so in the past, it had brought joy to those ladies, and surely it would work again, especially since Lais's mother was indeed lovely. However, Lupin and Lais's situation was somewhat unique. Stealing a glance at Lais's expression and noticing his indifference to the compliment, Lupin felt reassured and chose not to correct Hermione. Instead, she continued in the vein of the conversation. You are quite lovely as well. Hurry and board the train. If we delay, there won't be any seats left. Hello, Mr. Granger. The adults commenced their pleasantries while the children huddled together, engaging in conversation. Did you receive your acceptance letter from Hogwarts too? The question slipped out before Hermione could think, and she quickly added, I meant, did you know beforehand that you would be receiving a letter from a magical school? Yes, I knew. In fact, Lais was well aware of the manner in which such letters were dispatched. Hermione's gaze shifted toward Lupin. Indeed, she is a witch. Hermione's eyes widened with envy as she glanced at Lais. In her view, having a witch for a mother was extraordinarily cool. Moreover, children like Lais, who hailed from wizarding families, had been steeped in an atmosphere of magic from a young age, undoubtedly placing them leagues ahead of her in the realm of sorcery. Fortunately, I had spent my summer reading a plethora of books, so the disparity between myself and these children from magical families should not be insurmountable. Just as Hermione was about to introduce herself to Lais while recounting her summer reading, the parents from both sides concluded their pleasantries. They boarded the Hogwarts Express with their children and fortuitously found an empty compartment. Well, we shall take our leave now, Mrs. Granger said, offering her customary reminders to Hermione. While Lais was also orchestrating Lupin's tasks. Find a place to stay in Diagon Alley, continue gathering intelligence as usual, and send me an owl directly if anything arises. Lais produced a bulging pouch of coins from his pocket. Take this money for now. If you run short, just send me a letter. The effects of the human transformation spell are still active. If it fails, do not hesitate to contact me immediately. Both parties were engaged in exchanging important matters, albeit with the roles of parent and child slightly reversed on Lais's side. The piercing whistle of the train echoed, signaling its imminent departure. The Granger couple hastened their farewells to their daughter, then quickly descended the train with Lupin. As the whistle sounded again, the train began to move, commencing its journey from Platform 9. Chapter 16. Less, with a modicum of magical understanding. The train gradually accelerated, and the figures of Lupin and the Granger couple on the platform dwindled into 3 indistinct black dots, until the turn of the train rendered them completely invisible. I have already perused it. The contents are utterly fascinating, providing insights into the events that transpired in the era following the 4 founders. Les spoke the truth. Upon discovering this book at the Leaky Cauldron, he had not hesitated for a single second before purchasing it. This tome was also the first he completed within Diagon Alley. Despite its exceeding 1,000 pages, Les devoured it in just 2 days and nights. As he read, the millennium-long history of Hogwarts unfurled before him like a grand tapestry, allowing Les a glimpse of the school's transformation after he and his friends had departed. It resembled a sapling, gradually growing into the shape envisioned by the gardener. Suddenly, the compartment door was flung open, revealing a doll-like girl with silver hair, pushing a heap of trunks. It was Daphne, the elder of the Greengrass sisters whom Les had encountered earlier at Borgin and Burke's. All other seats are occupied. May I sit here? Though it was phrased as a question, Daphne held no belief that she would be denied. Without waiting for Les and Hermione's consent, she unceremoniously pushed her stacked trunks into the compartment. Only upon fully entering did she realize that the occupant was the individual she had met in Nocturne Alley. "It's you," she exclaimed, utterly astonished. In Daphne's mind, there were no respectable individuals in Nocturne Alley. She presumed Les and Lupin were likely the same. Who would have imagined that Les was a Hogwarts student? Even more absurd was the fact that he was a first year. It was ludicrous that someone who casually discussed dark magical artifacts with his father in a shop specializing in such wares had yet to reach the age for schooling. Her mouth was agape, almost wide enough to accommodate a baguette. Indeed, the world is a small place, is it not? Les welcomed Daphne's arrival with open arms. It was far preferable to be surrounded by familiar faces than a throng of enigmatic strangers. Yes, the world is undeniably small. Daphne mused sincerely. She resolved to pen a letter to her father upon arriving at school, recounting the events of her train journey. She wagered that her father would never guess whom they had encountered. With both hands, she grasped the topmost piece of luggage, rising onto her toes, straining as she hoisted it to the overhead rack. Les discreetly withdrew his wand, pointing it at the towering heap of baggage. The luggage levitated gracefully, settling neatly into place in a tidy row. Of course, Hermione interjected, albeit with uncertainty. "But I didn't hear you utter a spell." The earlier event had transpired too swiftly for her to ascertain whether Les had indeed cast a spell. Though she was certain he had employed the levitation charm, they would learn this term. "Oh, is that so? Perhaps you simply overlooked it. Daphne, where has your sister gone? Why didn't Mr. Greengrass accompany you?" Les attempted to steer the conversation away. His ability to perform silent, wandless magic had become almost instinctual. However, considering his age and the complexity of such magic, it was rather impressive. This was not ideal for Les, who wished to remain inconspicuous. Hoping no one had noticed, he discreetly glanced at Daphne and, seeing that she seemed oblivious to his recent display, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He silently resolved to maintain a semblance of pretense in public, perhaps uttering a few incantations to divert attention. "My sister is not yet of age for schooling. She's 2 years my junior. Father took her to the hospital today, so I came alone. I'm accompanied by our house elf, so it's not so bad," he replied. Although he claimed it was not so terrible, Les could still detect a hint of regret on Daphne's face. After a brief silence, she added, "Thank you for the candle. It works splendidly. My sister has been sleeping soundly these past few nights without nightmares." Daphne certainly had her struggles. Hermione found it nearly impossible to empathize with Daphne's plight, as her mind was preoccupied with the spell Les had just performed. Once Daphne finished speaking, she eagerly inquired, "Have you previewed the spells we will be using this term? You seem quite knowledgeable about various charms." "No, I just have a slight understanding," Les replied, his statement lacking conviction. Upon hearing Les admit to his understanding of charms, Hermione was instantly intrigued. "During the holidays, I also endeavored to learn several spells. Do you have a particular area of magic you excel in?" Hermione briefly questioned her own hearing. But when Les produced 3 large boxes of ice cream emitting wisps of steam, she suddenly felt reassured that her hearing was intact. "Would you care to try some?" Les offered, lifting a box of yogurt-flavored ice cream and nudging the other 2 towards Hermione and Daphne. "How did you manage that?" "I recall that the 5 fundamental principles of transformation explicitly state that one cannot conjure food out of thin air." In response to Les's actions, Hermione gasped, while Daphne, who prided herself on her extensive knowledge, widened her eyes in astonishment. Such magic was unprecedented in her experience. The foundational principles of the magical realm were being upended before their very eyes. It was not conjured from nothing. I merely combined several relatively uncomplicated spells to achieve this effect. I mention my modest understanding of magic. It was simply the application of the freezing spell and the subtle use of the undetectable extension charm. A series of revelations left Hermione and Daphne in a state of numbness as they gingerly lifted the ice cream from the table, each sampling a small taste. The icy sweetness confirmed the reality of the situation. Most importantly, the ice cream was indeed delectable. Chapter 17. The Malfoy Family? I recall they have a penchant for marrying muggles. For a moment, the compartment was filled solely with the sounds of savoring ice cream and the rumbling of the train. Once the 3 servings of ice cream had been devoured, Les magically produced a delightful array of cream puffs, pudding, and small cakes. Hermione and Daphne exclaimed, "How many desserts did you bring? Did you rob a pastry shop?" To this, Les smiled bashfully, confessing that the confections of this era were simply irresistible, far beyond anything he had known. 1,000 years ago, chefs could only flavor their creations with honey and lead sugar. The variety of desserts was immensely less sophisticated than today. Any modern dessert would have been a revelation a millennium ago, and it was no wonder that Les found himself entranced by such indulgences, although they complained about the potential for dental issues and weight gain from excessive sugary treats. What young girl could resist the allure of confections? Thus, moments later, each person in the compartment found themselves with an additional dessert in hand. Did you know? That boy who survived is also attending Hogwarts this year. During their enjoyment of the desserts, the experience would have been significantly diminished without engaging conversation. Daphne, well aware of this, took the initiative to spark a discussion. "Oh, you mean Harry Potter? He's been mentioned in numerous books." Hermione eagerly recounted the various titles that featured the name Harry Potter, her enthusiasm palpable. Just as their conversation began to flourish, there was a knock at the compartment door. Upon opening it, a round-faced boy with red-rimmed eyes timidly stood outside, speaking in a quavering voice. "Excuse me, I was wondering if anyone has seen my toad?" Daphne and Hermione simultaneously shook their heads, and Hermione promptly stood up, offering to accompany the round-faced boy in search of his toad. A toad? Les glanced up at the boy, recalling from the Hogwarts acceptance letter that the school had imposed strict regulations on the pets students could bring, limiting them to owls, toads, or cats. Perhaps the students who had pets like dragons, griffins, or 8-eyed spiders had intimidated him. Yet, even in a time when almost anything was permissible, students opting for toads as pets were exceedingly rare. This creature is quite unsightly, its slimy body eliciting a sense of disgust, and it lacks the remarkable abilities of other magical animals such as owls. In terms of cuteness, it pales in comparison to cats. If students had the choice between owls and cats, they would undoubtedly shun the toad. However, the toad possesses advantages that the other 2 pets do not: drug resistance. Many masters of potion making keep a toad to experiment with their new concoctions. The secretions from the toad itself are also common ingredients in potion making, with its slime exhibiting various effects depending on the diet it is fed. Thus, potion masters truly hold an affection for this creature. Perhaps he is a boy passionate about potion making, thought Lais as he drew out his wand. His enthusiasm for potion making is certainly a point in his favor, prompting him to assist the round-faced boy. "Toad, come fort." A rather grotesque toad flew toward Lais, despite being well aware of the toad's benefits. A flicker of distaste crossed Lais's eyes as he watched the toad approach him. He gently tapped his wand, and the plump toad landed steadily in the boy's palm. "Well done. This toad is quite well kept," Lais remarked, admiring the chubby, lively creature. "Thank you." The boy's eyes widened with gratitude as he cradled the fat toad and hurried away. Once the round-faced boy departed, Daphne curled her lips slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. "I know that fellow. His name is Neville Longbottom, and he doesn't seem particularly bright." "Longbottom? That surname sounds familiar." "Indeed, it is astonishing that he is a pureblood." After a moment's reflection, Daphne added, "But that's to be expected. There aren't many pure-blood wizards of sound mind these days." While her statement could be perceived as a sweeping generalization, it was soon corroborated by a well-meaning individual. Not long after Neville's exit, a boy with light golden hair, accompanied by 2 stout companions, jovially passed by the compartment. Their voices were quite loud, and their conversation could be faintly discerned through the door. "Is that the boy who survived? I encountered him in Diagon Alley, utterly unremarkable, yet he associates with Hagrid. You know, the Rubius Hagrid?" Their voices faded just outside Lais's compartment, and in the next instant, the door swung open. "Daphne, what a surprise to see you here. Would you care to join me in observing the savior of the wizarding world?" She was indeed curious to glimpse the legendary Harry Potter, yet she was reluctant to accompany this trio. However, Draco's suggestion was appealing. She could gauge Lis's interest, and if he was inclined, they could seek out Potter together. All right, Draco replied, somewhat disgruntled, as he turned his gaze toward Lis and Hermione, who were seated in the same compartment. And who might these two be? Hermione Granger, Lis Salazar. Two unfamiliar surnames. Upon realizing they did not hail from pure-blood families, Draco immediately dismissed the notion of even exchanging pleasantries with them. He did not disguise the disdain in his eyes as he condescendingly addressed Daphne, saying, in light of our family's long-standing acquaintance, I offer you a piece of advice. Refrain from associating with dubious individuals, lest the Greengrass family descends to the level of the Weasleys and the Longbottoms. Shut your mouth. Draco Malfoy, leave this place. Your voice makes me nauseous. A flush of indignation crossed Daphne's face. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Daphne had already come to regard Les and Hermione as her friends. She could not tolerate Malfoy humiliating her friends in her presence. Drawing from the depths of her imagination, she hurled the most scathing words she could conjure at Malfoy. The name Malfoy reverberated in Les's mind. It was a name he knew all too well. However, unlike the Greengrass family, his familiarity with the Malfoys stemmed from the fact that their ancestor had once employed him as a wedding officiant. As for the bride, well, it might be a touch awkward to mention. She was a wealthy French noblewoman, a muggle. Indeed, seeing that Les seemed to recognize the Malfoy name, Draco felt a tremor of excitement. If he had heard of the Malfoys, then he was not a mudblood. Are you referring to the Malfoy family, renowned for their penchant for marrying muggle aristocrats? Malfoy exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 18. Les, your misconceptions about Slytherin are profound. Draco Malfoy was convinced that his hearing had failed him. Otherwise, he could not fathom why someone would dare utter such words in his presence. Les's statement struck him with such force that he found himself frozen in place, his thoughts momentarily paralyzed. Following Les's utterance, the entire compartment fell into silence, with Daphne regarding Les as though he were mad. As a core member of a family steeped in centuries of magical heritage, Daphne was acutely aware of the Malfoy family's history. In fact, a love letter penned by their ancestor to Queen Elizabeth I was still preserved in her family's vault. Yet, as the saying goes, some truths are best left unspoken. Les's words epitomized this wisdom perfectly. As one of the most powerful families in the contemporary magical world, the Malfoy secrets were not for everyone to unveil. The repercussions of Les's statement could potentially incite a significant uproar, inviting the Malfoy family's wrath. Contemplating this, Daphne could not help but break into a cold sweat on Les's behalf. The definition of a pure-blood wizard can be categorized broadly and narrowly. Broadly, any individual whose lineage has been solely magical for recent generations, provided they maintain a low profile, may call themselves a pure-blood. Narrowly, a pure-blood adheres to the principle of a single drop of blood. If a muggle has ever appeared in the family tree and the branch that intermarried with muggles has not been promptly disowned, then that family cannot claim to be pureblood. The Malfoy family has long prided itself on being pureblood, and it would undoubtedly reject the notion of its ancestors having married muggles. Les's statement directly shattered Draco Malfoy's defenses. Consumed by rage, Malfoy shouted and lunged at Les, vowing in the name of his surname to deliver a lesson that would leave an indelible mark on the one who dared tarnish the Malfoy family's reputation. Lais had encountered numerous tempests in his life, and in the face of an irate Malfoy, he remained unruffled as he tapped his wand against the table. Several colorful ribbons soared into the air, binding Malfoy's hands and feet tightly. You scoundrel! Malfoy fumed, yet the incapacitated wizard showed no signs of awakening. Instead, he commanded his two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, to take action and reverse the situation. However, despite their seemingly dull-witted demeanor, the duo was not foolish. They instinctively shifted their feet, but ultimately remained rooted in place, having witnessed Malfoy's swift defeat, which extinguished their courage to confront Lais. As Malfoy realized that Crabbe and Goyle were not heeding his orders, his anger intensified. Yet, before he could utter another word, a small cake levitated from the table and swiftly entered his mouth, effectively silencing him. Calm yourself, Lais sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at the speechless Draco Malfoy lying on the floor. These individuals have truly lost their way. Lais felt a twinge of regret for not having brought along the letters from his ancestors. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to show Draco how his forebears had invited him to preside over a union between him and a muggle noble. As they observed the cake being sampled by Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, without a moment's hesitation, hoisted him onto their shoulders and trudged toward the exit of the compartment. If you doubt my words, write a letter to your father or grandfather, or peruse your family's genealogy. The truth will emerge. Lais called after Malfoy's retreating figure, inciting a furious tremor in the young wizard. Having effortlessly dispatched the trio, Lais was met with Hermione's admiring gaze and Daphne's concerned inquiry. "Are you out of your mind? You may have utterly offended the Malfoy family," Daphne exclaimed, her eyes filled with anxiety. Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, was a favorite associate of Minister Fudge and a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. If he sought retribution, he will not, Lais replied with unwavering certainty. Daphne was taken aback, struggling to comprehend why Lais would utter such defiance against the Malfoy family, believing that Lucius Malfoy would simply overlook it. "It is quite simple. Only you, I, and the three Malfoys are privy to this conversation. Should Lucius pursue the matter openly, many more would become aware of it. From your expression, I take it you understand the veracity of my words? Of course, but then that settles it. Lucius is surely aware of the Malfoy family's true nature. For him, the most prudent course of action would be to feign ignorance and dismiss it as mere childish antics. Otherwise, it would only result in embarrassment, given the Malfoy family's genuine alliances with several Muggle aristocrats." Upon hearing Lais's reasoning, Daphne suddenly found his argument rather compelling. She felt a semblance of reassurance, but still cautioned Lais to remain vigilant and wary of any potential retaliation from Malfoy. Lais nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude for her kindness, and then picked up the dessert to continue relishing it. The cool and delectable ice cream, the soft and sweet cake, and the cream-filled eclairs were all savored by Lais without restraint. Around noon, accompanied by a loud commotion from the corridor, a woman with a charming smile and dimples pushed open the partition door and inquired, "Darling, would you care to buy some snacks?" Though he had indulged in quite a few sweets, Lais was tempted by the adage that desserts occupy another stomach, and he was eager to discover the culinary offerings of the contemporary magical world. He promptly sprang up, joining Hermione and Daphne in the corridor. The selection of train snacks was astonishingly diverse. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Chocoballs bubblegum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, calder cakes, and licorice wands. Lais sampled a bit of everything, but ultimately it was Daphne who settled the bill, insisting on treating them, citing her recent enjoyment of Lais's ice cream and desserts. Once the snacks were laid out on the table, a simple yet varied lunch commenced. The first snack Lais opened was Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, which proved to be quite intriguing. The first bean was unremarkable, akin to a Muggle chocolate chip, yet the second offered a mint flavor, the third a lemon, and the fourth a beef taste. Each bean was surprisingly distinct. This unassuming little snack astonished Lais. "What is this?" Hermione inquired, picking up a small box and examining it with curiosity. "Chocolate frogs? Surely, they aren't made from actual frogs?" She worried about discovering a chocolate-flavored frog upon opening the box. "What are you thinking?" Hermione's comment conjured a vivid image in Daphne's mind, prompting her to quickly shake her head and dispel the terrifying thought. Chocolate frogs were indeed chocolate-shaped like frogs, accompanied by collectible cards featuring famous witches and wizards. Many wizards delighted in gathering these cards. Daphne's words reassured Hermione. She casually selected a box of chocolate frogs and opened it, revealing a card and a remarkably crafted chocolate frog. Just as she prepared to pick up the card for a closer look, the frog stretched its hind legs, causing Hermione's eyes to widen in shock, followed by a shriek. "Why is this frog moving?" The scream did little to halt the chocolate frog's antics. Once freed from the box, it curled its legs and leaped energetically. Just as it was about to escape, a slender hand swooped in, intercepting it mid-flight. This was the nature of chocolate frogs. Once the box was opened, one must be quick to grasp them, lest they make their escape. Daphne, having caught the chocolate frog intent on fleeing, was about to return it to Hermione when Hermione declined her generous offer. The frog's lifelike appearance was momentarily overwhelming for her, and she needed a moment to collect herself. "Let me take a look." Lais expressed his keen interest in this peculiar delicacy. For him, animating a chocolate frog was not a daunting task. However, he was acutely aware of the complexity of such a spell for an ordinary wizard, as it demanded a high level of transfiguration skill. How then did the company that produced these chocolate frogs manage to manufacture them in bulk? Was there a master of transfiguration willing to work for them? After receiving the chocolate frog from Daphne, Lais discovered that the enchantment did not alter its essence as chocolate. In fact, the warmth of Daphne's fingers had even begun to melt it slightly. Yet, the magic endowed this confectionery with the instincts of a frog, granting it the ability to kick and move, complete with a survival instinct akin to that of a living amphibian. From a chocolate frog, Lais sensed a faint ripple of magical energy. Drawing from his experience, he estimated that the chocolate frog could only hop for another minute before it would transform into a mere lump of hardened chocolate, indistinguishable from the confections available on Muggle shelves. Grasping the frog by its hind leg, he placed it in his mouth, and it struggled a couple of times before becoming still. As for the flavor, it was simply that of ordinary milk chocolate, no different from what he had tasted before. While Lais savored the chocolate frog, Hermione picked up the trading card from the box, her gaze fixed upon the character depicted on it. Salazar Slytherin, a figure from the medieval era, exact date unknown, was one of the 4 renowned founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and was recorded as one of the earliest Parselmouths, proficient in various spells. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Lais lifted his head in astonishment. What? There's a card of its own inside the chocolate frog? Remembering Daphne's earlier comment that only famous witches and wizards could feature on the cards, Lais suddenly felt a surge of joy. You drew Slytherin? Let me see. As soon as Daphne learned that Hermione had drawn a Slytherin card, she immediately set down her snack and borrowed the card from Hermione. It's just a regular gold card, not a special reward card. What a pity. Lais was intrigued to learn from Daphne that the chocolate frog cards came in 3 variations: gold, silver, and bronze, along with some rare hidden editions. His own card was indeed a gold card, and there were also cards referred to as reward cards among the hidden editions. This revelation made Lais even more elated. Naturally, as one of Hogwarts' 4 founders, being included in the gold card category along with a hidden edition was quite reasonable. Lais himself opened a box of chocolate frogs. Perhaps guided by fate, the card within this box was also Salazar Slytherin, and according to Daphne's assessment, it was a reward card. You see, this is the distinction between a regular gold card and a reward card. The description of a reward card includes an additional line. He was also an advocate of blood purity. Daphne patiently explained the differences between the ordinary cards and the reward cards to Lais and Hermione. Lais, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "But why is Slytherin regarded as an advocate of blood purity?" The answer to this question was well known, even to Hermione, because he only accepted pure-blooded wizards as students. Lais felt as though something was lodged in his throat, causing him to feel faint. The misconceptions surrounding Slytherin ran deep. The notion that only pure-blood students were admitted was a fallacy. Among Slytherin's ranks were indeed half-blood wizards. He endeavored to defend himself, but to little avail. Over the millennia, the understanding of him had been severely distorted by those with ulterior motives, and the Slytherin of contemporary wizards bore no resemblance to his true self. They had sculpted a statue named Salazar Slytherin according to their own whims, and venerated it, dictating its appearance and attire as they saw fit. They spoke through Slytherin's voice, expressing their own sentiments. As Lais articulated his perspective, Hermione shook her head, simply stating that the records said otherwise. Daphne, too, struggled to accept Lais's assertions. In her mind, the name Slytherin was irrevocably tied to pure blood lineage. Lais bore his silent anguish. One must consider the context of Hogwarts' founding. Could it be that Slytherin sought pure blood students because they were deemed more trustworthy? This notion piqued the interest of Hermione and Daphne, who urged Lais to elaborate, for this perspective was novel to them. Esteemed individuals might consider investing in this new book as it could yield considerable profit. In the eager gaze of the 2 girls, Lais commenced his endeavor to redeem himself. He regarded this matter with the utmost seriousness. If he could not persuade these 2 young ladies, how could he hope to convince others? The slanders imposed upon him by posterity would likely haunt him indefinitely. This was intolerable. Why must those devoid of merit, save for their lineage, exploit his name? Could they not find another to fleece? First, I must clarify that the definition of pure blood a millennium ago differs vastly from contemporary interpretations. Lais found an entry point to begin explaining to Hermione and Daphne the rationale behind Slytherin's insistence on admitting pure-blood wizards. In his era, a family with 3 consecutive generations of wizards could be deemed a pure-blood family, a stark contrast to the stringent criteria of today. The environment in which wizards existed was also markedly different. During Slytherin's time, the boundary between muggles and wizards was not as clearly defined as it is now, and the opposition was more vehement. It was genuinely possible to be killed merely for being a wizard. Worse still, some wizards chose to side with muggles, aiding muggle lords in hunting their own kind, becoming deeply enmeshed in muggle politics. Using magic to vanquish magic. How absurd. Lais let out a peculiar laugh. What civil strife? Hermione inquired hastily, while Daphne appeared skeptical. She had never heard her father mention a civil war at Hogwarts. After its founding, the 4 founders had recruited students of their choosing in this land for the purpose of education. The founders meticulously amassed a vast collection of magical tomes within the library of Hogwarts. In addition to these volumes, an ample supply of potion ingredients was also stored. As Hogwarts' renown expanded, it ultimately attracted the covetous gaze of a local lord. This avaricious noble conspired with several young wizards of Muggle descent, intending to infiltrate and besiege the castle from within. In his scheme, even if he could not seize Hogwarts, He aimed to compel the esteemed magical institution to pay him tribute and provide him with wizards for his battles, thereby rendering Hogwarts a vassal to his will. Les cast a peculiar glance at the two, for it was evident that the founders triumphed in the end. How could a mere lord, alongside a few inept magical apprentices, possibly contend with the four illustrious founders? Moreover, had they faltered, the world would not possess the venerable Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as we know it today, despite their incursion into the castle's inner sanctum. However, from that moment onward, no lord dared to encroach upon the vicinity of Hogwarts, which was indeed a fortuitous outcome. Yet, what emboldened a Muggle lord to covet Hogwarts? Daphne, recognizing the narrative inconsistency, could not help but inquire. He was no ordinary lord. He was also a formidable wizard, which explained his audacity in targeting Hogwarts. I previously mentioned that the division between the Muggle and magical realms was not as pronounced as it is today. Some powerful wizards sought to secure noble titles and lands for themselves, although the truth of the matter is far more intricate than what Les conveyed to Daphne and Hermione. It suffices to provide the two young ladies with a general understanding. Thus, it appears that Slytherin's actions were born out of necessity. Daphne began to empathize with Slytherin, being of pure-blood lineage herself, making it easier for her to relate. Yet, how did you come to know of this matter? Hermione's confusion stemmed from how Les seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of events as if he were an eyewitness, a detail even Daphne, from a pure-blood family, was unaware of. Every occurrence leaves an indelible mark. I once encountered a mention of this event in a letter from a medieval wizard. His friend inquired why the staircases of Hogwarts behaved in such a peculiar manner, to which he elucidated the backstory. What staircases? You will soon find out. During the ensuing hours, Les did not exit the compartment. Following Malfoy's disruption, he lost interest in catching a glimpse of the legendary savior. Tom was on their side. They would eventually meet. As dusk descended, Hermione departed the carriage momentarily to seek the conductor, learning that Hogwarts was nearing. We should don our robes. We have no more than 30 minutes before our arrival. Les turned his gaze to the window, attempting to discern familiar contours amidst the sprawling mountains. He failed. Even the undulating outlines of the hills appeared so alien, offering no trace of familiarity. Are you certain you wish to join Slytherin House? Les felt a tinge of curiosity, recalling that the sorting process established previously did not unfold in this manner. Students should remain oblivious to which house they will be assigned until the commencement ceremony. Although the outcome remains uncertain, I am convinced that I shall undoubtedly be placed in Slytherin. Daphne does not perceive any possibility of being sorted into another house, as my entire family has graduated from Slytherin. Les nodded. Indeed, Daphne's attributes align perfectly with his admissions criteria. Even if given the choice, he would select her for Slytherin. In 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts, and all luggage must remain on board, as the school staff will transport it to the institution. Les followed the throng alongside Hermione and Daphne, arriving at the chilly platform. He surveyed his surroundings, finally catching a glimpse of familiarity amidst the scenery. This was Hogsmeade, where Salazar Slytherin had set foot after a millennium. Chapter 20. Hogwarts. When he departed, he had vowed never to tread upon this land again, yet here he was, betraying his own promise. No, it was Salazar Slytherin who had sworn never to enter Hogwarts. What connection did that hold for me? Les? He reassured himself. A millennium had elapsed since his last visit, and his 3 old friends had long since departed. However, he refused to believe they had turned to dust. Until he laid eyes upon their remains, he would not concede their demise. A gust of cold wind swept through, and while his heavy robes shielded most of the chill, his exposed face and hands were not spared, causing all 3 of them to shiver. Suddenly, a lantern illuminated the crowd, and a robust voice called out, "First-year students. First-year students, gather here. Harry, over here. How are you, Harry?" Les, like the surrounding students, turned toward the lantern, spotting a small wizard clad in a robe, his disheveled black hair framing a youthful face. Could that be Harry Potter? This thought echoed in many minds. Upon seeing Harry, a wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. For the figure before them was merely an ordinary child, perhaps in his early teens, slender and exuding an air of timidity. Yet, upon reflection, one could argue that Potter should appear thus. Stripped of the mantle of the Chosen One, he was merely an 11-year-old boy. Thus, Les encountered the boy who lived without any forewarning. Daphne tugged at Les's sleeve, whispering softly, "He seems so ordinary." She faltered momentarily before settling on the most fitting descriptor for Potter. Indeed, ordinary. Les too found the boy unremarkable, a seemingly typical youth, and he wondered how the Dark Lord had fallen to such a one. Perhaps closer acquaintance would elucidate the mystery. Here, Les said, handing her a candy box containing a flickering blue flame, also distributing one to Hermione, while keeping one for himself. A simple trick, it would warm their hands and extinguish automatically after half an hour, requiring no further concern. Holding the jar of sweets in his hands, Lais felt a wave of warmth radiate from his palms, swiftly enveloping his hands in a cozy embrace. He brushed his hand across his face, dispelling the lingering chill left by the biting wind. Daphne, Hermione, how marvelous! To have a source of warmth amidst the cold breeze is indeed a stroke of fortune. This enchantment, conceived by him and refined through Rowena's expertise, had once aided them in enduring the harsh, frigid nights of the Nordic wilderness. Such is the nature of magic, possessing the extraordinary ability to transform decay into wonder to save lives. Navigating against the throng, Lais and his companions approached Hagrid, cradling the jar of warmth. Hagrid, lantern in hand, called out a few times, ensuring no first-year students were left behind before leading the group of young wizards towards the school. The path to Hogwarts Castle was steep and narrow, flanked by impenetrable darkness. As the young wizards stumbled along the uneven terrain, following Hagrid's lead, with each step deeper into the night, Lais grew increasingly familiar with the landscape until a vast, dark lake suddenly materialized at the end of the path. Across the lake, a majestic castle loomed atop a high hillside, its spires piercing the night sky, while countless windows twinkled beneath the stars, vying for brilliance with the celestial expanse, creating a scene that resembled a dreamlike realm. Prior to this moment, the four had debated extensively over the site for their school. Perhaps it was a case of daydreaming manifesting in their slumber. Rowena Ravenclaw had dreamt of a wild boar leading her to this very lake, guiding her to a lush, verdant spot. At dawn, she led her friends along the path revealed in her dream, ultimately discovering the enchanted location. Here, marshlands, lockshores, valleys, and bogs offered each founder a place they found to be satisfactory, prompting a unanimous decision to establish their magical school in this very spot. However, Lais found Rowena's so-called dream rather implausible. He suspected she had employed some means to uncover this desirable tract of land and concocted a tale to allay any potential dissent from the others. If she truly had such a dream, he believed they should have been the first to scour the surrounding lakes and forests to unearth the enigmatic creature responsible. Could such dreams be conjured so freely? They bore an unmistakable prophetic quality, and Rowena Ravenclaw was not known for her foresight. Upon sighting Hogwarts Castle, the group was awestruck, unable to contain their exclamations of wonder. Ah, Hogwarts! Lais could not help but utter a multitude of emotions crystallizing in that single sigh. By the lakeside, a line of small boats awaited, and under Hagrid's guidance, the students boarded in sequence. Each boat could accommodate a maximum of 4, with Hagrid taking one for himself. Lais, Hermione, and Daphne stepped into the nearest boat, soon joined by Neville. Lais noticed that Harry Potter and a red-haired boy settled into the boat adjacent to theirs. Once all were aboard, Hagrid bellowed, "Forward!" The boats glided across the placid lake, propelling themselves toward the towering castle that seemed to rise above them as they neared the cliff upon which it stood. As the small boat approached the cliff, its speed diminished slightly, carrying the newcomers through a verdant curtain of ivy that cloaked the face of the precipice, and into a concealed entrance. They navigated a dark tunnel that wound beneath the castle, ultimately arriving at an underground dock. The students ascended onto a surface strewn with gravel and small pebbles, climbing through the tunnel carved into the rock until they finally emerged onto a flat, damp patch of grass beneath the castle shadow. Before them stood a grand oak door, and Hagrid ascended the steps to knock thrice upon it. The door creaked open. Chapter 21. Hogwarts' wealth exceeds Lestrange's imagination. Behind the oak door stood a tall witch-clad in a vibrant green robe, her dark hair tightly bound at the back of her head, her expression stern and formidable. "First year's Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here." Following the handover, Hagrid stepped aside, and Professor McGonagall swung the door wide, revealing an entrance hall spacious enough to house a 3-story villa. After surveying the hall's furnishings, Lestrange clicked his tongue in admiration. The successors had managed the castle remarkably well. Observing the decor of the hall and the abundance of torches, it was evident the school was not lacking in funds, which greatly reassured him. The mere thought of a number of torches caused Lestrange's cheeks to flush. The surrounding young wizards, devoid of life experience, merely gazed in wonder at the imposing hall, uttering vague exclamations of awe. In truth, the most extravagant aspect was the unassuming torches affixed to the stone walls. Constructing such a magnificent castle had not cost much. for it had been erected through the efforts of the four founders using magic. Boulders were hewn from the surrounding mountains with cutting spells and transported to the hillside with transfiguration spells. Assembling them like building blocks without incurring any expenses, it merely required a bit of toil from Gryffindor. Those who have never managed a household cannot fathom the cost of sustenance. These young ones were utterly oblivious to the amount of fuel that would be consumed by so many torches in a single night. As one of the four giants who once wielded control over the school's finances, Lestrange acknowledged that the figures were astronomical. Even with the financial prowess of the four, the end-of-month expenditure reports would induce headaches. Expenses for torch fuel, the meals and drinks for staff and students, heating the castle, potion materials, and the salaries of the professors. Each expenditure made their wallets visibly lighter, leading Lestrange to consider imposing hefty tuition fees on all students, a notion he ultimately abandoned when Hufflepuff intervened. "Are you truly considering charging students tuition? Have you lost your mind, or have I?" Helga exclaimed, her face flushed with rare anger as she pounded on the Slytherin desk, her tone fervent. "Many students can scarcely afford such sums. Then we could lend them money, allowing them to repay after graduation." "Huh, I never realized, Salazar, that you possessed a trace of goblin blood. Hufflepuff, do not overstep." Salazar snapped, his temper flaring like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Isn't it ludicrous? Forcing children to take loans for their education, only to have them work half their lives to repay you? Even the greediest goblin would never conceive of such a scheme." As the two individuals were on the verge of a confrontation, Rowena and Godric hurriedly positioned themselves between them, intervening to propose a compromise. They would reach out to the affluent parents of students, encouraging them to contribute financially to the school. A substantial donation would ensure that even if their child was not favored, they could still gain admission to study magic. It was not that the four founders were overly frugal. Rather, they understood that neglecting future concerns could lead to immediate troubles. While their collective savings could currently sustain the school, as it expanded and the number of students increased, what would happen when the founders were no longer present? A thriving institution must achieve financial equilibrium. Otherwise, it would face inevitable decline. "Stop daydreaming and hurry up," Hermione nudged Les in the back, signaling him to follow Professor McGonagall, who was guiding the first-year students toward an empty room at the far end of the hall. "Isn't it magnificent?" Daphne beamed with pride. "L'inoded Sidoni," a swell of pride enveloping him, even causing a hint of color to bloom on his cheeks. "How splendid, truly splendid. This is the school I founded." Observing the flourishing Hogwarts was akin to a farmer witnessing his fruit trees heavy with harvest. He even leaned closer to a torch, discovering with astonishment that it was indeed fueled by oil rather than magical flames, a revelation that left him in awe of Hogwarts' affluence. Unbeknownst to Les, with the advent of the Industrial Revolution, productivity had surged dramatically, rendering oil, a consumable resource, less precious than in medieval times. The cost of lard, a substance capable of yielding copious amounts of oil, was practically negligible. Thus, using oil to illuminate torches had become a more economical choice. The room Professor McGonagall ushered them into was not particularly large. Once the first-year students crowded in, they jostled against one another, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Their anxiety began to ease slightly, mingling with a sense of eager anticipation for the upcoming sorting ceremony. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house bore its own illustrious history and had nurtured exceptional witches and wizards. Throughout their tenure, exemplary conduct would earn points for their respective houses, while any misconduct would result in deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score would be awarded the House Cup, a significant honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will strive to bring glory to it. In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school community. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and present a polished appearance. Her gaze swept across the students whose attire was less than appropriate, provoking a flurry of activity as they hurriedly adjusted their outfits to avoid embarrassment when called to the stage. After emphasizing a few disciplinary points, Professor McGonagall exited the small room, and the young witches and wizards finally exhaled in relief. How could they possibly assign us to the house that suits us best? Les overheard Potter questioning a friend. Perhaps some sort of test? Fred remarked, though he believed he was jesting, it sounds rather daunting. The expression on the face of the red-haired boy appeared somewhat peculiar. By Merlin, I yearn to be sorted into Gryffindor. My mother, father, and several older brothers all attended this esteemed house. I cannot fathom their reaction should I fail to gain entry. Although the two conversed in hushed tones, their dialogue was still audible to those nearby. Hermione murmured, I hope to be placed in Gryffindor, as it is said to be the finest. I have heard that Dumbledore graduated from there. However, I suppose Ravenclaw would not be too disappointing, as long as it is not Hufflepuff. Less taken aback thought how crude. He suppressed his inner displeasure, turning to glare at Hermione, and through gritted teeth uttered, "There is no hierarchy among the four houses." From whence comes this notion that Gryffindor is the best? As one of the founders of Hogwarts, he felt compelled to enlighten the new students about the original intentions behind the house system. Their aim was to tailor education to each young wizard's strengths, rather than fostering a competitive atmosphere that would instigate a sense of superiority among the houses. A sudden realization struck him. The house cup that Professor McGonagall had just mentioned seemed to be one of the primary culprits propagating this erroneous mindset. This competition incited rivalry among the houses, undermining the unity of the school and exacerbating tensions, with various stereotypes likely stemming from it. For instance, Hufflepuff, known for its laid-back and non-competitive nature, would find it challenging to contend for the house cup, often leading narrow-minded individuals to perceive its members as ineffectual. Conversely, Slytherin, with its ambitious students, might become overly fixated on the competition for the house cup, jeopardizing relationships with other houses. The house cup was not a commendable institution, unless resolved to seek an opportunity to abolish it. But Dumbledore, listen to me. Do not judge a house by the famous individuals it has produced. Such assessments are meaningless. The house best suited to you is the one that holds true value. Brave and fearless students may thrive in Gryffindor. Those who are honest, loyal, and uncontentious may flourish in Hufflepuff. Astute minds can find their place in Ravenclaw, and those with ambition may excel in Slytherin. Each house possesses its own merits and shortcomings. For example, Hufflepuff is the warmest, with a harmonious bond among classmates, and their common room is conveniently situated near the kitchen. Ravenclaw is ideal for those determined to delve into academia, as the atmosphere there is rich with scholarly pursuit. Should one aspire to a career in the Ministry of Magic, Slytherin undoubtedly provides an excellent stage, with peers and upperclassmen as invaluable allies, yet such a path will undoubtedly be arduous. Consider carefully what kind of house you desire and the life you wish to lead. Les's voice rose slightly, capturing the attention of several onlookers, their eyes reflecting contemplation. The red-haired boy who had been conversing with Potter blinked, having caught a hint that Hufflepuff's common room was indeed quite close to the kitchen. Nonetheless, given the choice, he still favored Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Neville, having heard about Hufflepuff's amicable relationships, found himself somewhat intrigued. Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps and shrieks erupted from the rear of the line. Lais raised his gaze and beheld a horde of 20 translucent, pearl-white specters emerging unexpectedly from the wall behind the first-year students. They were embroiled in a heated debate, scarcely aware of the newcomers in the room. "I propose we grant them another chance. My dear monk, have we not afforded the poltergeist ample opportunities already? And what has been the outcome?" Lais's eyes widened in shock as he recognized a familiar figure among the phantoms, his own pupil, Barrow. A remarkably gifted young man for a well-to-do family, Barrow's sole flaw was his impatience. After graduating from Hogwarts, he rejected a lucrative position to remain at the school, with many believing him to be the rightful heir of Slytherin. Following Slytherin's departure, he assumed the management of the house. Who could have anticipated their reunion in such a form? The old and the young, the living and the dead. Once intertwined, they now stood as starkly contrasting entities. An unexpected convergence. He appeared almost unchanged from Lais's memories, still bearing his gaunt physique, yet he now looked haggard, devoid of the vitality he once possessed. His large, dark eyes were wide open, and his body was marred by silver streaks of blood. Lais noted that the other spirits kept their distance, seemingly wary of him. The sorting ceremony took place within the dining hall. Upon entering, not only the bewildered first years were astonished, but even one of Hogwarts' founders was taken aback. How could such a wondrous, magnificent, and opulent place exist in the world? Students from other years were already seated at 4 long wooden tables, adorned with golden platters and goblets, all gleaming under the illumination of countless floating candles. Lais discerned, with his keen eye, that all the tableware was crafted from gold. At the head of the hall stood another long table, designated for the faculty, similarly set with golden utensils. Lais felt his breath quicken. The school's financial state was astonishing, surpassing even the wildest imaginings of the founders. In their era, only they had the privilege of gold tableware, while ordinary professors used silver platters, and students were provided with copper dishes. Even the affluent Slytherin had never envisioned a day when nearly 1,000 teachers and students at Hogwarts would dine with golden cutlery. Unable to resist, he glanced upward, where the velvet black ceiling sparkled with twinkling stars, a celestial dome unchanged from a millennium ago. Chapter 22. The Sorting Hat. "I once polished you, you know." Professor McGonagall guided the first-year students to the faculty table, positioning them before the entire assembly of upperclassmen lined up in a row. Lais could sense the scrutinizing gazes of the teachers upon them. In this moment, all students and specters within the school were also observing. Sandwiched between a multitude of scrutinizing eyes, many first years began to perspire nervously. Indeed, Lais concurred, the dome was imbued with an exceptionally intricate enchantment. One cast by the four founders, allowing it to mirror the skies beyond. Even the most powerful wizards could alter the weather within this celestial dome. He squinted and gazed up at the ceiling, adding, if someone with malicious intent enters the castle, the weather above will deteriorate accordingly. Is that true? Hermione was taken aback. She had never encountered such a notion in the books. If it were merely a matter of synchronizing the weather, what need was there for the four founders to collaborate? This was a secret known only to the headmaster and the deputy headmaster. Lais's expression brightened. This was one of the invaluable legacies they had left for posterity. An integral part of Hogwarts' defensive system. How do you know this? Lais asked. As he conversed with Hermione, Professor McGonagall approached them. The stern-faced which held a four-legged stool in one hand and a pointed wizard's hat in the other. She gently placed the stool in front of the first-year students and set the hat atop it. Lais regarded the patched and tattered old hat with a complex expression. Goodness, has no one washed this hat in 1,000 years? He nearly succumbed to the urge to voice his thoughts. The mere idea of donning this centuries-old hat sent shivers down his spine. No wonder successors hesitated to clean the sorting hat if it were damaged. Who would sort the new students? The sorting hat, embodying the will of the four founders, had never erred in placing students in the wrong houses. Although successors possessed the capability to craft a new sorting hat, the original's embodiment of the founder's intent was irreplaceable. Over time, neglecting to clean the sorting hat became a tradition at Hogwarts, passed down through generations of headmasters. Once the hat was placed on the stool, a wide seam appeared at its brim, and it began to sing. You may belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies buried in the heart. Their valor, spirit, and generosity set Gryffindor apart. Lais patiently listened to the sorting hat's self-composed song. Surprisingly, the lyrics were quite melodic. He wondered which old friend had penned such an impressive tune. Yet, upon hearing the mention of Slytherin, he was taken aback by the sudden shift to a villainous portrayal. At this rate, Slytherin's reputation would surely suffer. He stared incredulously, turning to Daphne beside him. Is no one going to address how the sorting hat characterizes Slytherin? The other three houses receive commendations, yet Slytherin is described with words like cunning and treacherous. He realized that having departed early, the others must have tampered with the hat after his exit. Could it not maintain a more neutral perspective? This was the sorting ceremony. Surely it could not say something more pleasant? Daphne pondered for a moment and acknowledged that the sorting hat's lyrics indeed had some issues, yet they seemed rooted in truth. It hadn't lit. Slytherin had indeed produced its share of cunning and treacherous individuals, and since the emergence of the Dark Lord, the house's reputation had only worsened. Even Daphne, a staunch loyalist of Slytherin House, could not help but sigh, acknowledging the truth in the sorting hat's words. How had the reputation of their house deteriorated so profoundly? Upon awakening, Lais had no clear objectives, but now he had resolved to amend Slytherin's image. At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached, holding a scroll of parchment. One by one, names were called, and the line before the faculty increasingly narrowed. Neville Longbottom was summoned. After the hat was placed upon his head, it fell silent for a brief moment. It appeared that the hat was at odds with Neville, initiating a dialogue. After Neville, blushing and resolute, shook his head, it declared the name Hufflepuff. Those familiar with Neville were not surprised. It was quite natural for him to be sorted in a Hufflepuff, was it not? If the conversation between the hat and Neville were to be unveiled, many would be astonished that the hat believed he could choose between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. It was Neville's own insistence on attending Hufflepuff that led to his sorting. Hermione Granger followed closely after Daphne, and, as the hat grazed her head, it swiftly decided upon Slytherin for Daphne, while it deliberated longer for Hermione. Approximately 3 minutes later, the hat finally designated her to Ravenclaw. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Lais felt as if the young girl had winked at him as she walked toward the Ravenclaw table. He discerned that, initially, Hermione, influenced by Dumbledore, believed Gryffindor to be the pinnacle and aspired to join it, perhaps because it was deemed the best house. Now, she could confront her true self and choose the house that suited her best, which brought Lais a sense of gratification. Gradually, the surnames of the students transitioned from G to L, Lestrange. Upon hearing McGonagall call his name, Lais ambled toward the stool and seated himself. As Professor McGonagall approached, preparing to place the hat upon his head, Lais unexpectedly extended his hand to take the sorting hat from her, donning it himself. Hat, I wonder if you remember me? I used to clean you when you were young. He mused, a mischievous thought flickering in his mind before placing the hat on. Chapter 23. Less Strange of Slytherin. The hat was rather large for the still undeveloped Lais. Once donned, it slipped downwards, obscuring his vision. Darkness enveloped him, severing his connection to the outside world. A faint voice echoed in his ear. Ah, a familiar sensation. Quite familiar. Even in a whisper, Les could discern the astonishment in the Sorting Hat's tone. Familiarity indeed. He thought quietly to himself, "Oh my goodness." The hat grew somewhat rigid, its previously soft brim tightening like a headband, causing discomfort to Les. Unbelievable. It seemed as if the Sorting Hat had transformed into a mere echo, repeating a singular phrase. Rice sensed an unusual shift in the Sorting Hat. It appeared to have undergone significant changes since his own time at the school. "Are you trained to speak ill of Slytherin?" The Sorting Hat inquired. "Please excuse my ignorance." It hastily began to apologize. "It matters not. The reputation of Slytherin is a consequence of its own making, and all this shall end now that I have arrived." Rice did not place the entire blame on the Sorting Hat, for at the end of the day, it was merely a talking hat. The reputation of Slytherin would undoubtedly be restored. The Sorting Hat immediately concurred. "As long as you are here, Slytherin shall rise to greatness once more. Will you allow me to glimpse your memories to determine your rightful house?" For Rice, casting a magical barrier around his thoughts was effortless. Yet he chose instead to open his heart to the Sorting Hat. "Feel free to look, I do not mind." However, the Sorting Hat lacked the audacity to delve into the memories of such a formidable presence. Initially, it sensed a familiar essence in Rice, but upon closer examination, it increasingly felt that this young man resembled a long-lost acquaintance, one it could not afford to offend. It dared not pursue the thought further. As a mere hat, it found itself in a state of acute anxiety. "You jest," the Sorting Hat replied awkwardly. "If this individual were not permitted into Slytherin, the very house itself might as well be disbanded. In your millennium of guarding the school, have you encountered any of the other three?" When Rice posed this question, he maintained an air of calm, as if merely inquiring about a trivial matter, yet within his heart, an unusual tension simmered. The Sorting Hat fell silent. Very well. Rice did not press the issue further, but instead requested the Sorting Hat to keep his secrets. Of course, if it had hands and a chest. The Sorting Hat would have surely patted its chest in assurance. Fortunately, their conversation remained private. Otherwise, the entire student body would have been astounded by Rice's demeanor and the Sorting Hat's tone, who had dared to converse with the school's treasured artifact in such a manner before him. After a brief exchange with the Sorting Hat, Rice concluded the dialogue, and the Sorting Hat, at last, found relief, bellowing in its loudest, most resounding voice, "Slytherin," the moment the name echoed forth. The Sorting Hat seemed to be drained of all its strength, collapsing in exhaustion. When Professor McGonagall retrieved it, she was astonished to find the hat had become damp. Although Rice was a stranger, thunderous applause erupted from the Slytherin table. The students of Slytherin were acutely aware of their unpopularity among the other three houses. Ravenclaw might be somewhat tolerant, but the wizards of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff genuinely despised them. Such external factors fostered a sense of unity among them. Regardless of this striking young wizard's lineage, his arrival in Slytherin was indeed a cause for celebration. As for what lay ahead, that was a matter for another time, not to detract from their current revelry. Even Malfoy clapped his hands twice with a stern expression, concealing his emotions. Not because he was reminded of the implications of what Les had said, but rather to hide the fact that he had been outsmarted by Les. Daphne clapped enthusiastically, her hands coming together with fervor, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She did not regard Les as an ordinary first-year student. What level of magical prowess could a typical first-year possess? Most graduates could not match his skill. Her father had mentioned that the magical artifacts Les sold him were exceedingly rare and invaluable, greatly aiding her sister's illness. If she could become acquainted with him, perhaps she could procure even more precious artifacts. Perhaps her sister's ailment could be cured. It would truly be splendid to be classmates with a wizard of Les's caliber. A tumult of inexplicable emotions brewed within her. When she saw Les descend from the staff seating, she hastily made room for him, clearing a space. "Thank you." Les took the seat Daphne had vacated, joining the other Slytherin students in observing the sorting ceremony. Morn, Not, Parkinson, Pettigrew, Harry Potter. The students of Hogwarts suddenly perked up, directing their attention towards the frail, dark-haired boy. "Do you think he will be sorted into Slytherin?" Daphne whispered. "Why do you believe he would belong to Slytherin?" Les inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he saw no qualities in Potter that aligned with the essence of Slytherin House. "Nonetheless, it is a good thing. At least we will have Potter." Other houses will no longer be able to claim that Slytherin is the cradle of dark wizards, Daphne murmured, pouting slightly. It was evident that she harbored some resentment towards the poor reputation of their house. Who wouldn't care? Which young wizard would wish to bear the potential stigma of being associated with Death Eaters? If the boy who lived were also a Slytherin, perhaps the house's public image would improve. Unfortunately, this pleasant notion was shattered by a resounding cheer from Gryffindor, observing the jubilant Gryffindors on the opposite side of the hall. Many Slytherin students couldn't help but display expressions of disappointment. Several of them loudly recounted the legendary tale of their house's consecutive victories in the House Cup to the newly sorted first years. When the final newcomer, named Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin, the sorting ceremony finally came to a close. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away, after which Headmaster Dumbledore rose to his feet. Upon seeing him stand, many first years from Muggle backgrounds shivered slightly, relieved that the headmaster of a magical school had not adopted any unpleasant habits from the Muggle world. Dumbledore's speech for the new term was so brief, it could hardly be deemed a speech at all. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, I wish to say a few words. Foolishness, blubbering, rubbish, twist. Thank you all. You may now eat. Daphne found Professor Dumbledore to be quite peculiar. She failed to grasp the depth of his words and felt an urge to share her thoughts about this eccentric old man with Lais. Indeed, Lais nodded, momentarily at a loss for words, as his gaze was captivated by the sumptuous feast that suddenly appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, his plate was brimming with an array of delectable dishes: roasted beef, succulent chicken, pork chops, lamb racks, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, crispy chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and even the incongruous presence of mint candies. Even for the extravagant Slytherin, such a grand banquet was a rarity. The myriad spices that had traversed to Europe over the millennium rendered these dishes far more exquisite than the feasts of Slytherin's bygone era. Lais found himself momentarily dizzy with delight. Was this the wealth of Hogwarts? He could not help but feel awestruck by the abundance of the school, reminiscent of a fruit tree bearing bountiful harvests after years of cultivation. Of course, this was the norm. A senior seated diagonally across from Lais overheard his exclamation and began to boast, claiming that such culinary delights would soon become mundane, as the school predominantly served British cuisine. With that, he made a comical face, eliciting a wave of laughter. The value of British cuisine was well understood. It was a treasure only cherished by antiquarians like Lais, who had only enjoyed it a millennium ago. What a pity! The kitchen was indeed capable of preparing French cuisine, the senior lamented with a hint of regret. I shall write to my father about this, he declared, as he is a school trustee, and his words carry weight. Surely, he can persuade the dining hall to offer more diverse international dishes. The emphasis he placed on the term trustee was not lost as he discreetly observed Lais's reaction, hoping to witness a flicker of dismay or fear on the young man's face. Draco mused internally that if Lais were to sincerely apologize, as the heir of the Malfoy lineage, he would graciously forgive him and extend an opportunity to follow in his footsteps. Such talent was rare. A wizard like Lais deserved a place behind him, provided he was at least of mixed blood. Yet, Lais seemed entirely oblivious to his words, wholly engrossed in devouring the roasted beef before him. Draco Malfoy felt as though he had struck at thin air, an uncomfortable sensation enveloping him. Lais had sharp hearing and had indeed caught Draco's remarks, but he dismissed them entirely. A trustee? What of it? That position was originally established to gather operational funds for the school, a role akin to a cash cow, hardly something to boast about. Surely, the young lad did not think that a mere talking wallet could influence the workings of Hogwarts. Unbeknownst to Lais, however, as the school evolved, the trustees' influence over its operations had indeed increased. The current board of trustees was no longer the mere human piggy banks of a millennium ago. Theoretically, they possessed the authority to suspend the headmaster's duties, though no one had yet attempted such a bold move. As each student filled their stomachs with potatoes, roasted meats, and sausages, the remnants of food on their plates vanished in unison, leaving the cutlery gleaming as if brand new. After a while, a delightful array of desserts, ice creams of various flavors, puddings, pies, chocolate soufflés, and fried jam donuts adorned the dining table. Les took a small portion of each delicacy, and naturally, the conversation shifted to their respective families. I am Daphne Greengrass, the daughter of Henry Greengrass. While elegantly slicing her pudding, Daphne introduced herself to those around her. In that moment, she resembled a graceful swan, proud as a peacock. Upon the utterance of the name Greengrass, a palpable sense of reverence filled the air. This family is one of the oldest in the magical realm, flourishing for over a millennium, even longer than the history of Hogwarts itself. Even within the pure-blooded elite of Slytherin House, the Greengrass lineage stands unrivaled, epitomizing the essence of pure-bloodedness. After all, many pure-blood families' histories are not as commendable as they would like to believe. Junior, what about you? The senior who had previously criticized the kitchen turned his gaze towards Les, who was seated beside Daphne and engrossed in devouring desserts. Upon realizing that he was sitting next to the daughter of the Greengrass family, Les suddenly felt somewhat out of place. Me? Les raised his head, a hint of confusion evident on his face. His bewilderment stemmed from the fact that he was indeed pure-blooded, yet his true surname was Slytherin, rendering him almost an outcast. Les is also a pure-blood wizard. He previously sold 2 exceedingly rare magical artifacts to my father, who mentioned that such items could only be found within long-established wizarding families. Fully aware of Slytherin House's traditions, Daphne took the initiative to defend Les. Is that so? The senior was skeptical about Les being able to procure any valuable magical artifacts. But since Daphne had brought it up, he pressed for details, eager to discover what treasures could elicit such praise from the head of the Greengrass family. However, the notion that only long-established wizarding families possess such items did indeed pique his vanity. If his own family's vault happened to contain them, it would be a significant boost to his reputation. The irrumpent fruit and the calming candle. Noticing everyone's keen interest in the topic, Daphne briefly described the names and effects of the 2 artifacts. Upon hearing Daphne's words, Malfoy's brows furrowed in confusion. He had never even heard of these items. So, Master Malfoy, do you happen to have these 2 items in your family's vault? My younger sister has suffered from an illness since childhood and requires these magical artifacts to alleviate her pain. If you have them in your collection, I would be most grateful for your generosity. Malfoy's face turned a shade of crimson, akin to a crab in a steamer, as he took a deep breath. Finally managing to utter, I will write to my father. After that, he focused solely on his dessert, leaving the cake on his plate untouched until the desserts were cleared away. Chapter 25. The school song that drove the founders to despair. Once the desserts were cleared, Professor Dumbledore rose once more, restoring silence to the dining hall. He briefly discussed several important points regarding school regulations, emphasizing particularly that those unwilling to encounter misfortune and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Some students believed that Professor Dumbledore was jesting, yet the serious expressions of the majority indicated that they took his words to heart. While Professor Dumbledore spoke, Les scrutinized the professors seated at the faculty table. In his estimation, the current faculty at Hogwarts was quite impressive. Several professors emanated potent magical energies that would have been formidable even a millennium ago. There was Professor McGonagall, who led their house sorting. A petite professor who evidently possessed some fairy lineage. A middle-aged witch who exuded the characteristics of Hufflepuff, and a middle-aged wizard with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. These 4, apart from Dumbledore, were the most powerful wizards present. As for Dumbledore himself, to Les's naked eye, he appeared merely as a smiling, amiable old man with a white beard. However, when he employed magical detection, it was akin to gazing directly at the sun, blinding and painful. He was the most formidable wizard Les had encountered since his revival, and even against the former Gryffindor, he would not necessarily find himself at a disadvantage. Yet, considering Dumbledore's age and physical state, the outcome of any confrontation was hardly a matter for deliberation. During the banquet, Les had made brief eye contact with Dumbledore. In that fleeting moment, he beheld a pair of blue eyes, deep as lakes, which seemed to possess an enchanting quality, drawing one into their depths. This connection was ephemeral, interrupted as Dumbledore gently tapped his golden spoon against the goblet before him, offering a toast in Les's direction. Among the professors, aside from Dumbledore, the hook-nosed professor and the one beside him wearing a purple turban left the deepest impression on Les. The magical aura radiating from the hook-nosed professor felt chillingly aloof. Yet, upon closer inspection, Les discerned an illusion of flames flickering within. The professor adorned with the purple turban intrigued Les the most. He subtly evoked a sense of discomfort. Though he could not pinpoint the source, he resolved to seek an opportunity to observe him more closely in the future. As Dumbledore recounted the school's regulations, enthusiastic individuals at each house table were introducing the new students to the professors. Due to her noble lineage, Daphne received a warm welcome, and Les, seated beside her, gleaned significant information. That is our house's headmistress, Professor Severus Snape. Though he may seem unapproachable, he is remarkably supportive of his own students. As long as you avoid confronting him directly and exhibit a modicum of discernment, you shall not face severe repercussions. Do not underestimate Professor Flitwick. It is said that he was once the champion of a dueling tournament in his youth. And that is Professor Quirrell, who previously taught Muggle studies. Reliable sources indicate he is to teach defense against the dark arts this year. What? How do you end up teaching that? Is he seeking to leave Hogwarts? Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat, and the chatter below subsided. Now, before we retire for the night, let us join together in singing the school song, Dumbledore proclaimed loudly. The school song. Hogwarts has finally acquired a school song. Initially, there was great enthusiasm for creating one, but the endeavor was abandoned due to the inability to find a fitting melody. Little did they know that future generations would carry forth their aspirations. This is truly splendid. Ray's excitement was palpable as he adjusted his posture, sitting up straight, ready to listen to the Hogwarts school song. What Ray failed to notice was that, upon hearing Dumbledore's words, the smiles of the other teachers seemed to freeze. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long, golden ribbon that danced above the grand table, coiling and twisting into lines of text. Each of you may choose your preferred melody, Dumbledore announced. Prepare, sing. Ray thought, huh? A perfectly good school song is being sung by the Hogwarts faculty and students as if it were some sort of spiritual curse. Is this truly the Hogwarts school song? Doubt began to creep into Ray's heart. However, seeing Dumbledore conduct with such seriousness and the other students earnestly singing along, he was compelled to accept this as the reality of the Hogwarts school song. Ray realized that his understanding of Dumbledore was still woefully inadequate. As the final note faded away, applause erupted in the hall. Ray endeavored to console himself, believing that having a school song was better than none. The lyrics were decent, though the singing was somewhat discordant. This act of self-deception ultimately allowed his emotions to stabilize. Students from each house swayed as they rose from their tables, led by their respective prefects toward the common room. A girl with stylish curly hair and delicate makeup stood at the end of the Slytherin table and called out in a clear voice, "First-year Slytherins, please follow me." Once all the newcomers had gathered behind her, she led them out of the Great Hall. The common room of the Slytherin house is hidden within the castle's dungeons, and I hope you will remember the way there. By Merlin, if I ever encounter a Slytherin student wandering in the dungeons, searching for the common room entrance, I shall surely recommend to Professor Snape that they expedite your transfer process. The first-year Slytherins followed their prefect, Gemma Farley, out of the hall, exiting the dining area and descending the marble staircase into the castle's subterranean depths. The castle's underground space is intricately designed, evoking the sensation of a labyrinth. However, to Ray, the path was so familiar that he could traverse it with his eyes closed. Yet, even now, the depths of the castle dungeons remain forbidden territory, truly off-limits, protected by magic that prevents mischievous young wizards from entering. Gemma led the newcomers to an unremarkable stone wall. Pureblood. As the incantation was spoken, the stone wall quaked and split down the middle, parting to reveal two intertwined serpents. Once the wall had fully opened, the serpents uncoiled, forming an archway. Thus, the common room of Slytherin House appeared before the new students. Chapter 26. The true reason the common room is located at the bottom of the lake. Behind the serpent door lay a long, low dungeon. The walls and ceiling were constructed from rough-hewn stone, with a circular lamp emitting an eerie green glow, suspended by chains from the ceiling. The lounge was furnished with dozens of intricately carved chairs, alongside numerous sofas and coffee tables for students to rest, adorned with the skulls of various unknown creatures. The dungeon extended downward, reaching the depths of the Black Lake. As the lounge situated within the dungeon, Slytherin's common room overlooked the water of the Black Lake, casting a green hue throughout the space. Despite a beautifully crafted fireplace roaring with flames beneath its mantle, the common room retained a dim and chilly ambience. The layout of the lounge had not significantly altered over the millennia, though the lighting had dimmed slightly, as it was now night. To be candid, every time Les visited, he felt the dampness was rather excessive. While it was tolerable in his youth, entering such a moist environment in later years would indeed be a trial. However, there was little to be done, for his luck in the drawing had been unfortunate. This tower was splendid, with expansive views and ample light. Surely, Gryffindor's common room should be located here. My students have a need to observe the stars, and Ravenclaw's lounge ought to be situated in the tower as well. If one or two of them are in the tower, does that mean the front and underground of the school are to be neglected? Slytherin glared at Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, his beard bristling with indignation. Rowena and Godric averted their gazes, one feigning an intense interest in the floor's patterns, while the other suddenly became engrossed in the ceiling's joints. Before them stood a miniature replica of Hogwarts Castle, exquisitely crafted, replicating even the precise number of glass panes in the tower windows. Peering through the windows revealed an array of furnishings, including desks, chairs, fireplaces, and chandeliers. Such a meticulously crafted model was undoubtedly not constructed by the four founders, but rather conjured through magic to scale. Not only was the arrangement of the furniture identical, but even the patterns of the floor tiles were perfectly mirrored. The model was roughly the size of a sheep, slowly rotating on the table. The founders were embroiled in a heated debate over the placement of their respective house lounges. Each desired to reside in a bright, spacious tower with ample light for themselves and their students. However, for the safety of the castle, a sufficient number of inhabitants needed to be stationed at the castle's base. Should all four house lounges be constructed in the tower, the Hogwarts side would be severely compromised in the event of an invasion. The optimal solution was to have a portion of the populace residing in the tower, enabling them to observe the horizon and detect any anomalies, while another group remained near the ground floor, tasked with guarding the castle's entrance and responding swiftly to intruders. Thus arose the question, who would guard the door? While the founders themselves could endure some hardship, this decision would undoubtedly impose significant sacrifices on their students. They could not be so generous at others' expense. After much deliberation, they ultimately resolved to draw lots. The outcome designated Slytherin and his students to oversee the dungeon, Hufflepuff to guard the castle's main entrance hall, while Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were granted their wish to relocate to the tower. In truth, residing in the dungeon is not devoid of its merits. My students are afforded a glimpse of the enchanting scenery beneath the waters of the Black Lake, a rare marvel unique to all of Britain. Thus spoke the unfortunate Slytherin, having drawn the short straw. As a wizard, Salazar Slytherin evidently lacked the finesse of a competent architect. The concept of a common room nestled within the lake was indeed commendable. However, it was only upon their actual relocation that the students discovered its excessive dampness, necessitating the use of magic for dehumidification. Yet what had be done? The outcome of the draw was irrevocable, and Slytherin was reluctant to confront his old friends about it. Thus he forced himself to save face, proclaiming the lakeside chamber to be exceptionally cool, while employing magic to refresh the air within the common room daily, ensuring that the overall humidity remained within an acceptable range. I concede that your luck in the draw is commendable, yet my prowess in spellcasting is evidently superior. There are a few matters you ought to be apprised of. The ghost of our house, Bloodman Barlow, is a benevolent spirit, or rather a commendable ghost. However, do remember not to inquire about the origin of the bloodstains upon him. Rice, I am certainly going to ask. The password for the common room changes every fortnight, so do keep a vigilant eye on the notice board. Under no circumstances should you bring individuals from other houses into the common room. It has been a full 7 centuries since any outsiders have intruded upon it. Upon hearing this, Rice was utterly astonished. He vividly recalled that in the early days of Hogwarts, such was not the case. It was quite common for students from the 4 houses to visit one another's common rooms, and some of the older youths would even seek out a dormitory to engage in activities befitting their age. Godric even cast a spell to prevent boys from entering the girls' dormitory. However, from the feedback provided by his students, it seemed that Gryffindor's enchantment was of little significance. Did boys truly sneak into the girls' quarters to rendezvous with their girlfriends? In most cases, it was merely a few eager young wizards volunteering to patrol the castle at night. Little did he anticipate that a millennium later, the chasm between the houses would be so profound that 7 centuries without a visitor to the common room would be regarded as a point of pride. Was this not a form of isolation? Unbeknownst to Rice, Slytherin's predicament was not an anomaly. Next door, Hufflepuff was even more outrageous, claiming that no outsiders had graced their common room for a millennium. It was a mystery how Rowena Ravenclaw, who had been invited over for tea by Helga, fit into their classification of beings. Well, that is all I wish to convey. I trust you will find our common room to your liking. Good night to you all. May you sleep soundly. Without indulging in the rumored spectacle of first-year duels to determine the shadow-level prefects, Gemma concluded her address with a certain ordinariness, leading the newcomers to their dormitories. She first guided the girls to their quarters, then escorted the boys to the opposite side of the common room. After navigating a few circuits in the somewhat narrow corridor, they finally arrived. Chapter 27. Night wandering is a cherished tradition at Hogwarts. The first-year Slytherin students are accommodated in a 6-person dormitory, illuminated by silver lanterns suspended from ceiling. In the dormitory, 6 4-poster beds were arranged, adorned with green silk curtains and topped with bedspreads intricately embroidered with silver thread. Their belongings had already been placed beneath each respective bed. The ancient stone walls were draped with medieval tapestries, which depicted exquisite scenes outlined in gold and silver threads. Upon closer inspection, Les felt his blood pressure rise, for the tapestry illustrated the grand adventures of the great wizard Slytherin. As he gazed at the narrative woven into the fabric, a flush crept across Lais's face. As the tale succinctly summarized Slytherin's marvelous escapades with his 3 self-casting wands. Fortunately, the other 3 could not see the content of the tapestry, or Lais would have had to flee once more. After locating his designated bunk, Lais removed his robe and hung it at the head of the bed, only to find Draco Malfoy and his 2 lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, staring at him intently. "What? Would you care for a taste of cake?" Lais remarked with a smirk, causing Draco to avert his gaze, too timid to respond. Should he be force-fed cake in front of their peers, he would seriously contemplate attending Durmstrang instead. "If there's nothing else, you should retire early," Lais stated before rolling onto his bed and drawing the curtains shut, leaving Malfoy standing outside. His face a canvas of shifting colors. Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott, who had entered the room after him, exchanged glances. The atmosphere in the dormitory seemed somewhat strained. However, as long as no altercations arose, it was of little concern. The 2 preferred to remain uninvolved in their roommates' disputes and quietly climbed into their beds. Observing this, Malfoy could only take a deep breath and suppress his indignation. Once settled on his bed, he began to envision the scene in which Lais would apologize to him in the future. Indeed, the plush mattress became a cradle for sweet dreams. And as the sound of the lake lapping against the window lulled him, Malfoy drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he triumphantly defeated the arrogant Lais before an audience, delighting in laughter as he looked down at Lais, who lay before him. Soon, the dormitory was enveloped in a thick blanket of drowsiness, and the young wizards, exhausted from the day's exertions, fell into a deep and restorative sleep. Yet, as his roommates slumbered, Lais opened his eyes and gently pulled back the bed curtains to descend from his bed. There would be ample time for sleep in the future. He could not afford to squander time on such trivial matters. After 1,000 years of slumber, it was time to reduce his sleep. However, Lais was not one to rise in the night to study in secret. The first-year curriculum posed no challenge that required his diligence. Instead, he was intent on an important task: to verify whether the succeeding headmasters had fulfilled their duties in reinforcing the seals of the dungeons. Listening to the rhythmic sounds of snoring, a slight smile curved Lais's lips. Youthful slumber indeed came easily as they fell asleep without a care. Yet, Malfoy's indistinct murmurs in his dreams reached Lais's ears, darkening his expression. "Is this never-ending? Not even in dreams can I find peace," he thought in exasperation. He drew forth his wand and pointed it toward Malfoy's bed, conjuring a small star that shimmered faintly before gently floating into the confines of Malfoy's curtains, silently altering the course of his dreams. Having triumphed over Lais, the exuberantly laughing Malfoy suddenly felt a tug at his trouser leg. Looking down, he was met with the sight of a ragged muggle beggar. "Release me, you filthy wretch," Malfoy seethed with rage, preferring to tumble into a cesspool than allow such filth to tarnish his robes. "Child, I am, in truth, your father." "Nonsense." Malfoy leaped as though scalded, a look of disbelief on his face. "He speaks the truth," came the weary voice of his father, Lucius. Malfoy turned towards the source of the voice. Spotting his father amidst the crowd, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Indeed, you are his child," echoed the voice of his mother, Narcissa. Malfoy was left in utter bewilderment. His classmates murmured, their gazes flitting between him and the beggar. As he scrutinized the beggar's face, he was struck by an uncanny resemblance. His sweet dream swiftly morphed into a nightmare. While Draco Malfoy grappled with this dreadful revelation, Lais had already vacated the dormitory. Upon reaching the common room, Lais was astonished to find that someone lingered within at such a late hour. The lights illuminated the space, revealing Daphne seated by the fireplace, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "What are you doing up so late? Likoye tikonabak." Is this young lady brimming with such energy? While other young wizards succumbed to sleep at the mere touch of their pillows, she remained awake to admire the view of the lake. Daphne blinked. "Is it unreasonable to pose that question to you? I just finished my bath, and my hair is still slightly damp. I prefer to let it dry before I sleep. Waking up with wet hair can lead to a headache." Lais observed that her silver locks were indeed clumped together, still moist. "That may take quite a while." "Would it not? With that amount of hair, it could take an hour to dry naturally. The common room is rather humid. It might take even longer." "Father used to help me with this," Daphne replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. A flick of the wand would do the trick. Lais acknowledged the existence of such a charm. With a gentle flick of his wand, the excess moisture from Daphne's hair vanished. "Thank you," she said, glancing at him. "So, what are you up to?" "The dungeons are rather labyrinthine, and losing your way would be unfortunate. I've heard there are patrolling guardians at night. Getting caught could mean losing many points in confinement." Nighttime excursions are a cherished tradition among Hogwarts students, Lais retorted with a scoff. During his time managing the school, students relished wandering the castle under the cloak of night, and a saying circulated among them. Not having seen Hogwarts by night is akin to never having attended Hogwarts. The founders turned a blind eye to such escapades. It was only the intrepid wizard who could survive in this harsh world, and besides, the nocturnal students served a patrolling purpose. Lais turned towards the common room door, but just as he stepped outside, he heard footsteps behind him. Daphne had dashed out to follow him. As they ventured forth, Daphne eagerly interjected, "Night excursions are indeed a cherished tradition among Hogwarts students." Lais replied, "With such a penchant for defying school regulations, you might as well transfer to Gryffindor. The chances of us getting lost together are certainly diminished. In being the daughter of the Greengrass family, you need not worry about expulsion should we be caught." Daphne began to weigh the pros and cons. Observing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes and her earnest imitation of adult negotiations, Lais couldn't help but sigh. "Stay close to me and don't wander off. Sooner or later, I must depart, yet certain truths must be passed down and some secrets of the school ought to be revealed to the next generation. This young Greengrass girl, perceptive as she is, deserves to inherit these tales. Let us first rest, and upon awakening, I shall share more." He added, "And while we are at it, I seek investment to earn a handsome sum." In the 28th chapter, Godric Gryffindor, upon Lais agreeing to include her in the adventure, Daphne's face blossomed with a radiant smile. She quickened her pace, trotting to catch up with Lais, then inquired about his purpose for sneaking out of the dormitory that night. "Surely, it cannot be merely to pilfer food from the kitchen? You may not be fully aware of why this area is referred to as the dungeons," Lais remarked, glancing back at Daphne following closely behind him. "Is it because it is situated in the castle's dungeon area?" she queried. "Precisely. It bears a striking resemblance to the reason you are named Daphne," he replied, pursing his lips. "For this place indeed once contained and sealed away foes of the four founders and those who sought to corrupt Hogwarts. Why not simply eliminate them?" He pondered, suddenly questioning whether he had misjudged her intellect. Perhaps further observation was warranted before drawing conclusions. Daphne obediently fell silent. "Many dark creatures cannot be slain. We can only seal them away. The dungeons of Hogwarts contain numerous dark beings defeated by the four founders during their quests. You have heard of such creatures, I presume?" "Yes, they do exist." "Then, are we to inspect the seals on these nefarious beings to ensure they do not escape?" "Indeed." Without wasting time, Lais explained the purpose of their expedition as he led her deeper into the dungeons. She increasingly felt that this young man was extraordinary. Perhaps he truly was the heir to an ancient, reclusive family of magic. Traditionally, each headmaster has the duty to reinforce the seals, Lais observed as he surveyed the surroundings. The vicinity near the Slytherin common room was manageable, yet after descending several meters, the passage began to show signs of decay. Further down, the torches affixed to the walls vanished, indicating that the maintenance by Hogwarts staff ceased at that point. From here on, the peril of the dungeons would gradually escalate, and unforeseen dangers lurked at every turn. Lais noticed a rusted sign affixed to the wall, inscribed with "Extremely dangerous, entry forbidden. Stay closely behind me." Lais conjured a flame with his magic, illuminating the darkness around them. Daphne obediently stepped behind him, yet her gaze remained vigilant, absorbing every detail of their surroundings. After advancing several paces deeper into the dungeon, cracks began to mar the tiles and walls, causing a sense of dread to sink into Reese's heart. How could he trust that the seal had been adequately maintained? For the next quarter of an hour, Reese wandered through the dilapidated and dimly lit dungeon. The interior was damp and cold. Had Reese not conjured a flame, they would surely have succumbed to the chill. Upon reaching the fourth fork in the path, Daphne had completely lost her bearings, convinced that had she been alone, she would have been utterly lost. Fortunately, Reese appeared to navigate with ease, which provided her with some comfort. As long as one of them remembered the way, they would be all right. Suddenly, Reese came to a halt, raising the flame high to illuminate their path, revealing a dead end. A wall barred their way. Just as Daphne prepared to turn back, she heard Reese's voice. "We've arrived." He extended his left hand and pressed it against the wall, which began to dissolve rapidly, akin to dry ice exposed to air, vanishing before their eyes. "I have just unlocked the surface seal of the dungeon. The paths we traversed, although lacking torches and appearing dilapidated, pose minimal danger. However, the next section is markedly different. You must not venture ahead of me," Reese warned Daphne earnestly. "After a millennium, no one knows the state of the dungeon. It is prudent to exercise caution." The moment they stepped into the area beyond the stone wall, Daphne felt an immediate difference. The atmosphere was far more stifling, making it difficult to breathe. After walking a dozen meters down the corridor, a mist began to rise, prompting Daphne to instinctively cover her mouth and nose. "Do not worry. Just stay behind me," Rhys instructed as he drew his wand, pointing it forward. The mist surged towards him, but halted several feet away, as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. Once obstructed, the fog thickened abruptly, transforming into a tangible presence, and soon a figure emerged from within the mist. Daphne gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. A warden? Her first thought was that she and Rhys were to be confined, but she quickly realized they were deep within the Hogwarts dungeon. How could any staff member be patrolling here? Rhys had already deduced the true nature of the figure, which caused him some concern. Encountering such a creature at the surface raised alarming questions about what they might face deeper within. The white fog coalesced around the figure, gradually solidifying until a tall, robust middle-aged man stood before them. This man boasted a lion-like mane of exaggerated wavy red hair, complemented by a beard of equal grandeur. Yet, what captured attention most were his eyes. Those vibrant green orbs shone brightly, undiminished by his thick hair, resembling two emeralds ablaze within a fire. "You know what to do." The man's voice was deep and resonant, akin to a bass in a theatrical performance, as he looked down at the diminutive Rhys and broke into a broad smile. Rhys sighed. A brilliant light erupted from the tip of his wand, piercing through the man's chest and leaving a gaping void the size of a fist. The smile on the man's face instantly froze, contorting his features as white mist surged towards the hollow, desperately attempting to mend it. However, the radiant beams continued to strike, shattering the man's upper body into countless fragments. Once reduced to splinters, the man reverted to his mist form and fled in the opposite direction of Lais. At that moment, the air wall conjured by Lais sprang into action, ensnaring the fleeing mist like a fishing net, gradually closing in and leaving not a single wisp of vapor untrapped. Lais slowly rotated his wand, methodically constricting the air wall's span, compressing the mist further until the substantial cloud, which had engulfed half the corridor, was reduced to a small, fist-sized orb of white. This creature of desire had made no progress in its millennium of existence. A smile graced Lais' lips as he weighed the orb in his hand. The creature of desire, a monster that assumes the form of individuals drawn from memories, typically requires considerable effort to confront. Regrettably for it, today this ignorant entity chose to transform into Godric Gryffindor. Its transformation was not a failure. Rather, it was overly successful, even replicating Gryffindor's personality, which led to its immediate and inevitable capture. Good night, everyone. Chapter 29. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Now, she was curious to uncover the true essence of this strange mist. Judging by its exhibited traits, Daphne felt it bore some resemblance to the boggart mentioned in the bedtime stories narrated by her father. Upon hearing this, Lais was nearly incensed to the point of reincarnation. "It is absolutely not a boggart," he countered vehemently. He could hardly accept such a notion. A boggart manifests as the deepest fears of an individual. And if that monster had indeed been a boggart, it would imply that his greatest fear was Godric Gryffindor. It is called a creature of desire. Lais thoroughly educated Daphne on the nature of the creature. After examining the transformed orb for a moment, he regained his composure. From his robe, he produced a crystal vial and scraped a bit of residue from the orb into it, subsequently sealing the vial's opening with wax. As the remnants fell into the vial, they instantly began to sublime, filling the container with a dense white mist. While Lais engaged in these tasks, Daphne stood silently to the side, her gaze fixed upon him. The vivid image of Lais standing protectively before her, decisively vanquishing the creature of desire, was deeply etched in her mind, stirring her emotions and leaving her in a state of exhilaration that would not subside. Powerful and enigmatic, this was Daphne's impression of Lais. She would wager her family's honor that he was no ordinary student. His identity as a first-year freshman was likely a facade. As for his true nature, Daphne believed that in due time, he would willingly disclose it to her. Until the opportune moment arrived, she would refrain from inquiring. Though these dark creatures were perilous, their corporeal forms were invaluable as magical ingredients. For instance, the Desire Demon can assist a wizard in reading the memories of others and can also be utilized in potion making. As far as I know, there are over a dozen potions that incorporate it. After obtaining a sample, Rhys began to elucidate the various uses of the Desire Demon to Daphne. Wait a moment, you just mentioned that dark creatures cannot be killed. Yet, since the Desire Demon can be used to create potions, wouldn't that enable us to eliminate it? Daphne's eyes sparkled with the excitement of discovering a new world. From her exuberant demeanor, Rhys perceived the innocence and purity characteristic of youth, prompting a smile to grace his lips. That is indeed a sound theoretical approach. But in practical terms, it is unfeasible. Before Daphne could inquire further, Rhys waved the crystal vial before her face. It is currently this size because I have magically compressed it thousands of times. Observe how it begins to revert to its original form upon entering the vial. If left to expand, it would likely fill the entire corridor. How many vials of potion do you think it would take to exhaust this one desire demon? Daphne was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, we only need to confine it, and it will pose no threat. After taking a few steps forward, Rhys halted before a stone wall, brushing his left palm across it, causing a small windowless chamber to materialize out of thin air. I mentioned that this is a dungeon. Rhys shrugged. Isn't it quite normal for a dungeon to contain cells? He placed the bead formed from the desired demon into the room, then with a wave of his hand, the walls closed seamlessly, leaving no trace behind. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Daphne would never have believed there existed a dark, windowless cell here. With the obstacle now resolved, was it time to delve deeper? Daphne gazed into the shadowy depths of the corridor, her anticipation palpable. The creature known as the Desire Demon had broadened her horizons. Before tonight, she had not even heard the legends surrounding such monsters, and now she had encountered one in the flesh. Her curiosity was ignited, and she yearned to discover what other wondrous beings awaited them in the depths. Fueled by Rhys's overwhelming confidence, she disregarded the dangers of their expedition. In stark contrast, Rhys, who bore the burden of physical exertion during their adventure, could not afford to be so optimistic. Encountering a Desire Demon upon entry was an ominous sign. Based on his experience, he suspected that the seals within the dungeon had suffered multiple breaches, and some uncontrollable magical creatures had likely destroyed the seals of other beings. It would be somewhat challenging for the Desire Demon to actively break free from its confinement. Given his current state, venturing deeper would entail certain risks, especially considering he was accompanied by a child. Such recklessness was rather Gryffindor-like and unwise. The hour was late, and there were classes to attend the following day. Before departing, Rhys drew his wand and pointed it at the wall, incanting a spell. After casting 6 or 7 protective enchantments and wards against detection, he finally halted, deeming the seals against the Desire Demon complete. Wait, is this what you refer to as a seal? Daphne noted that the seals Rhys had cast appeared quite different from the one she had envisioned. Indeed, what did you expect a seal to look like? A magic circle radiating blue light? I merely wish to confine this dark creature within this cell. A few incantations will suffice to deal with the demon of desire. Midway through her journey, Daphne found herself utterly exhausted and leaned against the wall to regain her strength. Lys let out a sigh and turned towards Daphne. You need not carry me. I can manage on my own, she asserted, her eyes reflecting a resolute spirit. Lys responded. What are you thinking? It's as light as a feather. He cast a spell upon Daphne. This enchantment was a derivative of the levitation charm that first-year students at Hogwarts learn. It generated a buoyant force beneath her, making movement less arduous, particularly while ascending. He could have used the spell to forcibly restore Daphne's energy, but that would lead to exhaustion, a strategy of robbing Peter to pay Paul, which Lys preferred to avoid. Instantly, Daphne felt as if her feet were lifted. The leaden weight in her legs vanished, and climbing no longer posed a challenge. Remarkable, she exclaimed, her admiration genuine. In the common room, Lys bid Daphne farewell, wishing her sweet dreams. Wait a moment, Daphne called out, unable to restrain herself as she observed him heading towards the boys' dormitory. Today, the spells he had employed were somewhat difficult for Daphne to articulate. They appeared exceedingly advanced, many of which she had never even heard of before. They were likely secret family magics, and she wondered if it was too presumptuous to ask to learn them. You wish to learn? Taking a deep breath, Daphne nodded. Very well, I shall teach you, Lys readily agreed. Daphne met his criteria for an apprentice, being a student of Slytherin House. As the founder of Slytherin, Lys considered it only natural to impart practical spells to her. Once she had mastered them, she could assist him with tasks such as reinforcing seals, an arrangement beneficial for both parties. Chapter 30. The once most popular Professor Binns. I apologize for my presumptuousness. Daphne prepared to apologize for her boldness, only to hear Lys agree to teach her the spells. On the first day of school, the first class was Potions with Professor Snape, a schedule set by someone who understood the value of enduring hardship before savoring sweetness. However, not everyone woke up at their leisure. Daphne was roused by her roommate, Tracy. What is the matter? I thought we had no classes this morning. Sleepy-eyed? Daphne yawned and looked at Tracy with a confused expression. We're going to see Potter. I was too nervous during the sorting ceremony yesterday to truly notice him. Daphne was at a loss for words. What was so special about Potter? She would see him every day. Should I wear this butterfly hairpin or choose this primrose headband. Pansy Parkinson regarded Tracy's enthusiasm with disdain, believing it unnecessary to join such a commotion. "I'm off to eat," Daphne declared, having been awakened. She found herself unable to return to sleep. She climbed out of bed, preparing to head to the Great Hall for breakfast. "Wait for me," Pansy called out hurriedly, not wishing to eat breakfast alone. After a bit of grooming, the group of young girls exited the dormitory together. Upon hearing the name of the professor, Lais momentarily paused, halting the movement of his cutlery. "Vince Gasperth?" He could not resist confirming the name with Daphne. After receiving an affirmative response, Lais smacked his lips. He was indeed acquainted with this professor. Vince Gasperth had been appointed as the History of Magic professor by Rowena during the founding of Hogwarts, and he had remained at the school even after her departure. Lais surmised that the reason Binns had been a professor for over a millennium was likely because he had perished in his role, transforming into a ghost that wandered the halls of Hogwarts, dutifully fulfilling his obligations from his former life. A peculiar thought crossed Lais's mind. Did Hogwarts provide a salary for Professor Binns in his spectral form? He wondered what the legendary ghost professor's class would be like. Daphne's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while the upperclassmen around them exchanged strange glances upon hearing her question. No one dared to shatter the young girl's fantasies. They felt it essential for her to witness Professor Binns's teaching prowess for herself. After attending a single class, those who understood would comprehend everything. Lais envisioned the bustling scene from years past, when students reluctantly departed from Professor Binns's classroom near lunchtime, each brimming with excitement. The courses on the four founders had introduced them to the wonders of magic, while Professor Binns's history of magic had ignited their imaginations regarding the arcane arts. In his heyday, Professor Binns had been one of the most beloved instructors at Hogwarts, and students eagerly attended his lectures. Suddenly, the upperclassmen around them lowered their heads in unison. The History of Magic classroom was located on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, not far from the Great Hall. As class time approached, first-year Slytherin students exited the Great Hall and their dormitories, converging towards the History of Magic classroom. By the time Lais arrived outside the classroom, first-year students from Ravenclaw were already waiting there. He spotted Hermione, who was carrying a brown leather shoulder bag seemingly filled with several books. "Lais," she greeted him as he drew near. "Good afternoon. How was the potions class this morning?" Lais had learned during breakfast chatter that the Ravenclaw freshmen had already attended Professor Snape's potions class. He was curious about the quality of the course. Given that potions was Slytherin's forte, and the house was renowned for producing masters in the field, if a head of Slytherin were inept at potion making, one could hardly consider them a true Slytherin. Hermione's expression was somewhat complex as she glanced at the surrounding Slytherin students before opting for a more diplomatic response. The material was indeed interesting, though the professor was rather strict with the students. Strict indeed. If the Hufflepuff freshmen were to evaluate Snape, they would undoubtedly offer scathing reviews. Were there a rating system for professors at Hogwarts, Snape would likely perpetually occupy the top spot on the list of least favorable ratings. In the morning class, Snape nearly deducted points from Hufflepuff to the negative, and Neville Longbottom was almost brought to tears by his intimidation. Even Hermione from Ravenclaw, who sat nearby, lost 5 points for failing to prevent Longbottom's foolish actions. Les detected a hint of peculiarity in Hermione's words. He raised an eyebrow, choosing not to dwell on the topic further, and instead entered the History of Magic classroom, finding a seat. Hermione intended to sit beside him, but a silver-haired girl suddenly appeared, unceremoniously taking the vacant spot next to Les, and greeted her with a radiant smile. "Ah, Hermione, good afternoon." Les was quite eager for Professor Binns' class. He had already read History of Magic, yet the text only scratched the surface of the subject. With a teacher to elaborate, he anticipated a wealth of knowledge. Even more intriguingly, this professor had lived from the Middle Ages to the present, embodying a living history book. Les believed he would gain profound insights that afternoon. Half an hour later, Les jolted awake, pulling himself from the brink of slumber, utterly bewildered. Chapter 31. Les, eagerly anticipating Professor Quirrell's second phase. What on earth? Why is this class so hypnotic? After dispelling the drowsiness from his mind, he found himself in a haze of confusion. He simply could not fathom how anyone could deliver a lesson so monotonous, tedious, and soporific. Professor Binns' voice, reminiscent of a malfunctioning fan, combined with the afternoon sun, created a trance-like effect that surpassed even the most potent of sleeping charms. Les glanced around the room. Daphne had her head down, seemingly asleep, while Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle sat in a corner of the classroom, appearing surprisingly alert. However, upon noticing the wizard's chess set on their table, Les understood how they managed to stay awake. At Ravenclaw, renowned for its wisdom and thirst for knowledge, hardly anyone was paying attention. The The notes they scribbled would be incomprehensible to them half an hour later. Only Hermione managed to withstand Professor Binns' hypnotic waves, diligently taking notes, which left Les in awe. He resolved to borrow her notes after class. Not that he believed Professor Binns imparted any valuable content, but one might stumble upon gem. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but sigh. How had Binns become like this? Would becoming a ghost truly alter one's character? Perhaps. Les entertained a dreadful hypothesis. Had the quality of Professor Binns' teaching already deteriorated to this ghastly state before his passing? Was there an issue with the lifetime employment system for professors at Hogwarts? An unforgettable lesson. After borrowing notes from Hermione and perusing them, Les confirmed that today's history of magic contained no valuable content whatsoever. He began to lose his composure. With such a history professor, could Hogwarts young witches and wizards truly learn the subject well? He would be better off reading History of Magic in his dormitory. From this day forth, Les' schedule would reflect a state of no classes on Mondays. Attending such a trivial course is nothing short of a squander of life. Skipping classes on a whim and borrowing notes before finals could be considered compliance with school regulations. Individuals like Rice are inherently difficult to confine within the constraints of societal norms. Forcing him to sit idly in a classroom alongside other students would be a futile endeavor. It would be wiser to surrender to slumber, where all possibilities exist. Today, he refrained from abruptly slamming the table and departing, merely as a courtesy to Professor Binns, who has devoted a millennium of labor and continues to contribute to the institution even after death. In the following days, Rice attended various courses offered at Hogwarts, such as herbology, transfiguration, charms, and astronomy. Upon completing these classes, he felt as though his horizons had been significantly broadened. Compared to a millennium ago, contemporary magical education is far more systematic and institutionalized, with improved textbooks, a positive development. After a brief foray into this modern educational realm, Rice concluded that, overall, magical education has undeniably progressed since the Middle Ages, albeit with its drawbacks. To summarize, the educational system raises the baseline while lowering the ceiling. The average competence of students today surpasses that of the medieval period, yet the emergence of exceptional wizards akin to himself and his three companions has diminished drastically. In contemplation, one realizes that Dumbledore is indeed formidable, possessing such prowess in this environment, making him a true favorite of the era. The professors of Hogwarts core subjects are a distinguished assembly, exemplified by Professor McGonagall, who, during her inaugural lesson for first years, astonishingly demonstrated her animagus transformation. Animagi, such wizards capable of transforming into animals, are rare in any era, with only a handful officially registered. However, not all professors of core subjects are paragons of excellence. Professor Quirrell, who teaches defense against the dark arts, instills a sense of dread in Rice due to his lackluster approach. The classroom is permeated with the scent of garlic, which, as rumor has it, is intended to ward off a vampire he encountered in Romania. Rice scoffs at this notion. Garlic is ineffective against vampires. A wizard relying on garlic for protection would be better off discarding their wand and becoming a muggle priest. Well, they could at least wield a crucifix to vanquish a vampire. Professor Quirrell dons a signature large scarf, claiming it to be a gift from a prince in gratitude for liberating him from a lingering zombie. Yet when students inquire about how to combat such zombies, he is at a loss for an adequate explanation, casting doubt on the authenticity of his tale. Rice is equally perplexed, whether it be zombies or vampires. One could simply cast a spell to resolve the matter, a well-placed exploding charm followed by a burning curse if necessary, or even a sealing spell. There is no need for such convoluted ramblings. However, to assert that Quirrell is entirely inept would be an exaggeration. This professor harbors a significant secret. More specifically, there is something sinister concealed within his turban, harboring malevolent forces comparable to the corruption within the soul of his sister, Astoria. Regardless of the circumstances, Les firmly believes that in the throes of genuine life and death struggle, Professor Chilo would never resemble the cowardly figure he currently presents. Les harbors a certain anticipation for this eventuality. Regrettably, it is said that in recent years, professors teaching the defense against the dark arts have only held their positions for a year, and he fears he may not witness it. On Friday, the students of Slytherin House are to attend potions class alongside the first-year Gryffindors, an event that Les eagerly anticipates. How can one who is not adept in potions truly serve as the head of Slytherin? It is uncertain when this association between the head of Slytherin and the subject of potions began, but it is certainly entrenched. Professor Snape is a master of potions, and it is said that his predecessor, Professor Slughorn, was also a luminary in the field. Historically, Slytherin House has produced an abundance of potion masters, rendering it a hallmark of their lineage. The roots of this legacy may be traced back to Salazar Slytherin, the founder of the house, who was the preeminent potion master of his era. Perhaps it is he who sowed the seeds of Slytherin's affinity for the art of potion making. The potions classroom, akin to the Slytherin common room, is situated underground. Students are to receive instruction from Snape in a damp, dimly lit subterranean chamber. This space is not only colder than the main castle above, but also lined with glass jars containing a plethora of grotesque specimens. Even the Slytherin students cannot help but shudder upon entering. As the class bell tolls, Snape picks up the attendance roster and begins to call out names one by one. When he reaches Harry's name, he pauses. Chapter 32. Snape, such a response is against the rules. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, a figure of great renown. Snape stands before Harry's desk, gazing intently at him. Malfoy, along with Crabbe and Goyle seated beside him, discreetly stifles their laughter. However, Snape does not immediately unleash his ire. Instead, he continues with the roll call. Upon completing the attendance, he surveys the classroom with his cold, hollow black eyes, compelling all attention to focus upon him, ensuring order within the room. Before he commences his pre-lesson address, you are here to learn the intricate science and stringent craft of potion brewing. As we do not require the foolish waving of wands, many do not believe this to be magic. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the wonder of cauldrons emitting wisps of smoke and delightful aromas. Rarely do individuals grasp the enchanting, intoxicating powers that reside within those liquids. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one caveat. You must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter. Here stand a master of potion making. Les wholeheartedly acknowledges the truth in Snape's words. Potion making is a discipline of precision, meticulousness, and artistry. One cannot succeed in this subject without diligence and attention to detail. The study of potions bears a striking resemblance to Muggle chemistry. Indeed, in the medieval period, potion making, chemistry, and alchemy were virtually indistinguishable. They are all disciplines that involve the blending of various process materials through a series of procedures to obtain a final product with specific properties. After Snape delivered his brief opening remarks, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Potter, what would be the result if I were to add daffodil root powder to mugwort infusion? Where'd you go to find Bezoar? What distinguishes aconitum and wolfsbane? Snape suddenly turned to Harry and posed 3 questions in succession. Faced with Professor Snape's sudden onslaught, Harry found himself incapable of answering any of them. Potter, the combination of daffodil root and mugwort can yield a potent sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death. Bezoar is a stone extracted from a cow's stomach, renowned for its remarkable detoxifying properties. As for aconitum and wolfsbane, they refer to the same plant, collectively known as aconite. Do you understand? Why aren't you jotting this down? Snape's ire began to permeate the entire class, prompting the first-year students to hastily retrieve their parchment and quills to record the Q.A. Les couldn't suppress a yawn. Snape's lectures are quite engaging, yet his insistence on making students take notes is rather disagreeable. Recopying information already stored in one's mind feels akin to self-punishment. While everyone else was engrossed in taking notes, Les remained motionless, even yawning audibly. Such audacity, even with Snape's relatively high tolerance for his own House S students, was intolerable. Snape's gaze suddenly fixed upon Les. Are you tired? Or does this dreadful Q.A. bore you? Where are your parchment and quill? The ire that Snape had initially directed at the bewildered Potter now shifted onto Les, unleashing a barrage of questions upon him. Noticing Snape's attention was on Les, Malfoy abruptly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with delight. Dare to provoke Professor Snape? Les, you're finished. He set down his quill and began to relish the unfolding drama in the classroom. At that moment, Les could have appeased the situation by obediently taking notes on his parchment, but he was not the type to do so. He boldly declared that his notebook was meant for recording valuable information, not trivialities such as the fact that Bezoar is a stone taken from a cow's stomach, or that aconitum and wolfsbane are merely synonyms. Snape? Other students? How audacious! How incredibly audacious! This thought echoed in the minds of the young wizards upon hearing Les's retort. Snape narrowed his eyes. Very well, quite well, his tone grew eerily calm. Since Mr. Les pursues knowledge of value, I shall provide ample valuable knowledge in the form of questions. His voice betrayed no emotional fluctuation, yet those familiar with him, like Malfoy, understood that Snape in this state was exceedingly perilous. It was merely the calm before the storm. The other students lowered their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. fearful of inadvertently drawing Professor Snape's attention. I previously mentioned that a blend of daffodil root powder and mugwort could concoct the fabled water of life and death. A modest intake of this elixir can induce slumber and alleviate pain. However, excessive consumption may plunge the user into an unending stupor, a condition that time cannot remedy. I now inquire, how can one rescue a patient who has overdosed on the water of life and death? Thinking empathetically about how he would respond in such a situation, Lais arrived at an answer, administering a detoxifying fruit. The essence of the water of life and death is a poison that diminishes cerebral activity, leading to a state of intoxication, while the detoxifying fruit serves as an antidote. The appropriate course of action is to provide the patient with an emetic and a stimulant. The former expels the unabsorbed elixir from the body, while the latter invigorates the brain, disrupting the dormant state. Lais's answer was not without merit, as the detoxifying fruit indeed has the capacity to treat this ailment. The sole drawback of this remedy is its rarity. It is exceedingly difficult to procure, with the prevailing belief in the magical community suggesting that the detoxifying fruit may even be extinct, and not even Snape's own storeroom houses any. Very well, Snape nodded, acknowledging Lais's response. He posed another question. Let us try once more, Lit. If you were to witness an individual whose skin inexplicably begins to turn blue, with limbs convulsing uncontrollably and froth forming at the mouth, what would you do? Upon Lais mentioning the detoxifying fruit again, Snape abandoned any intention of challenging him further. He regarded his second question as a mere formality, with an exceedingly simple answer, the highly effective gallbladder bile he had just referenced. Administer the detoxifying fruit. Lais pondered, puzzled by the distinction between the two inquiries. Both pertain to detoxification. Why not simply use the detoxifying fruit? Snape replied, do you think modern apothecaries refrain from utilizing this so-called universal antidote for lack of desire? Lint, the detoxifying fruit, is not so easily acquired. Snape resolved to rectify Lais's bad habit of resorting to the detoxifying fruit at every turn, prescribing it was unrealistic. It wasn't a matter of being unable to procure the detoxifying fruit, but rather that gallbladder bile offered greater cost-effectiveness. It was akin to a patient being prescribed a single peach from the celestial orchard by a physician, while that heavenly fruit could indeed cure ailments. The question remains, could one actually obtain it? I can. Daphne interjected, raising her hand. Professor Snape, during the summer, Lais sold a detoxifying fruit to my father. So, is indeed obtainable. Snape's body stiffened imperceptibly. He believed Daphne's claim without doubt, having heard of the circumstances surrounding the Gringotts family. Her father, Henry Gringotts, had once sought his expertise in concocting a particularly complex potion for his daughter. Thus, Lais truly possessed a detoxifying fruit. At that moment, Snape felt a twinge of desire. This exceedingly rare antidote could potentially lead to the development of several new potions if studied. Alas, he could not bring himself to request a seed of the detoxifying fruit from Lais. Very well, it is time for class. With a stoic expression, Snape approached the blackboard and began to inscribe fervently. Malfoy's face was a canvas of disappointment. After all, Lais had endured Snape's scrutiny. What more could he do? Today's lesson focused on concocting a simple potion to treat scabies. Snape meticulously outlined the necessary ingredients and steps on the blackboard, reiterating the key points of the procedure before dividing the students into pairs to commence their experiment. Gathering nettles, snake fangs, slugs, and porcupine quills at the communal materials cabinet in the potions classroom, Lais placed the chosen potion components into the box held by Daphne. This was not an act of showmanship. It was a reflex born from countless repetitions a millennium ago. One must be vigilant about the quality of raw materials. Any that are spoiled, even if only slightly, should be discarded entirely. If possible, ensure that the materials come from the same batch. I'm uncertain if you grasp this. From a distance, Snape observed with a cold gaze, listening intently to Lais. To his astonishment, he found that the boy was hitting all the right notes. He did not resemble a novice. Rather, he appeared as though he had spent over a decade immersed in a potion shop post-graduation. With a profound understanding of potion-making and possessing the exceedingly rare repelling fruit, who exactly was this Lais Lindy? He had never heard of any renowned potion family by that name. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, draped in his lengthy black cloak, traversed the classroom, scrutinizing and correcting the young wizard's actions. His standards for their movements were incredibly stringent. Nearly everyone had received criticism from him, with the exception of Lais and Malfoy. Malfoy was exempt due to his father, Lucius Malfoy, having had a favorable relationship with Snape. Lais, on the other hand, was praised for his impeccable execution. While others fumbled with their materials, his potion was nearly complete. He even had the luxury of explaining key points to Daphne throughout each step. Snape mused that without the use of a wand, even he could not have performed better. Do you understand? If time permits before class ends, I shall allow you to operate independently once, he said. Lais, embodying the role of a true instructor, engaged Daphne in conversation while completing the experiment single-handedly, a feat that was not conducive to her growth. Daphne nodded vigorously, her parchment filled with notes. Snape's pupils dilated sharply, and his blood pressure began to rise. Yet, before he could react, Lais had drawn his wand, waving it toward the ground. The potion he released coalesced into a sphere, which he deftly directed into a discarded cauldron in the corner of the classroom. The execution was seamless, and most of the young wizards failed to perceive what had transpired. Only the twisted cauldron, corroded table, and stained floor silently bore witness to the recent anomaly. How could this child be so adept? Although Snape was perplexed, his reaction was remarkably swift. He bellowed, "You imbecile! Did you really think you could toss the porcupine quills into the cauldron without removing it from the fire?" After delivering a scathing reprimand to Seamus, he commanded Dean Thomas, Seamus's partner, to escort the pained and grimacing Seamus, who was smeared with potions, to the infirmary. Each student was assigned to compose a 1-foot-long essay detailing the preparation process and key points of the scabies potion, due before the next class. After unleashing a substantial and burdensome assignment, Snape declared the class dismissed, expelling all the young wizards from the potions classroom. Only after addressing these matters would he have the opportunity to partake in lunch, perhaps explaining his irritable disposition. They ascended the stone steps leading out of the underground classroom, hastening away from the scene. Even in the absence of Snape's expulsion, they would have departed with the utmost urgency. Lais heard the Weasley boy comforting Potter by referencing his brother, then reminding him to visit Hagrid. "Are you free this weekend? I thought I might teach you some spells." Lais calculated the time and set a schedule for teaching Daphne spells. Chapter 34. If only quills could write assignments themselves. Should we dine first or head to the library? After herbology class, Lais grabbed his bag and made his way outside the greenhouse. All right, Lais did not press the matter further. He believed that reading was indeed a physically demanding task that required a hearty meal for adequate energy. Wait, a sudden voice interrupted their conversation. Lais turned to find Hermione, who had approached unnoticed. "Did you just mention going to the library? Would you like to join me? We could share our notes." Hermione looked at Lais with anticipation. Lais never hesitated to offer guidance to eager learners, even if they were not from Slytherin, so he naturally acquiesced to Hermione's request to team up, albeit with the condition of dining first. The senior from Slytherin at the opening ceremony had not been mistaken. The delectable dishes at the feast could also be savored at other times. Every time Lais beheld the lavish spread upon the dining table, he felt a wave of reassurance, signifying that the school was functioning normally. By the way, your handling of the spill potion was remarkably adept. How did you manage that? Daphne recalled Lais's skillful technique during potions class, rendering the steak on her plate utterly unappealing. "It's nothing. You simply get used to it after a few tries." Lais sighed, a hint of unshakable weariness flickering in his eyes. Snape might be unaware that the individual most capable of empathizing with him at Hogwarts was none other than Lais. What was it to melt a cauldron? Having experienced the pervasive, lethal fumes of a potion that could usher one to the very brink of death with a single breath, Lais felt that no obstacle was insurmountable. He had managed to rescue every student in the class during that incident, and he later regarded it as a miracle. Following that mishap, Lais had engaged in a fierce argument with the other 3 founders. The other 3 could not fathom why Slytherin was so intent on abolishing the anti-disapparation charm within Hogwarts until he revealed to them the grandeur of the underground classroom. Ultimately, however, they decided to retain the charm, thereby preventing the use of apparition within the castle. In contrast, the 4 of them collectively revised their potion textbooks, eliminating certain dangerously volatile potion recipes. After shaking his head to dispel those unpleasant memories, Lais began to grapple with the food on his plate. Once satiated, the trio made their way to the Hogwarts library, settling at an unoccupied table. "Are you not doing your homework?" Hermione could not resist inquiring. Observing Lais engrossed in a book, Lais cast a fleeting glance at Daphne. He truly did not wish to squander his energy on such trivial pursuits. What significance could studying the werewolf behavioral guidelines possibly hold? As for the paper assigned by Snape, it was even more absurd. The recipe for the scabious potion was one he had improved years ago, and now he was expected to write a paper on it. In comparison, the assignments for transfiguration and charms were far more amicable. He could teach Daphne various spells, thus rendering her somewhat of a student. And it was only natural for a student to assist their teacher with tasks. Upon sensing Lais's gaze, Daphne was struck by an ominous premonition. "So much homework," she lamented. resting her head on the table. If only a quill could write my assignments by itself. If given the choice, Daphne certainly would not wish to complete 2 sets of homework. Thus her display of misery was quite necessary. Strangely enough, Lais mused. This notion of a self-writing quill resonated with him. He had previously invented a quill that automatically penned acceptance letters. Thus, creating one that could autonomously complete assignments seemed plausible. However, upon further reflection, Lais realized that realizing this concept would be somewhat challenging, for unlike the relatively static content of acceptance letters, homework varied infinitely. Sometimes, altering a single word in a question could yield drastically different answers, demanding a high level of discernment from a quill. Crafting a quill that could complete assignments would be as formidable a task as creating a sorting hat, yet it was indeed a worthy challenge to undertake. Lais noted the quill project in his agenda. After a brief exchange, the 3 of them returned to their respective tasks. Hermione tackled the assignments set by the professors. Daphne unfurled a piece of parchment to compose a letter to her father, while Lais immersed himself in the world of fiction. "What are you reading?" Hermione inquired, stretching after completing a paper, her attention drawn to the rather flamboyant cover of the book in Lais's hands. The breakup with the Banshee, authored by Gilderoy Lockhart, chronicled his exploits in Banishing a Banshee, a rather intriguing novel. Banshee? Lockhart's book? Hermione and Daphne discerned distinct keywords from the conversation. The spectre, a dark entity prevalent in the regions of Scotland and Ireland, resembles a woman, yet her wail is as lethal to humans as the mandrake. Lais elucidated to Hermione the nature of the spectre. Who, you may ask, is Gilderoy Lockhart? A novelist, as defined by Lais, an exceptionally skilled adventurer. Daphne's characterization of Lockhart diverges somewhat from Lais's. Previously, while at the Leaky Cauldron, Lais had taken note of this best-selling author. However, the exorbitant price of his books, equivalent to 3 ordinary volumes, prompted him to forego the purchase. To his surprise, he later discovered these works within a library at Hogwarts. It is highly likely that Madame Pants, the librarian, acquired these tomes on behalf of the Hogwarts administration. This practice is commonplace, as Hogwarts regularly procures books from a market to enrich its library collection. This enduring tradition has rendered the Hogwarts Library the most extensive magical library in all of Europe. To Lais, Lockhart is a seasoned writer capable of crafting engaging tales. Chapter 35, The Teaching Venue. After a brief respite, the 3 resumed their respective endeavors. Once one dedicates themselves earnestly to a task, time seems to slip away swiftly. Before they knew it, the library's closing hour had arrived. It wasn't until Madame Pants passed by their table, cradling a stack of books, that they were jolted into the realization of how late it had grown. Hermione hastily stowed away the ink pot, parchment, and textbooks in her bag, only to look up and see Daphne handing her completed potion essay to Lais. "Hermione," he exclaimed, "assignments are meant to be written by oneself," she whispered fiercely, glaring at Lais. Hermione found herself at a loss for words. From her perspective, Lais appeared to be the indolent student who borrowed a friend's work. Ironically, the person from whom he was borrowing seemed utterly unconcerned, leaving her in a quandary. You have no idea how impressive Lais was in potions class today. Even Professor Snape praised him, Daphne remarked, noticing Hermione's skeptical expression, and proceeded to elaborate on Lais's remarkable performance. Hermione listened, half convinced. It was difficult for her to believe that a peer could be so exceptional. Yet, recalling his display of spellcasting prowess on the Hogwarts Express, she began to reconsider Daphne's claims. While the two conversed, Lais had already rectified Daphne's essay. It was quite well written. If only he could be persuaded to assist her in crafting an additional piece, that would be splendid. The atmosphere in the dormitories of different houses varies greatly. The first-year Slytherins exhibited a distinct sense of aloofness. Malfoy and his 2 cohorts often banded together, antagonistic toward Lais. Yet they were deterred by the formidable strength he had demonstrated, rendering them reluctant to act rashly. Consequently, they seldom engaged in conversation with him. The other 2 first-year Slytherins were rather reclusive and, wishing to avoid entanglements in the disputes among the 4, generally preferred solitude. The atmosphere within the dormitory was remarkably tranquil. It bore an undercurrent of peculiarity. Nevertheless, Lais relished this ambience, hoping that Malfoy would continue to exhibit such perceptive behavior. He had arranged a tutoring session with Daphne for Saturday, yet he found himself somewhat indecisive regarding the location. After a moment of contemplation, Lais settled upon a specific venue, a place where a millennium ago he had instructed graduates at Hogwarts, his very own exclusive classroom. At the inception of Hogwarts, the 4 founders engaged in a profound discussion regarding the institution's purpose. Initially, They aimed merely to gather a select group of disciples to inherit their knowledge and will. However, they soon realized that the aspiring wizards who sought their tutelage possessed varying degrees of foundational skills. Consequently, they decided to begin instructing the young wizards who had only just begun to show their magical potential. These budding sorcerers resembled blank canvases, allowing the founders to paint upon them with greater ease. Each of the 4 founders had their own designated classroom for imparting advanced spells, and Les was no exception. On Saturday morning, he departed the dormitory early, only to find Daphne seated in the common room, awaiting him in serene silence. After a brief exchange of greetings, he led her to his exclusive classroom. "I believe the entrance is on the 2nd floor," he remarked, as they traversed the castle's 2nd floor. Les made 2 circuits, but grew increasingly perplexed. The entrance to his exclusive classroom seemed to have vanished. He surmised that several significant renovations over the millennium must have concealed the entrance, compelling him to search more diligently. Ultimately, he found himself standing before a girl's lavatory. "According to my memory, it should be here," he mused, baffled. "But this is a ladies' restroom." Resolute, he resolved to search once more. Who dared to construct a girl's lavatory atop my sacred classroom? This marked the zenith of his ire since awakening. However, there was a silver lining. The lavatory appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, or else he would have found it intolerable. Daphne observed less, her mind swirling with confusion. He had promised to take her to a secret base for magical instruction, yet they were meandering through the castle's 2nd floor. Her bewilderment peaked when Les led her to the entrance of the forsaken girl's lavatory. Surely, he wouldn't intend to teach her magic in this decrepit restroom? The very thought sent a chill down her spine. If anyone were to discover this, her dignity and the honor of the Greengrass family would be utterly annihilated. Then, she watched as Les solemnly stepped inside the lavatory. Daphne felt as though struck by lightning. After a moment's hesitation, she pale-faced followed him within. "Do you think I desire this, Miss Greengrass?" Les lamented, his frustration directed at the individual responsible for constructing a restroom above his exclusive classroom. Yet he felt powerless to change the situation, knowing that the perpetrator had long since departed this world. Rice disregarded Daphne's words, meticulously examining every corner of the lavatory. And at last, he discovered a small serpentine carving on the side of a brass faucet, emanating faint magical vibrations. Finally, he had found it. A sigh of relief escaped him as he recognized this mark, and he understood precisely what to do next. "Open," he uttered in Parseltongue. Chapter 36 indeed. Today marked a tumultuous day in Daphne's life. The composed and enigmatic Rice had agreed to impart his formidable spells to her. Yet the chosen classroom was none other than the school's ladies' restroom. Just as she pondered whether Rice might be psychologically troubled, he unearthed a concealed entrance hidden within the lavatory. Daphne watched as Rice opened his mouth, but instead of a human voice, a peculiar hissing sound emerged. Wait! As the heir of the ancient Greengrass family, Daphne was discerning. She immediately recognized that Rice was speaking in Parseltongue. Thanks to the contributions of a certain Dark Lord, Parseltongue bore a notorious reputation in the modern magical world, almost inextricably linked to the concept of dark wizards, leading many to harbor biases against it. Upon Rice's command, the faucet emitted a dazzling white light and began to whirl rapidly. Subsequently, the basin stirred as well, slowly cracking open and sinking into the ground to reveal a thick pipe large enough for a person to crawl through. Staring at the pipe, Rice fell into silence. This entrance was entirely different from the one he had originally constructed for his private classroom. Yet, both his intuition and reason assured him that this was indeed the place he had been seeking. Goodness, what a revolting means of entry. Rice's first reaction upon seeing the pipe was one of disgust. As one of the founders of Hogwarts and the illustrious wizard Salazar Slytherin, how could he possibly enter his private classroom in such a manner? He felt an urgent desire to locate the architect of this entrance and have a serious discussion about how Salazar Slytherin should be perceived in his eyes. He indeed had an affinity for snakes, but that did not imply he shared their habits. Nor did it mean he was willing to crawl through a pipe reeking of hair and filth. Were it not for the fact that only the most exceptional students of Slytherin House were privy to the existence of this classroom, Rice would surely suspect that this was some prank orchestrated by Gryffindor students. Observing Rice standing silently by the pipe, Daphne felt a shiver run down her spine. She took a couple of steps forward and, with a trembling voice, inquired, "Rice, are you a Parselmouth?" Upon receiving a confirming reply from Rice, Daphne fell into silence. After a moment, she asked, "So, Rice, are you the heir Slytherin?" "I am Slytherin." Rice did not wish to publicly disclose this secret, so he tacitly acknowledged it. "Then you intend to reopen the Chamber of Secrets?" A flicker of reluctance crossed Daphne's eyes. Coming from the Greengrass lineage, she had naturally heard tales of the chamber. Perhaps tales was not the right term, for the information had been relayed by the descendants of Slytherin, the Gaunt family, to their ancestors. Rice inquired, the chamber's secrets? Upon reflection, it seems quite apt to describe one's personal classroom as a chamber, for the students and faculty from the other 3 houses remain blissfully unaware of its existence. As he unlocks the door to his exclusive sanctum, it indeed feels as if he is reigniting the chamber. He nodded in acknowledgement, albeit with a tinge of bewilderment. What has come over Daphne? Why does she appear so dazed today? Has she not yet awakened? At this moment, Les remained oblivious to the profound impact the term restarting the chamber held for a young wizard of pureblood lineage. Daphne gazed at Les, whose expression remained unchanged, her heart swelling with a mixture of shock and revelation. So this is who he truly is. She shuddered involuntarily. The boy before her was poised to eliminate all Muggle-born students within the school, yet his demeanor betrayed no hint of emotion. Was he a natural-born instrument of slaughter? Did he truly possess the capacity for human feelings? Had his previously gentle facade merely been a guise? The notion was utterly chilling. A shiver ran down Daphne's spine as she inhaled deeply, adopting a tone laced with fatalistic resolve. Then, are you to kill Hermione as well? Les, taken aback, stammered, Huh? How did their conversation veer so abruptly from opening the chamber to the assassination of Hermione? He found himself utterly perplexed by the line of reasoning exhibited by the young girl. Why would I kill Miss Granger? He queried, genuinely bewildered. Surely there must be a rationale? Because she is Muggle-born, Daphne replied. Les was astounded. Miss Greengrass, you're being rather extreme. He fixed her with a serious gaze, stating with conviction, Miss Granger is a student at Hogwarts. Unless she betrays the magical community and the school, not even Professor Dumbledore possesses the authority to condemn her to death. Even if the 4 founders were to return, they would not support your viewpoint. Les struggled to comprehend how this seemingly normal girl harbored such radical thoughts. To suggest that a student should be killed simply for being Muggle-born? What a mad delusion. He felt an almost irresistible urge to use legilimency to glimpse the tumult of her thoughts. Indeed, though he was a master of legilimency, he seldom employed such abilities in daily life. Observing the grave expression on Les's face, Daphne found her mind momentarily stymied. She could not fathom why he stood upon such a moral high ground, delivering a lecture with such righteous fervor. Was he not the heir of Slytherin who had just reignited the chamber? Had he not come here to eradicate Muggle blood from Hogwarts? Why did he sound as if he were the proponent of pureblood supremacy? Les interjected, what does this have to do with our previous conversation? It was said that the chamber was constructed by Salazar Slytherin before his departure from the school and sealed thereafter, accessible only to him and his heirs. Within it lay a terrifying creature, controllable solely by Slytherin's heir, which, when unleashed upon the school, would purify it by eliminating all whom Slytherin deemed unworthy of practicing magic. Daphne recounted to Les the legends surrounding the chamber, leaving him ensnared in a contemplative silence. He has come to comprehend why Slytherin House is often perceived as the villain in public opinion, relentlessly promoting this absurd notion. The rumor is half true and half false. While one could dismiss it as nonsense, it is undeniable that Les constructed a hidden chamber and harbored a creature within it. However, to assert that this rumor is entirely factual would incite Les's indignation. It is slanderous. Les stated emphatically that there is no such concept as purifying the school. Slytherin did not achieve this during its existence. How could a monstrous remnant left behind after his departure accomplish it? Absurd. Furthermore, Slytherin harbored no intentions of purifying the school. In conclusion, Les felt compelled to add a remark to avoid any misunderstandings. Chapter 37. Daphne's Stubbornness. Daphne was momentarily stunned. The innovative perspective challenged her established beliefs, rendering her speechless. Daphne, allow me to elucidate. Les expressed his desire to dissect the matter thoroughly with her. As a member of the Greengrass family, she surely comprehended the true nature of those so-called pure-blood families in the modern magical world. If one were to follow that line of reasoning, how many individuals would need to be eliminated to purify the school? Does Draco Malfoy possess the privilege to remain unscathed? What about Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff, whose pure lineage can only be traced back 9 generations? Expanding the perspective, what are the professors? Should Professor Flitwick, a half-elf, be subjected to purification? The legend of the hidden chamber is fundamentally unfounded. Moreover, what legacy could Slytherin possibly leave behind? What kind of creature could perform such intricate maneuvers and willingly remain in a dark, forsaken chamber? Les spoke earnestly, asserting that this legend is nothing but a fabrication. Daphne nodded silently, finding merit in Les's arguments. Do not overthink it. Even if the tales left by your ancestors hold some truth, the current heir of Slytherin is me. Les felt a sense of resignation. He was truly at a loss for words, despite being one of the founders of Hogwarts. He had somehow become the perceived puppet master of malevolence in the eyes of posterity, as if all wrongdoing were attributed to him. He should never have departed. Who knows how those left behind twisted the narrative after his exit. Alas, I have become the villain. Les begrudgingly accepted this harsh reality. Through his impassioned persuasion, Daphne gradually began to trust his assertions. In her view, this was a positive development. No one would suffer harm from the unlocking of the chamber. Compared to other pureblood families, the Greengrass clan exhibited a more relaxed demeanor. They did not share the common prejudices of pureblood families and displayed little discrimination against wizards of Muggle heritage. Perhaps this is the confidence bestowed upon them by their truly untainted lineage. In Les's opinion, the legend of the hidden chamber was likely concocted by some family to intimidate others and enhance their own prestige. By masquerading as the heir of Slytherin and claiming that their ancestors left them a secret weapon within the school, they sought to command respect from others. Les held disdain for such individuals and loathed their tarnishing of his reputation. Daphne's confusion and doubts were dispelled. However, one final question lingered in her mind. If you are indeed the heir of Slytherin, why do you bear the surname Linty rather than Gunter? Gunter? Indeed. When one thinks of the last scion of Slytherin, the Gunter family immediately comes to mind, although that lineage is now on the brink of extinction. Les replied, stating that there are numerous truths buried beneath the sands of history. Gunter was a child he encountered after leaving Hogwarts, a boy who could speak Parseltongue. Because of this unique ability, Les took him in as an adopted son, entrusting him with some of his properties before his eternal rest. Remarkably, a millennium later, Gunter turned out to be his descendant. What a peculiar situation. The ancestors of Gunter were children raised by Slytherin. Thus, I do not believe the Gunter family can truly be regarded as descendants of Slytherin. Daphne shrugged. It was common for families to denigrate one another in their quest for legitimacy. Unless Slytherin himself were summoned, discerning the truth of the matter would be nearly impossible. It is also a fact that the surnames of the four founders have not been passed down. From this perspective, none of them could be considered true heirs. With a sigh, Les remarked, having dallied for so long, let us proceed to the classroom. I must teach you some magic today. With that, he drew his wand, and a large bubble of blue light emerged from its tip. This charm was not a defensive one. It merely served to create a separation, akin to wrapping oneself in a plastic bag. Les employed this spell solely to avoid the muck of the pipe from staining his robes. After enveloping both himself and Daphne in the bubbles, he gestured for her to follow him. Are we to jump down? Daphne inquired, gazing into the abyssal pipe, her throat dry with trepidation. Certainly not. In the next moment, Daphne experienced an unprecedented sensation. The ground beneath her feet vanished, and she slowly floated to a height of 1 inch above the floor. This was a simple application of the levitation charm. Les's voice echoed from within the pipe. He had ventured ahead. Daphne felt somewhat disoriented, as she had not yet mastered the control of her levitating form. Fortunately, Les was aware of her predicament as he descended. He also guided Daphne to follow his lead. The interior of the pipe was a dark, viscous, seemingly endless slide. Les focused on not contemplating the composition of the sludge coating the walls, thankful he had cast 2 bubble charms beforehand. The pipe they occupied was the main conduit, twisting almost vertically downwards. After a prolonged descent, the 2 finally emerged from the pipe's opening and landed on solid ground. As soon as they touched down, Les conjured a flame to illuminate the subterranean space. The reassuring sensation of solid ground allowed Daphne to regain her composure and observe her surroundings. She now stood within a dark, spacious stone tunnel. Within the tunnel, devoid of any external light sources, visibility remained rather dim despite the flames conjured by Lais. A sharp sound echoed as Daphne glanced down, discovering that she had stepped upon a rodent skull. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the ground was strewn with the bones of various small creatures. A shiver ran down Daphne's spine, and Lais mirrored her reaction. Before Daphne could let out a scream, Lais swiftly waved his wand, clearing the remains within their line of sight. As for what lay beyond their view, Lais deemed it prudent not to dwell on it. Believing it to be beneficial for their mental well-being, he reassured himself, thinking optimistically that they were merely in a corridor outside the chamber. Surely, the interior would be better. I could teach you this cleaning charm, Lais suggested, only to be met with Daphne's resolute refusal. She was astute enough to grasp his intention immediately. He wanted her to clean the corridor. Chapter 38, The Pinnacle of Magic. Daphne, uninterested in learning the cleaning spell, found herself intrigued by the bubble charm that could envelop her in a protective shield. Lais exchanged a knowing glance with her, indicating his approval. With the bubble charm, she could assist him in tidying the corridor outside the chamber. This was, after all, their private classroom. It ought not to remain in such a state of disarray. Cleaning alone would be far too burdensome. After taking a few more steps, Lais suddenly halted, extinguishing the flames that illuminated their path. What happened? Daphne inquired. I believe you should brace yourself. Ahead lies the remnants of a serpent's shed skin. Lais informed her, offering to remove it if she felt frightened. Just a glance was enough for Lais to recognize the serpent's skin. It belonged to the basilisk he had previously left in the chamber. Leaving a basilisk at Hogwarts was certainly not intended for the purpose of purging the school. Rather, Lais envisioned this creature as a legacy for Hogwarts. With its lengthy lifespan, it could protect the institution for a millennium. Should the day arrive when Hogwarts faced an invasion, the heir of Slytherin, fluent in Parseltongue, would unveil the chamber, summoning the basilisk to cleanse the intruders. Alas, his noble intentions had been twisted into something grotesque. Purging the school? That was absurd. Nevertheless, despite the basilisk being Hogwarts' ultimate weapon, Lais felt it necessary to warn Daphne in advance. Should she suddenly encounter the basilisk's shed skin, she might faint. After all, being a Slytherin did not imply an absence of fear of snakes. Upon hearing of the serpent's shed skin, Daphne instinctively considered heeding Lais's advice. But upon realizing it belonged to the basilisk, her curiosity was piqued. This was the legendary creature whose mere gaze could spell death. To miss this opportunity would surely be a lifelong regret. Embracing this perspective, Daphne insisted that Lais leave the shed skin where it was. As she followed him forward, she faintly discerned the outline of a massive, coiled figure ahead. Rice elevated the rekindled fireball, granting her a glimpse of the colossal entity before her. Illuminated by the flames, an immense serpent skin emerged from the shadows, its vivid green hue unmistakably signaling to Daphne that it belonged to a venomous snake. This was somewhat counterintuitive, for typically larger serpents are non-venomous. However, the creature coiled upon the tunnel floor was an exception, measuring at least 20 feet in length. Merlin. Daphne could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Such a monster truly existed in the world. After allowing Daphne to admire the remnants of the Serpent King, Rice guided her past the enormous skin and deeper into the tunnel. The passage twisted and turned, ultimately revealing a wall adorned with two serpents entwined around one another. Their eye sockets were embedded with large, gleaming emeralds. The chamber had been reached. Rice let out a sigh. In times past, he had not needed to exert such effort to arrive here, and it was time to restore the ancient mechanisms. He approached the stone wall and, addressing the serpents in Parseltongue, commanded, "Open." The two serpents parted, and the wall split down the center, gradually sliding away to reveal the space behind it, where Rice and Daphne entered together. Behind the wall lay a dimly lit chamber, flanked by numerous serpentine stone columns. The room soared to an unseen ceiling, the pillars that supported it merging into the shadows above, casting elongated, eerie silhouettes throughout the green-hued, mysterious atmosphere. Opposite them stood a statue, as tall as the room itself, pressed against the dark wall behind. To behold the statue's colossal visage, one had to tilt their head back significantly, creating an overwhelming sensation, as if a great weight bore down upon them, rendering some breathless. This was the chamber of Slytherin. As Daphne surveyed the room shrouded in an enigmatic ambience, her eyes brimmed with reverence. Only those students deemed worthy by Slytherin could enter this sanctum. Rice stood before the statue, whispering softly, "Please wait a moment." With a snap of his fingers, the long-sealed chamber sprang back to life. Illumination charm, astrological charm, meteorological charm, ventilation charm. With another snap, a series of incantations initiated. The once pitch-black ceiling transformed to mirror the sky outside the castle. The brilliant sunlight streamed into the chamber, dispelling the greenish glow and banishing the room's eerie atmosphere. Stale air was expelled, making way for the fresh scents of flora and earth. The spells here had not yet faltered. Daphne was awestruck by the rejuvenated chamber before her. A glimmer of pride flickered in Rice's eyes. Indeed, these were the very spells he had crafted years ago. The pinnacle of magic? Daphne's voice bore a note of confusion. What constitutes the pinnacle of magic? Is it a spell of great power? But what defines a spell as powerful? My father once mentioned that Grindelwald nearly incinerated half of Paris with a single incantation. Surely that must qualify as powerful. It appears you are unaware. Rice nodded, finding it quite natural that the contemporary magical realm starkly contrasts with that of a millennium ago. Wizards seldom encounter practical combat opportunities, and thus rarely witness the full prowess of the most exceptional sorcerers of an era. However, it mattered not. Can you guess why I felt compelled to bring you here for your instruction? Rice revealed a smile tinged with mystery. In the past, he had devoted considerable effort to enhance the teaching efficacy of this chamber. Here, the surroundings could be transformed to authentically replicate scenes from his memory, imparting a vivid sense of immersion, as if the entire chamber were a vessel for meditation. Rice gently waved his wand, akin to a conductor leading an orchestra. The tip of his wand danced, and the air began to shimmer with ripples. The stone visage of Slytherin animated in response, as white mist poured forth from its eyes. Ears, mouth, and nostrils gradually enveloping the entire chamber. In an instant, Daphne found herself shrouded in a thick, white fog, though it quickly dissipated. As the mist cleared, she discovered herself upon a tumultuous sea. Chapter 39, Slytherin and the Devouring Serpent of the World. The frigid seawater surged, with waves leaping from the murky depths, carrying a chill that crashed against the wooden boat's edge, shattering into countless droplets and soaking the hem of Daphne's robes. Startled, she leaned down to touch the damp fabric, and with the briny scent of the ocean wafting to her nostrils, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Had she not just been with Rice in the Slytherin chamber? How had she suddenly been transported to the sea? The overwhelming realism of the sensations blurred the line between illusion and reality until Rice gently placed a hand on her shoulder, providing the calm she desperately needed. Nothing will happen. His voice resonated with an almost magical quality, soothing Daphne's tumultuous heart like the tranquil sea. She surveyed her surroundings, and her gaze fell upon a figure standing at the bow of the boat, a middle-aged wizard clad in a green robe adorned with silver trim, wielding a serpent-shaped staff nearly as tall as himself. His visage bore a resemblance to Rice, yet also echoed the statues from the Slytherin chamber. The boat, propelled by the waves, advanced slowly. Suddenly, a blood-red lightning streaked across the horizon, followed by a cacophony of thunder. The brilliance of the lightning illuminating the dark sea for a fleeting moment. Daphne noticed a small island not far ahead. The island was modest in size, merely 100 meters in diameter, its surface cloaked in pitch-black rock, devoid of vegetation save for patches of mottled green moss. The distant thunder and lightning heralded the approach of a storm. Navigating a small vessel across such an expansive sea in these conditions was undeniably ill-fated. Yet the sight of a small island was a stroke of fortune. As the only other living soul on the boat aside from Rice and Daphne, the middle-aged wizard naturally served as the helmsman. Upon spotting the island, a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a sense of relief. He did not steer towards the island to dock and seek shelter from the rain. Instead, he tapped the deck of the boat with the staff in his hand. Instantly, the small vessel beneath him came to a standstill, as if it were glued to the surface of the sea, remaining motionless amidst the tumultuous winds and surging waves. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, carrying with them a trace of briny scent, perhaps due to their marine surroundings. Raising his hand, a transparent barrier materialized above him and Daphne, shielding them from the elements. While he utilized his magic to fend off the rain, the middle-aged wizard stood by like a muggle devoid of magical prowess, allowing the rain to drench his robe. As time ticked away, the distant rumble of thunder grew increasingly intense, and the raindrops fell more densely. Finally, as a crimson lightning bolt split the sky and a thunderous roar echoed in the distance, the situation shifted dramatically. The island ahead trembled, and in the next moment, the sea erupted with a deafening crack. Time seemed to freeze for an instant before the fragments of the ocean transformed into towering waves. Before such monstrous surges, even a massive vessel would capsize. Yet, the small wooden boat, scarcely 2 or 3 meters wide and 10 meters long, remained steadfast upon the water surface. The island. Daphne suddenly screamed in terror, her composure forsaken. One could not blame her, for the sight before them was utterly horrifying. The island was rising, gradually unveiling its true form, which was not merely a diminutive isle, but the colossal head of a serpent beyond the bounds of human imagination. After lying dormant for ages, it finally unfurled its magnificent body, cascading torrents of seawater as its mountainous form emerged from the depths, creating a sudden and imposing mountain range in the ocean. A languid stretch stirred tumultuous waves, altering the very fabric of the world. After witnessing such a spectacle, it was a testament to Daphne's courage that she could still stand. The middle-aged wizard chuckled, uttering words in a language incomprehensible to Daphne, before levitating into the air as the colossal serpent opened its eyes. The small boat beneath them was dwarfed, even smaller than the serpent's eye. Those orange-red orbs were filled with a chilling predatory essence, as if all existence were merely sustenance for it. Yet, in the face of this behemoth, the middle-aged wizard took the initiative. He raised his staff, pointing it towards the serpent's eye, and a beam of green light, as thick as a fist, erupted from the tip. The green light soared towards the serpent's eye, and the serpent, in its arrogance, saw no need to evade the assault of such a minuscule adversary. It merely closed its eyes. Much like a human would disregard a mosquito's bite, the serpent dismissed the tiny thread of light as inconsequential, believing that even its eyelid was impervious to such feeble attacks. However, the serpent paid dearly for its hubris as the light pierced through its eyelid and detonated within its eye. A translucent, gelatinous fluid splattered everywhere as the serpent writhed in agony. In an instant, it felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. The entire expanse of the North Sea roared in response. A tempestuous gale erupted from the ocean's surface, drawing everything around into the sky. The colossal serpent, consumed by rage, altered the very colors of the heavens and the earth, overshadowing the thunder and lightning in the distance with its formidable presence. A storm descended upon this maritime realm, uniting the sky and the sea with cascading rain. In that moment, the giant serpent transformed into a moving calamity, and before it, the middle-aged sorcerer appeared diminutive. Yet, having wounded the serpent and impaired its vision, he could take pride in his accomplishment, even if he were to meet his demise in the depths of the sea moments later. Nevertheless, the sorcerer was not content. He had journeyed to the North Sea not merely to administer acupuncture to the world-devouring serpent. With a flick of his wand, the surrounding raindrops began to defy the pull of gravity, swirling around him. As more and more droplets betrayed their natural order, they formed a 100-meter diameter area around the sorcerer, where the rain seemed to merge with his very being, rendering the serpent's thunderous display inconsequential. Having carved out a small sanctuary amidst the tumult, the sorcerer's wand glimmered with a green light, and he began to deftly maneuver it, sketching the preliminary outlines of a magical circle in the sky. Sensing the threat, the serpent launched an assault against him, but the sorcerer proved more agile, deftly evading its powerful strikes, some of which cleaved through the ocean, exposing the seabed to the air. At last, the magical circle took form, warping the space between the heavens and the sea as a bolt of green lightning streaked across the sky, painting half of it in verdant hues. The serpent writhed, attempting to evade this impending blow. Chapter 40. When formulas can be applied, no one wishes to employ their intellect. After a moment of catching her breath, Daphne touched the hem of her robe, discovering it remarkably dry, devoid of any signs of seawater. Only then did she gradually regain her composure. The scene she had just witnessed was indeed a memory of Slytherin. What kind of monstrous adversary had he battled in those days? In that instant, Daphne's reverence for the founder of her house reached its zenith. She mused that if she herself were in such a situation, merely surviving would be a tale to boast about for a lifetime. What the other three founders? Had Slytherin not yet encountered them at that time? The spectacle was utterly astonishing. For the first time, Daphne witnessed the pinnacle of magic, realizing that a wizard who could master such power could indeed be deemed a walking disaster. He has transformed my perception of magic, Daphne reflected, for I had never fathomed its might could reach such heights. Les nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely his intention, to broaden Daphne's horizons and enlighten her as to the limits of magic. Before instructing students, it was essential to reveal the true nature of their craft, particularly for someone like Daphne, who had the freedom to choose her specialization. So, what type of spells do you wish to learn? Les inquired, having laid the groundwork for their discussion. Can you teach me anything? Indeed, there exists scarcely a spell I am incapable of teaching. I yearn to learn the art of crafting the Philosopher's Stone. Should I master this, it may offer salvation for my sister's affliction. Lais, the young girl, delivered a sharp retort, rendering him momentarily speechless. Such is the nature of scarcely. Lais, with remarkable audacity, claimed he lacked the ability to forge the stone. Daphne appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she recognized that her request was rather burdensome. Had it not been for Lais's prodigious talents, she would never have dared to pose such a question. The curse afflicting your sister is rather peculiar and requires careful management. Perhaps she could first consume a warding fruit to assess her condition. If that proves ineffective, I can concoct a potion to suppress the curse, Lais suggested, acutely aware of the complexity surrounding the blood curse plaguing Astoria, Daphne's sister. Even he harbored doubts about his capability to heal her. To restore her health, Lais would need to purify or sever the taint from Astoria's soul, a task of formidable difficulty. If only Helga were present. She was the most adept healer among them. Alas, she was not, and Lais could not help but ponder this. Daphne remained silent, merely biting her lip, before she eventually shifted the conversation. Lais raised an eyebrow, Of course you may learn to fly. However, it demands a high degree of control over one's magical energy. That is not an issue. In fact, our entrance here was achieved through flight. The principle is not complex. Concentrate magical energy in your feet to generate an upward thrust, allowing you to levitate, and by altering the direction of your energy, you can soar freely. Quite simple, is it not? With diligent practice, one can surely master it. A flicker of confusion crossed Daphne's visage. Controlling magical energy? This was a concept she had never encountered before. Lais suddenly sensed an anomaly, akin to a Muggle teacher expounding on the intricacies of oxidation-reduction reactions, while students below inquired about the very nature of oxidation. Have you never heard of controlling magical energy? He inquired cautiously. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, Lais felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He grasped the crux of the modern magical community's predicament. Throughout the past week's lessons, the professors had never mentioned this concept, and he had presumed it was common knowledge that they deemed unnecessary to cover. In truth, it was a concept that had simply vanished. Compared to a millennium past, significant advancements have been made in wand crafting and spell incantations, leading to the obsolescence of seemingly antiquated ideas, such as the control of magical energy. Much like the advent of calculators rendered counting beads and abacuses obsolete, the evolution of wands and spells allowed the mastery of magical energy to fall from necessity, resulting in an entire generation of young wizards who were unfamiliar with the concept. Why think critically when one can merely apply formulas? With specific gestures, intonations, and pauses, spells can be cast effortlessly. Over time, this leads to a lack of inquiry into the underlying mechanics. Why, with a flick of my wrist and the incantation of Wingardium Leviosa, does a feather take flight? To know the surface but not the essence is a common ailment in the modern magical world. And it is precisely this ignorance that accounts for the rarity of flying wizards, with even the Dark Lord Voldemort being the most adept at flight. Wizards must engage in deeper contemplation. After reflecting on this, Rhys sighed, suggesting that they should begin with the fundamentals of magical control, to allay Daphne's potential impatience. He added an explanation. Without understanding the principles of magical control and incantations, even mastering 1,000 spells would not elevate one to the status of a Slytherin wizard. He then commenced instructing Daphne on how to channel her internal magic and release it. The content was so rudimentary that Rhys found it somewhat awkward to convey. He never anticipated that he would one day be teaching such concepts to a young witch from a pureblood family. Under Rhys's guidance, Daphne attempted several times and ultimately succeeded. A tingling warmth flowed through her left arm, culminating in her palm and fingertips, and then, poof, a small whirlwind burst forth from her hand, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. Congratulations, you have learned to project your magic. Rhys praised her from his side. Chapter 41. Who changed my password? Learning to project magic was merely the first step. Next, Daphne needed to master the control of her magical output. Rhys set her goal to maintain the small whirlwind of projected magic until dinner. After outlining the key points, he left Daphne to practice independently. Repetition cultivates skill. This adage holds true even in the realm of magic. Daphne's talent proved commendable, and her progress surpassed Rhys's expectations. Before lunch, she was able to control her projected magic, keeping the whirlwind stable in her palm. Nodding to herself, she endeavored to advance further. To enhance her control, she removed her cumbersome boots and socks, standing barefoot on the cool marble floor. The chill of the ground elicited a reflexive curl of her toes. Yet the refreshing sensation sharpened her focus. Under her command, magic converged at her feet, forming two stable orbs of energy. With the influence of her magic, Daphne began to levitate, hovering an inch above the ground. Is this possible? Observing Daphne's rapid progress, Rhys was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he continued with his guidance. Throughout the learning process, she displayed remarkable talent, mastering the basics of flight magic within a single day. During her first flight, he cautioned her to manage her magical output, advising against soaring too quickly or too high. However, Daphne, caught up in the exhilaration of her unprecedented experience, dismissed his advice. As she was genuinely flying under her own volition this time, rather than being passively floated like a balloon, the thrill surged through her, causing her heart to race and her blood to rush through her veins, creating a roaring sound in her ears. The air whistled through her silver hair, and her robe billowed behind her. The sensation of flight was exquisite, filling her mind with joy. She had an innate ability, soaring through the skies with the freedom of a bird. The exertion of flying was immense, leaving the young girl devoid of color in her cheeks. Observing Daphne's fatigued expression, Lais contemplated the necessity of procuring some restorative potion ingredients from the Hogwarts public potion storage to replenish her strength and vitality. If the storage lacked the required materials, he would send a letter to Lupit for assistance in acquiring some. The oversight of the public potion storage at Hogwarts was rather lenient. Lais merely needed to collect additional raw materials during potion class and discreetly stow them in his bag before the lesson concluded. However, the readily accessible materials were primarily common. Rarer ingredients would necessitate personal procurement or a search in Professor Snape's private storeroom. Marvelous. I have never witnessed such a splendid beginning. Potions were a matter for the future. At present, he must commend the girl. In just one day, she had progressed from having never heard of magical control to mastering the art of flight. Her talent for magical control was unparalleled among the wizards he had encountered. Fortuitously, she had encountered a traditional teacher like himself, for under the contemporary magical education system, her gift would have surely been squandered. Really? The girl, seated cross-legged on the ground, lifted her head, her eyes sparkling. May I fly once more to solidify my feeling? Let us call it a day. Lais firmly declined her request. Excess is detrimental. You have practiced enough for today. He produced a box of chocolate frogs from his pocket and offered it to her. What about tomorrow? Daphne gazed at Lais with eager eyes, fearful that he might not wish to hold class the following day. Do we not even rest on Sundays? Seeing her enthusiasm, Lais, as a teacher, found it hard to refuse her request and acquiesced. No, let us take another route out. Lais intercepted Daphne as she intended to exit the chamber. After flying through the pipe at noon, he vowed never to ascend through that drain again, even if it meant starving within the chamber. How could the heir of Slytherin be reduced to entering the chamber via the sewers? It was utterly undignified. Are there other exits? Of course. Lais led Daphne to his statue, forcefully stepping on a large marble tile on the ground. The 2-square-meter tile rose from the floor, gently elevating them to the level of the statue's face. Lais regarded the statue and commanded in Parcel tongue, "Open." 1 second passed, 2 seconds, 3. Nothing happened. "Open." He repeated the command, yet still nothing occurred. Lais felt perplexed. Why had the incantation he set become ineffective? However, this posed little concern. As the true master of the chamber, Lais possessed the highest authority here and would not be hindered by a mere password. Reveal the command. He ordered the statue. One of the statue's eyes suddenly illuminated, a beam of light projecting from its pupil onto the marble slab beneath, revealing the current password of the statue. Speak to me. The greatest of the 4 founders of Slytherin at Hogwarts. Leighton fell silent. A rush of blood surged through him, leaving him dizzy and breathless. Who dared alter my password to such a ridiculous phrase? More despairing was the fact that this password had been witnessed by Daphne. Leighton felt his face flush with heat. This is a form of mockery. Fortunately, the other 3 ancient figures were oblivious to this password. Otherwise, he would be mocked for eternity. Leighton even experienced auditory hallucinations, as if Godric's voice echoed in his ears, joyfully proclaiming, "The greatest founder of Hogwarts. The greatest founder of Hogwarts." Leighton's vision darkened. Chapter 42. It will transform into Malfoy sauce. Swiftly shutting off the projection of the password, Leighton cast a furtive glance at Daphne, relieved to find her seemingly unaffected. Perhaps she hadn't fully discerned the entirety of the password, or perhaps she deemed the phrase innocuous. Then, a commotion ensued. The enormous stone visage began to stir, its mouth opening to form a gaping black void. As the opening emerged, a rustling sound emanated from within, suggesting that something was stirring inside the statue's mouth. What could it be? Daphne, not deaf, naturally heard the sounds of the Serpent King's movements. After Leighton provided her with a brief explanation, Daphne fell silent. So, there was a serpent over 20 feet long concealed within the statue? This revelation deterred Daphne from venturing inside. Whether the thought of a filthy sewer pipe or a tunnel harboring a great serpent was more unsettling was a matter of personal perspective. Unaware of the girl's shifting sentiments, Leighton boldly led Daphne into the statue's mouth. Contrary to the initial impression given by its exterior, the interior tunnel of the statue was spacious and smooth, with sconces affixed to the walls at intervals. However, all the sconces were devoid of light, leaving Leighton to conjure a flame for illumination. The ground bore the markings of a large serpent's passage, evidently left by the Serpent King. Daphne felt a tinge of apprehension, fearing an encounter with a fearsome beast around any corner. Fortunately, the Serpent King was well hidden, and she found no trace of the monster until they reached the tunnel's end. In truth, the enchantments laid here were akin to the spells inscribed on the walls of the back alley of the Leaky Cauldron, detectable only when one's mastery of magic deepens. Leighton stood before a thick stone wall, engaging Daphne in conversation. His words piqued her curiosity about the world as perceived through Leighton's eyes. Me? Like an ordinary person, though my sensitivity to magic is heightened. Indeed, if I sense something amiss and concentrate magical energy in my eyes, the things I perceive will indeed transform. I can see the flow of magic. For instance, at this moment, to the eyes of an ordinary person, this is an unremarkable wall, but to me, the entire surface shimmers with a subtle glow of magical energy. Daphne opened her eyes wide, intently gazing at the wall. However, despite straining her vision, she failed to perceive the flow of magic within it. You are still a bit short of mastery. You will surely excel in the future, she comforted the young girl lightly. Subsequently, Les pressed his wand against the stone brick, counting down 7 bricks, and then across 7 more was all that was required. As he prodded the wand, the brick sank and vanished. Then, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the entire stone wall disappeared, revealing an exit. Emerging from the tunnel, Daphne recognized their location, next to the underground dock where they had arrived on the day of the opening ceremony. This spell has a simplified version in the modern magical world known as the Armor Charm, which is considered a relatively advanced incantation that many Hogwarts graduates cannot wield. As expected, Daphne learned this spell in merely a day. She was able to channel magic to form a thin, protective shield in front of herself. Although it might not withstand even a thrown brick, it represented a significant breakthrough from nothing to something. The remainder was merely a matter of time. This unexpectedly filled Les with a sense of delight. He felt fortunate to have discovered a treasure, and it seemed he had found a legacy for his abilities. After some reflection, he felt an inexplicable happiness, especially when observing Professor Snape bustling about, grumbling as he dealt with the mess left by students. He was grateful that the head of the house was not himself. Malfoy, who had previously clashed with him, seemed to have reported him to his father. Yet Lucius Malfoy appeared to have no intention of intervening on his behalf. Without his father's support, Malfoy quickly forgot about the minor friction between himself and Les, turning his attention instead to a boy named Harry Potter. Les could tell that initially he had intended to befriend Potter, but Slytherin's infamous reputation hindered him, effectively stifling any potential budding friendship. Of course, the house's notorious reputation was merely a secondary factor. Malfoy's abysmal character was the primary cause. He was ostentatious, arrogant, and exasperating. Had he not possessed a formidable father, he might have already been subjected to a severe beating by older students in the house. During the first week of school, Malfoy incessantly boasted about his illustrious lineage. By the second week, the topic shifted to Quidditch, as he chattered endlessly about flying and vehemently complained at the dining table that first-year students were unqualified to join the house Quidditch team. He particularly enjoyed positioning himself near Daphne, loudly recounting his childhood flying tales, which varied in detail but always culminated in the same outcome: the skilled flyer Draco Malfoy narrowly evading a Muggle helicopter, having already experienced the thrill of flying. Daphne initially paid little mind to his boastfulness. However, Malfoy's incessant chatter eventually wore her down. At that moment, my hair was mere inches from the rotor, and I could even feel the powerful gust of wind. Malfoy's story reached its usual conclusion, only to be interrupted by a girl's voice. "Are you certain it was only a few inches?" Daphne glanced at him. "Absolutely," Malfoy assured, patting his chest. Daphne said nothing. She had heard of the Muggle contraption known as a helicopter. After a brief description of its structure to Les, he transformed a set of cutlery on the table into the likeness of a helicopter, while turning a piece of roast beef into a small figure riding a flying broomstick. Under Malfoy's bewildered gaze, Daphne guided the tiny figure towards the hovering helicopter. Suddenly, with a splat, the figure was ensnared by the rotor blades, instantly reduced to a pulp. The remnants of meat and grease splattered everywhere, with a drop landing squarely on the utterly stunned Malfoy's face. "So how did you endure that? Or has the Malfoy family's medical expertise advanced to the point of restoring pulp to human form?" Daphne smiled at Malfoy, who was left speechless. Daphne had effectively ended the discussion. Chapter 43. A skill even Slytherin could not master. Quidditch. Who would have thought this sport would become so wildly popular? After dealing with a noisy Malfoy, Les felt the unpredictability of life. Did you know? Quidditch has deep roots with Slytherin. On a whim, Les decided to share a tale about the origins of Quidditch with the young wizards around him. In Slytherin House, stories related to Salazar Slytherin never failed to attract an audience. As soon as Les finished speaking, he noticed several pairs of eyes, some overt and others concealed, directed at him. Undoubtedly, Quidditch is the most popular sport today, but did you know that in the 11th century, when the four founders were active, Quidditch was an exceedingly obscure pastime? Games like goalkeeping, stone catching, and aerial collisions were far more recognized. More and more listeners leaned in. The sports less mentioned once thrived in the Middle Ages, yet have now faded into obscurity, their disappearance linked to their perilous nature. For instance, stone catching is an exceedingly violent and hazardous game. Each participant must strap a cauldron to their head with a belt and use it to catch stones plummeting from a height of 100 feet. And these stones were enchanted. One can only imagine the casualty rate of such a game, aptly named injured heads. Only those with a modicum of sense would dare to play it. The birth of Quidditch is inextricably tied to a witch named Gertie Kettle. Les began recounting the story of those bygone days. "Huh, Godric, I'm flying," Salazar Slytherin exclaimed as he soared around on a broomstick. "What kind of flying broomstick is this? You've truly worked wonders by enchanting an ordinary broom." Godric Gryffindor unabashedly revealed his friend's lack of skill. Salazar could not effectively control the flying broomstick. He was forced to cast a levitation spell on a regular broom to lift himself off the ground. "Just admit whether you flew or not." Slytherin, slightly miffed, found himself at odds with the flying broomstick, unable to connect with it at all. Although there exists a form of flight magic to assist one in soaring through the skies, it ultimately seems rather embarrassing. What wizard cannot ride a flying broomstick? Very well. Very well. Shall we engage in a game of catch? Godric's enthusiasm was palpable. Slytherin remained silent, sensing a peculiar feedback loop unfolding before him. Only a person of questionable intellect would indulge in such a game, and once engaged, their faculties would likely deteriorate further, resulting in an even greater desire to play. Resolving to fulfill his duty as a friend and salvage Gryffindor's precarious state of mind, Slytherin devised a game on the spot. This game bore resemblance to the Muggle children's game of whack-a-mole, wherein the two would toss a ball at one another, with points deducted for being struck. How difficult could it be? Just watch the ball. Godric was brimming with excitement and conjured a ball, hurling it directly at Slytherin's face. The two enjoyed themselves immensely until Godric's conjured ball inadvertently landed in Gertie Kitter's vegetable patch. Gertie confiscated the offending ball and unleashed a series of curses upon the two. Feeling guilty, Les and Godric retreated in shame. However, their match was far from over, as they had not yet satiated their enjoyment. Thus, the following day they returned, with Godric crafting a new ball and Les altering the rules of the game. To prevent a recurrence of the previous day's mishap, he decided to change the scoring method to throwing the ball into the woods at the far end of the swamp, thus birthing the prototype of Quidditch and its scoring hoops. Later, to enhance the game's excitement, they enchanted 2 stones, allowing them to fly about in the air, interfering with their throws, which would serve as the precursor to the elusive bludgers. Given that the swamp was named the Quidditch Marsh, Slytherin aptly named the sport Quidditch. And so, the origins of Quidditch were unveiled. As Les concluded his tale, the surrounding young wizards eagerly engaged in fervent discussion. It is only natural that we excel at Quidditch. After all, it is a game invented by Lord Slytherin, and the students of Slytherin House are innately skilled. It seems that Lord Slytherin had a rather amicable relationship with Gryffindor. They were once good friends. Is this recorded in the letters of medieval wizards? Daphne raised an eyebrow. Les shifted his gaze elsewhere, indicating her uncanny foresight. Following the public humiliation of Malfoy by Daphne in the Great Hall, the newly initiated students ceased their boasting about their flying skills, while Les's narrative regarding the origins of Quidditch began to circulate. In this atmosphere, the first flying lesson for the first-year Slytherin students arrived. The weather was splendid, with clear skies and gentle breezes, heralding the eagerly anticipated flying lesson. For the first-year Slytherins, Thursdays were exceptionally delightful, the only drawback being that they had to attend class alongside the Gryffindor newcomers. The flying lesson was taught by a lady named Madame Hooch, who sported short gray hair and a pair of eagle-like yellow eyes. It was said that she had once been a member of a professional Quidditch team before retiring to teach at Hogwarts. Compared to other retired players, the opportunity to teach at Hogwarts is undoubtedly a remarkable position. Thus she takes her responsibilities quite seriously. "Enough dawdling," she exclaimed sharply, instructing everyone to gather beside a broomstick and make haste. Les glanced down at the worn and tattered broom at his feet, its bristles disheveled. Advancements in technology, indeed. "Mrs. Hooch called out, extending her right hand above the broomstick and demonstrating the proper technique. "Up." The young wizards followed suit. "Up," Les commanded his broom. Yet, the broom lay motionless on the ground, rolling slightly, seemingly indifferent to his instruction. "Uft." Malfoy, standing beside him, burst into laughter. Finally found Les's Achilles heel. Even he has his shortcomings. Chapter 44. An unexpected incident in flying class. "Hey Les, are you alright? Need me to share some tips?" "Unlikely." Malfoy's broom obediently leapt into his hand at the command. However, only a few brooms responded so readily. Daphne's broom, like Lais's, merely rolled on the ground. And some young witches' and wizards' brooms remained completely still. Though his situation was not the worst, Lais felt his blood pressure rising. As his physical form regained youth, his emotions became more volatile, a natural instinct brought by his rejuvenated body, one that was troublesome to manage, and Lais had no intention of intervening. Up, he attempted once more. Yet the broom merely quivered without rising. Surely, a Slytherin wouldn't struggle to summon a broom, would they? Malfoy's voice echoed in his ear. A true Slytherin should be at odds with a broomstick. Only children like Daphne Greengrass truly embodied the admission standards of Salazar Slytherin. Seeing Daphne also fail to command her broom, Lais felt reassured. This must be a problem with the broom itself, which was in such poor condition. Given Hogwarts' current wealth, why not allocate a larger budget to upgrade the brooms used in flying lessons? Lais's contemplation was somewhat naive. Who comprised the Hogwarts Board of Governors? As an organization responsible for funding, most members hailed from pure-blood families, making it difficult to manage the incessant expenses. This resulted in a significant representation of Slytherin alumni on the board, which tended to favor Slytherin House. To them, the victories of Slytherin in the House Cup and Quidditch Cup were delightful occurrences. Thus, it became essential to undermine the other three houses. But how to achieve this? Even with their wealth, the governors could not hire professional players to compete, so they focused on the brooms used during matches. For most students, broomsticks were a luxury. Aside from the wealthy in Slytherin, most students borrowed the brooms provided by the school for competitions. However, the rules did not prohibit the use of personal brooms. Much like a muggle racing competition, where one group competes with modest vehicles worth a mere 100,000, while another boasts high-performance supercars. It is evident that those wielding supercars hold a distinct advantage. Consequently, Hogwarts complementary flying broomsticks have remained outdated, dominated by antiquated models like the Nimbus and Comet, while the Slytherin Quidditch team employs brooms of exceptional performance. This disparity is one of the factors contributing to Slytherin's remarkable achievements. As Lais and the flying broomsticks found themselves in a vexed standoff, Madame Hooch was at the front, demonstrating to the first years how to mount a broom without slipping off. There are two mainstream methods for riding a broom: the side saddle position and the straddling position. Ultimately, Lais abandoned the traditional method of summoning the broom, opting instead for his unique floating charm. However, he would soon come to realize the technological advancements that had transpired over the millennium regarding flying broomsticks. In the Middle Ages, flying broomsticks were simply ordinary cleaning brooms, enhanced with a floating charm to enable their flight under a wizard's control. A millennium later, the brooms were vastly different, primarily equipped with a spell that effectively resisted magical interference. Ordinary floating charms could not disrupt flying broomsticks. Only potent dark magic could achieve such a feat, in other words. Lais's approach was futile. Lais found his spell ineffective, leaving the broom inert upon the ground, proving even less effective than a verbal command. Malfoy's mocking gaze seemed to materialize, tracing its way between Lais and the unmoving broomstick. Daphne, standing nearby, faced a similar predicament as she struggled to awaken her broom, clearly under considerable pressure. After much deliberation, she resolved to bend down and retrieve the broom. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, she had to learn how to ride a broom. Lais scoffed. He would never stoop to such a level. Did a mere counter-charm think it could thwart him? To him, the spell on the broom was more symbolic than functional. A classic case of protecting against a gentleman while leaving the rogue unchallenged. He decided to amplify his efforts, but an unexpected occurrence ensued. The school's broomsticks, aged and in disrepair, were a collection of antiquities. Coupled with this being his first attempt at countering such a spell, Lais overestimated the strength of the enchantment on the broom. His enhanced spell surged forth like a flood, breaching the barrier of the countercharm and radiating outward, affecting over 20 nearby broomsticks. Whoosh! Only Madame Hooch, Malfoy, and Harry, who possessed remarkable control over their brooms or were wielding higher quality models, managed to retain their grip on their flying broomsticks. The rest spiraled out of control, soaring into the sky like rockets. In an instant, over 20 broomsticks ascended to a height of 20 feet. Lais was taken aback. He had not anticipated the school's broomsticks to be so fragile, their enchantments easily unraveled by his spell. He reflected that had he reduced the power of his spell to a mere tenth, such an outcome would likely have been avoided. Flying broomsticks, Lais Lynn was too powerful. I feel quite remorseful for not allowing him to exert his full strength during the flying lesson. However, Lais's reflection could not bring the broomsticks back down. Amidst the collective frenzy of broomsticks soaring wildly, chaos engulfed the classroom. Madame Hooch, disregarding her students, hastily mounted her broom and took to the skies in pursuit of the runaway brooms. In the midst of the turmoil, Draco Malfoy noticed Harry, who, like him, was gripping a broomstick tightly. He hasn't let go either? Remarkable, Malfoy mused, a wicked idea flashing through his mind. Hey, Potter, do you have the nerve to compete with me? He raised an eyebrow, regarding Harry with a challenging gaze. What do you mean, Malfoy? Harry, harboring a deep disdain for Malfoy, had never before encountered someone who could irritate him more than Dudley until he met Draco Malfoy. Have some dignity. Ron, standing by, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Malfoy's taunts. You're really something, challenging someone who's barely touched a broom for 5 minutes to a flying contest. All right, forget I said anything, Malfoy shrugged, feigning nonchalance, and took off into the air on his broom. Chapter 45. Daphne, is that all? Watching Malfoy ascend into the sky amidst gasps of astonishment, Harry felt a fire igniting within his chest. Don't listen to his nonsense, Harry. He.S. just trying to provoke you, Ron urged, knowing his friend well. However, Ron's words fell on deaf ears. Usually amiable and easygoing, Harry was resolute once he set his mind to something, and no one could sway him. He promptly mounted his broom in the manner Madame Hooch had instructed, pushing off the ground with determination, soaring skyward like Malfoy. Harry! Ron's face turned pale. Harry had spent all his time at his aunt's house, and had never even touched a broomstick before. The consequences of such a reckless ascent were unthinkable. As Harry and Malfoy flew into the sky one after the other, the first-year students of Gryffindor and Slytherin were left utterly astonished, their gasps and screams echoing, even audible from dozens of feet away. It was only when Madame Hooch caught sight of a shadow, tinged with green, that she realized the gravity of the situation. She whirled around to find 2 young wizards soaring on broomsticks. Madame Hooch felt as if 2 heavy blows had struck her head, leaving her momentarily dazed. Once her senses returned, she summoned all her strength to yell, "You two, stop this at once!" However, the 2 young wizards now aloft would not heed their teacher's command. Malfoy dismissed Madame Hooch entirely, while Harry, fueled by a surge of adrenaline, selectively ignored her words. Malfoy darted to a broomstick, seized it with a swift motion, and, triumphantly laughing, began to descend towards the ground. Refusing to be outdone, Harry, mounting a broom for the first time, seemed instinctively aware of how to fly. He leaned forward, clutching the broom tightly, propelling himself like a javelin towards the untethered brooms above. In the blink of an eye, he was level with 2 brooms. Harry, skillfully wielding both, clutched them firmly in his hands, his legs squeezing the broom between them as it abruptly turned and dove toward the ground. The young wizards, observing from below, erupted into applause. But as they witnessed Harry's astonishing plunge, their cheers turned into gasps of astonishment. Malfoy, noticing his classmates applauding, felt a surge of pride swelling within him. Just as he descended triumphantly toward the ground, Harry soared past him on his broom, leaving only a graceful silhouette in his wake. Malfoy, taken aback, could scarcely believe that Harry, a novice with a flying broom, could perform so adeptly. As Harry landed among the Gryffindor team and was met with raucous cheers, Malfoy sneered, begrudgingly cursing Harry for stealing his thunder. After a moment's contemplation, he concocted a more impressive landing. Pretending not to notice, he forced himself to push Harry from his mind and executed a stylish drift as he descended, coming to a halt directly in front of Daphne. In Malfoy's mind, Daphne would surely be captivated by his charm. With a little cooperation from her, he could completely overshadow Harry's moment. Yet, reality deviated from his script. Upon hearing Malfoy's words, Daphne rolled her eyes in response. "No need," she replied, taking a step aside, distancing herself from him. He needed to seize the opportunity to alleviate his embarrassment, but scarcely had he flown a few feet when a shadow brushed past him, overtaking his broom. Malfoy initially assumed it was Potter, but upon closer inspection, he found it was Daphne. More astonishingly, she was not even riding a broom. "I can manage on my own," she declared before turning and soaring into the sky. Everyone present, aside from Lestrange, was left astounded. In their understanding, wizards required magical tools like flying brooms to take flight. How could any wizard fly independently through sheer will? Malfoy stood frozen, staring blankly at Daphne's retreating figure. "You, get down here!" Suddenly, an angry shout pierced his thoughts, followed by a sharp pain in his ear. You and you! How dare you! You could break your neck." Harry, somewhat compliant, bowed his head to the reprimand, while Daphne and Malfoy exhibited a defiance that was unmistakable. To Malfoy, the idea of falling from a broom was inconceivable. He had been flying since he was 5. Daphne was equally confident, knowing that the other 2 relied on the broom's external force, while she had mastered the flight spell entirely on her own. However, regardless of their confidence, neither dared to openly defy their teacher, and they stood in silence. "Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall's voice cut through Madame Hooch's admonition. Harry looked up, his heart sinking as he saw Professor McGonagall striding purposefully toward him. 10 points from Gryffindor. Potter, come with me. Professor, Harry he. Enough, Mr. Weasley. Upon witnessing Professor McGonagall deduct points from Harry and prepare to escort him away, Malfoy nearly burst into laughter. However, that amusement swiftly evaporated. 20 points from Slytherin. Miss Greengrass. Mr. Malfoy, you both shall accompany me as well. Chapter 46, Detention. Upon hearing McGonagall's verdict, Malfoy's expression darkened considerably. He was well aware of the professor's formidable reputation. She was known for her unwavering impartiality. She would never show favoritism towards her own house, treating all students equally, and would not take into account their family backgrounds when meting out punishment. Thus, invoking his father's name would be futile. He could only resign himself to his fate. While Malfoy felt a wave of despondency, Harry was engulfed in despair. He feared expulsion, contemplating that within mere minutes, he might be forced to pack his belongings and leave Hogwarts, having scarcely been there for 2 weeks. He dreaded to think of what the Dursleys might say upon seeing him at the doorstep. Certainly not words of encouragement. Daphne felt a twinge of anxiety. But remembering that Malfoy and Harry's transgression was far graver than her own, she quickly regained her composure. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter, in light of your serious violation of conduct during flying class, I'm assigning you both to detention with Madame Hooch. Do you have anything to say? Upon realizing that he was merely facing detention and not expulsion, Harry nodded vigorously, expressing his complete agreement. Malfoy wished to argue, yet he understood that any defense would be in vain. He could only accept his misfortune. After addressing Harry and Malfoy, Professor McGonagall turned her gaze to Daphne. Miss Greengrass, could you elucidate how you accomplished that feat? Both Malfoy and Harry perked up, equally curious about how Daphne had managed to fly. Although Les had never explicitly instructed her to keep a secret, Daphne felt an innate urge to protect it. Perhaps her selfishness was at play. She wished to monopolize the knowledge residing in Les's mind. Or perhaps she simply did not wish to burden him with trouble. Where did you learn that? Professor McGonagall could not restrain her curiosity. Her instincts told her that Daphne would not disclose the truth, yet the rarity of flying magic compelled her to probe further. Upon hearing the term flying magic, Malfoy's countenance shifted dramatically. He had heard from his father that the Dark Lord possessed a unique form of magic, known as flying magic, a skill that allowed wizards to soar without the aid of broomsticks. The sudden revelation of Daphne's ability to perform such magic led him to question the implications regarding the Greengrass family, especially given their purported neutrality during the previous Wizarding War. Young Malfoy found himself perplexed by this development. Professor McGonagall shared similar concerns. She was troubled by the possibility that Daphne's flying magic could be linked to the Dark Lord. A foreboding thought indeed. Yet, confronted with McGonagall's inquiry, Daphne remained silent. Professor McGonagall gazed intently at her for a moment before finally shaking her head, granting a reprieve to the ancient Greengrass family. Perhaps the family vault truly harbored secrets of flying magic. Yet regardless, Professor Dumbledore needed to be informed of the events that transpired. All right, you two may leave, she stated. Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Hooch will contact you regarding matters related to your detention. McGonagall dismissed Malfoy and Daphne, but retained Harry. This naturally caused Harry's heart to leap. Huh, that Potter is doomed. I wager he'll be expelled. Once McGonagall and Harry vanished from their sight, Malfoy immediately exclaimed with exhilaration. Daphne's judgment proved correct. At dinner, Harry appeared punctually in the Great Hall, while Malfoy wore an expression akin to that of someone struck with a punch. The swiftness with which Mrs. Hooch delivered the details of their detention indicated that her ire had not yet dissipated. During the meal, an owl arrived bearing her decrees regarding the punishments for Harry and Malfoy. They were to report to her that evening for the maintenance of their flying brooms. Upon arriving at the broom shed, Mrs. Hooch divided the brooms used in class into 2 piles and tossed each of them a broom care manual, 2 jars of handle polish, and a pair of gardening shears. Your task is to polish the broom handles and trim the unruly bristles. Her voice was notably frosty. After briefly delineating their duties, she exited the broom shed, warning them that if their maintenance was found lacking, she would petition for an extension of their detention. Thus, they were best advised against any trickery. Harry and Malfoy sat in opposite corners of the shed, endeavoring to keep their distance from one another. It was evident that Malfoy had not had the household house elves attend to his brooms in his youth. His movements were remarkably adept. By the time Harry finished tending to 1 broom, Malfoy had already cared for 3. If at that moment, Malfoy had voluntarily taken a few brooms from Harry to assist him and attempted an apology, perhaps their fraught relationship might have found a path to restoration. I'm not leaving, What if someone dirties my broom after I go? Harry retorted, thrusting the broom he held forcefully to the ground. Do you think I can't see through your intentions, Draco Malfoy? Malfoy fell silent, resuming his work on the brooms. However, though his mouth was closed, his mind was increasingly active. Potter, have you ever heard of wizard dueling? After completing the last broom, Malfoy reignited the conversation. Harry kept his gaze downward, silently applying polish to the broom. He had not heard of wizard dueling, yet its meaning was not lost on him. He simply chose not to engage with Malfoy. Chapter 47. Malfoy's request for a substitute. Fates diverge among individuals. As Harry and Malfoy solemnly accepted Mrs. Hooch's verdict, Daphne basked in the spotlight, having become the subject of widespread intrigue. Her remarkable feat of soaring to great heights had circulated throughout the school, and everyone was eager to learn how she accomplished it. Inquire with the young girl. Perhaps I too might have the opportunity to master this spell. With a flying broomstick, one can ascend to the skies, yet it is, after all, a broom that is nearly the same height as myself, rendering it impractical for daily transport. How delightful it would be to learn the art of flight. Classes such as astronomy and divination, held in the tower, could easily be attended with a simple flight, due to Daphne's lineage and her esteemed status within Slytherin House. Even if she claims that this spell was imparted to her by the portraits of Slytherin, her peers would undoubtedly believe her. Coming from an ancient line of wizards, it is quite normal for her to possess a collection of spells that many might find perplexing. Some astute students readily stepped forward to assert that in antiquity, well before the medieval era, wizards did indeed pass down their invented spells in such a manner. The scroll Daphne mentioned is likely a legacy of flight magic from an ancient sorcerer. The ancestors of the Greengrass family fortuitously obtained a legacy scroll, yet for various reasons. It was never utilized, and subsequent generations forgot its existence, until it was finally unearthed by Daphne, a kindred spirit. Listening to the young wizard's coherent and logical analyses, Les could not help but scratch his head. Their reasoning made him question whether even if Daphne claimed the spell was taught to her by Slytherin, they would still find a plausible explanation. It is commonplace for Slytherin spells to be so powerful, they might say. Is it not entirely expected for a pure-blood family like the Greengrasses to receive Slytherin's favor? If Gryffindor is permitted to retain the Sorting Hat, why should Slytherin not be allowed to preserve a legacy of spells? Such is the nature of things, Albus. On the faculty bench, Professor McGonagall relayed everything she had witnessed that afternoon to Dumbledore. Oh, I did not realize that young Harry possessed such remarkable Quidditch talent, Dumbledore remarked after hearing McGonagall's account, promptly setting down his spoon with a serious expression. I believe we should extend a special invitation for him to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. McGonagall fell silent. She was taken aback by Dumbledore's unusual focus, and the grave expression he wore seemed at odds with the subject matter at hand. I have made my decision, Albus. Regarding Daphne, everyone harbors their own secrets, myself included. I deem it unnecessary to pry into the secrets of all. Moreover, is it not perfectly normal for a child of the Greengrass family to possess unique magical abilities? McGonagall sighed, and since Dumbledore was willing to entertain such thoughts, she chose to trust his judgment, believing it sufficient that he was aware of the matter. Yet one final question lingered. What are the broomsticks? I fail to comprehend why they went inexplicably out of control. I am inclined to believe that this is a surge of magic emanating from a young wizard. Minerva, you ought to be aware that such magical outbursts come in various forms. For a fleeting moment, the sparkle in Dumbledore's eyes dimmed, only to return to its usual brilliance. So much so that even McGonagall, seated beside him, failed to notice the change. Some young wizards create a considerable commotion, while others merely cause glass to vanish or revive withered flowers. Perhaps this incident was instigated by one of those children who have only just begun their schooling less than 2 weeks ago. This is not necessarily an ill omen. We could petition the Board of Governors for funds to replace the flying broomsticks that have remained unchanged for decades. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, expressing doubt about the feasibility of such a request, suggesting instead that they might be more inclined to consult a broom expert to certify the safety of the current brooms. The incident in flying class was swiftly resolved, with the true culprit successfully concealing themselves in the shadow of Daphne, much like a serpent lying in wait, undetectable in its movements. Upon hearing Malfoy challenge Harry to a duel, Ron did not hesitate for a moment before making a decision on Harry's behalf. A true gentleman cannot refuse a duel. I shall be your second. Harry nodded in agreement. Even without Ron's persuasion, he would have accepted, for he had no intention of missing the chance to give Malfoy a sound thrashing. While he did not comprehend the intricacies of wizard dueling, he understood conflict quite well. What constitutes a wizard duel? Are there specific rules? After listening to Ron's explanation, Harry furrowed his brow. Only wands may be employed? If I perish, you will continue the fight in my stead? Do not fret. Both of you possess too little magical knowledge to inflict real harm on one another. At best, Malfoy can only emit sparks from his little stick. A fist would be far more effective than your wands. Ron calmly analyzed Malfoy's malicious intentions for Harry. He likely assumed you would decline, allowing him to mock you at will. Ron's insights into Malfoy's machinations were astute. Fortunately, your understanding of wizard dueling is not profound. Had it been me, I might have truly been intimidated by him. So, shall I accept his invitation? Of course. Ron's analysis proved accurate. The following day, after potions class, Malfoy appeared somewhat taken aback upon learning that Harry had accepted his challenge. After a 2-second pause, he remarked, "Excellent. Then we shall meet in the trophy room tonight. It is never locked." He hurriedly departed without confirming Harry's choice of second. "I envy you, Harry. You finally have a legitimate opportunity to pummel Malfoy," Ron expressed with a look of admiration. The thought of that scenario brought an uncontrollable smile to Harry's face. Under the tutelage of his cousin Dudley, he had become quite adept at fighting. His previous misfortunes were largely due to Dudley being several weight classes above him. Malfoy did not seek assistance from his usual lackeys, but instead found Tracy in the library. "Tracy, I would like you to be my dueling assistant." He did not wait for Daphne, who was beside Tracy, to dismiss him, but directly stated his intentions. Chapter 48. No one understands school rules better than I do. Dueling assistant? Me? For a brief moment, Les was taken aback by Malfoy's request. The last time someone had asked him to be a dueling assistant was a millennium ago. Daphne had intended to refuse on Les's behalf, but he raised a hand to signal her to hold her tongue. "Draco Malfoy, are you truly certain about participating in a duel?" Les's interest was piqued entirely by Malfoy's proposition. A duel. This was indeed a duel. However, with whom had Malfoy forged such a bitter enmity that he felt compelled to engage in a life-or-death confrontation? Malfoy swallowed hard and nodded, adding, "But it's not one of those duels where life hangs in the balance. I merely intend to settle a personal grievance with that Gryffindor, Potter." Les nodded in understanding. This aligned with his conjecture and was entirely reasonable. It would have been odd for Malfoy to seek a lethal conflict with another, especially considering the challenges of wielding magic to kill at such a young age. 100 galleons. I'll be your dueling assistant for 100 galleons. Why don't you just go and steal it? Malfoy's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. 100 galleons. That sum could nearly match the annual expenses of an ordinary wizarding family of 3, enough to deplete Malfoy's little treasury. This was already a discounted rate. Les spread his hands, indicating that this price was as reasonable as it could get. A century ago, who could have dreamt of hiring him as a dueling assistant for a mere 100 galleons? Certainly, one scenario involved a life-and-death struggle against a formidable dark wizard, while the other entailed merely supporting a child. The disparity in the difficulty of the tasks was vast. Yet, given his standing and the rather tenuous relationship he shared with Draco Malfoy, Les deemed a fee of 100 galleons appropriate. If Malfoy could afford it, he would participate. If not, there would be no discussion. Malfoy's facial muscles twitched, as if to ask for a discount. After being rebuffed, he gritted his teeth and accepted Les's terms. "But I must pay afterwards." Les promptly and decisively rejected this notion, citing it as against the regulations. "Then, may I pay half in advance? I will give you the rest after the duel." Malfoy's voice was almost a strained whisper. After a moment's contemplation, Les recalled that Malfoy's ancestors had similarly provided a half deposit when seeking his services for a wedding. He felt a sense of destiny intertwining, and thus acquiesced to Malfoy's request. As 50 gleaming galleons were laid upon the table, Les could almost hear the sound of Malfoy's heart bleeding. Observing Malfoy's staggering retreat from the library, Les couldn't help but reflect. A millennium ago, the ancestors of the Malfoy family had offered him money, and now, a millennium later, their descendant continued the tradition. This family, indeed, remained consistent through the ages. Glancing at Daphne, who sat across from him, wide-eyed in astonishment, Les chuckled. Who knew one could earn 100 galleons merely by playing house with a child? Making money is truly effortless. "No, I merely felt your calming candles and the repelling fruit were priced too low," Daphne replied, shaking her head, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. "The medicinal herbs are not worth exploiting for excessive profit. A few 100 gallons suffice for my needs." Daphne remarked that her father was quite affluent, and there was no need for formality, especially considering the money wasted over the years on those incompetent quacks treating her sister. Les made a sound of disapproval, unsure how to respond to such a statement. "Pardon my interruption." Hermione's voice unexpectedly emerged from behind a nearby bookshelf. Les, I did not mean to eavesdrop. But I must caution you against wandering around the school at night. Just think of the consequences. How many points would you lose if you got caught? Hermione emerged, clutching a stack of books. The points deducted would be from Slytherin. What does that concern you, a Ravenclaw? Les was taken aback, marveling at her vast capacity for compassion. I am merely reminding you as a friend. This is a violation of school regulations. Hermione appeared somewhat irked. Les raised 2 fingers, earnestly addressing her. 2 points to consider. First, I shall not be caught. They cannot apprehend me. And second, under these special circumstances, the rules permit it. Huh? Hermione was momentarily stunned, instinctively overlooking the first point Les made and concentrating entirely on the second. According to Clause 479, Section 3 of Hogwarts Regulations, the school ensures students' right to participate in dueling invitations. Should the duel coincide with curfew, the duelists may disregard the curfew. This regulation was established by Godric Gryffindor himself. Les was exceedingly familiar with the school rules. No one at Hogwarts understood them better than he did, having crafted them over tea with his friends. Hermione, upon hearing this, was left speechless. The book titled A Comprehensive Guide to Hogwarts Regulations meticulously documented the school's rules. Hermione quickly flipped through the pages and indeed found the clause Les had mentioned. See, I didn't deceive you, Les shrugged. Yet, he was indeed deceiving her. He was leveraging his knowledge of the regulations to mislead Hermione. The premise for violating curfew under the guise of a duel required that the head of the student's house be informed. And if Snape were to learn of such a duel, it would be truly catastrophic. Les had concealed part of the truth, successfully misleading Hermione, who departed with a sense of astonishment, despite her confusion. At 11:30, Les rose from his bed. Draco had already set off, stating he would arrive early at the duel location to familiarize himself with the terrain. Les donned his robes, grasped his wand, and quietly exited the common room. He ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, traversing a corridor that led to the trophy room. Malfoy was not present there. Les's expression darkened instantly as he surmised what had transpired. It's you, Les. Where's Malfoy? Upon encountering Les standing alone in the trophy room, Harry and Ron wore expressions of astonishment. Their recollection of Les was vague. They only remembered his proficiency in potions and commendable spell-casting skills. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps Mr. Malfoy is indisposed. Les inhaled deeply, urging Harry and Ron to remain calm. As time passed, Malfoy failed to appear, while the voice of the castle's caretaker, Filch, echoed from the adjacent room. An update was provided, accompanied by a mischievous chuckle. Due to some matters in the morning, the update would be postponed until evening. Chapter 49. No one shall defile the glory of wizards. Sniff around, my dear. They may be lurking in some corner. Filch was addressing his cat, Mrs. Norris. Harry and Ron were terrified, but before they could react, Lestrange swiftly approached them, tapping their heads with his wand. Harry felt as if someone had shattered an egg upon his skull, involuntarily shivering. Hush, Lestrange whispered. I've cast the disillusionment charm on both of you. Remain silent. With this, he suppressed his emotions and led them to a corner of the trophy room. Harry glanced at his hands, astonished to find them translucent. It was an extraordinarily peculiar experience. He stood there yet could not see his own body. They must be hiding somewhere nearby. Filch's murmurs grew increasingly distinct. Soon, a light flickered at the door as Filch entered with his cat. Harry's heart raced, yet the effectiveness of Lestrange's charm rendered him invisible. As Filch's gaze passed through him without recognition, Filch meticulously inspected every nook and cranny of the trophy room, but his search yielded disappointment. It was devoid of even a single ghost. Unlike the oblivious caretaker, Mrs. Norris sensed something amiss, lingering near the wall where the trio concealed themselves, appearing somewhat perplexed. Harry's heart threatened to leap from his throat. Should Mrs. Norris continue her suspicious behavior, Filch would inevitably be drawn to her, and even with the disillusionment charm, they risked capture if they inadvertently crossed paths with him. Just as beads of sweat formed on Harry's brow, Lestrange sprang into action. He pointed his wand, transforming a metal in the corner into a large rat. The rat darted out, startling Filch. A dead rat. How dreadful. Oh dear, wait a moment. Just as Filch discerned the shadow's true form, Mrs. Norris followed suit, racing after it. Filch, driven by his concern for his beloved cat, unhesitatingly chased after her, abandoning his search of the trophy room. In truth, with his years of experience patrolling the night, he had already surmised that no one was present in that small room. His continued search was merely a psychological comfort for himself. Once the sounds of Filch and Mrs. Norris faded into the distance, Harry and Ron sighed in relief. And it was then that Lestrange's voice resonated beside them, to agree to a duel and then stand them up. While leaking information to the castle caretaker, Such is the disgraceful conduct of the Malfoy family. Lestrange's tone turned icy. The Weasleys and the Potters honored the agreement. Yet only the offspring of the Malfoy family violated this sacred pact. Truly, a lineage fundamentally tainted. Is it truly possible that someone dares to treat a duel as mere child's play? At this moment, a tempest of astonishment and fury surged within Lais. Through Draco Malfoy's incessant efforts, his preconceived notions about the Malfoy family had only been exacerbated. My sincerest apologies for exposing you to such a disgraceful display. Nevertheless, as a member of Slytherin, Malfoy deserves a chance to rectify his mistakes. With utmost seriousness, Lais addressed Ron and Harry, requesting, "Could you kindly wait here for a moment? I shall fetch him. The duel must proceed tonight." Lais discerned the apprehension in their hearts and could not suppress a sigh. To him, Malfoy's actions had transgressed the boundaries of wizarding decorum. To lure an adversary under the guise of a duel, only to report both the opponent and his dueling companion? Draco Malfoy had truly reshaped Lais's understanding. Even in the Middle Ages, wizards, whether dark sorcerers, magical beings, outcasts, or cunning fairies, adhered to the principles of honorable combat. He approached Malfoy's bedside, waved his wand twice to isolate the area from the outside world, and then abruptly yanked the covers off Malfoy, pulling him from his slumber. "Who?" Malfoy jolted awake, only to behold Lais's countenance. "Ah, Lais, it's you." Upon seeing Lais enscathed in the dormitory, Malfoy realized the gravity of the situation. While inwardly cursing Filch's incompetence, he forced a grim smile. "Thank you for your trouble. I will settle the remaining 50 galleons as a reward." "No need for that. You shall not pay me," Lais interjected decisively, placing a hand on Malfoy's shoulder, causing him to shudder involuntarily. A wizard's duel is an exceedingly sacred affair. Having initiated the challenge, one must see it through. Now, immediately, write to Potter and Weasley to reschedule the duel. Avoiding Lais's frigid gaze, Malfoy dared not meet his eyes. Yet as time passed, he began to realize Lais was merely a first-year Slytherin like himself. Why should he fear him? A duel? You witnessed my challenge. Do you have any witnesses? Without evidence, do not make baseless claims. Malfoy's voice returned to its characteristic, slippery tone. Lais had initially considered extracting Malfoy's memories, but then he reconsidered. "You are unworthy of being a student at Hogwarts," he murmured, drawing forth his wand. Two luminous orbs emanated from its tip, entering Malfoy's being. "Reflect deeply. You may only become a wizard when I deem you worthy." With that somewhat peculiar statement, Lais departed from Malfoy's bedside. Chapter 50. The Mute Malfoy. As the orbs drifted into his chest, Malfoy was taken aback. However, upon regaining his composure, he discerned that nothing had transpired. He felt no alterations within himself. In an instant, Malfoy concluded that Lais was merely posturing. What is this? Just a bit of talent in potions, and he truly believes himself to be someone significant? He cast a glance toward Lais's bed, muttering a few choice words in his mind. Simultaneously, he consoled himself internally. Aside from expulsion, no one could strip him of his rights to practice wizardry. The following morning, after a restorative slumber, Malfoy awoke feeling invigorated. As he surveyed the dormitory, he noted that Lais was mysteriously absent, which lifted his spirits even further. With his foul and unyielding demeanor, had become an unwelcome presence, and after several confrontations that left Malfoy feeling sullied, he found it preferable to avoid him entirely. As if echoing Malfoy's thoughts, Lais had indeed been arriving late and departing early, rendering him invisible for the majority of Malfoy's day. Malfoy had enjoyed a delightful weekend, but his joy abruptly ceased during Tuesday's Transfiguration class. Before the lesson commenced, Professor McGonagall announced a review of their progress from the previous week. Ignoring the scornful glances from Harry and Ron, Malfoy calmly placed his wand on the desk, awaiting the professor's arrival. The content of the impromptu quiz was quite straightforward. Transform a matchstick into a needle. Professor McGonagall even relaxed the requirements, stating that as long as the matchstick exhibited a noticeable transformation, it sufficed, as this represented a fundamental change from nothing to something. The remainder relied on diligent practice. When Professor McGonagall approached him, Malfoy seized his wand, casting a proud glance at his classmates. "Watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once." He had mastered this transformation the previous week, capable of flawlessly converting a matchstick into a needle. He had observed that none of his classmates had succeeded thus far. It was the perfect opportunity for him to shine. With a flick of his wand aimed at the matchstick, he waited, but after a brief moment, the matchstick remained unchanged. What? The spell failed? Unyielding, Malfoy attempted again, and then yet again, but the matchstick remained stubbornly the same, devoid of even a glimmer of metallic sheen. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he stammered, "Professor, this isn't representative of my abilities." The typically silver-tongued Malfoy found himself at a loss for words. How could he explain to Professor McGonagall that he had once succeeded in this transformation, yet now found himself utterly incapable? After Professor McGonagall departed, Malfoy's complexion paled, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead onto the desk. Suddenly, he heard Les's voice echoing in his mind. "You are unworthy of being a student at Hogwarts." He looked up just in time to witness Les flawlessly transforming the very matchstick on his desk into a needle. Following this successful transfiguration, Les even yawned, seemingly indifferent to the spectacle unfolding before him. Malfoy's breath quickened, but he forced himself to regain composure, repeating to himself in his mind, "Les is merely posturing. How could he possibly rob me of my magical abilities? Such magic cannot exist." However, to Malfoy's dismay, throughout the rest of the Transfiguration class, he was unable to effect any change in the object before him. "Mr. Malfoy, I believe you should seek guidance from those students who are making rapid progress, such as Miss Granger and Mr. Finnegan, both of whom have executed today as transformations flawlessly." Professor McGonagall noticed Draco Malfoy's unfortunate state during Transfiguration class, so after the lesson, she took the time to approach him and offer some advice. However, Draco Malfoy's nightmare was far from over, as the next class was Charms. In Charms, he despaired at the realization that he could not cast any spells, no matter how hard he tried. The tip of his wand could only produce a few sparks. Consumed by fear, Malfoy cornered Les after class, who was busy explaining the intricacies of the severing charm to Neville Longbottom. "Is there something you need?" Les asked with a cheerful smile, his demeanor so friendly that Malfoy briefly wondered if the events of last Friday night had merely been a dream. "You see, I have a minor issue, and with Longbottom present, I cannot risk exposing my predicament," Malfoy hinted vaguely. Les chuckled softly and suggested that Malfoy should attend to his appointment. Upon hearing this, Malfoy's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a pig's liver, and he stormed out of the Charms classroom in anger. A duel? In his current state, he was unfit for a wizarding duel. He could not even conjure a spark, let alone face Harry in a one-sided confrontation. Malfoy made a beeline for the hospital wing, convinced that Madame Pomfrey could surely remedy his affliction. "So, you say you suddenly cannot perform magic? Have you encountered any recent disturbances?" Madame Pomfrey scrutinized Malfoy with a skeptical gaze. The notion of a wizard losing their magical ability midway through their education was something she had never before encountered. Malfoy opened his mouth to disclose the events of that night with Les, only to be struck with terror as he found himself utterly voiceless, as if his tongue were glued to the roof of his mouth. The sudden transformation of a wizard into a squib was unprecedented. "I'm not a squib." At the mere mention of the term, Malfoy protested vehemently, as if stung. All right, you're not a squib." Madame Pomfrey, her patience wearing thin after being interrupted, regarded Malfoy as merely a mischievous child attempting to feign illness for an excuse to skip class. This was not her first encounter with such antics. The act of pretending to have lost one's magical abilities was far simpler than other magical maladies and required no effort whatsoever. "You may leave now. Attend your classes and refrain from dwelling on frivolous matters," she instructed, ushering him toward the exit. "I am genuinely ill," Malfoy cried out in desperation. "Very well. I shall prescribe you some medication." Madame Pomfrey retrieved a vial of digestive aid and restorative potion from her cabinet and thrust it into his hands before promptly expelling him from the infirmary. Chapter 51. A Wizarding Duel of Raw Intensity. "So what did you do to Malfoy?" Once Neville departed with his notebook filled to the brim, Daphne could not resist inquiring about Malfoy's condition. It was evident to even the most oblivious that he harbored concerns connected to Les. "He has become a squib," Daphne exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How can this be possible?" she questioned, struggling to comprehend what she had just heard. "How can it not be? Would you like to test it?" The tip of the wand radiated a small glow. Daphne contemplated briefly before acquiescing to Les's proposal, sensing that this might be the singular opportunity in her lifetime to experience being a mute. As the faint light entered her being, she felt an indescribable strangeness. Attempting to cast a cleaning spell, she discovered that this remarkably simple incantation eluded her grasp. After 2 more attempts, she realized that her magical energy was invariably halted at her wrist, as if something were obstructing its flow. It dawned on her. "You have blocked the pathway of my magic, preventing me from completing the spell." Daphne grasped the situation instantly. "Indeed, I have interfered with the circulation of your magical energy. However, such energy cannot persist indefinitely. A wizard like you, who understands the workings of magic, will eventually deplete it after several attempts. The same applies to Malfoy. But his ignorance of magical flow means that my input will take longer to dissipate. Approximately 1 to 2 weeks, I estimate. Les couldn't help but marvel at Daphne's talent. He would certainly suffer for it. Daphne stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Human joys and sorrows do not resonate with one another. At that moment, Malfoy teetered on the brink of despair. As the future heir of the Malfoy family, he could not bear the reality of becoming a mute. Madame Pomfrey's potions proved ineffectual, and, judging by her demeanor, he surmised that she wouldn't believe a single word he uttered. What was he to do? Malfoy's first instinct was to think of his father, but he quickly dismissed that notion. He dared not let his father know of his predicament. The name Snape then entered his mind, offering him a glimmer of hope akin to a drowning man clutching a lifeline. Yet, as he took a couple of steps toward Snape's office, he realized a critical issue. He was utterly incapable of articulating the name of the culprit, Les. Unable to speak it, perhaps he could attempt to write it down? Malfoy immediately sprang into action, only to find that even writing proved impossible. The moment he focused, his quill spiraled out of control, scrawling a jumble of nonsensical characters across the page. If he could not elucidate the cause, would Professor Snape believe his words? After a moment of serious contemplation, Malfoy ultimately abandoned the idea of seeking Snape's assistance. He also harbored a fear of Snape, preferring to minimize interaction. For he sensed that the professor did not favor him, as his father had claimed. Interpersonal relationships cannot be inherited like wealth. In fact, passing them to the next generation incurs a significantly higher tax than mere inheritance tax. It seemed only one course remained. Although Malfoy had not heard the proverb that one must untie the bell from a cat, he understood that to restore normalcy, it would be best to follow Les's advice. Thus, after lunch, Harry and Ron received yet another duel invitation from Malfoy. Right now? Indeed, right now. Malfoy was eager to proceed without delay, stating plainly that they would duel immediately at a location of their choosing. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, astonished that Les had actually succeeded in persuading him. How did he manage that? Both were filled with questions. However, having reached this juncture, the two could only bury their questions deep within and proceed to determine the site of their duel, the history of Magic Classroom, which was unoccupied at noon. Very well. Malfoy readily acquiesced, also inviting Les, his dual companion, who he both feared and loathed. You see, had we done this sooner, we would not have encountered such complications. Les remarked, a smirk gracing his face, which sent a shiver down Malfoy's spine. The time afforded to Draco Malfoy for introspection was fleeting, as the group soon arrived at the history of Magic Classroom. After clearing a space within, the long-anticipated duel finally commenced. Harry and Malfoy stood at the center, bowing to one another before assuming the universal dueling stance. 3, 2, 1, begin. Les and Ron counted down in unison, and the duel was underway. Initially, Harry felt a twinge of anxiety. He worried that Malfoy, hailing from a pure-blood lineage, might possess some peculiar spell. To his surprise, as the duel commenced, Malfoy flung his wand aside and charged at him with an unyielding vigor. Harry shared Malfoy's trepidations, but unlike Harry, Malfoy found himself unable to wield magic, opting instead for physical confrontation. Years of battling with Dudley had equipped Harry with the instinct to sidestep, narrowly avoiding Malfoy's onslaught. Witnessing Malfoy's aggressive approach, Harry decisively discarded his wand and engaged in a struggle with him. What ensued was a visceral melee, and with Harry's considerable combat experience, he quickly gained the upper hand, pinning Malfoy beneath him while Malfoy, shedding the decorum of a wizard, retaliated with fervent punches. As he swung his fists, the fears and anxieties arising from his impotence as a duelist were vented in each blow. Minutes later, both combatants lay exhausted on the floor, gasping for breath, their noses bloodied and streaming crimson. Harry felt a surge of elation, having landed a series of solid blows upon Malfoy. Yet, a tinge of regret washed over him. He pondered whether he should have evaded Malfoy's advances more to deplete his stamina, which might have led to an easier victory. Malfoy, on the other hand, was simply engulfed in regret. What had he hoped to gain from challenging Potter to a duel? Not only had he failed to undermine them, but he had also endured a thorough beating, albeit he had managed to teach Potter a lesson in return. Unbeknownst to him, while they exchanged blows, the surge of magical energy within him that had impeded his flow had quietly dissipated. I would gladly part with all my pocket money to purchase Harry's place in this duel, Ron whispered to Les from the sidelines. Before the duel began, he had been worried for Harry, but witnessing the clash, he now fervently wished for Harry to concede so he could step in and deliver a beating to Malfoy instead. Les nearly burst into laughter. He approached Harry and Malfoy, staunching their nosebleeds and restoring the duel area to its previous state. Having completed these tasks, he departed the classroom alongside Harry and Ron. Malfoy quietly picked up his wand, nervously waving it, and a cascade of sparks erupted from its tip. Chapter 52, Practical Training. After encountering his first setback in life, Malfoy's arrogance diminished significantly. Even his instances of grandiloquent discourse in the Great Hall became scarce, let alone his attempts to provoke Harry or Les. With Malfoy refraining from instigating trouble, neither Les nor Harry sought conflict, and the campus life at Hogwarts suddenly transformed into a serene and harmonious existence. Attending classes, reading, and relishing delectable desserts became the daily routine for Les at Hogwarts. His life was well-structured. He skipped classes on Mondays to rest, attended lectures from Tuesday to Friday to deepen his understanding of the modern magical world, and dedicated his weekends to teaching Daphne magic. Though savoring life, Les was far from idle. He accomplished two significant tasks. First, he cleaned the corridor outside the Chamber of Secrets, and second, he reinforced the seal in the dungeon to prevent any potential monsters from breaking free. Adding a new seal was a reluctant compromise, akin to knowing a ship's hull was leaking, but, due to limited resources, only being able to install a watertight door in the hold. Regardless, it was better than inaction. "Your talent astounds me," Les remarked, gazing at the feather floating mid-air. Today, Professor Flitwick had imparted the levitation charm to the young wizards. It was a remarkable spell that could lift objects from feathers to human beings through specific gestures and incantations. Yet, Les would wager his utmost honor that Daphne was not levitating the feather through the charm. "That is not Wingardium Leviosa," Daphne murmured as she played with the feather hovering in the air. Les chuckled. "I beg you, keep your voice down. If you can't remember the punctuation, at least get the incantation right. It's Wingardium Leviosa. Just tell me, did the feather float?" Les felt that Daphne was somewhat misled compared to modern wizards. Her essence echoed more of ancient sorcery. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick didn't notice Daphne's version of the levitation charm. Otherwise, it would have been quite a spectacle. It was essential to learn modern magic, as mutual reinforcement would yield greater rewards, Les advised her. "Oh," Daphne nodded, though it was uncertain if she absorbed his words. "By the way, after tiring of the feather, Daphne shifted topics. I've nearly mastered the attack magic you taught me. What should I learn next?" Having acquired flight and defensive spells, Daphne had also learned a formidable attack charm from Les. In medieval times, her level of prowess would have qualified her to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. "You've certainly learned a great deal," Les mused, stroking his chin. "It's time to arrange a practical assessment for you. A wizard who has not experienced real combat is merely a potted plant." During their lessons, Les had animated the serpentine statue in the chamber as a target for Daphne, but that clearly did not constitute genuine combat. Should the child venture into the Forbidden Forest or undergo trials in the dungeon? Rice found himself in a state of indecision. While the Forbidden Forest might be a time-consuming choice, the risks were mitigated as long as one did not delve too deeply. In stark contrast, the sealed areas of the dungeon harbored an unpredictable nature, where ill fortune could lead to an encounter with dark creatures far beyond one's capabilities. Upon learning of her impending participation in a practical exercise, Daphne's expression lit up with eagerness. She too was curious about her current prowess. "Patience, let me ponder this thoroughly. What an enticing aroma," he mused inwardly. Rice's mention of the underworld piqued the curiosity of his classmates, who buzzed with discussions about its existence. While the instigator of the topic, Rice, fell silent, retreating to the sidelines with a smile. As for the meal, it remained consistently excellent, to which Rice had grown somewhat desensitized. Just as he lifted a bowl of coconut corn pudding, Professor Chilo suddenly burst into the dining hall, his face etched with terror. He stumbled to Professor Dumbledore's side, leaning against the table as he gasped, "You must be aware of the troll in the underground classroom." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. A troll? The revelation sent the room into chaos. Professor Dumbledore had to cast several loud, explosive charms to restore order. "Prefect," he said in a low tone, "immediately escort your students back to the dormitories." The trained prefects promptly organized the evacuation of their fellow students. Amidst the clamor, Rice raised an eyebrow. Irrespective of how the troll had entered, he sensed an exhilarating opportunity for adventure. Chapter 53, The Hunt for the Troll. After sharing his thoughts with Daphne, a flicker of complex emotions crossed her face. She had certainly heard of the troll, a remarkable creature, towering with rugged skin and exceedingly low intelligence. Calling it as foolish as a pig would be an insult to swine. The lowest scores in wizarding examinations were even denoted by its name. To combat a beast standing 12 feet tall and weighing over a ton, Claiming to be unafraid would be a falsehood. Yet, having learned such invaluable and wondrous magic alongside Rice was precisely for moments like these, wasn't it? Taking a deep breath, Daphne nodded resolutely, preparing herself for the trial ahead. The two silently trailed behind Prefect Gemma, gradually slowing their pace to fall to the back of the line, seizing an opportunity to slip away into an unoccupied corner. The question remained, how were they to locate the troll? After mentally preparing herself, Daphne realized the vastness of Hogwarts Castle rendered their search daunting. Wandering aimlessly within its walls would likely lead to encounters with professors, far more probable than stumbling upon a troll, which could result in them being mistaken for little trolls themselves. That is simple, Rice declared, producing his wand. In the next moment, dozens of serpentine forms, each resembling a tiny finger, emerged from the tip of his wand, slithering to the ground and dispersing in all directions. Before her lay a scene that sent shivers down Daphne's spine, even as a student of Slytherin House. Les remained silent for a moment, then attempted to justify his magic. It need not always transform into a serpent. It could just as easily become a sparrow or a crow. Only then did Daphne reluctantly accept Les's spell. Moments later, Les encountered the troll that had invaded the castle. However, while searching for the creature, he stumbled upon some intriguing discoveries, particularly the sight he observed at the end of the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. It seemed that something extraordinary was concealed behind that corridor, for it had prompted a headmaster to hasten there for guardianship. Les narrowed his eyes slightly. He had initially assumed that the corridor was sealed due to some unforeseen incident within, contemplating the possibility of mending it someday. Little did he know, it had been repurposed by Headmaster Dumbledore. Shaking his head and casting aside thoughts of the fourth-floor corridor, Les proceeded with Daphne towards the troll. Upon reaching the second floor, a foul stench assaulted their nostrils, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps and low grumbling. Les glanced towards the source of the noise and beheld a colossal figure at the end of the left-hand passage, lumbering towards them with a large wooden club illuminated by the moonlight. The troll stood over 12 feet tall, its skin resembling a dull, gray granite, unmistakably identifying it as a mountain troll. This type of troll boasted superior defensive capabilities among its kin. At first sight, Les recognized it as an excellent trial material, powerful enough to challenge Daphne, yet within his capacity to defeat in a single strike. The lumbering giant, oblivious to Les and Daphne's presence at the corridor's end, wandered into the adjacent restroom, perhaps drawn by a shared affinity for foul odors. Did you know? Trolls were once dubbed Wizard's Bane, as countless wizards met their dire fates when confronted by these formidable creatures. As the troll lingered in the restroom, Les quietly began to explain its characteristics to Daphne. He concluded with a chilling remark that sent a shudder through her. Trolls favor fresh, living food. Thus, when they capture a wizard, they start feasting on the limbs, beginning with the arms, then the thighs, and ultimately the abdomen. This gruesome process can last anywhere from 10 minutes to half an hour. During this time, the troll is careful to maintain the victim's consciousness, allowing them to hear the sounds of their bones cracking and muscles being torn apart. After devouring the limbs, it will tear open the abdomen, extracting the entrails to consume. By this stage, even if one has fainted from pain, they will be jolted awake, though thankfully, the agony becomes fleeting. As Les vividly painted this gruesome scene, Daphne felt a chill run down her spine. Enough, she interrupted, striving to dispel the horrific images from her mind. I must remind you beforehand, this is your practical training, so I shall not intervene. Even if you're captured by the troll, do you understand my meaning? Les almost casually uttered these chilling words. Daphne's complexion drained of color in an instant as the chilling words uttered by Lais echoed in her mind. She cast a glance at Lais, only to find his expression devoid of emotion, leaving her unable to discern the truth behind his statement. Regret surged within her, but it was not too late to reconsider. Gazing at her fair skin, the ogre could not suppress a gulp. This little sorceress appeared exceedingly delectable, and he was determined to capture her. Peeling away the skin that would compromise the flavor, savoring her slowly, he reached out towards Daphne, only to grasp at thin air. Bewildered, the ogre scanned the ground, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the delicacy that had been before him just moments ago. At that moment, a blinding flash illuminated the ogre's broad back, leaving a gash that nearly traversed its entire width, though not exceeding 2 inches in depth. The foul-smelling blood seeped from the wound, accompanied by the ogre's anguished cries. The injury appeared gruesome, yet to the ogre, it was merely a flesh wound. The creature abruptly lifted its head, its small, cocoa bean-sized cranium turning to face Daphne, who hovered in midair, its tiny eyes glinting with hatred. In the next heartbeat, it swung the wooden club in its grasp towards her. creating a deafening whoosh as it sliced through the air. Daphne barely evaded the strike, countering with a wound of her own on the ogre. Regrettably, the damage inflicted was not as severe as the first. The ogre, now thoroughly enraged, escalated its assault. However, it must be said that Daphne had performed admirably. How many young sorceresses would dare, or possess the capability, to confront an ogre at her age? Moreover, Daphne seemed to hold the upper hand. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted, as Lais, concealed beneath his robe, instinctively gripped the wand's handle. Chapter 54, Professor McGonagall's Judgment. A rapid downturn. This description aptly encapsulated the turn of events. The frenzied ogre ceased evading Daphne's attacks, trading a new wound on its chest for a swing aimed at her. Had she not been proficient in flight, she would have surely suffered greatly. Yet, even as she dodged that blow, the repercussions of her miscalculation lingered, causing her to lose the initiative. The ogre's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, leaving Daphne scrambling for survival. At this juncture, the pitfalls of her flying spell became evident. In her bid to avoid the ogre's onslaught, she had to concentrate solely on controlling the flight charm, leaving little room for counterattacks. However, such relentless aggression could not be sustained indefinitely. The ogre's pace in wielding the club gradually diminished, allowing Daphne the opportunity to distance herself, aiming her wand at him. To her astonishment, the wooden club, which had already slowed, suddenly accelerated, compelling Daphne to hastily cast a defensive spell. Multiple hexagonal, translucent shields materialized before her, forming a barrier. Yet, it was clear that her mastery of defensive magic paled in comparison to her proficiency in flight. The shield she conjured shattered under the ogre's strike, and she was hurled against the corridor wall. In the next instant, the ogre's free hand seized her ankle, lifting her upside down. "Save me!" Daphne instinctively glanced at Les, hoping for his rescue. However, her frantic gaze met only a pair of indifferent eyes. Les stood there quietly, his hands enveloped within the sleeves of his robe, resembling a mere spectator. The phrase bystander could not be more fitting in this context. After locking eyes with Les' frigid stare, Daphne felt as if she had been doused in icy water, instantly regaining her composure. Windblade, the giant's head, roughly the size of a cocoa bean, was directly in her line of sight. Seizing the moment while the giant was distracted, Daphne raised her wand and cast an offensive spell aimed at its head. The blade of wind sliced across, striking the bridge of the giant's nose, severing it, and piercing through both eyes, nearly cleaving half of its head. While a 2-inch wound on the back and on the head would yield vastly different outcomes, the giant flung both its wooden club and Daphne aside, futilely clutching its head wound while emitting a thunderous scream. Still shaken, Daphne was hurled away, but quickly summoned all her strength to regain her balance, then propelled herself backward, creating distance from the giant. She stood at a distance, awaiting the demise of this colossal creature, which was now on the brink of death. Upon witnessing Daphne escape the peril and retaliate against the giant, Les finally revealed the wand he had concealed within his sleeve. Yet on the surface, he maintained his nonchalant demeanor. The giant collapsed like a fallen hill, crashing onto the floor with a deafening thud. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed this practical training." Le applaudit Daphne. Stunned, she stood frozen for a moment before realizing Les had truly not intervened to save her. "This is your practical exercise. I instructed you to complete it independently," Les remarked, gesturing with his hands, expressing his bewilderment at her question. Daphne sighed. Despite his prior clarity, she still harbored a flicker of hope, believing her special status in Les's eyes would prevent him from allowing her to be devoured by the giant. The reality was harsh. It seemed that Les's teaching of spells was merely a matter of convenience for him. "We must depart." Les's expression shifted as he drew his wand from his sleeve, casting the disillusionment charm on both himself and Daphne before they hastily exited the crime scene. Before leaving, Les conjured a cloud of smoke with his wand, obliterating any traces they had left behind. Observing Les's actions, Daphne suddenly squinted. Where had he procured that wand? Barely a minute after their departure, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick arrived on the scene. "Minerva, I heard it too, look over there." The two professors effortlessly discovered the giant's corpse, and upon surveying the scene, both furrowed their brows in unison. The giant had just been slain, no more than 5 minutes prior. Flitwick, seemingly oblivious to the foul stench emanating from the giant, crouched beside its body to examine its condition. Through the temperature of the corpse, he deduced that this giant creature was remarkably fresh. Acting swiftly, Professor McGonagall attempted to use magic to reconstruct the events that had transpired mere moments ago. Ethereal images began to emerge in the air. But just as they were on the verge of materialization, a sudden plume of smoke erupted in the corridor, disrupting the formation of the apparition. Distracted, Professor McGonagall sighed. Indeed, the wizard who had slain this giant was no ordinary foe. She meticulously examined the giant's carcass, hoping to glean some useful information. It was evident from the size of the deceased giant that it was an adult, felled by a cutting curse or a similar spell, with a fatal wound to its face. However, the depth of the injuries was rather shallow. Such superficial wounds could only be fatal if struck on the head, while blows to other parts of the body would merely provoke it. Professor McGonagall was deep in thought. Gradually, the image of the wizard who had slain the giant materialized in her mind. Faced with the encroaching giant, that individual remained calm, casually casting a few spells that left several wounds on the beast. When the giant, enraged, charged towards him, he delivered a nonchalant cutting curse that claimed the creature's life. A worthy adversary indeed. After sharing her conjectures with Professor Flitwick, he squinted thoughtfully. To dare such a feat required not only exceptional skill, but also considerable audacity. Such a person lurking within Hogwarts could only be after that particular object. Flitwick cautioned McGonagall that something significant lay hidden beneath the fourth-floor corridor. Instantly, McGonagall's expression grew grave. The manner in which this giant had entered was highly suspicious. In all these years, such an occurrence had never been reported. If it had been deliberately introduced, it indicated that more than one faction was coveting that stone and had infiltrated Hogwarts. A sense of unease lingered in McGonagall's mind, and she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding Dumbledore's arrangements. Previously, when the Philosopher's Stone was housed in Gringotts, there were attempts to breach its security, yet Dumbledore, fully aware of the interest in the stone, still chose to relocate it to the school. This was, quite frankly, a mockery of the students' safety. Professor McGonagall resolved to have a serious discussion with Dumbledore. Chapter 55, I Swear by the Name of Lent. Malfoy had somewhat recovered and sat by the fireplace in the common room, holding a glass of chilled pumpkin juice in a manner reminiscent of toasting, engaging in grandiloquent discourse. It was utterly disgraceful to allow a giant to infiltrate the school. I must write to my father immediately, urging him to enhance the castle's security measures. In light of Lucius Malfoy's reputation, most of the older Slytherin students did not seek to confront this younger peer, and instead, they chimed in with a mock agreement. As Les entered, he immediately caught wind of Malfoy's remarks, his eyes lighting up. Oh, if you're going to say that, then I'm no longer tired. Draco Malfoy. Though you are timid and cowardly, lacking the integrity expected of a Slytherin student, if you could persuade your father to contribute more to Hogwarts, that might redeem you. Are you truly not planning to save me? Daphne could no longer suppress her curiosity and persistently inquired. She was certain she had witnessed Les draw his wand from his sleeve, a place he would not typically store it. The sole explanation for his unusual behavior was that he was indeed prepared to act at any moment. Daphne believed she had uncovered the truth. Of course. Would you care to try this pudding? It has an extra helping of caramel. Les attempted to divert the conversation, reluctant to dwell on the topic. Then swear on your surname. Daphne countered with her trump card. Very well. I, Les Lint, solemnly swear that I had no intention of intervening. Daphne furrowed her brow. Could he truly dare to swear by his lineage? Was he speaking the truth? Swear by the honor of Slytherin, and I shall believe you. She suddenly recalled Les's frequent claims of being the heir of Slytherin, prompting her to add, Oh, I seem to have spotted vanilla ice cream. I shall fetch some. Les seemed to disregard her words entirely as he rose from the table and hurried off to retrieve the ice cream. In another part of the castle, not only one gentleman was undergoing interrogation. The current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, was also cornered by Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore, I believe we need to have a discussion. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath to calm herself, abandoning the idea of confronting Dumbledore in front of the other professors. She felt that publicly questioning the headmaster's decision would undermine his authority, and it would be more prudent to find a secluded place to converse. The two arrived at the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. Upon entering, Dumbledore offered Professor McGonagall a cushioned armchair and summoned a large silver platter adorned with a stack of small cakes and a jug of pumpkin juice. Please have a seat. He poured her a glass of the juice. Professor McGonagall sat down, mustering her courage to speak. Albus, I believe hiding the Philosopher's Stone within the school is unwise. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Dumbledore's eyes as he inquired about her reasoning. Professor McGonagall shared her concerns. It's far too perilous. At least two factions with sinister intentions are lurking within the castle. This is unfair and excessively dangerous for the students. Today, if that troll were to encounter a student, the consequences would be dire. Unless you carry the Philosopher's Stone on your person, Hogwarts is not as adept at safeguarding valuable items as Gringotts. Professor McGonagall concluded her thoughts. She did not blindly follow orders, but articulated her perspective, which greatly pleased Dumbledore, yet he remained steadfast in his approach. I require an explanation. This is connected to Voldemort. Minerva McGonagall fell silent. After a lengthy pause, she took a sip of the pumpkin juice, hoping the sweetness would quell her astonishment. Do you think, she began as her emotions settled, that he has never truly perished? Minerva, deceiving oneself serves no purpose. Dumbledore poured himself a glass of pumpkin juice from the silver pitcher, discussing the whereabouts of the Dark Lord as if he were engaged in a casual conversation with a close friend. This time, Professor McGonagall remained silent for an extended period, ultimately managing to force a smile that was more akin to a grimace than genuine joy. Yet, they were fortunate to have Dumbledore. This venerable man had led them to triumph over Grindelwald and had weathered the darkest days of Voldemort's reign. Even if the Dark Lord were to rise again, he would undoubtedly guide the members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic to vanquish him once more. So, was the Philosopher's Stone merely bait to lure him in? Dumbledore nodded. Professor McGonagall felt reassured. If it were to confront the Dark Lord, she was willing to place her unwavering trust in Dumbledore's plans. After Minerva departed, Dumbledore indulged in the remnants of the cake alone. He concealed certain truths from Minerva. The bait dangling from the hook was not solely the Philosopher's Stone, but also Harry Potter, who had re-emerged into the magical community this year. Why else would he have borrowed the stone from his dear friend Nicholas Flamel at such a fortuitous time? Yet, the situation was manageable. Everything was under control. Dumbledore could even utilize the existence of the stone to orchestrate an intriguing yet harmless trial. However, uncertainties loomed. Who was the one that had slain the troll? Dumbledore pondered deeply. Minerva had suggested it might be an external force coveting the stone, which was certainly plausible. Yet he leaned towards a notion that it was the work of some audacious young wizard. What a brave little soul. Dumbledore silently commended the child. Chapter 56. In the name of Slytherin, the stone moves. The young wizards of Slytherin House reveled in a feast, engaging in spirited conversations with friends until the late hours of the night. As the clock hand struck 11, most of the students had dispersed from the common room, leaving only a few pairs lingering in the corners, deep in discussion. Good night. Sweet dreams. In the era of Lais, the boundary between the living and the dead was not as pronounced as it is today. Each Halloween was a fierce battle between the realms of the living and the spirits. Over time, Les had developed the habit of keeping vigil on Halloween night, and now that he was suddenly expected to retire at a reasonable hour, he found himself unable to sleep. The common room was now deserted, save for the crackling fire in the hearth. Gazing at the ominous divination results in his teacup, Les raised an eyebrow. Ominous? That made a visit all the more necessary. The dismal divination did not dampen Les's enthusiasm. In fact, it invigorated him. If the divination was accurate, it indicated that something had gone awry within the sealed dungeon. And as the founder of the school, it was his responsibility to quell the disturbance. However, before venturing to the dungeon, Les felt compelled to leave something behind. Tucking a note into his pouch, he sealed it with a charm, ensuring his entire fortune was secure, and left the pouch on the table as he strode out of the common room. The common room of Slytherin House is in close proximity to the dungeons. However, Les did not proceed directly to the dungeons, but instead ascended the staircase, intent on gathering a few accomplices. The current headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, possesses considerable strength, but Les had no intention of summoning him. The rationale was simple. Dumbledore holds a profoundly unique significance to both Hogwarts and the magical realm. Should an incident occur in the dungeons, his sudden disappearance would undoubtedly provoke severe repercussions, leading to a loss of control over the situation. Hogwarts requires a headmaster, and the magical community needs such a standard-bearer. Most importantly, it is not yet his time to step into that role. Serpent King, arise and heed my command. Concealed within a shadowy corner, Les summoned the basilisk he had nurtured in the Chamber of Secrets, simultaneously drawing his wand towards several stone beasts that served merely as decor in the corridor. These stone creatures are among the oldest sculptures at Hogwarts, existing since the foundation of the school. They are integral to the institution's defensive system, and only headmasters sanctioned by Hogwarts possess the authority to command them. Of course, Les could do so as well. In the name of Slytherin, stone sentinels, obey my call. The stone beasts animated, moving with heavy steps to stand beside Les. Accepting his commands, concurrently, he heard a faint hissing sound, signifying the arrival of the Serpent King. With his assistants gathered, Les proceeded directly to the dungeons. At the seal's threshold, he shattered the corridor's wall, creating a substantial breach through which the basilisk could emerge. The terrain within the seal was perfectly suited for its capabilities. Feeling adequately prepared, Les unsealed the dungeon, allowing the stone beast to lead the way while the basilisk followed closely behind him as he guided their march into the depths. As the basilisk fully entered the seal, the walls that constituted it reformed, sealing off the corridor to the surface completely. Upon stepping inside, Lais immediately sensed something amiss. The magical energy within was significantly more vibrant than during his last visit, accompanied by a chilling aura characteristic of the underworld. Indeed, chaos had ensued within the seal. Without a moment's hesitation, Lais advanced deeper into the dungeon. The further he ventured, the colder the air became, eventually leading to frost appearing on the walls, an environment favored by dark creatures. Thud! Thud! Several pale, wolf-like creatures were swiftly cleaved in two by Lais, dissolving into clouds of ash. Behind him, the corridor was littered with remnants of their destruction, utilizing the stone beasts as shields, and employing the basilisk's gaze to exert powerful control over the monsters. Lais efficiently dispatched the creatures that crossed his path. However, the creature before him proved somewhat more troublesome. Unless he shattered the core of the ash creature, eliminating its myriad duplicates would be a futile endeavor, as the ash on the ground was already showing signs of reconstitution. Lais closed his eyes, earnestly attuning himself to the fluctuations of magical energy in the air, striving to detect any trace left by the creature's core. Soon, a thought crossed his mind as he grasped a critical clue amidst the chaotic magical waves. He immediately urged the stone beast and the serpent to hasten towards their designated direction. Before taking action, he abruptly waved his wand, causing a whirlwind to sweep through the corridor, scattering the slowly merging ashes. However, as he tracked the core of the ashes, a peculiar sense of familiarity arose within him. He paused to discern this feeling, and indeed, he detected a trace of familiar magical resonance, an essence of wind. More specifically, it evoked the memory of an old friend. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lais's eyes, prompting him to quicken his pace. The closer he approached the hidden lair of the ash magic core, the more pronounced this familiar magical fluctuation became. Ultimately, upon reaching the entrance of an underground cavern, both sensations peaked. When Lais and his companions constructed the dungeon, they had not solely relied on manual excavation. Instead, they ingeniously incorporated portions of naturally occurring subterranean caves and fissures. They widened these narrow passages and reinforced the caverns, creating an immensely vast dungeon. Thus, once deep within, one might occasionally encounter remarkably expansive areas, and this was one of them. Lais raised his wand and, accompanied by the stone beast and serpent, stepped into the cavern ahead, where he was struck by an overwhelming sense of awe. Chapter 57. Ravenclaw. Lee, with his vibrant life experiences, was confronted with a scene so astonishing that it truly left him in disbelief. Before him lay a cavern the size of a Quidditch pitch, shrouded in a gray mist that occasionally twisted and morphed, conjuring forth dark creatures or magical beasts that charged toward the center of the cavern. Fire dragons, giants, thunderbirds, fairies. Just moments ago, in the throes of battle, Lais had underestimated this ash creature, believing it to be inconsequential. Yet, upon entering this expansive space, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. The ash creature had scarcely focused its attention on him, utilizing perhaps less than a tenth of its capabilities. Its full concentration was directed towards crushing the monster at the center of the cavern. However, contrary to its intentions, these formidable beings were as fragile as paper, being shredded to pieces by the oncoming blades of wind before they could take more than a few steps. The wind blades were unleashed by a corpse standing at the heart of the cavern, draped in a tattered blue robe. From the sparse hair remaining atop its skull and the adornments on the robe, it was evident that this was the remains of a witch. Beside the corpse stood a gaunt witch's specter, far more corporeal than other apparitions. The adornments on her robe mirrored those on the corpse beside her. The witch's ghost was the source of Lais's astonishment. Despite her haggard appearance, he recognized her instantly, Rowena Ravenclaw, as she lifted her gaze, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Lais was struck by a sense of eerie familiarity, yet now they appeared so alien. The once wise and gentle eyes were now devoid of their former warmth, replaced by a primal, bloodthirsty, frenzied savagery. In that moment, upon beholding those eyes, Lais did not hesitate. He turned and fled. He was acutely aware that Ravenclaw, transformed into a specter, was not in her right state of mind. Her reason had been lost, yet her power remained intact. If he lingered any longer in her presence, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at her hands. Even though Ravenclaw had forfeited her most formidable weapon, wisdom, and was left with nothing but a brute force akin to that of Gryffindor, she was still beyond the reach of 11-year-old Lais. Lais departed with remarkable decisiveness, yet even in his fleeting appearance, he captured the attention of Ravenclaw's ghost. The specter ceased its engagement with the ashen demon, commanding the lifeless form of Rowena Ravenclaw to raise its wand, spinning it around the surroundings, which summoned a ferocious whirlwind within the cavern. This tempest obliterated the gray mist defenses that the Ashen Demon had woven around its core, exposing a transparent orb-like heart. A blade of wind struck the core, leaving a fissure upon its surface. The wounded Ashen Demon fell into a frenzy, desperately attempting to manipulate the remaining ashes to re-establish its defenses, but the remnants had been swept away by the preceding storm. In its frantic endeavor, it could only manage to construct a gossamer-thin layer of mist around its core. Given a modicum of time, it might restore its former grandeur. However, Ravenclaw's specter afforded it no such reprieve. Consecutive wind blades ravaged the core, shattering it into fragments. With the core's destruction, a formidable Ashen Demon was eradicated by Ravenclaw's specter. The remnants of the demon would require millennia to regain its former state. It was indeed unfortunate for this creature to encounter Ravenclaw, a master of wind magic. Had it faced Lais, the outcome would likely have been far less devastating. Lais heard the thunderous roar of the whirlwind and pressed his lips together, fleeing at a breakneck pace. From the uproar, it was evident that the disparity in power between Ravenclaw's specter and her former self was negligible. At that moment, Lais felt a profound gratitude towards the Ashen Demon. Had it not granted him a fleeting moment of respite, his escape would have been impossible. Ravenclaw's specter drifted out of the cavern, its crimson eyes fixated on the direction of Lais's flight. In comparison to the specter, the movement of the lifeless form was significantly slower. It took the corpse several seconds to reach the specter's side. Under the specter's command, the corpse slowly raised its wand, and in the next instant, dozens of wind blades surged down the corridor. After presenting a greeting to her old friend, Ravenclaw's specter seemed to feel that such a gesture was somewhat meager for a companion not seen in a millennium. Just as it prepared to unleash another volley of wind blades at Lais, the ground of the corridor suddenly convulsed, and a colossal maw emerged beneath the feet of Ravenclaw's corpse, swallowing it whole in an instant. This unforeseen creature's ambush disrupted the specter's plans. It shifted its focus and compelled the corpse to cast spells from within the creature's belly. By the time it dealt with the beast and emerged from its insides, Lais had already evaded its range of attack. Nevertheless, the greeting from an old friend still brought Lais a delightful surprise, allowing him to feel the warmth of Ravenclaw's spirit. As the wind blades approached within 100 meters of Rice, he keenly sensed an anomaly. Acquainted with Rowena's magic, Rice understood that fleeing was futile at this juncture. He halted, positioning the stone beast in a line before him, and swiftly conjured a protective spell. In contrast to Daphne's shield-like defense, Rice erected a formidable barrier akin to a towering fortress. Observing the stone beast obstructing his path and the seemingly robust magical shield, Rice furrowed his brow and silently summoned the basilisk to his front. After these preparations, the wind blades howled as they tore through the corridor, etching deep marks into the walls, floor, and ceiling. The stone beasts were engulfed by the tempest generated by the wind blades, instantly reduced to rubble. The debris collided with Rice's magical barrier, reminiscent of a tsunami crashing against the seawall. Rice took a deep breath, channeling as much magical energy as he could into the protective shield. After a brief stalemate, the defense he had constructed shattered, yet the tempest also waned, leaving the basilisk with numerous wounds of varying severity, while Rice himself sustained only minor injuries, merely a few small cuts on his arms. In pain, the basilisk emitted a series of anguished roars, thrashing its tail violently, striking Rice squarely in the chest and momentarily dimming his vision. He estimated that at least 2 ribs were fractured. The most severe injury he endured was inflicted by the basilisk itself. Chapter 58, Ravenclaw's Imprisonment. Stimulated by the pain, the basilisk grew increasingly unruly, and Rice had to issue several commands before it finally settled down. Once he calmed the creature, he chose not to tend to their wounds, but instead urged it to retreat towards the surface. Given Rice's understanding of Rowena, a character marked by her caution, he anticipated that she would likely launch a follow-up assault. A second or even third wave of attacks was imminent. Without the stone beasts as a buffer, he would have to resort to spells that could inflict significant harm on both body and soul to defend against such onslaughts. While he felt capable of finding an escape route, the basilisk's safety remained a concern. It was only at this moment that Rice comprehended the ominous portent revealed by his tea leaf divination. The source of his foreboding was indeed the unhinged Rowena Ravenclaw, who posed a lethal threat to him. However, after running for a while with his injuries, the anticipated second wave of attack did not materialize. Was it due to her transformation into a ghost, or some unforeseen delay? Rice leaned towards the latter. It was fortunate, indeed, to to be spared by an unknown dark entity. Otherwise, confronting a Ravenclaw at the zenith of her magical prowess would undoubtedly lead to his demise. After shedding the specter of Ravenclaw, Lais had the opportunity to meticulously reflect on the preceding events. While treating the basilisk's wounds and extracting the embedded debris, he analyzed the intelligence he had gathered. It appeared that prior to her demise, Rowena had performed some peculiar alteration to her body, willingly relinquishing the possibility of rebirth and transforming into a ghost. Unlike other specters, Rowena Ravenclaw possesses the unique ability to command her corporeal form, allowing her to continue the battle and exhibit the prowess she wielded in life. Regrettably, her frequent encounters with these malevolent entities have inevitably tainted her soul, ultimately transforming her into a ghastly visage. This contemplation weighed heavily on Lis's heart. It was unforeseen that the individual among the quartet who yearned most for freedom would choose instead to remain within the confines of her seal, enduring a millennium of restraint. Lis felt compelled to take action on Rowena's behalf. Rowena, hold on a little longer. I shall devise a means to liberate you from the state of being neither fully human nor ghostly, he resolved with determination. Yet, prior to taking action, he needed to prepare adequately. Although not as skilled as Helga, Lis possessed a rudimentary understanding of healing magic. He skillfully tended to the wounds inflicted by the serpent creature and reattached his fractured rib. However, he encountered difficulties while suturing the wounds. The freshly sewn incisions would immediately rupture, the residual magic from Ravenclaw's essence at play, complicating his healing efforts. He was required to first dispel the remnants of her magic with his own before rest-stitching the lacerations. Once he reclined upon the soft mattress, he felt the fatigue of his entire being absorbed by its comforting embrace. A smile graced his lips as he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he was reunited with several old friends. Godric sincerely apologized. Helga prepared an abundant feast for him, and Rowena animatedly discussed the peculiar spells she had devised during his absence from school. The following day, despite the professor's attempts to contain the information, news of the slain giant that had invaded the school leaked out, igniting fervent discussions among the students, who speculated wildly. Some believed it was the professors who intervened, while others entertained the notion of hidden defensive enchantments within the castle. The more fanciful among them attributed the feat to the castle's spirit, claiming that Hogwarts' own guardian had vanquished the intruder. As November rolled in, the weather turned exceptionally frigid. The surrounding mountains were cloaked in snow, and the surface of the Black Lake solidified under a thick layer of ice. Fish began to congregate frequently outside the Slytherin common room windows, drawn by the warmth within. Some inquisitive young wizards speculated that the ample fish would attract the lake's merfolk, providing them with a delightful spectacle. However, to their disappointment, no merfolk or water beings appeared, as if they were mere figments of imagination. Unbeknownst to him, someone had sent Harry Potter the latest model of the Nimbus 2000, catapulting him into the spotlight within the school. The Nimbus 2000 was akin to a supercar in the non-magical realm, and the envy of countless peers was palpable as they gazed at the coveted gift. Nevertheless, the commotion within the school held little relevance for Lis, who was preoccupied with concocting potions. He dispatched a letter to Lupin in Diagon Alley, requesting her assistance in procuring a plethora of potion ingredients, for which he owed gratitude to the sponsorship of young Master Malfoy. He meticulously crafted a series of potions, each step so intricate that merely recounting the process could induce a headache. Les believed that his concoction would surely dispel the filth that had tainted Rowena, even in her ghostly form. Moreover, if this potion proved effective for Rowena, it might also alleviate the affliction besetting his sister Daphne. The curse burdening Astoria Greengrass bore a resemblance to Rowena's ailment, as both involved souls corrupted by dark entities. However, the distinction lay in the fact that Rowena existed as a specter, her soul possessing greater strength, permitting the use of more potent remedies, an approach that could not be replicated for Astoria. As time drifted by, the first Quidditch match of the year approached quietly. Chapter 59. The Magical Duel at the Quidditch Match. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Les set aside his maple sugar pie, intrigued by Daphne's words. She gazed at him with an expression of disbelief. Are you just now hearing about this? Everyone's been talking about the match for ages. Les had been particularly occupied lately, attending classes by day, preparing potions in the Chamber of Secrets by night, and tutoring Daphne on weekends. His busy schedule even led him to contemplate skipping Professor Quirrell's defense against the Dark Arts class. It would be a relief if Quirrell truly were as incompetent as he appeared, but alas, that was not the case. Les was firmly convinced that Quirrell was merely feigning ignorance, his turban concealing a nefarious intent. However, one must admit that Quirrell's teaching was indeed dreadful. What vexed Lais further was that Quirrell's shortcomings were not due to incompetence, but rather a deliberate lack of effort. His attitude was more reprehensible than his abilities. In Lais's view, with a teacher like Quirrell instructing defense against the dark arts, how could young wizards possibly defend against dark magic? Yet, judging by his classmates' demeanor, it seemed they held little opinion regarding Professor Quirrell's ineptitude, prompting Lais to sigh inwardly. The environment had become far too complacent. 1,000 years ago, such a teacher would have been expelled from the castle by the following day, for students then were deeply concerned with acquiring practical magic that could secure their livelihoods. Present-day, students appeared solely focused on the volume of assignments and the difficulty of examinations. This reflected a troubling tranquility within the magical community, a disheartening reality. However, he resolved to endure, confident that someone harboring secrets like Quirrell would unlikely linger at Hogwarts for long, coupled with a curse that Lais found somewhat absurd. He believed the school would soon appoint a more reliable defense against the dark arts professor, given Quirrell's various odd behaviors. Lais suspected he was scheming to uncover something that Dumbledore had hidden in the fourth-floor corridor. His curiosity piqued. He decided to investigate once he completed his current tasks. "I must say, you ought to pay a bit more attention to the recent major events at the school," Daphne remarked, eager to express her disdain for Lais's apparent disinterest in the world beyond his immediate concerns. Fortunately, she was there to share the latest gossip with him. Proudly lifting her chin, Daphne informed Lais that she had heard Potter had become the seeker for the Gryffindor team. At Gryffindor House, it was evident that they intended to regard Harry as their clandestine asset. Wood resolved to keep Harry's participation in the match strictly confidential. However, the news of his role as seeker inadvertently leaked, reaching even the least expected of audiences, Slytherin House. Is it not entirely reasonable? Potter performed splendidly that day. His selection for the Quidditch team was to be anticipated, remarked Lais, unfazed. Yet, why was Malfoy not chosen for the Slytherin team? Is it because the seeker on their team is more proficient? Observing Lais's complete lack of grasp of the situation's significance, Daphne felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to striking a pillow. He is the youngest seeker in a century. She seethed. A century? Surely, there had been others as young, if not younger, 100 years prior? Was this truly a matter of such astonishment? To Lais, the occurrence of one such player every 100 years rendered it hardly remarkable. After all, Hogwarts had produced over a dozen in its storied history. Daphne was momentarily taken aback. The majority engaged in discussions about this topic would marvel at Harry's distinction as the youngest seeker in a century. Yet Lais stood apart, presenting a contrasting viewpoint. In light of this, Harry's induction into Gryffindor's team seemed less significant. Thus, where had the previous seeker vanished? Upon learning that the former seeker, Charlie Weasley, had graduated, leaving a vacancy in the position, Lais wore an expression of understanding. Harry's ascension to the team was primarily a matter of fortunate timing and circumstance. Had Draco Malfoy found himself in the same situation, he too could have become the youngest seeker in a century. Indeed, one's fate is shaped not only by personal endeavor, but also by the currents of history. Daphne fell into silence. Nearby, head girl Gemma, having overheard their exchange, felt invigorated and began to elucidate the competitive landscape to her younger peers with a smile. "In this match, our house is assured victory," she asserted. "For Slytherin boasts 3 wins while Gryffindor has suffered 3 defeats. Our players are battle-hardened and nearly perfectly synchronized, whereas Potter has only recently joined the team. How could he possibly coordinate with his teammates? Most of our players have been flying since childhood, while several from Gryffindor took to the skies for the first time at 11. Coupled with our superior equipment, I fail to see how we could possibly lose." After Gemma's remarks, Lais felt an unburdening sense of elation. "Gryffindor, I concede you may have the edge in broom riding, but my students excel far beyond yours in flight. This time, victory is mine. Regardless, triumphing over Gryffindor on the pitch would be a delightful outcome, and Lais's spirits were notably elevated. The day of the match arrived swiftly, with the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch filled to capacity with students, many of whom had brought binoculars to better observe the unfolding spectacle. I see you are without binoculars," Daphne noted, intent on lending her spare pair to Lais. "No need. The eagle-eye charm suffices," he replied. Rice directed his wand towards his eyes, significantly enhancing his vision. After casting this spell, he could even discern the lip movements of the young wizards seated across in the Gryffindor stands. As the match commenced, it was as anticipated. The Slytherin team swiftly gained the upper hand, scoring multiple goals with the quaffle. Just as Rice applauded a remarkable save by the goalkeeper, Blatch, an unexpected jolt seized Harry's broom, as if it sought to unseat him. Rice ceased his applause, squinting his eyes. He discerned that someone was casting a spell on Potter's broom. He immediately began to trace the source of the curse, swiftly honing in on Professor Quirrell. In this process, he also noticed Professor Snape attempting to stabilize the broom with a spell. This was the true essence of Slytherin. After mentally commending Snape, Rice acted without hesitation. His magical force collided with Quirrell's curse in midair, shattering it instantaneously and restoring stability to the broom. Learning from the flying lesson, he moderated the intensity of his spell this time, not overexerting himself, yet still overwhelming his opponent. However, just as Quirrell's curse was vanquished, it surged back with an insidious aura. Oh, was he finally serious? Rice raised an eyebrow, boldly unleashing his full power. Yet, just as the two forces converged, Quirrell's magic inexplicably vanished. Rice's and Snape's spells intertwined, working in unison to firmly anchor Harry's broom in the sky. Chapter 60. Professor Snape takes the fall. Faced with Quirrell's sudden retreat, Rice felt a twinge of confusion. Why did he not press on? Had he sensed an inevitable defeat and thus capitulated? Or was he afraid of being exposed and chose to withdraw? Or perhaps he deemed such actions futile, believing that even if Harry were thrown from the broom, it would bear no consequence on the match or Harry's well-being. Rice glanced at Quirrell, then burst into laughter. The reason was far simpler than he had imagined. Quirrell had been physically toppled. The perpetrator was none other than a familiar face, Hermione, a first year from Ravenclaw. She had keenly sensed the trouble with Harry's broom and, amidst the crowd, identified the culprit, Severus Snape. Her gaze was fixed upon Harry in the sky, her expression dark, and her murmurs bore an uncanny resemblance to a villain engaged in nefarious deeds, leading Hermione to unhesitatingly regard him as an adversary. Upon identifying her target, Hermione hurried towards Snape, intending to publicly expose his malevolent nature. Fortuitously, as she navigated through the crowded stands, she inadvertently collided with Professor Quirrell, thus unwittingly achieving her goal. The steps of her plan were correct, the algebra flawed, yet an unexpected turn of events yielded the right answer. This encapsulated Hermione's endeavor. Professor Snape remained oblivious to the heavy burden of blame he had inadvertently shouldered. He was only aware that Harry's crisis had been averted. He immediately shut his mouth, feigning innocence, for he could not allow anyone to discover that he had cast a spell on Potter's broomstick. The head of Slytherin House would certainly not take kindly to such underhanded tactics during a Quidditch match against Gryffindor. If he were to be caught, it would be a disgrace from which he could never wash his hands clean. Even if he could easily prove his innocence, the damage to his reputation would be irreparable, as the students would never believe him. Meanwhile, Harry found himself in a most awkward predicament high above. Both Les and Snape had cast spells that could stabilize the broom. Yet when their incantations intertwined, an unforeseen magical reaction occurred. Harry's Nimbus 2000 suddenly malfunctioned, leaving him suspended in mid-air, immobile despite his frantic efforts to regain control. The two architects of this chaos soon realized the situation. Snape's face darkened, while Les could not help but cradle his forehead in dismay. Les refrained from attempting to reinitiate Harry's broom, fully aware that the issue stemmed from the clash of three spells battling within a single flying broomstick, rendering it incapable of receiving external signals. The wisest course of action was to do nothing at all, for in a minute or two, the broom would likely restore itself to normalcy. Now, they could only hope that the referee would notice the anomaly and halt the match. Where was the referee? Madam Hooch. Could you not intervene? At that moment, Madam Hooch was engrossed in the game, oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding Harry. Just then, a golden blur darted past Harry, causing his breath to quicken. He was certain it was the golden snitch. Alas, his broom remained unresponsive, anchoring him in place. In the next instant, the Slytherin Seeker zoomed past him on his broom, clutching the snitch tightly in his grasp. After capturing the elusive prize, he cast a puzzled glance at Harry, bewildered as to why Potter seemed to be suspended in midair, watching helplessly. Harry, Lee, Snape. As the unexpected match concluded, both Les and Snape were momentarily taken aback. How to articulate this? Harry's luck had indeed been unfortunate, with this mishap occurring within those fleeting minutes. Snape, I acted in his best interest. Without my intervention, Potter would have been thrown off his broom. Is it not normal for a few accidents to occur during a rescue? Les, the reaction of magic is truly fascinating. Haha. Both quickly reassured themselves, feeling justified as they reveled in their victory. When Hermione arrived beside Snape, the match had already concluded, and she had, of course, failed to catch Snape in a compromising position. Snape clapped for the Slytherin team while casting a sidelong glance at her. Miss Granger, what brings you here? If you wish to celebrate Slytherin's victory, you are most welcome. Hermione glared at Snape for a moment before storming off in frustration. Though she lacked evidence to expose his vile nature at present, She swore to seize the opportunity when it arose and resolved to seek out Les immediately to inform him of what she had just witnessed. The first Quidditch match of the academic year concluded in a rather absurd manner. After the game, Les did not join the celebratory throngs of his housemates. Instead, he intended to seize the opportunity while the faculty indulged in their lunch to investigate the fourth-floor corridor and uncover what Dumbledore had concealed within the school. However, just as he stepped out into the corridor, he was intercepted by someone. "Hermione, what brings you here?" "Les, I must speak with you about something." Hermione glanced around, ensuring no one else was nearby before lowering her voice. Les gestured for her to continue. Hermione recounted everything she had witnessed during the Quidditch match with utmost urgency. Snape is trying to kill Harry." Her demeanor shifted to one of alarm. "I need your help to gather evidence." "Lisiged. Professor Snape, you see, this is the consequence of neglecting his public image. If one were to consider the situation without understanding the truth, they might easily view someone like Snape as a villain." "Hermione, this matter is not as you perceive it. Professor Snape is innocent." Les silently added to himself, "I am innocent too." Hermione, sensing his skepticism, grew increasingly agitated. "Snape is assisting Harry, not harming him. If you do not believe me, you could consult Professor Flitwick. He will uncover the truth for you." Such an inquiry would pose no challenge for Professor Flitwick. It was merely a matter of a spell. Les's suggestion illuminated Hermione's eyes momentarily before they dimmed again. "But I have no evidence. Reporting a professor without proof is an exceedingly perilous endeavor," she thought instinctively, seeking the most reliable ally in Les to help her gather incriminating evidence against Snape. Then why not write an anonymous letter? "I'm genuinely exasperated." Les lamented the capabilities of modern young wizards. He promptly produced a piece of parchment, his quill dancing across the surface with remarkable speed. And soon a letter detailing Hermione's observations was composed. After reviewing it to ensure its accuracy, Les tapped the parchment with his wand, transforming it into a small paper bird that fluttered towards the faculty table. "Professor Flitwick will provide the answers. Snape is truly innocent. Why can you not trust that?" Chapter 61. Dumbledore's miniature challenge game was quite well executed. The atmosphere at the faculty table was somewhat tense. Professor McGonagall wore a stern expression, emanating an air of forbidding. The other heads of houses were well aware. Gryffindor's defeat to Slytherin had left her in a foul mood. At that moment, upon opening the parchment, Flitwick's expression shifted dramatically. He handed the parchment to Professor McGonagall and cleared his throat. "Severus, Minerva, I believe you both need to examine what is written here." Professor McGonagall took the parchment, peered at it, and narrowed her eyes before tossing it directly in front of Snape. "Severus, shouldn't you provide an explanation for this?" "Yes. I did place a curse on Potter's broom." To the astonishment of all the professors, after perusing the written material, Severus Snape surprisingly confessed outright. In truth, had he chosen to deny it vehemently, the other heads of houses would have been powerless to act against him. However, upon his admission, Professor McGonagall coldly demanded an explanation. "I was using magic to safeguard Potter, preventing him from plummeting from the sky. Alongside another individual, I have been contending with the one who cast the curse. You may verify the residual magical traces on the broom. They will attest to my words." Snape maintained a calm demeanor, distinguishing himself from the Hogwarts professors and the small-minded young wizards, as they were capable of communication and self-understanding. A simple examination of the lingering magical traces on the broom would unveil the truth. In another person, Professor Flitwick's focus diverged slightly. "Is it not you? That would be Pomona." The Hufflepuff head, Professor Sprout, also shook her head dismissively. With a casual pretext, Les dismissed Hermione, merely offering her a couple of words of guidance. Appreciating her diligence and intelligence, hoping to amend her preconceived notions about Slytherin. Following this brief interlude, Les ascended alone to the 4th floor of the castle. Pressing his ear against the door, he listened intently for several seconds, confirming the presence of several formidable creatures beyond. In the case of such guardians, had it been Godric, he would have undoubtedly flung open the door and engaged them in a valiant confrontation. However, Les deemed such a course unnecessary. The sounds of battle could easily rouse the inhabitants of the castle, thereby exposing his whereabouts, so he opted for a more cunning approach. He retrieved a petite crystal vial from his pocket, uncorked it, and a mist shimmering with ethereal hues wafted forth, drifting through the crack of the door at Les's behest. After approximately a minute, the heavy breaths behind the door became steady, indicating that the imposing creatures had succumbed to slumber, enveloped in sweet dreams for the ensuing hours. This was a soothing potion crafted from the essence of desire magic, in which Les held great confidence. Even a dragon could be entranced by it. Les drew forth his wand and tapped it against the lock of the door. With a satisfying click, the door swung open. The torches in the corridor illuminated the space beyond the door, and upon observing what lay inside, Les could not help but raise an eyebrow. Dumbledore truly had a knack for finding such rare magical creatures. Behind the wooden door stood a colossal, three-headed dog. Even a millennium ago, such a magical beast was exceedingly rare. Judging by its immense frame and glossy coat, the three-headed dog had been well cared for, a remarkable feat. Much like the Nundu, the three-headed dog was challenging to rear, as each of its heads possessed distinct consciousness, occasionally leading to internal conflict. The dedication required to nurture this creature to such a state was undoubtedly immense. Les acknowledged a slight misjudgment. He had sensed 3 distinct breaths and 3 independent magical auras beyond the door, initially believing multiple creatures guarded the entrance, only to discover it was a singular magical entity with several heads on watch. Upon stepping through the door, Les deftly closed it behind him and waved his wand, causing the lock to secure itself automatically. He did not rush further inside, but instead circled around the three-headed dog. It seemed somewhat diminished, not as formidable as it once was, yet still quite capable of guarding the premises. Les conceded that had he been unaware of its presence, even a wizard of the caliber of the headmaster would find it impossible to escape unscathed from a sudden encounter with such a creature in this confined space. Dumbledore was correct. Those who wish to avoid unforeseen perils and a painful demise should indeed refrain from entering this place. Les effortlessly discovered a trapdoor beneath the creature's claws. As he lifted it, he couldn't help but muse on how simplistic it was. It ought to have been concealed more cleverly, perhaps with an invisibility charm affixed to it, making the trapdoor less readily apparent. After casting a levitation spell upon himself, Les floated leisurely towards the trapdoor. As he gazed at the mass of entwined vines below, he couldn't suppress a disapproving click of his tongue. Was the devil's snare truly intended for shock absorption? What manner of defensive mechanism was this? The deeper he ventured, the more furrowed his brow became. He had initially assumed the three-headed dog was merely the beginning. Little did he know it was merely the pinnacle of all defensive measures. The final challenge, distinctly colored by Severus Snape's personality, left Les both amused and exasperated. To use a fire resistance potion as an antidote, yet employ a laxative potion as a poison? Only novice wizards or those devoid of smell would be thwarted by such a contraption. Severus Snape. Les found these challenges utterly disheartening. As he stepped through the fire door, a sudden realization dawned upon him. With such rudimentary security measures, were these obstacles truly designed for theft prevention? Beyond the fire door lay the final chamber, where Les conducted an exhaustive search. After expending considerable effort, he arrived at a singular conclusion. The space was devoid of any traps, magic, or concealed doors. It was quite literally empty. Dumbledore had not positioned any mechanisms here, nor had he hidden anything. Les's exploration of the corridor had thus reached its conclusion. Regarding the guardian mechanisms behind the door, Les's assessment was that Dumbledore's little game was rather well executed. Indeed, to him, aside from the three-headed dog, the subsequent challenges resembled mere puzzles. Even an ordinary first-year wizard, provided they adhere to the rules, could navigate their way to the final challenge unscathed. This was decidedly peculiar. Chapter 62. Thank you, Dumbledore. Leaning against the back of the armchair, Les fell into deep contemplation. In the eyes of Lais, the majority of the challenges appeared to be fraught with leniency. Were he to design them, their lethality could effortlessly multiply several-fold. For instance, beneath the trapdoor, instead of a mere devil's snare, one might substitute it with sharpened wooden stakes, and adorn the walls of the passageway with hallucinogenic flora. The myriad flying keys would aggressively attack any intruder, while the keys capable of unlocking doors would not be mingled among them, but rather carried by the designer of the challenges. Similarly, the pieces of the giant wizard's chess would engage in battle upon encountering an invader. Why should one adhere to decorum with a thief? Just a few of Lais's musings on improvements could elevate the difficulty of guarding that mysterious artifact to a significantly higher tier. He found it hard to believe that Professor Dumbledore could not conceive of such enhancements, coupled with the empty room at the end of the challenges. The answer became glaringly evident. Dumbledore had not concealed the artifact within the secret chamber beneath the fourth-floor corridor. It was likely that he carried it with him. The challenges, reminiscent of whimsical puzzle games, seemed more like Dumbledore's trials for the children. If Dumbledore truly believed that these elaborate challenges could deter intruders, Lais pondered whether the professor might be suffering from senility. The trials for the children. Lais's thoughts paused momentarily on this phrase. If one were to entertain this hypothesis, the challenges within the secret space would indeed appear quite reasonable, and upon further reflection, the design of this secret space was commendable, presenting a balanced difficulty and ensuring safety, making it ideal for children to engage with. Dumbledore might have ulterior motives. After all, constructing such a space would require considerable time and effort, and Lais suspected it was likely intended for baiting. What child did Dumbledore aspire to nurture through such exertion? As this thought emerged, Lais found his answer. The boy who survived great peril, the savior of the wizarding world, the rising star of Gryffindor. Who could be more suitable than he? Lais positioned himself within Dumbledore's perspective, gradually dispelling the mist shrouding the truth. Dumbledore first led those with ulterior motives to believe he had hidden a treasure within the school, subsequently designing a series of puzzles perfectly suited for first-year wizards. As for the three-headed dog at the entrance, its purpose was to keep the villain at bay, preventing him from prematurely discovering the mechanisms beneath the trapdoor. Otherwise, Dumbledore's nurturing game would falter. This villain was most likely Mr. Quirrell. Lais felt that given his current state and the frequency of his encounters with Quirrell, he could discern something amiss with him. Could Dumbledore, who dined daily with Quirrell, truly remain oblivious? He found it hard to believe that Dumbledore was kept in the dark. The subsequent script from Dumbledore might involve gradually guiding Harry to uncover the treasure hidden within the school, revealing Quirrell's conspiracy, and at a pivotal moment, allowing Quirrell to breach the three-headed dog's defenses, thus formally initiating Harry's trial. As for the safety concerns, it was likely that Dumbledore had already devised a plan for that as well. The intelligence gathered at hand has painted a vivid picture of Dumbledore's plans for Les. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Les couldn't help but reflect, you truly know how to play the game. Such an old fellow like him had indeed become rather rigid in his thinking. Why didn't I see you in the dining hall just now? As Les lamented the generational shift, Daphne appeared before him, carrying a small bag of food. Just a little something. Observing Daphne as she took a seat across from him, Les narrowed his eyes. What is it? A secret. Oh, then allow me to indulge in these finger pastries. Hey. After engaging in light-hearted banter for a while, Les gradually steered the conversation towards his desired topic. What do you suppose is hidden behind the corridor on the 4th floor? I don't know. It must be something dangerous. I do know. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Daphne's eyes. So you ventured in there just now? How could you not invite me? There are many adventures I didn't bring you along for. Not all escapades are suitable for children. Les chuckled. Indeed, since you are aware of my recent activities, may I? Dream on. Daphne swiftly claimed the lightning pastries in front of her. First, tell me what lies within. Les described the three-headed dog he had glimpsed behind the door. There's a remarkably rare three-headed dog. Les exclaimed, almost boasting, as Daphne silently chewed on the news Les brought, her brow furrowed. Why would Dumbledore and the professors keep a three-headed dog in the corridor on the 4th floor? Following this line of thought, Daphne arrived at a conclusion. Professor Dumbledore must have hidden something in the corridor and enlisted a three-headed dog to guard it. Her curiosity was piqued. Is it just the three-headed dog? I didn't notice. I simply indulged my curiosity before leaving. Les uttered words that perfectly aligned with his persona in Daphne's eyes. Wait a moment. A three-headed dog is a highly dangerous magical creature. Daphne recalled something, but midway through her thought, she fell silent. To her, even if there were a fire dragon behind the door, a wizard like Les could surely escape unscathed. Les presented the calming potion to Daphne, stating that with just a whiff, even a three-headed dog would succumb to slumber. Daphne gazed at the vial of potion, contemplative, feeling a bit bashful about directly asking for it. Could it be, is this potion suitable for human use? Les glanced at her. Daphne hastily added, my sister often has nightmares at night. If this potion could assist with sleep. Thank you. Daphne sheepishly closed her mouth. Of course, her sister had an appropriate calming remedy. Daphne, aware that she could not contend with the three-headed dog, merely sought to procure the potion from Les. The young girl was eager to unravel what the three-headed dog was guarding. Surely, if she possessed knowledge that Les did not, he would no longer underestimate her. In future adventures, she would undoubtedly not be left behind. Daphne's expression was fully captured by Reyes, who lifted the pumpkin juice from the table and took a hearty sip, obscuring the slight upward curve of his lips with the cup. Thank you, Dumbledore. Reyes expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the venerable wizard. Chapter 63. The Geminid Meteor Shower. Since the day he casually mentioned the three-headed dog in the 4th floor corridor, Reyes had not broached the subject again. Daphne, too, refrained from mentioning it, instead beginning to pay close attention to books and materials related to the three-headed creature while studying in the library. Hermione provided considerable assistance in this regard. The young girl spent nearly all her free time immersed in the library, thus acquiring a level of familiarity with it that surpassed that of most graduates. fantastic beasts, and where to find them would certainly contain records of the three-headed dog. And magical flora and fauna of the Mediterranean, and their characteristics also noted that they originated from Greece. Thank you. Daphne expressed her sincere gratitude. So why did you suddenly wish to research materials related to the three-headed dog? I want to adopt one at home. Daphne lied as effortlessly as she breathed. Hermione fell silent. In her understanding, a three-headed dog was a creature employed by hell to guard its gates. However, recalling the wealthy individuals in the Middle East who kept lions and leopards, she found solace in the thought. It seemed quite reasonable that Muggle elites kept lions while wizarding elites kept three-headed dogs. The young girl, possessing high emotional intelligence, did not inquire whether this would contravene the laws of the magical world. Observing Hermione, who was seated at the adjacent table with a stack of books in her arms, Reyes remarked, "She truly is diligent. I feel the odds of finding her in Ravenclaw Tower are far slimmer than encountering her in the library." This statement seemed to provoke Daphne, who, in a fit of determination, studied until the library closed. Reyes pondered. Some educational literature suggests the use of encouragement in teaching. Yet it appears that occasionally praising a child's peers yields remarkable results. As he stepped out of the library, a flurry of snow was swept into the corridor by the biting wind, landing upon Reyes's hand. Feeling the slight chill in his palm, he realized winter had arrived. The piercing cold wind arrived ahead of the Christmas holidays. Although the castle blazed with roaring fires, the corridor remained frigid enough to send shivers through one's bones. Almost incessantly, the window panes of the rooms rattled under the force of the gusts. The most abysmal classroom environment was not the potions class located in the dungeon, where at least a dozen cauldrons were set up each lesson, the flames beneath them providing a modicum of warmth. The most dreaded class during the winter was astronomy, where students had to ascend the unshielded observatory tower at night, trembling in the cold as they gazed at the stars. One could only wonder what the founders were thinking when they chose such a desolate location for the castle. Reyes cast a glance at a Hufflepuff boy named Justin Finch-Fletchley. "What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? This is already one of the finest locations in the Scottish Highlands. The climate in Hogsmeade is quite pleasant. If you wish, I could have Professor Dumbledore write you a transfer letter," Reyes retorted, assembling the astronomical telescope while responding to the impudent young wizard. The environment of Hogwarts is relatively pleasant. It grows increasingly colder as one ventures further north. In fact, the esteemed Durmstrang Institute, founded by his friend Nelly Dvorkanova in the frigid lands of Scandinavia, endures a climate akin to the winter's chill here for 3/4 of the year. One cannot help but wonder how Durmstrang is faring these days. This institution strictly adheres to its admission philosophy, with a pronounced focus on the development of martial magic, and Les sincerely hopes for its prosperity. Despite his sharp tongue, Les found a basin and conjured a flickering flame within it, bringing a modicum of warmth to the surroundings. Ah, but who can master French? What proper Englishman learns French? Justin, undeterred by the chill, gleefully approached, clutching his telescope, eager to warm himself by the fire. "You study French?" Daphne inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable individual possessed such a skill. Just a smattering from childhood, limited to greetings, thank you, croissant, and farewells, Justin admitted with a sheepish smile. "Quite commendable. I only know Latin," he added. As they conversed, the meteor shower commenced. Countless stars streaked across the night sky, as if swept down by the northern wind, transforming the celestial display into a tangible spectacle. It is said that the origins of magic trace back to the stars, with fragments of stone descending alongside meteors in the region of the Nile in North Africa, bestowing upon ancient Egypt its first sorcerers, and thus giving rise to the magnificent civilization of ancient Egypt. The night sky indeed harbors boundless secrets and possibilities. Observing the meteor shower, unchanged from millennium ago, Les felt a profound sense of reflection. "Well then," he remarked, the student's eagerness for knowledge was commendable, and Les had no objections to the abundance of spells. Daphne had already mastered the control of magical energy, demonstrating considerable prowess in basic offensive and defensive charms. Les thought it prudent to introduce her to some potion recipes, allowing her to practice the art of potion making. After all, she was a Slytherin student. How could she not excel in this craft? A new update is here. At midnight, there will be another. Chapter 64, Christmas Gifts. At Hogwarts, all one needs to do is place gifts in the common room before retiring for the night, inscribing the giver's name upon them. The following morning, the giver will receive their gifts, a far more convenient arrangement than in the Muggle world. Upon awakening the next morning, Les discovered a small pile of gifts stacked just beyond the curtain. "Gifts? How long has it been since I've received any? Let me see what we have here." He drew back the bed curtains, sitting at the edge of his bed as he began to unwrap the presents. The art of gift-giving is indeed a delicate craft, and Les had put considerable thought into his preparations. First, there was a gift for Lupin. Les had chosen a pot of sunflowers for the first wizard he encountered upon awakening. These flowers resemble sunflowers, yet upon blooming, they emit a gentle radiance, making them ideal for nighttime illumination. More importantly, it is said that sunflowers can alleviate the pain endured by werewolves during their transformations on the night of the full moon. Although Lupin no longer bears this curse, having a pot of them in his bedroom is sure to uplift the spirit. Daphne, of course, would receive gifts as well. He had prepared for her a pure silver necklace. At the end of the necklace dangled a serpent-shaped pendant, its body coiling into a capital letter G, symbolizing the surname of the Gringlass family, with 2 emeralds set in its eye sockets. For the children of the Gringlass family, adorning their necks with a silver necklace appeared somewhat beneath their station. Yet the necklace gifted by Les was not merely an ornament. It harbored 3 carefully crafted spells specifically for Daphne. 2 of these spells were designed for active activation, allowing for multiple uses, while one was passively triggered, usable only once. This necklace could be considered an alchemical tool prepared by Les for Daphne, ensuring she remained safe from unforeseen perils as she matured. Such practices hark back to the early traditions of Hogwarts, where the other founders occasionally bestowed similar gifts upon their favorite apprentices. For Hermione, he compiled his notes and reflections from the past few months into a small booklet, presenting it to her. Les believed this eager young witch would appreciate it, and he hoped she would glean insights from its contents. In addition, for Neville, a wizard with whom he had limited contact yet deemed somewhat familiar, Les also prepared a gift, aiming for a versatile approach. Upon unwrapping the present from the corner, he found several greeting cards and bags of candy, gifts from acquaintances less intimate. The item from Neville was simple yet intriguing, a packet of herbs reputed to ward off mosquitoes when hung by the bedside. Hermione sent a large box containing a manual dental irrigator designed to eliminate tartar, along with a box of sugar-free lollipops, a new product sourced by Mr. Granger's classmates in America, said to prevent cavities. Lupin's package was quite substantial. Upon opening it, he discovered a hand-woven scarf with a silver-green base adorned with the image of a wolf's head from which a great serpent emerged. As he exited the dormitory, Les spotted Daphne, wearing the necklace he had gifted her. "Thank you for the necklace. The serpent you sent is beautiful. By the way, your necklace has 2 special functions." Les took the opportunity to inform Daphne of the 2 actively triggered spells attached to the necklace. She gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. This is too precious. I cannot." Les waved his hand dismissively, entirely unconcerned. The materials of the necklace were hardly worth much. The labor involved was the only noteworthy aspect. A trivial matter in his eyes. The set Helga had once prepared for her favorite student was truly extravagant. Her alchemical tools could elevate the wearer's defensive and evasive capabilities to astounding levels, making it exceedingly difficult for even the other founders to prevent a determined escapee. The equipment he provided was truly inconsequential by comparison. As they entered the Great Hall together, the Christmas feast was already laid out upon the tables. Hundreds of plump, roasted turkeys, towering heaps of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, platters of delectable sausages, bowls of peas bathed in butter, and dishes brimming with rich gravies and jams awaited them. In addition to the towering array of delectable dishes, the table was adorned with a plethora of wizarding colorful firecrackers. Les and Daphne together pulled one of these colorful firecrackers, from which emerged a hat embellished with vibrant flowers, alongside an entirely new set of wizard chess. Most of the Gryffindor students remained at school. Harry, Ron, and Ron's 3 elder brothers were all present. After their meal, Les sought refuge in a sheltered corner along the second-floor corridor of the castle, observing Harry and the others engaged in a snowball fight on the grounds. Upon witnessing Ron's twin brothers directing several snowballs in pursuit of Professor Quirrell, he could not suppress a burst of laughter. "Quirrell, this is what you deserve. A schemer ought to meet such a fate. Could you not have taught us with a semblance of seriousness?" He fashioned a solid snowball the size of his fist from the snow by the window and deftly hurled it at Quirrell's turban, causing him to stumble. A splendid shot. Cheers erupted from the playground, and Les chuckled with delight. "Let us consider this a slight interest payment, Quirrell." Les harbored no mercy for those with malevolent intentions towards Hogwarts. He had yet to clean house, primarily fixated on Dumbledore's nurturing program. He found this educational initiative to be remarkable, believing his students ought to partake in what could be considered a collaborative project between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Her desire to assist Les grew increasingly fervent, and ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself from posing the question. "Les, is there something I can do to help you?" Chapter 65, Daphne's involvement. The little witch, clad in a thick winter cloak with a silver-green scarf wrapped around her neck, bore rosy cheeks and a gaze that sparkled with a complex emotion, as though she were indebted to herself for countless favors and a significant sum of money. I mean, we're friends, aren't we? Yet I feel as though I've been unilaterally reaping benefits from you, be it magic, potions for my sister, or that necklace. I ponder how I might be of assistance to you. Les chuckled in disbelief. Did he require help? Indeed, he wished to dispel the corruption clinging to Rowena Ravenclaw's soul. He sought knowledge regarding the whereabouts of Godric Gryffindor and Helga Hufflepuff. He aspired to suppress those dark creatures, ensuring the survival of Hogwarts and the wizarding world. He aimed to alter Slytherin's reputation. There were countless aspirations he harbored, yet how could a newly enrolled little witch like Daphne possibly contribute? Even during his prime, some matters proved to be rather challenging. Help me with my homework, he concluded after much contemplation, feeling this request to be the most feasible. As for Daphne's intentions, he had a fair understanding. The child was well-mannered, possessed a sense of shame, and understood the importance of gratitude, which was commendable. However, the necklace was a gift from him as a teacher and friend, while the healing materials for Astoria were procured from him at a considerable cost by her father. Teaching her magic was merely an act of kindness, unwilling to squander her talent, with her familial background holding significant weight in the matter. Despite sharing the same diligence and ambition, he does not invest the same level of attention in Hermione as he does in Daphne. This inclination is deeply embedded within him. He finds it challenging to bestow complete trust upon a young wizard hailing from a Muggle family. However, he does not exhibit the same obsessive disdain that certain pure-blood families display. Furthermore, once Daphne completes her studies, she is destined to contribute to Hogwarts, to Slytherin House, and to the magical community at large. Does one truly believe that the art of magic is effortlessly acquired? Listening to Les, Daphne rolled her eyes. I'm assisting you right now. Otherwise, do you think those essays on the history of magic and defensive charms write themselves? Let S change the subject. Daphne's words even stirred a pang of guilt in Les. At his age, relying on a young girl to help with his homework seemed rather juvenile. Yet, engaging in such trivial tasks felt like a waste of life. Daphne, for your next assignment, perhaps you should have someone else assist you as well. You are unlike them. Do not squander your time on these inconsequential tasks. Les made a firm decision. While assignments are undeniably important, not every subject carries equal weight. Daphne was taken aback and instinctively nodded. She had not considered this approach before. Could one really ask upperclassmen to write for them? Yet, it did seem reasonable. She too found writing history assignments a considerable drain on her vitality. Nevertheless, setting aside the matter of assignments, she had something far more significant on her mind. Observing Daphne's relentless determination, Les felt overwhelmed, but then a brilliant idea struck him, one that would serve two purposes. Actually, I do have something for which I require your assistance. Speak. Daphne felt a surge of excitement. I believe your deduction the other day was correct. The likelihood of there being only a three-headed dog in the corridor on the 4th floor is rather slim. Could you help me investigate what exactly Professor Dumbledore has concealed within the school? I truly lack the time to do so myself. As you know, I've been exceedingly busy lately. Daphne nodded vigorously, her spirits brightening. If I managed to unearth Dumbledore's hidden treasure, that would surely be a way to assist Les, wouldn't it? However, her buoyant mood did not last until sunset, for she soon faced a daunting challenge in her exploration of the 4th floor corridor. She could not find a way to breach the three-headed dog's defenses. The text held no record of the creature's weaknesses. What was she to do? Initially hopeful of aiding Les, she now found herself feeling utterly powerless, leading to restless nights. As night fell, unable to sleep, Daphne rose from her bed and exited the dormitory. She did not intend to recklessly enter the territory of the three-headed dog, armed only with the necklace Les had gifted her and the spell she had diligently practiced. Rather, she simply sought a place to wander. After aimlessly wandering for a while, she was surprised to find herself standing before the library. She blinked, mentally chastising herself for her frequent visits. Just as she prepared to turn away, an eerie scream suddenly echoed from within the library, shattering the tranquil night. It was not a fleeting cry, but a high-pitched, sustained, and deafening scream. Daphne exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" She was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. In the next moment, she had no time to dawdle, for she heard the chaotic sound of footsteps echoing down the corridor on both sides. The castle's caretaker and the professor on duty. The color drained from Daphne's face in an instant, and she regretted not having learned the disillusionment charm from Les for the 3 months she had studied magic with him. With no way out, blocked on both sides, Daphne had no choice but to enter the library, seeking a place to hide. As she opened the door and rushed inside, she collided with something almost immediately. Daphne. Suddenly, Harry's head appeared in midair, and before Daphne could scream, his entire body materialized. Shoo! Harry gestured urgently to Daphne, then enveloped her with an oddly textured cloak. Daphne felt as if her brain had short-circuited, but Harry was beyond caring. He unleashed an unprecedented strength and nearly whisked her away. At the library's entrance, they brushed past Filch, whose furious light-colored eyes pierced through them, carefully avoiding the enraged Filch. Harry and Daphne sprinted down the corridor like headless chickens. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry caught a glimpse of Snape's shadow, spurring him to run even faster. After a wild dash, they finally skidded to a halt before a locked door at the end of the corridor, gasping for breath. Harry Potter, what on earth are you doing? After a brief respite, Daphne managed to regain her composure and almost questioned him in indignation. I opened a book in the library, and then Daphne's vision darkened momentarily. What possessed you to meddle with the restricted section? Curiosity. Daphne felt a throbbing pain at her temples. The books in the restricted section require written permission from a professor to be opened. Otherwise, an alarm is triggered. I thought that was common knowledge, Daphne stated with a sigh. Harry fell silent. Was that truly common knowledge? Why had no one ever mentioned it to him? Then, reflecting on the classmates he often played with, he suddenly felt at ease. Neither Ron nor Fred, George, or even Percy had a habit of frequenting the library. It was understandable they might not be aware of its protocols. Daphne sighed again, feeling thoroughly exasperated by Harry's folly, having broken into a sweat in the middle of winter. At that moment, a low murmur of conversation wafted from a distance. Professor, I can assure you someone just trespassed into the restricted section of the library. I know, but it is not important. Oh no, Filch is coming. And from the sound of it, Snape is right behind him. Harry and Daphne exchanged alarmed glances. Alohomora, Daphne. Quick as lightning, pressed down on his wand. Is your brain merely for decoration? Daphne felt as though she might faint from the idiocy of the fool beside her. Not to mention the potential dangers behind the door. How would you handle the lock on the door outside, once you went in? To avoid detection, unless Filch was utterly blind, was your invisibility cloak on a pay-per-use basis? Quickly don it. She hastily picked up Harry's cloak from the ground, and together they enveloped themselves in its fabric. Merely seconds after they had wrapped themselves in the cloak, Filch appeared alongside Professor Snape. Filch hurriedly approached the locked door, exclaiming to Snape as if seeking praise, "The lock is intact. Rest assured, Professor." Daphne and Harry pressed themselves against the wall, holding their breath, fearful that even the slightest sound of their breathing might betray them. Snape regarded the securely locked door with a scrutinizing gaze and nodded. The three-headed dog behind the door served as an excellent guardian. Even he could not surpass it to breach the trapdoor below. It seems I have been overly cautious. However, I genuinely believe a spell should be added to the lock, one that would emit a piercing alarm if opened. I fail to comprehend why Professor Dumbledore dismissed my suggestion. Perhaps he has his own reasoning. The two departed from a scene. They did not lift the cloak from their heads until the sound of Snape and Filch's footsteps faded entirely. Harry felt his back drenched in sweat. It was fortunate that you refrained from recklessly unlocking the door. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Daphne sincerely rejoiced at having prevented Harry's foolish action. Otherwise, they would have found themselves confined with the three-headed dog. In comparison to the beast, Snape seemed less intimidating. It was then that Harry realized they were indeed in the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, and he and Daphne had nearly breached Dumbledore's established rules. Yes, Snape would have undoubtedly discovered their transgression. Harry felt a twinge of apprehension, grateful for Daphne's calm demeanor. Noticing Harry seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Daphne decided to enlighten him. So, have you never been curious about what lies beyond that door? Harry initially felt disinterested, but Daphne's question ignited a sudden curiosity within him. What could it be? Do you wish to open the door and take a peek? Daphne surmised that with the protective charm accompanying the necklace, they could easily withstand a single attack from the three-headed dog, allowing them just enough time to glance inside before sealing the door once more. Her confidence stemmed from the belief that the Guardian would not abandon its post, so in the worst-case scenario, they could simply flee. Based on her research, Daphne was certain that a trained three-headed dog would not exit the room to pursue them. Harry swallowed hard, acknowledging that he was intrigued. Once they reached a consensus, Daphne led Harry to the door. Just as she was about to use her wand to unlock it, a sudden idea struck her. "Harry, shall we don the invisibility cloak?" she suggested. Though Harry did not entirely grasp Daphne's rationale, he trusted her and draped the cloak over both of them. Daphne pressed her wand against the keyhole, and a surge of magic flowed forth. The bolt clicked open with a crisp sound, and the lock was disengaged. The door creaked open, and the three-headed dog behind it instantly became alert, its three large noses twitching rapidly, while its 6 small eyes darted around, focusing on the position of Harry and Daphne. It sensed the presence of someone outside, yet it could not discern the individual's existence. For the first time in its canine life, the creature was utterly perplexed. Eventually, it recalled its master's instructions and resolved to remain steadfast, refusing to budge from its post. Of course, if that scent drew near, it would not hesitate to attack, even if the area appeared utterly vacant. Harry stood mesmerized by the sight before him. The formidable 3-headed dog filled the entire space from floor to ceiling, drool hanging like a sticky cord from its yellowed teeth, dripping onto the ground. Its 6 eyes fixated intensely on their position, as though attempting to pierce through their very chests. In that moment, Harry felt a surge of gratitude towards Daphne, realizing she had indeed saved his life. Daphne gently closed the wooden door and secured the lock, during which the 3-headed dog remained motionless. "Now you understand what lies within, don't you?" Daphne remarked with a sense of pride as she observed Harry's astonished expression, which delighted her immensely. More importantly, she had noted that the creature stood atop a trapdoor, clearly guarding something significant beneath it. After a brief moment of silence, Daphne could no longer suppress her urge to voice her thoughts. "Did you not notice what it was standing on? It's clearly guarding something." She was convinced that Harry's intellect was lacking, his eyes mere decorations. Having spent considerable time with Lestrange, Daphne found it increasingly difficult to tolerate the ignorance of other young wizards. Guarding something? Harry's eyebrows twitched in surprise. His expression did not escape Daphne's notice. She immediately sensed a clue. "You know what lies hidden inside, don't you?" she asked, fixing her gaze intently on Harry's eyes. Chapter 67. No More Courtesy with Snape. Harry stammered, his demeanor practically spelling out his knowledge. "Please tell me. I am genuinely curious about what lies beneath." Daphne nearly implored, her eagerness palpable. The opportunity to uncover the mystery, without having to confront the 3-headed dog, was indeed rare. "Because I am curious as well." Daphne feigned an innocent curiosity. Yet Harry remained skeptical. Her various actions seemed rather dubious, compounded by her Slytherin affiliation and her performance in the first flying lesson. Harry felt he could not divulge what he knew until he clarified her motives. "Did you already know it was a 3-headed dog?" "Yes, a 3-headed dog," Harry replied, scrutinizing Daphne's face, hoping to glean some insight from her expression. "I have encountered something similar before, and, by chance, I discovered what was locked inside." "Ah," Harry was taken aback. "It is no mere coincidence that you encounter me tonight. I frequently slip out from the common room to wander about." She paused briefly, adding, "Nocturnal escapades are not solely the province of Gryffindor." Daphne's words bridged the gap between her and Harry, earning her his trust. "Indeed, I am somewhat in the dark regarding its contents, only aware that it was a small parcel once housed within Gringotts, removed by Hagrid on the very day of the bank's invasion." Daphne had a vague recollection of this news. The invasion of Gringotts was widely spoken of among pureblood families, causing considerable upheaval for the bank. Many pureblood wizards opted to withdraw their treasures from their vaults, despite Gringotts' persistent assurances that nothing had been stolen. A slight fissure had emerged in the bond of trust between the two parties. Nonetheless, Harry had provided her with a rather useful lead. As they reached the staircase and were about to part ways, Daphne suddenly exclaimed, "I heard you gave Malfoy a proper thrashing in a duel." "Well done." Harry chuckled, genuinely amused. Was he not well liked in Slytherin? "Of course. I find him quite vexing." After uttering this, Daphne descended the stairs, her heart racing as she felt she had drawn closer to unraveling the mystery behind the hidden door. Meanwhile, Harry began to perceive that not all within Slytherin were insufferable. Although the invisibility cloak is expensive, it is not uncommon in the magical realm. A more rudimentary version is merely a cloak imbued with a disillusionment charm, while a more luxurious one is woven from the hair of a demiguise. However, according to Daphne, Harry's cloak is as smooth as water, which is rather intriguing. For Les knew that demiguise hair does not possess such a texture, and very few materials in the magical world exhibit a watery quality. He entertained the notion of meeting Harry to borrow his cloak for research. Just as he was contemplating this, Harry proactively sought out Daphne. "Shall we visit Hagrid's hut for Christmas this afternoon?" It was a splendid suggestion, and Daphne readily agreed. Les sat to the side, engrossed in a letter sent by Lupin. For him, having assigned the task, he refrained from interfering with the student's problem-solving process. Some potion ingredients are simply unattainable. He squinted. Lupin was doing his utmost to source the materials, even leveraging connections in Nocturne Alley, yet many potion components were already in a state of high demand, making it improbable for her to gather them in a short span. These materials were trivial matters for the Slytherins of yore. He had once presided over the world's largest and most diverse potion repository. However, time had rendered the situation starkly different, even if some remnants of the original materials remained. A millennium was ample time for the magical potency within them to dissipate. The subsequent generations utilizing my potion ingredients indicates they do not regard me as a stranger. So why should I stand on ceremony with those who have inherited my repository? In a sudden epiphany, Les realized something profound. During dinner, Daphne noticed a faint smile adorning Les's face. Les, you seem to be in quite a good mood. Indeed, I take great pride in the heirs of Slytherin House, for they have upheld the esteemed traditions of our academy remarkably well. Upon entering Snape's potion storeroom, Les was convinced that at least Snape had passed on a fragment of his spirit. The array of potion ingredients available was truly astonishing. With the exception of those requiring specific dark creatures, all other materials could be found here. The effort Snape had invested moved Les deeply, prompting him to take a sample of each ingredient as a gesture of respect. Interestingly, Les discovered that the storeroom he utilized had been left by him all those years ago, yet it appeared that Snape had not mastered the various security mechanisms within. In a kind-hearted gesture, Les disabled a few of the less harmful traps before departing, intending to convey to Snape that there were still many secrets yet to be uncovered in this storeroom. Les's cryptic remarks left Daphne perplexed. She scratched her head while serving herself a slice of kidney pie. She had also made significant discoveries that day, as Harry had successfully extracted information from Hagrid, who inadvertently revealed a portion of the truth regarding an item connected to Nicholas Flamel. This name was unfamiliar to Harry, yet it resonated profoundly with Daphne. Nicholas Flamel, the master of the Philosopher's Stone. Now she understood what lay concealed beneath the trapdoor. Both individuals felt buoyed by their respective revelations. Unbeknownst to them, Snape was absent from dinner that evening. However, the following day, when the young wizards of Hogwarts and the remaining professors encountered him, they were taken aback by the palpable aura of menace that enveloped his countenance. Severus, you appear to be in a rather foul mood? After a moment of hesitation, Professor McGonagall took the initiative to inquire about Snape's condition. With a sharp snap, the fork in Snape's hand was crushed. Chapter 68. This must be the work of Gryffindor House. Theft. Setting traps in the storeroom upon leaving, Snape swore that if he could catch the potion thief, he would bind them by their limbs and suspend them from the ceiling of the potions classroom. He had narrowed down his list of suspects. It had to be those mischievous Gryffindors. As a master of potion making, Snape could deduce the thief's intentions based on the missing ingredients. For instance, if African snake skin was absent, it was likely the culprit aimed to brew a polyjuice potion. However, this time, every ingredient had been pilfered. Furthermore, upon his calculations, the proportions of each missing ingredient were strikingly similar, each reduced by approximately 1/3. Clearly, this thief was not attempting to brew potions. They were here to provoke him. To leisurely extract 1/3 of each ingredient from his own storeroom was akin to treating it as their personal kitchen. Snape pondered to himself, considering that he still retained a degree of authority within the school. What audacity it must take for someone to commit such an act in his storeroom. Who could possess such Gryffindor-like audacity? Only those exuberant little lions from Gryffindor House remain, bursting with energy and nowhere to channel it. Moreover, it takes a certain audacity to engage in such antics. Only the most rebellious among them dare to do so. Fred and George from Gryffindor suddenly felt a shiver, sensing an inexplicable malice in the air. When Snape, suppressing his fury, shared his predicament with Professor McGonagall, she was equally taken aback. 1/3 of every potion ingredient had been pilfered. Indeed, everything from unicorn bezoars to ordinary cowbane had vanished, precisely 1/3. A cold smirk crept across Snape's lips. Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of guilt. Merely hearing the description of the incident seemed to suggest it was the kind of mischief only Gryffindor students could conjure. This attitude implied that Severus Snape was viewed as little more than an outsider, like a daughter raiding her mother's fridge. Ms. McGonagall, do you have any ideas? She began to perspire. Shortly after lunch concluded that day, Fred and George were preparing to leave the Great Hall, arm in arm, in search of amusement when they found themselves cornered by Professor McGonagall. What were you two doing during dinner yesterday? She demanded, her gaze fixed upon their faces, imbued with authority. Professor, we were eating in the Great Hall, Fred replied, bewildered yet truthful. Very well, then what were you doing before dinner? Without needing to exchange glances, Fred and George simultaneously declared they had been playing wizard chess in the common room. At that moment, Snape appeared, a small vial in hand. Minerva, this is my newly concocted Veritaserum. Just a drop will suffice. Fred and George gasped in unison. Surely, their only crime had been placing a dung bomb outside Filch's office. Not a serious offense. They had engaged in such antics before. Why were the professors reacting so vehemently today? Lacking the inclination to challenge Snape's prowess in potion-making with their own bodies, the twins obediently recounted their activities before dinner and, under McGonagall's probing, divulged their whereabouts throughout the previous day. Upon hearing Fred and George's confessions, Snape's brow furrowed even deeper. It wasn't that the twins were lying. His concern stemmed from the realization that they were indeed telling the truth. You two. Very well, very well. Professor McGonagall was incensed by the nature of their admissions. After the twins left, dejected, her mood lifted slightly. At least Fred and George's innocence had been established. Excluding these two mischief makers, McGonagall felt confident that no one else in her house possessed such audacity or mental fortitude. After all, this was theft from Snape's potion storeroom. It could have been the same individual who had slain the troll or lured it into the castle. Could it have been for monetary gain? On this matter, Snape concurred with Professor McGonagall's assessment. He had already made his acquaintance with several familiar apothecary shop owners, ensuring that should those exceedingly rare potion ingredients surface in the market, he would be spared from sending the true culprit to Azkaban for a few days. The proprietor of the potion shop would undoubtedly grant him a modicum of courtesy, for Severus Snape was a master potion maker capable of concocting complex elixirs. Snape's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky, casting doubt upon his ancestry. In the dead of night, as Snape meticulously organized and counted his dwindling collection, he unexpectedly discovered a remarkably shallow serpentine relief at the bottom of a shelf he had previously overlooked, gently caressing the small snake sculpture. A miraculous event unfolded, his storage shelf elevated by an entire level. With utmost caution, Snape fortified his defenses and carefully opened the newly emerged drawer at the very bottom, revealing several small boxes, their exteriors gleaming as if they had been placed there just yesterday. Upon opening the boxes, he found them filled with seeds, the inner lids inscribed in Latin with the names and uses of the seeds. Snape's breath quickened. These were all seeds of extraordinarily rare or long-extinct magical plants. This could very well be a treasure left behind from the days of Slytherin. Suddenly, he felt less anguish over the stolen potion ingredients. In the Slytherin first-year dormitory, Lais was alone, counting his gains with a smile dancing on his lips, sharing resources aloud for mutual advancement. Look at these African tree snake skins. They would merely gather dust in your cabinet. Why not lend them to me? My seeds hold little value. Perhaps they would serve you well. As for some of the mechanisms within the school, Lais felt it necessary to lift the restrictions that required Parseltongue to operate them. Such a change could benefit everyone. For the two potion masters of Slytherin House, it was a day of abundant harvest. Chapter 69, The Unseen Invisibility Cloak. A double delight awaited them the following morning when Daphne reported her findings to Lais. The Philosopher's Stone. Are you certain? Hearing that the treasure Dumbledore had concealed was such an object left Lais utterly astonished. The Philosopher's Stone, the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, was a skill that none of the four of them had managed to master in their time. In any era, a wizard capable of creating the Philosopher's Stone would ascend to the status of the greatest alchemist, regardless of any prior accomplishments. It was the most resplendent jewel upon the crown of alchemy. Many alchemists claimed the ability to forge the stone, yet Nicholas Flamel was the only one with tangible proof of his capacity to create it. Lais had previously contemplated seeking out Flamel when time permitted, but upon learning that Flamel had long since retired from society, he abandoned the thought. Finding a wizard determined to live in seclusion was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, upon discovering that the treasure hidden within the castle by Dumbledore was indeed the Philosopher's Stone, Lais admitted he was somewhat tempted. He yearned to obtain the legendary Philosopher's Stone for research, believing that he might even unravel the method of creating magical stones through reverse engineering. Lais was not merely boasting. He possessed genuine confidence. If he could procure a genuine magical stone, he was certain he could achieve significant results. After all, the Philosopher's Stone was said to grant immortality. A glimmer of longing flickered in Daphne's eyes. Should she succeed in acquiring a magical stone, her sister's ailment might finally find a remedy. The stone could transmute base metals into gold and concoct elixirs of eternal life. However, for Daphne, the first application seemed almost laughable. Gold? Was she truly in need of it? Immortality was not necessarily a blessing. It merely ensured survival without guaranteeing anything else, Lais remarked calmly. In his perspective, the two remarkable properties of the Philosopher's Stone were rather mundane. He lacked for gold and could achieve a form of immortality. For him, the stone held only research value. Lais's intuition cautioned him that immortality might not be a boon. It did not promise eternal youth, did it? This thought was indeed chilling. The wizard who consumed the elixir of life, crafted from the stone, might continue to age, yet never die. enduring a fate of decaying flesh and withering soul, living in perpetual agony. Lais had conducted some trivial research on immortality and was convinced that all methods bore flaws. The most common soul vessels would fracture the spirit, burdening one with an eternal curse and forfeiting the chance to become a ghost or embrace the afterlife. His own potions required a millennium of slumber to ultimately revert to a child of mere 10 years, rendering the body considerably frail, albeit without discernible side effects. The immortality conferred by the Philosopher's Stone surely carried disadvantages, yet these had yet to be unearthed by society. Would you like to explore the corridor on the 4th floor? It is said to house the Philosopher's Stone. Daphne gazed at him with eager anticipation. She resembled a hummingbird in a forest, guiding travelers to nectar, hoping to harness Lais' strength to gain some benefit. Perhaps a potion crafted from the magical stone for her sister. Apologies, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. Lais declined a request, noting the disappointment in her eyes. Had he not previously ventured into the corridor on the 4th floor, he would have embarked on the exploration immediately. The Philosopher's Stone was one of the few alchemical creations that piqued his interest. However, he had already traversed its depths and knew that no stone lay within. That Gryffindor Potter asked me if I wanted to join him for an adventure in the castle tonight. What do you think? Should I accept his invitation? Daphne sighed softly. Shifting the topic, she resolved to seek her fortune there in the future. After all, the corridor on the 4th floor would remain in place. Whether Dumbledore had indeed concealed the Philosopher's Stone there, and if he would continue to keep it hidden, the young girl did not ponder these questions. She merely assumed that the stone would eternally reside beneath the corridor on the castle's 4th floor, awaiting a worthy seeker. Why not? Lais retorted, intrigued to glimpse the cloak of invisibility that Daphne described as possessing a water-like texture. Then I shall speak with him. Daphne's enthusiasm reignited. As night descended, Lais and Daphne stood quietly at the entrance of the basement, awaiting Harry's arrival. To avoid unnecessary disturbances, he had cast the disillusionment charm on both himself and Daphne. Meanwhile, Daphne contemplated whether to ask her father to send her an invisibility cloak. However, after mimicking a conversation between father and daughter, she dismissed the idea, requesting such an item would surely reveal her intentions to her father, who would never permit her to sneak out of the dormitory at night. It was better to diligently learn the disillusionment charm, which proved to be more practical than an invisibility cloak. Standing in place, slightly drowsy, Lais suddenly squinted. Although invisible, he vaguely sensed the presence of others. For those attuned to magical energy, the effectiveness of an invisibility cloak was somewhat limited. Although such individuals were becoming increasingly rare with the advancement of modern magical education, Lais concentrated his magical energy in his eyes, gazing toward the source of his unease. And 2 clusters of magic came into view, accompanied by a hushed conversation that reached his and Daphne's ears. Do you think that green grass will be like Malfoy, outwardly agreeing but secretly informing Filch? The voice of Ron tightened Daphne's fists. She was not that kind of person. Harry quietly defended Daphne, naively believing that those who detested Malfoy could not be ill-intentioned. At that moment, Lais lifted the disillusionment charm from both himself and Daphne, startling Harry and Ron with their sudden appearance. Lais, what are you doing here? Harry exclaimed, pulling aside the invisibility cloak in surprise, having only invited Daphne. I caught her daydreaming just outside the common room. Lais offered a casual excuse. Daphne raised her fist at Ron. Weasley, how dare you compare me to Malfoy? Ron chuckled awkwardly. Well, I guess I've been caught talking behind someone's back. He quickly changed the subject, addressing Lais. Did you just use the disillusionment charm? Not quite. I took a shortcut by utilizing an alchemical artifact. Lais was reluctant to reveal too much before the 2 young wizards. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lais casually expressed his desire to see Harry's invisibility cloak, a request that Harry generously granted. The moment Lais took hold of the cloak, he sensed its extraordinary nature. This shimmering garment felt akin to cradling a handful of water, reminiscent of the robes worn by the Norse demigods of yore, which boasted a similarly luxurious texture. However, the material was not its most astonishing feature. What truly amazed Lais were the enchantments woven into it, rather than the mundane disillusionment charm. It was imbued with a complex array of spells that even Lais found somewhat formidable. Yet, what puzzled him was that this spell combination ultimately yielded only an invisibility effect, one that could still be seen through by the wearer. There's a certain sensation akin to assembling a top-notch computer only to utilize it for a game of Texas Hold'em. Nevertheless, try it on posed no issue. After securing Harry's consent, Lais draped the invisibility cloak over his shoulders. Yet, even after donning the cloak, Lais found no remarkable qualities. It seemed indistinguishable from an ordinary invisibility cloak, save for a slightly more comfortable fit. crafted from precious materials and intricate magic. Had it become a work of art? A flicker of confusion crossed Lais's mind. He sensed something amiss in this matter. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. Further delay might lead Harry to suspect he was attempting to flee with the cloak. He removed the invisibility garment and returned it to Harry. "It is unlike any invisibility cloak I have ever encountered," he remarked. Harry smiled in response. Indeed, Ron has also noted its peculiar nature. Typical invisibility cloaks have a lifespan of mere months to several years, but this cloak, said to be a relic of my father, has remained effective for at least 11 years. The duration of the spell was exceptionally prolonged, perhaps one of its unique attributes, Lais mused, while contemplating the need to research Harry's father's background. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the odd quartet of 2 Gryffindors and 2 Slytherins embarked on their exploration of the castle. "Come, let us squeeze in. The cloak is quite spacious," Harry beckoned, opening the garment to invite the others in. To be frank, this cloak was evidently insufficient to accommodate 4 individuals, even if they were merely fledgling wizards. Daphne struggled to maintain her composure, but a look of disdain inevitably crossed her features. She had no desire to be cramped beneath the same cloak with these 2. The impenetrable cloak would hinder the exchange of air, and the thought of inhaling the exhalations of the 2 boys was unappealing. She shuddered at the mere notion of their warm breaths brushing against her neck. Harry felt a bit awkward, unsure of what to do. Certainly, he could not simply kick Ron out from beneath the cloak. Fortunately, Lais alleviated the tension with his nonchalant demeanor. He suggested that 4 people crammed under the cloak would find it difficult to maneuver, and that he and Daphne might find it more convenient to employ the disillusionment charm instead. With a casual flourish, Lais produced a small trinket, feigning a dramatic turn, and cast the charm upon himself and Daphne with a flourish. Harry was somewhat intrigued by the disillusionment charm Lais had employed. However, as he was not well acquainted with Lais, he felt hesitant to inquire further. Compounded by Ron's urging to commence their adventure, he found himself temporarily suppressing his curiosity. "So where are we heading?" Daphne's patience wore thin after wandering through the corridors for a while. She was not keen on wasting time on such trivial pursuits, and thus inquired. "I am searching for a suit of armor, as there is a magical mirror located in a nearby chamber," Harry explained. Daphne's blood pressure surged with a familiar sensation. While she could not pinpoint the exact number, she was certain of Harry's unreliability. His quest to locate a specific suit of armor within the castle was akin to trying to procure cold medicine, while only recalling that it contained the word capsule. How remarkable could it be? Les was equally curious about the magic of the mirror that Harry spoke of. This mirror had the ability to reflect the family of the person gazing into it. Perhaps we could take a look at it together. Last night, Harry had ventured out alone once more, donning the invisibility cloak for a solitary adventure. Unfortunately, he encountered Filch and inadvertently stepped on Mrs. Norris's tail, prompting a prolonged chase by Mrs. Norris alongside Filch. Ultimately, he managed to conceal himself in an abandoned classroom. Within that room resided a mirror that left an indelible impression on Harry. Through this mirror, he beheld the visage of his parents for the very first time. The 4 of them collaborated diligently and soon located the classroom. It was not particularly arduous. They simply guided Harry to the spot where he had encountered Filch and then analyzed his escape route, prioritizing the options that included abandoned classrooms. Upon opening the door and beholding the mirror within the classroom, Les was momentarily stunned. An overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. He could not resist stepping closer. Placing his hand upon the mirror's surface, memories surged forth like a tidal wave. The carriage ambled down the road, with the 4 passengers reclining in the compartment in their most comfortable postures. Is there a way for us to perceive the effect of clothing without actually wearing it? Rowena suddenly posed this intriguing question. The other 3 in the carriage responded. How cumbersome can wearing clothes be? Godric furrowed his brow, pondering Rowena's incessant inclination towards laziness. First, she invented a spell for the carriage to drive itself, and now she was concocting strange devices to capture candlelight in containers for automatic illumination at night. Some garments can indeed be quite troublesome to wear. Rowena explained. You could create a magical mirror that reads your thoughts and then presents them on its surface. Salazar Slytherin offered his suggestion, enabling one to visualize the appearance of an outfit in their mind, while the mirror would manifest the image of them wearing that very attire. What a splendid idea. I shall create such a mirror. When Rowena Ravenclaw received her mirror, even her friend Helga Hufflepuff could not help but jest about her apparent folly. They had anticipated that Ravenclaw would merely craft a makeup mirror, but to their astonishment, she had fashioned an enormous one capable of reflecting a full body image, diligently polishing it into a giant copper mirror. Doing it myself saves money, she asserted with conviction. However, Ravenclaw's magical mirror did not achieve the desired effect. As she gazed at her newly purchased attire, Ravenclaw furrowed her brow in discontent. This garment was not as aesthetically pleasing as she had imagined. Staring at her reflection, she fell into contemplation. During her simulation with the magical mirror, it had appeared quite splendid. Why then did it look so unappealing when worn? Gryffindor and Slytherin approached, clearly indicating that this ensemble was ill-suited for her. Roina gently stroked her chin, pondering for a moment before instructing Godric and Salazar to experiment with the mirror. As the two stood before it, a mysterious smile graced their faces. What are you two thinking? Hey, this armor looks truly magnificent. Ravenclaw, after a serious contemplation, deduced the reason. The mirror reflected what they hoped to see in their minds, yet the images were automatically enhanced by their brains, creating a vast disparity between reality and imagination. A slight flaw in her magic became apparent. The mirror failed to achieve the desired effect. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that these two had stumbled upon an additional purpose for the mirror. Surely, donning a suit of armor couldn't elicit such joy. After rigorous interrogation, Ravenclaw was astonished to discover that the mirror could not only simulate the scene of dressing, but also manifest other visions. For instance, through her imagination, she could envision herself surrounded by a towering stack of magical scrolls. Such is the wonder of magic. By a twist of fate, Ravenclaw had designed a wardrobe mirror with even more extraordinary capabilities. Following this line of thought, she modified the mirror repeatedly, ultimately transforming it into a portal that reflected the deepest desires of the soul. She even placed a rather formidable anti-theft enchantment upon it. I was just lost in thought. Les soon regained his composure, scrutinizing the mirror before him. It was grand, reaching up to the ceiling, encased in a lavish golden frame, supported by two claw-like feet. It was evident that subsequent generations had made significant alterations to the mirror. They adorned it with opulent borders, profound inscriptions, and even replaced the surface with an extravagant glass. Yet these changes did not alter the essence of the mirror. It remained Ravenclaw's creation, merely reimagined. Only she could bestow such powerful magic upon it, capable of directly reading the innermost desires of the heart. Before this mirror, everyone stood as vulnerable as children without clothing. Do you see your family in the mirror? Harry inquired, peering into its depths. Really? Let me see. Daphne leaned closer. Yet, they could only see Les in his wizarding robes, standing calmly before the mirror. Can it only show oneself? Harry and Daphne felt a tinge of disappointment. However, when they positioned themselves directly in front of the mirror, their dismay dissipated entirely. The mirror unveiled their deepest yearnings, captivating them utterly. Les's expression shifted, and he swiftly pulled them away from the mirror. Hey, ignoring their complaints. Les gently stroked the mirror's surface, disabling the protective mechanism left by Ravenclaw before stepping aside for them. The enchantment Ravenclaw had inscribed upon the mirror was indeed formidable. It was not a straightforward harmful spell, but rather a subtle, psychological suggestion. It would gradually deepen the observer's infatuation with the scenes reflected, ultimately leading them to become entranced, neglecting reality and losing all sense of their surroundings. The more one yearns for the reflection in the mirror, the greater the power of suggestion becomes. Absent external interference, one's mind may be utterly shattered, rendering the pursuit of joy in the tangible world impossible. However, this terrifying enchantment has been deactivated by Lais, allowing them to gaze upon the mirror's beauty without developing a morbid dependency. He stood aside, quietly observing as Harry and the others took turns standing before the mirror, indulging in their desires. This process was somewhat tedious, for to an onlooker, those before the mirror appeared merely to be infatuated with their own reflections. When boredom strikes, one often seeks to occupy oneself with tasks. Thus, Lais made a remarkable discovery. By examining the traces, he realized that this mirror had only recently been relocated here, and someone had added an extra spell upon it, a rather intriguing incantation. Lais would wager that this mirror was the work of Dumbledore, and he could not help but marvel at Dumbledore's ingenuity. Had he been alone, he would have applauded the final protective barrier designed by Dumbledore. He quietly positioned himself at the end of the line, joining Harry and the others as they awaited their turn to gaze into the mirror. After a while, when it was finally his turn, Lais took a deep breath and began to clear his mind. He understood that the task ahead would be quite challenging, as it involved attempting to deceive the spell left by Ravenclaw. The images within the mirror flickered rapidly, distorting in an unpredictable manner. After 5 or 6 seconds, the scene began to stabilize, revealing Lais's reflection. In the mirror, Lais found himself beside a table laden with an array of confections. Upon witnessing this vision, a satisfied smile spread across Lais's face. He had successfully concealed his true cravings. He then began to fabricate his inner thoughts in accordance with the characteristics of the newly added spell. I am a pure soul. I possess no superfluous desires. I wish for the Philosopher's Stone. Yet I do not wish to exploit it. The image in the mirror gradually transformed. The table brimming with sweets vanished, leaving only Lais standing alone. At that moment, the enchanted mirror seemed to lose its magic, resembling an ordinary dressing mirror. Suddenly, the Lais in the mirror moved, an unsettling sight. But at that moment, joy filled Lais's heart. The reflection reached into its pocket, retrieving a vibrant red stone, then blinked and returned the stone to its pocket. Just then, Lais felt a weighty object truly settle into the inner pocket of his robe. The pinnacle of alchemical achievement now lay quietly within his grasp. Updates will be provided, with the next installment arriving at midnight. Chapter 72, The War Potion, Polyjuice Potion. Observing that no one was paying attention to him, Lais took out a small crystal vial and shook a pinch of red dust from beneath his fingernails into the vial, even taking the time to use a charm to clean each nail thoroughly. Now was not the moment to engage with the Philosopher's Stone. The gun that appeared on the wall in the first act must certainly sound in the third act. Embracing this notion, Rhys firmly believed that the mirror would undoubtedly be relocated to a concealed space beneath the fourth-floor corridor, serving as the final challenge in a whimsical game. This implied that Dumbledore would inevitably come into contact with the mirror once more. Thus, it would be imprudent to remove the Philosopher's Stone from within it. How great must Dumbledore's confidence be to send it into a secret space without even casting a glance? Surely, the headmaster of Gryffindor could not have inherited such a robust nerve from his house. After all, generational traits do not span a millennium. Hence, it would be wise to collect a sample for examination, with the intention of retrieving it later. Dumbledore's decision to place it within Rowena's mirror was indeed fortuitous. No matter where it was transferred, he would always be able to locate it. After completing these contemplations, Rhys found himself at a loss once more. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions tirelessly took turns gazing into the mirror's reflections, showing no signs of stopping. As they exited the chamber housing the mirror, the faint glimmer of dawn began to grace the horizon. So, what did you see in the mirror? Even after a sleepless night, Harry appeared remarkably radiant. I saw myself a bit older, having become the head boy, holding both the house cup and the Quidditch cup. Ron's excitement surged as he recounted his own vision. Daphne, however, merely scoffed, "Dream on. The Quidditch cup and the house cup will inevitably belong to Slytherin. I saw my father procure a potion to cure my sister's illness." Daphne only shared half the truth. While she openly spoke of her sister's recovery, she omitting the identity of the potion's provider. 3 pairs of eyes abruptly focused on Rhys. I saw myself surrounded by an endless array of sweets from various countries, England, France, Turkey. To his credit, Rhys spoke nothing but the truth. He genuinely adored the desserts of this era, which were so delectable they transcended even his wildest dreams. Though his revelation was somewhat unexpected, considering the diverse visions seen by each individual, they accepted Rhys's words as truth. Upon returning to the common room, the sun was on the verge of rising outside the castle. Fortunately, it was the Christmas holiday, allowing them to sleep in as long as they desired. However, the remaining days of their vacation dwindled rapidly, approaching their end. "Here, this is your history of magic essay." Daphne approached Rhys, seated in the common room, and handed him a completed paper. Rhys lifted his gaze to her, noticing a faint blush on her cheeks. "I purchased it from a senior," she admitted. A look of relief spread across Rhys's face. He certainly did not wish for Daphne to squander time on such an abstract assignment. If there were any uncertainties regarding events prior to the 11th century, she could consult him. For anything post-11th century, she could simply refer to the texts. In addition to her history of magic essay, Daphne had also sought assistance in completing their homework for defense against the dark arts. As for the other subjects, Rhys deemed them worthy of individual effort, thus he did not allow her to seek help in those areas. After securing 2 papers and other assignments authored by Daphne, Les led her to the secret chamber. He was aware of a certain dark creature, and if he were to encounter one, it could serve as a most convenient portal. Regrettably, the dungeon was not an advisable entry point at the moment, compelling him to seek alternative methods. Ultimately, he discovered that the new generation of wizards had devised a transportation method known as the Floo network, which sparked a brilliant idea in his mind. Although various sources indicated that the fireplaces at Hogwarts typically did not connect to the Floo network, Les felt undeterred. He could discreetly link 2 fireplaces together. Should he wish to be even more clandestine, he could emulate the Floo network and construct a network of his own. though this would demand considerable effort. The invention of the Flynn network was indeed an eye-opener for Lais. Spatial magic was typically a sophisticated branch of spells. However, the Flynn network had democratized this advanced magic, allowing even the most inept wizards to effortlessly harness its transportation capabilities. This was a testament to the progress of the age. Lais opted for a fireplace located in an unoccupied dormitory. Due to its abandonment, the fireplace was no longer in use, but once ignited, it could connect to a fireplace within the secret chamber, facilitating transportation. After casting a homemade flue powder into the flames, Lais and Daphne stepped through one after the other into the chamber. Today, I intend to introduce you to something quite different, Lais revealed once Daphne had steadied herself. He believed that while teaching her spells, it was also time to begin nurturing her potion-making skills. Fortuitously, the kind-hearted young wizard Severus Snape had donated some potion ingredients, which could serve as the perfect starting point for his plans. Have you heard of the polyjuice potion? It is incroyable. Daphne nodded, having heard of this remarkable potion that allowed one to assume another's appearance. Please, enlighten me, he prompted. Daphne articulated her understanding of the polyjuice potion to Lais. Upon concluding, he nodded in approval. Her insights were largely accurate, with no significant errors. Do you know the original purpose for which the polyjuice potion was invented? Lizaskid. To assume the guise of another? He mused. The polyjuice potion was conceived as a potion for warfare. Its applications during conflicts were extensive. The rarity of African snake skins today is largely due to the extensive use of this potion in the past. In the 73rd chapter, A Wizard Without Faith, it was noted that in Lais's era, African snake skins were not nearly as elusive as they are now. Wizards privately circulated various spells and potions to counteract this potion. Yet, in modern times, African snake skins could only be found in the storerooms of potion masters, while the antidotes and countercharms for the polyjuice potion had been utterly lost to time. Why is that? Daphne asked. I understand now. Earlier wizards would use the polyjuice potion to disguise themselves as members of opposing factions, infiltrating them to gather intelligence. Upon hearing Lais refer to the polyjuice potion as a potion of war, Daphne felt she had grasped the crux of the matter and eagerly spoke up, hoping for Lais's praise. Unfortunately, she was mistaken, and Lais shook his head. Such a situation is rather uncommon. To disguise oneself as another person using a polyjuice potion, one must possess an intimate understanding of that individual. Otherwise, a mere utterance could lead to immediate exposure. For instance, if someone were to impersonate Lais, and Daphne were to enter the room only to find Lais diligently composing a paper on the history of magic, the ruse would be instantly foiled. The essence of the polyjuice potion lies not merely in altering one's appearance to resemble another, but in the ambition of the potion makers to replicate the very magic that individual excels at. How could such a potion possibly be concocted? Daphne exclaimed. If such an elixir existed, one could effortlessly duplicate their most formidable wizards en masse before battle. She envisioned scenes of dozens of Dumbledores fighting side by side. Lais smirked slightly. Do not speak so definitively. He indeed knows of a potion recipe capable of simulating another's adept spells. However, the required ingredients are exceedingly rare. Even in his time a millennium ago, it would be quite wasteful, and it necessitates the cooperation of the individual being mimicked. In the process of crafting such a potion, the polyjuice potion emerges, truly capable of transforming you into the likeness of another, provided you are willing to take risks and bear the consequences. One could even become non-human or half-human. Do you comprehend the significance of physically becoming another person for a wizard? The enhancement to combat prowess is immensely substantial. For example, if you were to acquire a strand of Gryffindor-S hair and consume a polyjuice potion containing it, you would assume Gryffindor-S form. While you may not inherit Gryffindor-S formidable dueling spells, you would nonetheless possess his robust physique. Daphne instinctively touched her arm. What a transformation it would be to embody Gryffindor. This signifies the acquisition of his reflexes, speed, and strength, all of which would enable you to evade your opponent's spells and retaliate with the utmost swiftness. At this juncture, Daphne grasped Lais's intent. In ancient times, the polyjuice potion served not only to alter one's appearance and incite chaos, but also acted as a physical enhancer. A healthy and vigorous body would undoubtedly aid a wizard in securing victory during duels. Now that you possess some understanding of the polyjuice potion, take a look at this. Lais retrieved a scroll filled with writing from his robes and handed it to Daphne. This is Daphne began, her eyes widening. The recipe and key points for brewing the polyjuice potion. I hope you can prepare a batch within 3 weeks. Naturally, I shall assist if necessary, as the skin of the African tree snake is exceedingly precious. Les held high expectations for Daphne, having witnessed her commendable aptitude in previous potion classes, which is why he selected the polyjuice potion as her inaugural concoction. Daphne's eyes widened in astonishment. The polyjuice potion is an extraordinarily complex, advanced potion. Could she truly create it? Nevertheless, Les had mentioned that the scroll contained essential brewing points, hadn't he? She accepted the parchment and began to examine it earnestly. But the intricate steps left her feeling dizzy. After perusing the recipe for the compound decoction, Daphne could not help but exclaim, "This is not a formula that mere mortals could conceive. I am utterly bewildered as to how the esteemed potion masters of the magical realm devised such a concoction." Her heartfelt sentiment prompted Lais to earnestly elucidate the matter. The study of potion making initially served as a compilation of the effects of various magical substances, such as the detoxifying properties of bezoar and dungstone. However, as certain magical ingredients became prohibitively expensive, wizards began to seek out alternative combinations of similar attributes, ultimately giving rise to a myriad of potion recipes. Of course, potion making is not solely a human endeavor. Several other sentient magical beings have also invented numerous formulas. Their heightened sensitivity to natural herbs enables them to create remarkably intricate and awe-inspiring concoctions. Daphne was left utterly astonished by this discourse. "How do you possess such knowledge?" she inquired. "I have mentioned that my family possesses a considerable collection of letters from ancient wizards," he replied. The subsequent process of potion preparation was rather monotonous. Prior to embarking on the creation of the compound decoction, a multitude of repetitive preparatory tasks were necessary. While Daphne engaged in these tasks, she conversed incessantly with Lais. "Will you remain at Hogwarts until graduation?" "Perhaps. I have yet to contemplate it fully, but after 5th year, I could seek employment. Securing a job with only an OWL certificate is quite challenging. However, I can ask my father for a letter of recommendation, which would simplify matters considerably." "I truly appreciate that. Was that great serpent in Slytherin's memory a deity?" "Such a creature seems to transcend the boundaries of human imagination." At Daphne's inquiry, Lais furrowed his brow. "In a sense, yes, by Muggle standards, that serpent could indeed be deemed a deity. That is remarkable. I can hardly believe that those legendary deities truly exist." Daphne's face was awash with wonder for that bygone era. Conversely, Lais displayed an air of indifference, asserting that there have never been any gods. Deities are merely powerful individuals or beings. Wizards possess no faith, or rather, their belief lies solely in themselves. Muggles may invoke the name of God in moments of peril or shock, but wizards never do so. If compelled to choose a name, wizards would opt for that of Merlin, a legendary sorcerer. Lais's words sounded quite rebellious to the ears of a young wizard hailing from a Muggle family, yet to Daphne, they were rather commonplace, as true wizards do not harbor faith in deities. Nodding in agreement with Lais's perspective, Daphne felt a genuine resonance with the sentiments. Chapter 74. We have unfurled the prelude to the twilight of the gods. Indeed, Daphne wholeheartedly concurred with Lais's assertions. Such a large serpent, she mused, rubbing her hands together, shaking off the powdered horn of a bicorn that clung to her fingers, and began to fantasize, it must possess an abundance of flesh, right? Huh? Daphne's thoughts were so erratic that Lais struggled to grasp the nature of her musings. "I recall that in my memory, its head alone was as large as an island. Such a serpent, once slain, would surely provide enough flesh to sustain the entire British magical community for a year." Lais instinctively calculated that if the magical realm of Britain housed 10,000 wizards, each consuming a pound of serpent meat daily, it would amount to just over 3 million pounds in a year, merely 3,600 tons. As a curious fact, a blue whale can yield 50 tons of meat and 25 tons of blubber, despite being a mere 30 meters long, smaller than the head of Ymir. Daphne's estimation was conservative. Should the flesh of that serpent be harvested, it would suffice for the world's wizards for several years. Lais pondered, wait, why am I calculating such absurdities seriously? That creature is hardly fit for human consumption. He dismissed the thought, reasoning that its meat would surely be tough and its hide impervious even to siege crossbows, with the flesh beneath being harder than stone. Yet, there must be significant value in potion research, for various parts of that serpent would undoubtedly hold great academic interest. Slytherin had indeed extracted some materials from it after the battle, hadn't they? Indeed, Lais regarded Daphne with a look of teachable enthusiasm, recalling that after the conflict, he had indeed taken Ymir's cerebral nerve and fashioned it into a remarkably powerful wand. This wand inherited not only Ymir's magical prowess, but also its brutality. Even the Slytherin of Ur was reluctant to keep it close, fearing its influence would warp their minds in time. Other old friends similarly reaped benefits from those pseudo-deities, crafting formidable magical implements from their remains. Daphne posed her final question after resolving her earlier confusions. Why did Slytherin engage in battle with that great serpent? With a playful smile, she inquired if the letters in his collection contained any records on the matter. Les blinked, realizing that the excuse of old letters was becoming increasingly implausible, prompting him to consider finding a new rationale. Nonetheless, while he contemplated this internally, he verbally affirmed Daphne's assertion. Indeed, a medieval letter does recount the reasons behind their outbreak of war, marking one of the most perilous crises faced by the magical community. Although wizards lacked faith, other species and factions did possess beliefs. In the eastern continent of Europa, churches existed, and in the northern Scandia Peninsula, there were similar entities, the Norse gods. In the eyes of wizards led by Gryffindor and Slytherin, these Norse pseudo-deities were more detestable than the madmen of the church. At least the latter still considered themselves human, while the former had ceased to regard themselves as such. They believed their kind to be inherently superior. The shepherds of the earthly realm, a notion intolerable to wizards. No wizard would willingly accept being herded like sheep. The church occasionally spoke of shepherding on behalf of their lord. But that was merely idle talk, fundamentally still human governance. The Norse gods were intent on a different reality, fundamentally differing in nature. Wizards would never view ascension to serve a particular group after death as a lifelong pursuit. The pseudo-deities, in their quest to propagate their faith, commenced their expansion towards the southern Isle of Britain. Should their schemes succeed, the British Isles would find themselves shrouded in the shadow of Asgard, and the wizard status might elevate slightly above that of the House Elves. The catalyst for the impending war was the arrival of the world-devouring serpent, Jormungandr. Stirring tempestuous waves in the North Sea, he pushed the magical community to its limits, prompting the four wizards of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin to venture northward. They set sail from the North Sea, uniting with formidable beings from other races to breach Asgard, thereby setting the stage for Ragnarok. Jormungandr, who had been riding the waves of the North Sea, ultimately became the core of Slytherin's wand. It is said that Thor, the guardian of Asgard who wields thunder, storms, war, and agriculture, was shattered into fragments by Ravenclaw's mastery of wind magic, proving that claiming dominion over a realm is merely a self-proclaimed title, the so-called embodiment of light. Balder met his demise when pierced through the chest by a spear fashioned from mistletoe by Hufflepuff. The four wizards demonstrated that these so-called gods were nothing more than a species endowed with greater strength. Essentially, it was merely a larger-scale duel. Les spoke to Daphne about trivial historical events from a millennium ago, as if recounting insignificant tales. Daphne, nodding in a daze, regarded the four founders' feats without surprise, having come from a wizarding family that afforded her a less filtered perspective of deities. To her, it felt akin to a wild boar from the neighboring village attempting to ravage her own village's cornfield, only to be hunted down by a righteous village chief. She mused aloud about the fate of the wand crafted from Jormungandr's brain, not expecting an answer from Les. Such a relic of immense power was likely known only to Slytherins. L'Ismail Sidoni. When you grow a bit older, I shall take you to see it. For now, this artifact is not suitable for children. Which is mightier, it or the Elder Wand? Daphne inquired. Les paused, having never before encountered the descriptor elder preceding wand. Daphne, more astonished than Les, exclaimed, "You haven't heard of the tale of the three brothers? Are you certain you are a wizard?" That is as absurd as a muggle child not knowing of Sleeping Beauty or Snow White. The stories penned by Beetle the Bard, included in his collection. Daphne could not suppress her astonishment, waving her hands in disbelief. The only response was Les's profound silence. An update is provided. I shall continue to pen my thoughts. Chapter 75, The Mightiest Wand. Observing the silent Les, Daphne furrowed her brow, perceiving an air of someone who had emerged from a secluded village. However, considering his usual demeanor, she felt that this perception might indeed be accurate. It is highly probable that an issue has arisen with the underground seal, prompting him to emerge from seclusion and return to Hogwarts to reinforce the seal and resolve the problems contained within, while also gaining a glimpse into the contemporary magical world. Reflecting on this, Les couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness. He had spent the past few months diligently catching up on the knowledge of the modern magical realm, yet he still found himself making blunders over fundamental matters. However, it is understandable, for someone active in the 11th century. Hearing tales from the 15th century would indeed be astonishing. Thus, might you regale me with the legend of the three brothers? Les opted to have Daphne narrate the tale directly to him. Oh, Daphne was slightly taken aback, for she had always been the storyteller before. Naturally, She was eager to seize this precious opportunity. Setting aside her tools, she meticulously wiped her hands and robes with a handkerchief and even procured a stool to sit upon. It seemed as though she was not merely telling a story, but conducting a sacred religious rite. Once everything was prepared, Daphne cleared her throat and began to vividly recount the legend of the three brothers. Once upon a time, three brothers were journeying along a secluded, winding path as midnight approached. Les raised an eyebrow. Why would they continue their journey near midnight? Were they pressed for time? Why not utilize a teleportation spell or a flying broomstick? Was it beyond their capabilities? As they walked, they came upon a river. The waters were too deep to wade through, and swimming was perilous. However, the three brothers were adept in magic, and with a flick of their wands, a bridge manifested over the treacherous waters. As they reached the center of the bridge, a hooded figure obstructed their path. The Grim Reaper addressed them, furious at having lost 3 new sacrifices for travelers typically drowned in that river. Yet, the Grim Reaper was cunning. He feigned congratulations for the brothers' magical prowess, claiming they had outsmarted him and offered each a reward. Les discovered another inconsistency in the tale. Would a wizard capable of conjuring a bridge with a mere flick of a wand truly drown in the river? That seemed illogical, unless there was something amiss with the river itself. Nevertheless, since it was a children's bedtime story, there was no need to dwell on such discrepancies. Subsequently, the three brothers each requested from the Grim Reaper the most powerful wand in existence, a stone capable of resurrecting the dead, and the Grim Reaper's own cloak of invisibility. The eldest brother, wielding the Elder Wand, met his demise in his sleep, his throat cut. The second brother, possessing the Resurrection Stone, descended into madness as the stone brought back those who were not truly alive, ultimately taking his own life. Only the youngest brother, who held the invisibility cloak, found a peaceful end, greeting the Grim Reaper as one would an old friend, departing this world alongside him as equals. Upon hearing the story, Les stroked his chin thoughtfully. Setting aside minor flaws, the narrative was quite compelling and held significant moral lessons. Reliance solely on brute strength is not sustainable. Attempting to defy the laws of nature is futile, and only humility and modesty are treasures that one can possess for a lifetime. Of course, these are merely fairy tales, and seeking rationality within them is inherently unreasonable. So, does the wand crafted by Slytherin surpass even the Elder Wand? It should, perhaps. Les was somewhat uncertain. According to the narrative, the Elder Wand is indeed the most powerful. However, upon deeper reflection, the Elder Wand was casually crafted by death, while his own serpent wand was made using the brain's nerve of Emer and the mistletoe branch that killed the god of light, Balder. Merely the materials consumed the lives of 2 demigods, making it seem far superior to the one forged by death. Nevertheless, the negative effects of his wand were quite significant. If Death's Elder Wand bore no adverse effects, it would certainly be more suitable for everyday use than his serpent wand. Daphne, on the other hand, was not bogged down by such considerations. She was simply exhilarated. In comparison to the ethereal Elder Wand from fairy tales, the wand left behind by Slytherin felt much more tangible. Do you have any records of where Slytherin concealed his wand before his demise? Les's countenance darkened. How could that impudent girl speak so? He cleared his throat and pointed out the fallacy in Daphne's words. Among the 4 founders, aside from Rowena, referring to Lady Ravenclaw, the whereabouts of the other 3 remain unknown. Thus, it is not rigorous to assume Slytherin is dead. Conversely, I am inclined to believe that all 4 founders have extended their lives in some extraordinary manner. After all, if one desires to live, there is always a way. Les held pure disdain for those wizards who sought immortality through Horcruxes. Who could possibly live for 1,000 years? Even Nicholas Flamel, who invented the Philosopher's Stone, only lived for over 600 years. Although Daphne did not believe Les's assertion, she quickly noticed that he did not deny her question. Do you truly know the whereabouts of that wand? Daphne was astounded. How could Les know everything? Could it be true that he was the rightful heir of Slytherin, and the Gaunt family merely fostered him? It is not something you can access at present. Seeing that Daphne seemed to entertain bold notions, Les hastily doused her enthusiasm with cold water. If she recklessly sought the serpent wand now, she would surely go mad. When you are older, I shall take you to find its location, Les promised, issuing a metaphorical check for the future. Daphne felt as though she were in a dream. She had merely asked casually, yet who would have thought Les could truly take her there? If she could obtain that wand, Daphne couldn't help but fantasize. However, do not set your expectations too high. A wand is ultimately just a wand, and its effectiveness still depends on the wizard wielding it. Les believed Daphne might have overly inflated the wand's capabilities. In her mind, it was not a wand, but a wishing machine. She resumed her preparations for concocting the polyjuice potion. While Daphne grappled with the unicorn horn, Les squinted his eyes, pondering the deathly hallows that Daphne had just mentioned. He had never seen the Elder Wand or the Resurrection Stone, but the invisibility cloak, was it not right beside him? Daphne, do you know the origins of Potter? He intended to inquire about it with her before delving into the archives. The Potter family had resided in Godric's Hollow until that fateful event, and as you know, Harry was raised by his Muggle aunt until he turned 11. In the Valley of Godric, a familiar name suddenly echoed, provoking a subtle wave of melancholy in Les. This was the birthplace of Godric. Whether the valley was named after Gryffindor or vice versa remained a mystery, an enigma of history long lost to time. He pondered if that Potter was perhaps a descendant of Gryffindor. Likely, as it was not uncommon for ancient wizarding families to be interrelated. Why did the conversation shift to him? Daphne found the sudden leap in topic rather peculiar. Do you not think that Harry's invisibility cloak aligns remarkably with the description of the invisibility cloak among the Deathly Hallows? Is that so? Yet, that cloak truly was extraordinary, was it not? However, the tale of the three brothers was merely a legend. Legends always have their origins, do they not? Les had resolved to delve deeper into Harry's lineage. As the Christmas holidays drew to a close, Fred and George were at last released from their confinement, regaining their freedom. Professor McGonagall graciously granted them a day to breathe the fresh air outside. The twins were infuriated that their holiday had been marred by detention, yet they managed to uncover the true reason behind their punishment. Snape's storeroom had been robbed, resulting in the loss of many precious potions. Upon hearing this news, the initially furious twins found their anger dissipating. In their own words, they mused that if 2 weeks of detention could lead to a third of Snape's potion ingredients vanishing, they might as well request 2 months of confinement. After all, just a month and a half of such luck was quite unsettling. Despite the joy among Gryffindor students at Snape's misfortune, they nonetheless prepared thoroughly for their first potions class after the break. Would Snape, in his anger, refrain from taking it out on the Gryffindors? To their surprise, Snape did not torment the Gryffindor students at all, as if his storeroom had not been pilfered. This left Fred and George perplexed. Had Snape been rendered foolish by his anger? Meanwhile, Daphne's potion-making plan was proceeding methodically. Even if errors occurred, Les was there to assist, ensuring the overall progress remained steady. During the potion's preparation, she even found time to learn the disillusionment charm from Les. On the 21st day, Daphne's polyjuice potion was finally complete. Observing the thick, mud-like concoction, Les nodded in satisfaction. He produced a small glass vial, poured a portion of the potion into it, and added a strand of his hair. The potion bubbled vigorously, resembling boiling water, and within a second, it transformed into a shimmering silver liquid with a metallic sheen. Here, Les offered the vial to Daphne. As she accepted it, Daphne drank the potion in one swift gulp, shivering slightly. To her, the potion tasted akin to a chilled mint beverage. The compound potion takes effect remarkably swiftly, and on Daphne's fair skin, bubbles begin to rise like molten wax. As her hair shortens, its color also undergoes a transformation. Before long, 2 versions of Les appear in the chamber. Congratulations, your potion formulation has succeeded. Les gently approach in encouragement. For a young wizard to concoct a compound potion at such an age, even with guidance, is indeed a matter of pride. Daphne, now resembling Les, examines her hands and raises her foot to observe her heels, seemingly enthralled by the changes occurring within her. This is undoubtedly a novel experience for her. The dosage of the potion will influence your transformation duration. This is something to bear in mind. Moreover, this is your compound potion, so take good care of it. Les pours the remaining potion into a large jar and hands it to her. Wait, can I keep this? Daphne exclaims, taken aback, fully aware of the precious magical ingredients contained within. Frankly speaking, the value of this potion on the market would be enough to fill the jar with gold. Of course, store it properly. After exiting the chamber, Les heads straight to the library to investigate the legends surrounding the Potter family and the 3 sacred artifacts. During his research, he crosses paths with the Hogwarts gamekeeper, Rubeus Hagrid, who is cradling several books in his arms. Noticing Les's gaze, Hagrid discreetly conceals the books beneath his moleskin coat. This suspicious gesture piques Les's curiosity. He recalls catching a glimpse of the outermost book titled Dragon Care, leading him to surmise what the gamekeeper might be up to. Raising dragons seems to be illegal now, but Les is unfazed, for in his time, it was still permissible. Some Hogwarts students even brought their pet dragons to school. This is precisely why regulations were later established to allow only owls, cats, and toads. Chapter 77. Yes, this wound is indeed from a dog bite. What has happened? Daphne also notices Hagrid's peculiar behavior. He seems to be avoiding both Les and herself, appearing rather furtive. He wants to raise something the magical community forbids. What? A fire dragon? That book he was holding is related to dragon care. If you have the leisure, investigate which books he has borrowed. You might uncover further evidence. The two engage in a discussion about Harry's invisibility cloak, nearly forgetting Hagrid's small antics until someone arrives to remind them. The trio are distinguished masters of transfiguration and alchemy, enjoying considerable prestige in the local area of Godric's Hollow. Their connection to the legendary wizard Godric Gryffindor remains unverified, with some believing they inherited Gryffindor's legacy. The author opines that this theory is unlikely, as the timeline of the three brothers predates Gryffindor by at least a century. And Gryffindor was not particularly renowned for his alchemical prowess. Naturally, upon encountering terms like descendants of Slytherin within the text, Les feels a surge of indignation. Ignotus, the youngest of the three brothers, possessed a cloak of invisibility with an exceptionally prolonged efficacy. The symbols of the three sacred relics inscribed on his gravestone serve as the most compelling evidence that the Peverell brothers are indeed the prototypes of the legendary trio. His granddaughter, Iolanthe Peverell, wed the affluent Hardwin Potter. Iolanthe seldom discussed matters concerning the cloak of invisibility, asserting that the garment left by her grandfather ceased to function upon his demise, thus rendering the existence of such a cloak highly likely a mere rumor. In Daphne's eyes, the cloak of invisibility paled in comparison to the allure of the other two relics. Should she desire invisibility, she could simply procure several cloaks or utilize the disillusionment charm taught to her by Les, which is not a matter of the Deathly Hallows being unaffordable, but rather that the charm offers superior value. The Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, however, are distinctly unattainable by monetary means. Any alchemical artifact associated with eternity cannot possibly be trivial. Les perceived further than Daphne, recognizing that the invisibility effect of the cloak might merely be its most insignificant attribute. Much like a wizard's wand, which could also serve as a mere skewer for roasting, this is evidently just a passive function. Cadmus, the second son, was an adept alchemist, the prototype of the Resurrection Stone's possessor. It is said that the stone he crafted could summon the apparitions of the deceased. The Gaunt family, one of the 28 pureblood families and a descendant of Slytherin, claimed to possess the Resurrection Stone. Just a fleeting glance at the titles on Hagrid's reading list. The types of dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, from egg to phoenix. A guide to dragon breeding led Daphne to confirm that Hagrid was indeed planning to raise a fire dragon. Ron's complexion shifted dramatically, his ears turning crimson. Ultimately, he remained tight-lipped, insisting that the glowing green wound on his hand was inflicted by a dog. He could likely surmise what his misguided son, Gaunt, had done during his slumber. He was certain he would not rise from the grave, as the other founders gradually faded away. He would allow his descendants to bear his wand and other tokens to Hogwarts, falsely claiming descent from Slytherin. Due to the absence of knowledgeable individuals, Hogwarts surprisingly accepted this pretense. Godric's Hollow, she gasped, inadvertently associating it with the Potter family residing in Godric's Hollow and the cloak of invisibility held by Harry. Regarding Hagrid's aspiration to raise a dragon, Daphne's response was simply, "Oh, so you say this was a dog bite?" Les regarded Ron with an expression that seemed to question whether he was jesting. To that end, he eagerly prepared several potion recipes, all aimed at nourishing fire dragons, intending to cultivate a closer relationship with Hagrid in hopes of acquiring materials from the dragon. If this were merely an isolated incident, it might have been dismissed as coincidence. However, with such a string of information presenting itself, to claim coincidence would be exceedingly far-fetched. Fortunately, he had not disclosed the location of his slumber to Gaunt. Otherwise, how could there ever be a day of awakening? It appeared to be time for him to pay a visit to the Gaunt residence, since they had assumed his title. It would not be unreasonable for the ancestors to request a stone from their descendants. According to my research, the prototypes of the three brothers legend are likely the Peverell brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus, who were active in the latter half of the 12th century in Western England. Les turned to the page and began to read the text inscribed upon it. After a brief interlude, he finally unearthed the book he sought amidst a pile of dust-laden tomes. A thrill coursed through him. Henceforth, he would no longer need to purchase raw materials, such as dragon's blood. However, this fleeting exhilaration soon gave way to a sobering realization. The Greengrass family had raised dragons centuries ago. It was hardly a remarkable affair. The Ministry of Magic's prohibition against wizards keeping dragons stemmed merely from the ease with which muggles could spot fire-breathing beasts, thereby jeopardizing the statute of secrecy. Hagrid resided on the fringes of the Forbidden Forest, tending to one without significant consequence. Yet one had to wonder if he could truly manage such a formidable creature. Daphne and Les shared a surprisingly unified stance on Hagrid's intention to rear a dragon. If he wished to do so, so be it. Merlin. Daphne expressed her astonishment, her mind racing with thoughts that Potter was indeed a descendant of the three brothers, and the cloak he possessed was one of the fabled Deathly Hallows. Leaning closer, she discerned the title. The archetype of the three brothers originated from the Peveril family of Godric's Hollow. Yet, the cloak appeared rather unremarkable. While I concede that the enchantment upon it is nearly eternal, what of it? Should a common invisibility cloak fail, one could simply procure another. Oh, it is hopeless. One might as well await their demise. Farewell, I must attend to my history of magic assignment. Les delivered a swift series of blows to Ron, inflicting a significant shock to his psyche. Ron exclaimed, "What?" Chapter 78. Nutritional supplements. Anyone? Upon hearing Les's words, Ron's complexion mirrored the hue of his wound, and he trembled as he raised his hand, nearly thrusting the injury beneath Les's nose. Les, take another look. It is merely a bite. How could it be hopeless? Ron's voice quivered. If it were a mad dog's bite, then indeed there would be no salvation. However, this wound seems to have been neglected for some time. Does it not? Les subtly pushed Ron's hand away, for anyone with eyes could discern the dire state of his condition. Ron's bitten hand had swollen to twice its normal size, and the flesh around the wound had taken on a ghastly green hue. It was evident that the injury had occurred the previous day, yet it had only been a single day. Ron's face was a picture of despair, nearly on the brink of tears. Rabies, or as it is colloquially known, mad dog disease. Have you heard of it? If bitten by a rabid dog and not treated promptly, the outcome is invariably fatal, Les remarked coolly. In the non-magical world, rabies is incurable once it manifests. In the magical realm, it also presents a significant challenge. Les surmised that Hogwarts medical facilities would likely prove inadequate to address it. However, Ron had not contracted rabies. His injury was the result of a dragon's bite, which bore no relation whatsoever to the disease. Daphne, standing nearby, chimed in to assert that this was indeed a highly challenging ailment. Ron's complexion gradually shifted to a shade reminiscent of liver. After a moment of deliberation, he lowered his voice and said, "Can you keep the reason for my injury a secret?" Adhering to the principle that a disdain for Malfoy would never lead one astray. Ron chose to place his trust in Les and Daphne. Had it not been for his prior encounters with Les and Daphne, during which he perceived them as the epitome of normalcy within Slytherin House, Ron would never have sought their assistance. However, he found himself in a dire predicament. Among his acquaintances, only these two exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for potion making. He and Daphne were the only duo who had never faced reprimand from Snape during their potion classes. If they could not provide help, his only recourse would be to approach Madame Pomfrey. But how could he possibly explain the origin of his wound? If he failed to articulate it clearly, Madame Pomfrey would escalate the matter to Professor McGonagall, and that would spell disaster. Thus, Ron resolved to confide in Les, trusting that they would safeguard his secret. Naturally, they would remain discreet. After receiving Les's assurance, Ron confessed, "Well, this was actually inflicted by a dragon, a Norwegian ridgeback. Do you think there's any way to remedy this?" To Ron's astonishment, both Les and Daphne appeared utterly unfazed by this shocking revelation. They remained remarkably calm, as if he had merely been bitten by a stray dog. Les nodded, indicating that Ron's wound indeed bore the hallmark of a dragon bite, and the treatment was not particularly complicated. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ron blurted out, "Aren't you even a little curious about why I?" He harbored some resentment towards Hagrid's actions. Could Hogwarts accommodate a dragon? Certainly, but it required the caretaker to be adequately prepared. If Hagrid's preparation consisted solely of a few books, Les was firmly against his dragon-keeping endeavors. The husbandry of fire dragons is an intricate art. Masters of this craft can train fire dragons to be as obedient as sheepdogs, yet it was evident that Hagrid lacked such expertise. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. You know, how do you know about that incident?" Stunned, Ron struggled to formulate a coherent sentence. He had been far too reckless. Daphne recounted her encounter with Hagrid that day, asserting that one could easily discern Hagrid's intentions with a little observation. A cold sweat broke out on Ron's brow. It was fortunate that someone from their circle had noticed Hagrid's predicament. Had it been Malfoy or another Slytherin student, the consequences would have been dire. Illegally keeping a fire dragon could lead to a sentence in Azkaban. He and Daphne led Ron to an unoccupied classroom, where they began preparing the necessary potions for his treatment. "It's nothing serious. You need not fret," Les assured him, deftly adding the required ingredients into the bubbling cauldron. "You just mentioned, so you were bitten by a mad dog?" Ron promptly shut his mouth. Daphne scoffed. "That wound is unmistakable. Any discerning eye would recognize it as a fire dragon bite." While they spoke, Les had already concocted the potion. Aware of Ron's desire to observe the treatment of his wound, Les diluted the potion slightly before administering it to Ron. Shortly after consuming the potion, Ron realized he could no longer feel his limbs. After administering a pain-relieving potion to Ron, Les pointed the tip of his wand directly at the wound on Ron's hand and, with remarkable precision, employed a slicing spell to excise the necrotic flesh. Once the dead tissue was thoroughly removed, he applied a layer of ointment to the wound. Upon contact, the white salve swiftly transformed into a vibrant green hue. After the ointment had taken on its verdant tint, Les waved his wand to remove it and applied a fresh layer. He repeated this process until the color of the salve shifted to a deep crimson, at which point he added a few drops of a white essence and wrapped the wound in bandages. Ron's injury was now properly treated. Very well. The toxins have been entirely eliminated. Consume this, Les instructed, forming a lump of the ointment from the jar and gesturing for Ron to swallow it. Ron queried, "Is this truly necessary? This is to draw out the toxins from within you. Surely you do not believe the poison resides solely near the wound?" Upon hearing Les's explanation, Ron obediently ingested the lump of ointment. "Thank you, Les, your assistance has been invaluable." Ron expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Not at all. Lead the way," Les replied. "I wish to pay Hagrid a visit," Ron said somewhat sheepishly. "What do you intend to discuss with him?" "Les incroyables sont signes unis." "I wish to see if he is interested in nutritional supplements for dragons." Ron found himself increasingly perplexed, feeling somewhat befuddled by Les's intentions. Did dragons truly require such supplements? Chapter 79. I actually have a fair amount of knowledge regarding dragons. In Les's view, this presented an excellent opportunity to strengthen his rapport with Hagrid. Once their relationship was sufficiently established, the materials from Hagrid's dragon would be his for the taking. Furthermore, he could share insights on dragon care with Hagrid, achieving a dual purpose. Moreover, as the keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid must have amassed a wealth of valuable items over the years. Provided their relationship was solidified, these treasures could be acquired, thereby augmenting Les's potion ingredient reserves. Truly rare potion materials are exceedingly difficult to procure in the marketplace, such as the primary ingredient for the polyjuice potion, African snakeskin. The moment this material is discovered, it is swiftly claimed by various potion masters, rarely making it to the market. It is nearly impossible to purchase with money. One must exchange equivalent raw materials with other potion masters. Contemplating these advantages, Les quickened his pace. No potion master could resist the opportunity to expand their stockpile. Should one decline, it would indicate a lack of genuine passion for potion making. Under Ron's guidance, Les and the others soon arrived at the entrance of Hagrid's cottage. All the curtains were drawn tightly, and after Ron knocked on the door, Hagrid first verified his identity before opening it. He then stood in stunned silence, for behind Ron were Les and Daphne. "Hagrid, they can be trusted." Ron discerned Hagrid's hesitation and quickly vouched for Les. He raised his bandaged hand to demonstrate that his wound had been treated by Les. With Ron's endorsement, Hagrid finally permitted Les to enter. Once they were inside, he promptly secured the door. The atmosphere in Hagrid's dwelling was thick with the stench of blood, the floor littered with an abundance of chicken feathers and empty bottles. Les immediately discerned the source of the chaos, a fire dragon, akin in size to a hunting dog, frantically tearing at something beneath Hagrid's bed. Judging by its scales and tail fins, it was undoubtedly a Norwegian ridgeback. Once Les ascertained the dragon's condition, he began to observe Hagrid's living quarters. Hagrid's cottage was quite cramped, a single-room wooden structure with hams, wild fowl, and rabbits hanging from the ceiling, and a fireplace nestled against the wall, upon which rested a kettle that Hagrid typically used for boiling water. His bed, situated in the corner, was adorned with a patchwork quilt that had been shredded by the dragon. The magical energy in the space was palpably intense, rivaling even Snape's potion storage room, which left Les quite astonished. As he surveyed the surroundings, his attention was eventually drawn to a seemingly inconspicuous bundle of silver hair nestled among the various cured meats. Upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated in shock. It was a substantial clump of unicorn hair. This precious material could fetch a hefty sum of gold galleons, carelessly draped across the ceiling, nearly overlooked by Les. Taking a more thorough glance at the cottage's furnishings led to further astonishing discoveries. A bundle of hay leaning against a pile of firewood that increasingly resembled phoenix feathergrass. A basket of assorted items seemingly crafted from laurel wood. A few pieces of heartstone hidden among the stones of the fireplace. And the wooden sticks used for hanging prey, which Les surmised were not less than 3 centuries old, made from oak. Les inhaled deeply, realizing that if Hagrid were not selling these treasures, he was likely wealthier than himself. "Do sit down. Would you care for some tea?" Hagrid cheerfully invited the three to take a seat, bringing forth an enormous teapot. Hagrid, about that fire dragon. Les attempted to address the matter directly. It's named Norbert. Huh, I didn't think you would discover that, Hagrid admitted, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Well, I suspected as much when you borrowed that book, Les responded, accepting the steaming cup of tea from Hagrid. Is that so? Hagrid scratched his head. I thought I concealed it quite well. I have consulted as many texts as possible. Hagrid's demeanor turned serious. Your preparations are woefully insufficient, Les retorted bluntly. Ron's injury is merely the beginning. If you continue down this path, a far more grave incident is bound to occur. This time it was just a bite. Next time he might lose an arm. Ron's face paled as he recalled the tales his brother Charlie had shared with him. Les cast a glance at Norbert, who was gnawing at the bedpost. It requires training. You must teach it right from wrong. Norbert is still just a child. If it grows up like this, it will be too late. Les felt his patience waning. You know what will happen if it matures in this manner, he said, and Hagrid fell silent. Though Les's words were harsh, they were rooted in reality. Once Norbert matures into a full-grown dragon, his unruly behavior may likely lead to his demise, as even the Dragon Reserve would not shelter a creature with such volatile temperament. Moreover, it is currently illegal to keep dragons. Hagrid pressed his lips together, and the room was enveloped in a prolonged silence, the only sounds emanating from the dragon Norbert and the crackling flames in the fireplace. I could contact my brother Charlie. He studies dragons in Romania and would surely be delighted to take Norbert in. Ron quickly interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Les glanced at him. Initially, he had intended for Hagrid to release Norbert into the Forbidden Forest, where its vast expanse could comfortably accommodate several dragons. Splendid, splendid, Hagrid exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, though his fervor left him at a loss for words. Very well, Les replied, a smile illuminating his face as he turned to Hagrid, inquiring whether he would mind if he conducted a physical examination of Norbert. To be honest, I have quite a bit of knowledge regarding dragons. Les spoke the truth. When the four of them had just moved to the area, numerous dragons inhabited the forbidden forest adjacent to Hogwarts. These energetic creatures often ventured out to attack the livestock tended by Hagrid. Thus, in the interest of expanding the potion storage and safeguarding the barn, Les had thoroughly dealt with the dragons in the forest. Through this endeavor, he had indeed gained profound insights and knowledge about dragons. Really? That's wonderful. Please go ahead. Hagrid, unaware of these past events, waved his hand in agreement to Les's request. Thank you. Les's smile sent a shiver down Hagrid's spine. He felt somewhat perplexed. Was there a window left ajar? It seemed the fire needed to be stoked a bit more. Meanwhile, Norbert, perceptive as ever, lifted his head, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Chapter 8. Grasping the Wings of Destiny. Roar. Enveloped by a perplexing sense of impending danger, Norbert chose to unleash a deafening roar to dispel his inner fears and the potential threats looming ahead. However, this did not deter Les. To him, even an adult dragon was merely a potion ingredient, and a mere hatchling of a few weeks could hardly command his concern. He deftly positioned himself in Norbert's blind spot, seizing the opportunity to grip the roots of its wings and hoist it up. Hagrid was taken aback, springing to his feet in a bid to halt Les, fearing that he might be bitten by the dragon. Yet, to his astonishment, the typically temperamental and mischievous Norbert was now behaving more obediently than the chickens he tended, allowing Les to maneuver him without resistance. Although hatchling dragons remain in their mother's nest until they reach subadult status, adult dragons occasionally require the relocation of their young. In such instances, they would grasp their offspring's wings and carry them in their mouths. This behavioral trait afforded the young dragons a sort of switch at the base of their wings. A gentle touch would render even the most unruly hatchling calm. As Les skillfully handled Norbert, he began to share his insights on dragon taming with Hagrid. Hagrid offered an apologetic smile, running his scarred hand over his half-burnt beard. I wish to see it, but that lad Norbert won't allow me. And I don't want to force the matter, so it has lingered until now. Ron lowered his gaze, seemingly oblivious to the plate of rock cakes before him. However, Les and Daphne were unaware of the underlying mystery. Each took a piece, and after a bite, they quickly understood why Ron had abstained from the cakes. Today, indulge in some meat, and nourish your body well. These chickens have grown on worms, and their flavor is exquisite. As Hagrid apologized to Ron, Les drew his wand and tidied the floor, which had been sullied by Ron's vomit. A bewildered little dragon rolled under the bed, and upon realizing its newfound freedom, immediately shrank into the corner, casting a wary gaze at the feet of the others. I shall fetch you some food, Lestrange, yes? We can also discuss how to care for dragons. Hagrid, with heavy footsteps and a cheerful tune, exited the room to prepare lunch. Gazing at the suspicious concoction in the jar, Les furrowed his brow. Hagrid, is this what you feed it? Les was puzzled, holding a distinctly female baby dragon, yet finding it bore a decidedly masculine name. Considering Hagrid's circumstances, he had a rather confident hypothesis. The lineage of giants was indeed formidable. As Hagrid chewed on his rock cake, he appeared to ponder life's complexities before finally speaking. Not in reflection on the hardness of his cakes, but concerning Norbert. Since Norbert is a girl, it would be inappropriate to keep that name. How about renaming her Norberta? With the stew simmering, Hagrid invited Les and the others to sit at the table, pouring each a cup of tea and serving them a plate of rock cakes. Lysiged, rendered speechless by Hagrid's unreliability. He briefly explained his treatment plan for Ron, leaving Hagrid in a state of bewilderment. While Hagrid did not fully comprehend, he sensed that Les exuded professionalism. As mealtime approached, Hagrid, ever attentive to his little dragon, picked up a bottle filled with chicken blood brandy from the floor. Ready to feed Norberta. What? Norbert is a girl? Hagrid's eyes widened in shock. The dish he was preparing was a hodgepodge of potatoes, mushrooms, and chicken. To ensure Norberta had enough chicken blood brandy, he had been slaughtering quite a few chickens lately. In his kitchen, there was an abundance of chicken, far outnumbering the vegetables. The raw chicken bubbled in the pot, releasing a savory aroma that churned Ron's stomach. He struggled to suppress his urge to vomit, but ultimately succumbed, exclaiming as he expelled his meal, "That cake is as hard as stone." Daphne's perfectly aligned silver teeth nearly cracked from the rock cake. Hagrid, oblivious to the trio's discomfort, sat at the table, nonchalantly taking a rock cake into his mouth with gusto. Les and the others, of course, had no objections. Well then, it is time to commence the examination. Due to Hagrid's undeniable amateurism, Les took it upon himself to assume Hagrid's role, mustering his energy to conduct a thorough examination of Norbert's physical condition. "Ron, are you all right? Did you eat something bad?" Hagrid rushed to Ron's side, and upon witnessing the mass of green vomit he expelled, his expression instantly shifted. "Impressive." He gave us a thumbs up while simultaneously offering an apologetic look to Ron. After hearing this, Hagrid couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Observing Hagrid's eagerness, Les let out a quiet sigh. How could he dare to hatch a dragon when he was oblivious to such basic knowledge? That color certainly did not bode well. "Huh?" Daphne and Ron exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished by Hagrid's reaction. He approached Hagrid's bed, carelessly tossing Norbert beneath it. Fortunately, the little fire dragon appeared quite healthy, with no significant issues, save for one minor concern. Chapter 81. Let us exchange local specialties from the Forbidden Forest. What is the matter? The book instructs as such. Hagrid said, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Les demonstrated through his actions that he was indeed the expert in dragon husbandry. Naturally, Hagrid dared not disregard Les's words. Instead, he steeled himself to listen intently, aiming not to miss a single syllable. The 3-week-old fire dragon was already ready to be fed meat, whether raw or cooked. Chicken blood served as a transitional food for the dragon's underdeveloped teeth. Les gestured towards Ron's hand. Given the extent of Ron's injuries, Norbert was certainly capable of consuming meat by now. Moreover, your proportions are incorrect. Les frowned at the mixture in the bottle. The purpose of blending chicken blood with brandy was to intoxicate the newly hatched fire dragon, thus facilitating its transport. Therefore, a high-proof brandy was essential, with a minimum ratio of 3-to-1 with the chicken blood. The minuscule amount of brandy in your bottle would only induce a tipsy state, which might aid in fire breathing. Hagrid's eyes widened in realization. Now I understand why such a combination is necessary. It's for easier transport. In the medieval era, fire dragon traders would administer copious amounts of high-concentration alcohol, even sleeping potions, to the young dragons after successful hatching, ensuring they would quietly curl up in their boxes for transport and sale. Hagrid deemed it unnecessary to follow suit. Norbert's fiery temperament could very well be linked to his constant inebriation. Taking Les's advice, Hagrid promptly cut some chicken and tossed it beneath the bed. Norbert sniffed the aroma of the chicken, then immediately began to devour it, relishing each bite. "Huh, she can even roast the chicken." Hagrid squatted beside his little fire dragon, watching her feast with a look of pure happiness. Ron and Daphne couldn't resist joining Hagrid, eagerly accepting strips of chicken from his hand to toss towards Norbert's mouth. As Norbert's belly grew round, Hagrid's stew was also ready. The mingling flavors of chicken and vegetables wafted an enticing aroma. The entire pot of stew contained not a single drop of water, relying solely on the juices released from the ingredients, resulting in an exceptionally savory broth. Hagrid is indeed correct. The chickens he raises are exceptionally delicious, so much so that even Daphne unabashedly devoured several generous portions. Even more splendidly, the rock cakes softened after being soaked in the vegetable soup, making them quite palatable. Hagrid, along with the trio of Ron, Hermione, and Daphne, polished off the entire pot of stew along with a plate of rock cakes. However, Nobita's exclusive consumption of these items suggests her nutrition may be somewhat lacking. As Hagrid was gnawing on a substantial chicken leg, Ron suddenly interjected, "Oh?" Hagrid immediately set down the chicken leg. When it comes to Nobita's healthy growth, he could not afford to be negligent. For a fire dragon, subsisting solely on chicken is likely insufficient, especially given that the environment here diverges greatly from its natural lair. While it may manage for a short period, prolonged habitation will undoubtedly be detrimental. Ron was not merely raising alarms. This was indeed a factual concern. In the wild, young fire dragons receive apt nourishment from their mothers, whose diets encompass a variety of foods rather than just chicken. Moreover, the temperature within a fire dragon's lair is significantly warmer than Hagrid's hut, with a higher concentration of sulfur and similar substances. Artificially bred fire dragons require their caretakers to supplement these elements to ensure their healthy development. Indeed, but how do you plan to address the temperature issue? A mere stove will not suffice, Ron gently prompted, encouraging Hagrid to engage in deeper contemplation. What shall we do? A flicker of anxiety crossed Hagrid's face. Do you have any good ideas? He instinctively sought Ron's guidance. Of course, I possess an ancient potion recipe that serves as a nutritional supplement for raising fire dragons. Ron revealed, his words laden with purpose. Daphne squinted her eyes. This isn't another letter from ancient wizards, is it? Could you provide me with the recipe? I'll have someone prepare it, Hagrid said, feeling somewhat embarrassed to request such a treasured family recipe. Yet, it was all for Nobita's healthy growth. Hagrid was genuinely concerned for his fire dragon. Hagrid, you need not seek anyone else. Ron himself is an exceptional potion maker. Ron, having swallowed his food, mumbled to Hagrid about Ron's prowess in potion making. Is he truly that skilled? Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing that Ron could independently concoct potions to heal fire dragon bites. Fortunately, I possess a modicum of talent in potion making, Ron humbly remarked, prompting Daphne to suppress an eye roll. His intentions were evidently not entirely altruistic. Amidst Hagrid's abundant expressions of gratitude, Ron consented to provide Hagrid with a nutritional supplement for Nobita, but in exchange, he requested that Hagrid procure some specialties from the Forbidden Forest, such as unicorn-tail hair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ron departed from Hagrid's hut, carrying a bag brimming with Hagrid's treasures from the Forbidden Forest, which even included a vial of fresh fire dragon blood. What a bountiful harvest, Daphne remarked, observing the bag in Ron's grasp. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, is it not? A slight smile curled at the corners of Les's mouth. These items, if left in his possession, would only gather dust over time. Yet in my hands, they could transform into precious potions. Even if Gryffindor were to emerge from the ground, they could not justly accuse me. In Les's eyes, Hagrid's juxtaposition of valuable potion ingredients with cured meats was a blatant waste of resources. Rather than allowing them to languish in a corner, decaying, it was far better to entrust them to me, enabling them to fulfill their intended purpose. With the assistance of Les's knowledge and supplements, Nobita thrived in health and vigor. Though this could not alter the fact that she must eventually be sent away, a consensus reached among a few in Hagrid. Ron penned a letter to his brother Charlie, arranging a time for the transfer. The day finally arrived. Under Hagrid's reluctant gaze, Nobita was administered a sleeping potion concocted by Les, then placed into a large wooden crate that had been prepared in advance. Subsequently, Harry, Ron, and Daphne transported the crate to the designated delivery location mentioned in the letter. Daphne's involvement stemmed from the bond she had formed with Nobita during her care. As the day of departure approached, she found herself increasingly reluctant to part with her. Les, however, harbored no such sentiments for Nobita. He merely extracted a sample of her blood before her departure. As for the farewell, he deemed it more fitting for Daphne and the others to handle that, as he had other matters to attend to. Chapter 82. The Unfortunate Daphne. Watching as Charlie and his friends ascended into the night sky on their brooms, carrying the crate containing Nobita, Harry and Ron felt an immense wave of relief wash over them. The burden weighing on their hearts had finally vanished. The clandestine raising of a dragon was a violation of magical law, and should they have been discovered, Hagrid would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Although no one had yet uncovered their secret, it remained a buried landmine, poised to explode at any moment. Now, this ticking time bomb had been defused, allowing the two to finally breathe easy. The trio descended the spiral staircase towards the astronomy tower, with Harry and Ron in high spirits. Their overly relaxed demeanor led them to forget the invisibility cloak, but Daphne, with her keen eyes, had it in her possession. She was curious to see how long it would take them to realize they had left the cloak behind in the tower. Professor McGonagall, suppressing her anger, shifted her focus to the three of them after addressing the most pressing matters. An awkward smile graced her face. Professor McGonagall, please allow me to explain. Before Daphne could respond, a gust of wind dislodged the invisibility cloak from her shoulders. She felt the gaze of the three professors and two classmates directed at her. Seeing the trio rendered speechless, McGonagall felt a surge of frustration rising anew. Revealing charm. Unveiling spell. She raised her wand high, casting a revelation and unveiling spell around her. Daphne, standing silently aside and momentarily feeling as though she had narrowly escaped disaster, felt a chill run through her blood upon seeing the 3 lines of footprints. Instinctively, she employed a flying charm, wrapping herself in Harry's invisibility cloak as she soared towards the tower's exit, but it was already too late. Had she fled the moment Professor McGonagall arrived, she might have escaped. Now, she found herself ensnared like a fish in a net. Harry and Ron stood to the side, rendered mute, too apprehensive to question why Professor McGonagall had acted so unusually. Daphne, on hearing McGonagall's voice, swiftly donned her invisibility cloak. Fortune favored her, for McGonagall only caught sight of Harry and Ron, failing to detect her presence. "What are you two doing up here at this hour?" A voice laced with anger echoed from below, sending chills down the 3 student spines. Soon after, Flitwick and Sprout appeared as if they had witnessed the opening of a howler. McGonagall's roar reverberated throughout the entire astronomy tower. Charlie Weasley, a name she recognized well. She knew he had gone to Romania to study dragons after graduation. Several crucial clues aligned, unveiling a startling truth. "It's my brother, Charlie, and his friends," Ron murmured in a low voice. "But how did Hagrid acquire that dragon egg?" In the next moment, the tiles of the tower floor began to reveal the imprints left behind by previous visitors in reverse chronological order. First, 3 sets of footprints leading downwards, then the spectral figures of 4 individuals riding broomsticks. Professor McGonagall ascended the astronomy tower and searched the area, finding no trace of intruders. Sensing an unusual number of individuals, she brandished her wand, and in an instant, the windows throughout the tower slammed shut, followed by a gust of wind swirling within. Disillusionment charm? Or some other trick? No matter, she concluded. With that, Professor McGonagall hastened toward the astronomy tower where the unknown individuals had landed, summoning her Patronus to awaken the reliable Professors Flitwick and Sprout from their slumber. She narrowed her eyes, confident that the 3 of them together could apprehend the dark wizards who had infiltrated the school. The trio huddled together in a corner of the tower, trembling like fledglings, awaiting McGonagall's judgment. Professor Sprout shielded the 2 boys behind her, while Flitwick remained motionless, quietly observing Harry and Ron. He feared that they might be imposters. Should either of them show any sign of deceit, he would not hesitate to stun them. In a fit of near madness, Professor McGonagall conjured a rope with her wand, yanking Daphne down from the air and directing her to stand with Harry and Ron. After about 3 minutes, McGonagall regained her composure. Upon finishing her magical investigation, she ruled out the possibility of an intruder in Hogwarts, but confirmed that outsiders had indeed arrived, quickly departing with a large trunk. Daphne spoke up. McGonagall narrowed her eyes. "I can hardly believe it. It is 1 o'clock in the morning, and here are 2 Gryffindors and a Slytherin, not in their dormitory sleeping, but instead found in the astronomy tower. Explain yourselves." After Professor McGonagall posed her question, she found herself rather perplexed. When had the students of Gryffindor begun to collaborate with those of Slytherin? Minerva Flitwick tugged at McGonagall's sleeve, prompting her to realize that matters concerning Potter and Weasley could be set aside for the moment. The crux of the issue lay in determining the whereabouts of those who had infiltrated the school. They had likely hidden upon hearing the voices of the 2 boys. Unable to answer this question, she shifted the focus to whom they had encountered. "Do not tell me it was merely a chance meeting. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Daphne Greengrass were highly likely to have hatched a dragon within the castle. Otherwise, how could one explain their clandestine rendezvous with Charlie Weasley at the astronomy tower in the dead of night, allowing him to carry away a chest of goods? Surely, Ron did not bake pies for his brother at such an hour. As the duty professor for the evening, it was quite the coincidence that McGonagall witnessed the arrival of Charlie and his companions in the castle courtyard. Gripping her wand, she cautiously ascended the stairs. However, instead of encountering dark wizards, she stumbled upon Harry and Ron, who were wandering the castle at such an hour. An update would follow tomorrow evening. Chapter 83. Do not associate with unscrupulous students, Miss Greengrass. Upon hearing the name Charlie, a flicker of understanding ignited within McGonagall. She discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Flitwick and Professor Sprout, decisively diverting the conversation. She could not allow the matter of a dragon being raised within the castle to be brought to light. Should the private rearing of a fire dragon be investigated further, it would undoubtedly lead to someone being sent to Azkaban, something McGonagall wished to avoid, whether concerning a student present or other audacious individuals. The punishment of detention was quite sufficient. The most critical risks had been mitigated, and the remaining issues were trivial in nature. She trusted that her two companions would not press the matter further, but would instead maintain a tacit understanding of silence. Regardless of their intentions, wandering the castle in the dead of night was an inherently misguided action. McGonagall definitively characterized the situation, glossing over the reasons for their nocturnal excursion. I have a story to share. Would you care to listen? Do not say that the narrative of mutual destruction with Slytherin had not found some acceptance among Gryffindor students, especially since Harry and Ron were generally well-liked, their reputations gradually improving. This news struck the Gryffindor wizards like a bolt from the blue. However, they found some solace in the fact that Slytherin had incurred a significant loss of points. In times of distress, merely contemplating the predicament of Slytherin offered them a measure of comfort. They had merely dropped from 2nd to 4th place, while Slytherin had fallen from 1st to 3rd, potentially jeopardizing their 7-year reign over the House Cup. In this instance, even the most prestigious lineage proved inconsequential. Slytherin students suddenly became reluctant to converse with Daphne, with some girls even resorting to scornful remarks upon encountering her. Daphne had indeed led them into dire straits. Professor McGonagall's lack of probing allowed Harry and Ron to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet the punishment she imposed enveloped them in a suffocating sense of despair akin to drowning. It must be said that as the chocolate transformed into a sweet syrup, some of the clouds shadowing Daphne's heart dissipated. She was serene, gentle, elegant, academically accomplished, and respectful toward her teachers. Never had she been seen quarreling or frolicking with other students. Unlike her peers, she spent her leisure time engrossed in books at the library rather than indulging in mischief. In stark contrast, Daphne's circumstances were considerably less favorable. While Gryffindor could derive solace from dragging a Slytherin into the mire, such notions did not apply to their situation. Observing Daphne's pallid visage, Les produced a piece of chocolate, broke it, and offered it to her. Ravenclaw, inexplicably, emerged as the top contender, becoming the greatest beneficiary of the upheaval. The two houses, initially occupying the 1st and 2nd positions, had been overtaken by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, albeit not by a significant margin, leaving room for a potential comeback. The array of virtues present in a single individual, even one from Slytherin, garnered Professor McGonagall's favor. Indulge in this. It will provide some comfort, she advised. The ambiguous reference to unscrupulous wizards undoubtedly pointed towards Lestrange, yet they were students of her own house. How could they be deemed unscrupulous? Professor McGonagall shot them a sharp glance. I speak of you too. You have absorbed all the vices without learning the virtues of your elder brothers. The image of Ron was merging with that of Fred and George in her mind. To stem this alarming trend, she resolved to impose stringent punishment upon them. Naturally, Daphne would not be exempt from consequences either. Miss Greengrass, I advise you to refrain from associating with certain unscrupulous students. Conduct yourself like a lady and avoid the daily violations of school rules. 100 points were deducted in one fell swoop. Harry gaped like a fish pulled from the water, gasping futilely as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Gryffindor's House Cup was in jeopardy, and how would he face his fellow students the following morning? The next day, news of Harry, Ron, and Hermione's nocturnal escapade within the castle, culminating in their capture by Professor McGonagall, spread rapidly. Harry and Ron. The era of the four founders possessed its own peculiarities, yet times have changed. The age belonging to them has departed, and the rules should consequently evolve. Professor McGonagall glanced at Daphne. She was impressed by this child, endowed with remarkable talent, yet devoid of the loathsome traits commonly associated with Slytherin students. Her perception of Daphne was favorable, surpassing that of many Gryffindors. In light of this, it didn't seem quite so unbearable. Fred and George had even devised a theory suggesting that this situation was not without its merits, alleviating the public scrutiny faced by Harry and Ron. I am truly incensed, Professor McGonagall declared. You three have breached the curfew and roamed the castle. You shall all face confinement as a consequence. This is merely one form of punishment. And Gryffindor shall incur a deduction of 50 points, each of you losing 50 points, while Slytherin will face the same fate. You must not. Do not take such matters to heart. The House Cup is trivial, and even Slytherin would concur with my sentiments. Les contemplating toute folie prepared a draft in his mind to console Daphne. Yet today, she had the audacity to be found at the same scene of transgression alongside Harry and Ron. Professor McGonagall felt a slight crack in her perception of Daphne. Chapter 84, Les's Tale. Upon hearing that Les was to recount a story, Daphne's spirits instantly lifted, and she couldn't resist jesting. "Is it the tale mentioned in those old letters?" "Not quite," Les replied earnestly. "It is about a small serpent I encountered yesterday, which shared with me a story passed down through generations." Without allowing Daphne to interject, he commenced his narrative. Long, long ago, before Hogwarts was even established, there lay a marsh in the western reaches of the British Isles, home to a quaint village inhabited by a few wizarding families. Such an ancient tale was rarely narrated, even by my father, and it captivated Daphne's attention, her chocolate treat momentarily forgotten as she listened intently. Life in the marsh was arduous, compounded by the fact that a ferocious dragon resided in its depths, with a band of fairies acknowledging it as their master, willingly serving as its minions, wreaking havoc and indulging in malevolence. The villagers harbored a mix of hatred and fear towards the dragon and its fairy underlings, yet felt utterly powerless against them. Perhaps it was the increasing population of wizards that instilled fear in the fairies, worrying they might one day unite to vanquish the dragon and seek retribution for their complicity. As he gazed upon the three small figures before him, Hagrid's face betrayed a hint of remorse. "I'm sorry to have involved you in this," he mumbled, scratching his head awkwardly. The predicament they found themselves in was a direct consequence of his actions, leaving Hagrid unable to shake off his guilt. At 11 o'clock that night, Daphne approached the foyer, where Filch awaited her. A few minutes later, Harry and Ron descended. Filch departed disgruntled. Daphne nodded, her worries dissipating. The fairies brought him, along with the bag, before the dragon. Just as the dragon prepared to devour him whole, a well-aimed spell struck its right eye, blinding it. It was the red-haired boy who had been set free. He had stealthily infiltrated the lair, ambushing the complacent dragon. His actions were revealed, and in a fit of rage, the villagers wrapped him in a leather sack, delivering him to the dragon's lair as a substitute offering for the red-haired boy. As Les concluded his tale, Daphne's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart lingering in unrest. A few days later, Daphne's confinement punishment was announced. During breakfast, she, Harry, and Ron received 3 identical notes informing them that at 11 o'clock that night, the caretaker, Filch, would escort them to the place of confinement. Professor McGonagall's intentions were unmistakable. "You 3 enjoy roaming about at night, do you? Very well, I shall indulge you. Off to the Forbidden Forest you shall go. May this confinement remedy your nocturnal escapades." Daphne furrowed her brow. She was most reluctant to go, but alas, one must bear the consequences of their transgressions. Amidst the roar of the dragon, a youth emerged from the bag, using a prepared dagger to stab the dragon's other eye. This was my domain. Yet, even though Hagrid was the enforcer of the confinement, the punishment for Daphne and her companions would not be mitigated in the slightest. It bore a touch of dark humor, as Professor McGonagall had absurdly appointed Hagrid to carry out the punishment for the 3 of them. The red-haired youth in the tale was named Godric Gryffindor, and the village chief's son was called Salazar Slytherin. One day, a robust young man with red hair passed by the marsh, just as the day of offering was approaching. The villagers welcomed him warmly and indulged him to the point of inebriation, seizing the opportunity to confine him in the chief's cellar. If all went as expected, he would become the dragon's lunch, but his eloquence during the feast captivated the chief's son, who believed such a character should not meet his end in the belly of a dragon. Thus, while delivering food to him, he liberated the red-haired youth. As the 3 young wizards gathered before him, Filch wore a sinister grin. He relished these moments when, regardless of origin or lineage, everyone must bow before him and accept their punishment. Punishing these little rascals brought him immense satisfaction. Filch lit a lamp, signaling the trio to follow. After outlining the task, Hagrid led the 3 young wizards into the Forbidden Forest. However, wizards have their own methods. They chose to capture passing travelers to offer as sacrifices to the dragon. Yet, when he brought the trio to their destination, Harry and Ron's faces lit up with genuine smiles. Tonight, it was none other than Hagrid who was responsible for their confinement. Their task was to enter the Forbidden Forest and assist an injured unicorn. After offering a brief apology, Hagrid recounted the background of this confinement. It felt like a miraculous opportunity, revitalizing the spirits of the 3. Due to recent distractions caused by Norbert, Hagrid had been somewhat negligent in patrolling the Forbidden Forest, resulting in a calamity. He discovered a dead unicorn within. This was undoubtedly a significant challenge. The forest was fraught with peril, and now there was a creature lurking that preyed upon unicorns, heightening the danger of their expedition. The hunting of such a rare and magical creature by an unknown entity within the Forbidden Forest was a grave incident. Having dispatched Norbert, Hagrid could no longer afford to be lax. He immediately commenced a search for the culprit responsible for the unicorn's demise. However, instead of finding the perpetrator, he stumbled upon the traces of an injured unicorn. One should boldly pursue what they believe is right without hesitation. Had Slytherin not released Gryffindor from the dungeon that fateful night, he might have spent his life in that obscure village, living in quiet obscurity like the majority of ordinary wizards of the Middle Ages, regretting his fate. Thus, they sought out the malevolent dragon and proposed a nefarious suggestion that the village should annually surrender a person to be devoured by the dragon, or else the creature would soar above the village, scorching their fish ponds with its fiery breath and annihilating their livestock with its razor-sharp claws. The fairies believed that such a measure would allow them to control the wizarding population, relegating them to eternal servitude under their oppression. Chapter 85. Thrift and Domesticity. Daphne. Hagrid, accompanied by his hound Fong and 3 young witches and wizards, ventured into the Forbidden Forest. As they entered, a figure gradually emerged from the vicinity of Hagrid's hut. Lais observed the quartet and their canine companion, raising an eyebrow at the audacity of Minerva McGonagall, who had sent first-year students into the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Even a millennium ago, such an action would have been considered audacious. The first-year students were hardly equipped to handle the myriad of unpredictable situations that could arise within the forest. However, with Hagrid, the seasoned keeper of keys and grounds, accompanying them, it was unlikely that any serious mishap would occur. Lais cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and stealthily followed, recognizing the necessity of staying close in case of unforeseen events. Additionally, he could observe Daphne's performance within the forest and assess her capabilities. Daphne maintained a facade of tranquility, though her heart raced with apprehension. Unlike the naive Harry and the single-minded Ron, she was acutely aware of the perils that lay within the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Not to mention, Lais had often regaled her with tales of the 4 founders establishing Hogwarts and their exploits in clearing the forest. This vast expanse of woodland, in proximity to the Black Lake, a natural water source, was a veritable paradise for magical creatures. Although Hogwarts was situated atop a precipice, it was not geographically isolated from the Forbidden Forest. Why had no magical creatures ventured into Hogwarts Castle throughout the millennia? The answer lay in the fact that all creatures daring enough to attempt such a feat had been eradicated by the founders and their students. Not only those with aggressive tendencies, but also those with strong territorial instincts that posed a threat to the castle were dealt with decisively. Even sentient beings were not spared. The fairy tribe at the forest's edge was annihilated by Slytherin, Ravenclaw destroyed the Merfolk kingdom in the Black Lake, and Hufflepuff exterminated all werewolves in the vicinity of the castle. Only the Centaur tribe was spared, as they were encountered by Gryffindor, who, after a series of duels, secured an oath from them to never venture beyond the confines of the forest. It was through the diligent efforts of the founders that Hogwarts Castle had enjoyed a millennium of tranquility. As the saying goes, a single blow can prevent 100. Lais and his companions had not merely opened a door, but had severed the multitude of threats surrounding them. However, they intentionally preserved a portion of less dangerous magical creatures within the Forbidden Forest to provide students with a space for experience. What troubled Daphne was precisely this preserved section. As it stands, the forest has indeed birthed formidable beasts capable of slaying unicorns. In the face of such entities, one must remain utterly vigilant. Fred and George had often claimed that they would sneak into the Forbidden Forest for leisure, and now, I too have ventured into its depths. Ron, with a sense of pride, remarked to Harry that when Fred and George boast in front of him again, he could stand tall and assert that he had also traversed the forest, which was not a matter of great significance. Upon hearing Ron's words, Hagrid could not suppress a derisive snort. Those twin brothers from the Weasley family had caused him no small amount of trouble. To drive the pair from the forest had consumed considerable effort on his part. Harry, feeling somewhat exasperated, could not fathom Ron's intention in mentioning this before Hagrid. Were it not for Hagrid's amicable relations with them, he might have been on the brink of a furious outburst. Did you know? It is rumored that werewolves and various other magical creatures inhabit the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts sometimes claims that students transfer out, yet it is said that each of them has confided to a friend their desire to venture into the forest for adventure, Daphne murmured. Hagrid raised an eyebrow. It was time for him to unveil the little surprise he had prepared for Ron. What? We are actually to split up? Ron was taken aback by Hagrid's arrangement. After about a minute, he finally processed the information, stammering, but splitting up could be risky, right? Hagrid chuckled. This is a detention, Ron. It is meant to punish us, Daphne sighed. Ultimately, Hagrid decided that he and Ron would remain together, while Harry and Daphne, along with the Hound Fong, would form another group. This choice pleased everyone present, including Lestrange, who felt that this grouping was the safest option. Had Daphne been assigned to Hagrid's group, he would have had to shadow Harry and Ron. All right, should anyone discover a unicorn, cast green sparks with your wands. If anyone encounters trouble, send up red sparks, and we will come to your aid. Now, Everyone be cautious. Let's set forth. Hagrid commanded with a wave of his hand, and the team ventured into the forbidden forest in 2 groups. Harry and Daphne quietly walked along the darkened path, the faint glow of their wands and the silvery moonlight providing illumination, perhaps finding the light from the illumination charm too dim. Daphne extinguished the wand's glow and instead conjured a ball of flame, emulating Lestrange. Brighter and warmer, she succinctly explained her intent. Harry could not possibly object. After walking deeper into the forest for a while, they both halted. A beam of moonlight filtered through the branches, illuminating a patch of silvery blue blood amongst the underbrush. Harry hesitated. Unicorn blood, Daphne asserted with conviction, recalling Lestrange's introduction of this potion ingredient. What could have attacked the unicorn? Was it the werewolf you mentioned? Daphne shook her head, admitting that it was a fabrication intended to frighten Ron. In truth, werewolves are not significantly different from ordinary wizards for the majority of the month, transforming only during the full moon, and it certainly was not a full moon recently. Furthermore, one might question why a werewolf would attack a unicorn. Moreover, the powerful magic inherent in a unicorn could inflict grave harm or even death. It should not be underestimated. As Daphne spoke, Harry felt goosebumps prickling his skin. We should leave, he urged. Yet, rather than moving, Daphne knelt before the bloodstain. Confused by her actions, Harry watched as she pointed her wand at the blood and patiently extracted it from the grass with her magic. The silvery blue blood floated in the air, exuding a metallic quality. After completing this task, Daphne produced a crystal vial from her robes and carefully placed the globule of blood inside. With fluid grace, she sealed the vial and tucked it back into the pocket of her robe. Chapter 86. The Battle in the Forbidden Forest. Harry felt his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Once Daphne had secured the vial and taken a few steps forward, he finally reacted, chasing after her with a question. What are you doing? Daphne cast him a curious glance. This was unicorn blood, immensely valuable and rarely seen. Now that the opportunity had arisen, she felt compelled to collect some. Perhaps wary of Harry following her lead blindly, she added, if unicorn blood is obtained through hunting, it bears a dreadful curse. Anyone who consumes it will commit unspeakable sins and be forever ensnared by misfortune. Harry suddenly understood. Since the one who harmed the unicorn was not her, she could utilize this blood without succumbing to the curse, correct? The hooded figure seemed to see through her disillusionment charm. As soon as Daphne directed her wand at it, it turned and conjured a shield in midair. The earth beneath it roiled like liquid, forming a protective earthen wall behind the shield. Daphne did not recklessly step into the clearing. Instead, she stood in the shadows of the trees, raising her arm to stop Harry. A weakened spell pierced through 2 layers of defense, hurtling towards the astonished hooded figure. In a flurry, it twisted its body to evade the attack, but still, the spell struck its right arm. The spell instantly severed the arm, which fell to the ground, the wound appearing smooth as glass. As they continued, the blood became increasingly abundant, and Daphne's movements grew more adept, allowing her to gather blood into the vial while walking. The fallen unicorn, bathed in moonlight, presented a hauntingly beautiful tableau. Its elongated legs maintained the position in which it had collapsed, its mane sprawled across the darkened leaves, surrounded by pearlescent droplets of blood. The injured unicorn was drawing near. How far could the creature that attacked it be? After taking several more steps, an open space appeared before the two. Her figure vanished swiftly, while Harry remained rooted to the spot, clutching his forehead. He did not release the sparks as agreed upon when the hooded figure appeared. A sharp pain pierced through his head, and the scar on his forehead felt as though it had suddenly ignited. This searing agony blurred his vision, compelling him to stumble backward instinctively. Is this the legacy of a pure-blood family? Harry instinctively attributed Daphne's success to her privileged background, but he quickly dismissed this notion from his mind. For other young wizards from pure-blood families were not nearly as remarkable as she. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle were prime examples, even his friend Ron. And Neville Longbottom from the neighboring Hufflepuff house, all hailed from pure-blood families, yet bore no distinction from him, a wizard raised in a muggle household, and in some aspects, they were even inferior. Take Crabbe and Goyle, for instance. Their pure lineage hardly absolved them from the association with trolls. Cast the sparks, Daphne exclaimed, then cast a disillusionment charm upon herself, simultaneously activating the necklace to unleash the stored defensive magic before Harry. This was not a spell. Daphne did not employ incantations, but rather simply harnessed her magical energy to collect the unicorn's blood from various corners. This exemplified the most significant divergence between ancient and modern wizards. While ancient wizards acknowledged the concept of spells, they placed greater emphasis on the flow of magical energy during incantation. In contrast, modern wizards focus on the syntax and gestures of spells. As a witch nurtured by the Lestrange family, Daphne's method of casting resembled that of a sorceress from a millennium ago. As the attack spell shattered the defenses it had erected, the blood of the unicorn scattered upon the ground as if revitalized, shooting forth like bullets toward the hooded figure. This was truly Daphne's offensive maneuver. The previously devastating attack spell emanated from the enchantments stored within her necklace. But these blood projectiles were her genuine trump card. When the unicorn suffered harm, the curse had already seeped into its blood. Thus, the vial of blood itself was inherently cursed, largely independent of who had slain the unicorn. The two observed a pristine creature lying on the ground, its coat shimmering under the moonlight. It was indeed the unicorn they had sought, though it lay lifeless. There exists a method to remove the curse, albeit a highly intricate one. At this juncture, Daphne was reluctant to elaborate further. Harry understood, well, that this likely involved the ancestral secrets passed down through the Greengrass family. Truth be told, he wished to learn, uncertain if Daphne would be willing to instruct him. Daphne paused in silence for a moment, shaking her head. She could no longer concern herself with such matters. Under the cover of her disillusionment charm, she ascended into the air and launched a counterattack against the hooded figure. In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted as a force far greater than her previous attack spell struck the shield, shattering it to pieces, while the earth behind the shield was cleaved asunder by the magic. This is dire. She halted before a bloodstain. What kind of spell is this? Professor Flitwick has never taught us such a thing. Harry's eyes brimmed with envy as he contemplated Daphne. Though they were of similar ages, her knowledge vastly surpassed his, as she had mastered numerous advanced spells, transcending the capabilities of her peers. A misfired incantation struck a nearby tree, shattering its trunk into splinters. From the shadows of the opposing woods, a hooded figure emerged, moving in a peculiar manner that was neither crawling nor walking. However, all the dart projectiles missed their target, for after launching an attack, Daphne deftly altered her trajectory, landing gracefully on the ground with her wand aimed at the hooded figure. Suddenly, Daphne yanked Harry aside, just in time to narrowly evade a flying spell. An offensive magic descended from above, prompting the hooded figure to swiftly cast an armor charm before deflecting it. In the same breath, the tip of its wand conjured a black rope that fell to the ground, transforming into a multitude of black beads, which instantly morphed into sharp spikes, aimed at the source of the incoming spell. Prepare to unleash green sparks, Daphne instructed Harry, while secretly tightening her grip on her wand. Her original plan was to divert the hooded figure's attention with the offensive magic from her necklace, allowing her to strike with unicorn blood as a surprise attack. However, the potency of the magic left to her by Lais exceeded her expectations, turning her feigned assault into a full-fledged offensive. The blood projectiles struck the hooded figure, splattering crimson droplets. Having endured multiple injuries, it was unwilling to linger any longer. With a resounding explosion, a thick cloud of black mist enveloped the area, and as it dissipated, the hooded figure had vanished, leaving even its severed limb behind to disappear. Chapter 87, Les Uterli Diffamed. The hooded figure had been driven away. Once it disappeared, Daphne remained on high alert. She first shot a series of red sparks into the sky, then quickly changed her position several times, fearing that the hooded creature might be feigning retreat to launch a surprise attack. While Daphne engaged in a battle of wits with the air, Harry gradually regained his composure. His head had throbbed intensely during the fierce clash between Daphne and the hooded figure, to the point where he could barely open his eyes. But only after the creature fled did the pain and the scar on his forehead begin to subside. At that moment, the sound of hooves striking the ground echoed nearby. Harry sprang to his feet, drawing his wand from his robes. Adrian Gringlas had once studied magic under Slytherin's tutelage, yet unlike his mentor, he possessed a bold and straightforward nature, bearing a semblance to Gryffindor. Upon witnessing the actions of the golden-haired centaur, the dark-haired centaur's anger flared. Hearing the surname Potter, Bane snorted, appearing unconvinced, but eventually acknowledging Harry's position atop Firenze. Indeed, he is one of my ancestors, Daphne affirmed. This is Ronan, that is Bane, and he is Firenze. Hagrid introduced the names of the three centaurs to the assembled young wizards and subsequently introduced the young wizards to the centaurs in attendance. 2 centaurs, armed with bows, charged into the clearing. Above the waist, they bore a striking resemblance to humans, yet below the waist, they possessed the bodies of horses, complete with flowing tails. The focus of the 2 centaurs soon shifted from Harry to Daphne. Descendant of the Dragonheart, Adrian, upon hearing the surname Gringotts, the 3 centaurs paused in unison. At the inception of Hogwarts, the 4 founders had conducted a thorough sweep of the Forbidden Forest, But as time passed, several formidable magical creatures migrated to this lush terrain. Among them, a particularly powerful and savage black dragon caused considerable distress to the inhabitants of the forest and the students and faculty of Hogwarts. Daphne added a few words, providing the audience with a deeper understanding of the ancestor from the Gringotts family, considering that the creature that had attacked the unicorn had already fled by the time they arrived. Firenze and Bane arrived at what seemed a preposterous conclusion. The signs of battle present in the clearing were left by the seemingly frail young girl before them. "I am here." Daphne, having dispelled her disillusionment charm, casually stepped out from her concealed position and gently patted the head of the hound Yaya, who had run up to her. Upon her appearance, Bane and Firenze furrowed their brows in unison, realizing they had previously overlooked this young girl. They exchanged glances, and after a silent communication, they were convinced their companion had also failed to notice her, which was rather unusual. Centaurs possessed keen eyesight, making it nearly impossible to miss anything. Thus it was evident that the young girl had used magic to conceal herself. The spell capable of cloaking one's presence was not a trivial incantation, indicating that this girl with silver hair was anything but ordinary. "Bane. He is the boy from the Potter family. He must leave this place promptly." Although he knew only a handful of spells, Harry felt a modicum of reassurance with his wand in hand. "Firenze, how can you allow a person to ride upon your back? Do you think you are a mule?" One of the centaurs, with a coat of black hair and a matching black horse body, confronted the other, who bore platinum hair and the body of a silver-maned stallion, appearing younger than the red-haired centaur. Daphne tightened her grip on her wand, silently hoping Hagrid would arrive soon. Yet, amid her anxious anticipation, a question suddenly occurred to her. Why would the newcomers be riding horses? This was quite unusual. It was the 20th century, not the 12th. Cavalry had become a ceremonial force, and even in the traditionally conservative magical community, no one rode horses anymore. What, then, was the origin of this group of horse riders? Soon, Daphne's perplexity found resolution. At that moment, Hagrid appeared alongside another red-haired centaur. It was then that Daphne and Harry learned that the golden-haired centaur was named Firenze. After wandering around the clearing for a while and ensuring that the source of danger had departed, the two centaurs ceased their galloping. The dark-haired centaur, with a somber expression, examined the unicorn's lifeless body and the signs of the battle surrounding it, while the platinum-haired centaur approached Harry, inquiring if he required assistance. "By Merlin! Harry, are you unharmed? Where's that little girl, Daphne?" Hagrid, gripping a giant crossbow in one hand and a few spear-sized arrows in the other, hurried over to Harry. Once he confirmed Harry was safe, he recalled that Daphne was also missing. Hagrid and his companions, including the stealthy Lais, paused momentarily. They did not anticipate that Daphne would garner such extra attention from the centaurs, while Lais was astonished to hear a familiar name after a millennium. Dragonheart? Harry looked bewildered, as it was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar title. "I'm fine, thank you." The ancestors of the Greengrass family were once students of Salazar Slytherin, and in a fierce battle with a dragon, one had extracted its heart with his bare hands, thus earning the revered title of Dragonheart Adrian. Even after 1,000 years, his legend continued to be recounted in these woods, as Ronan explained to Harry. "Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Daphne Greengrass, you certainly do not appear to be unscathed." The golden-haired centaur's gaze lingered on the prominent scar on Harry's forehead, which contrasted starkly against his pale complexion, rendering the mark exceedingly conspicuous. It was not merely a trial. Rather, it was the discord among the four founders, particularly Slytherin and the other three, that preoccupied them with internal strife, leaving this incongruous little fellow sent to his doom. Who could have anticipated that he would succeed? Bane disdainfully exposed the school's hidden truths. Listening to the entire exchange, Lais felt a surge of anger, exclaiming, "This is utter slander. That makes sense. It is no wonder you are a descendant of Dragonheart," praised Firenze. "If Voldemort were to rise to power, the centaur's plight would be 1,000 times worse than it is now." Thus, as the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, Harry had earned a measure of favor from the centaurs. Upon realizing its existence, Slytherin, for the sake of experience, had dispatched his student Adrian, who ultimately lived up to his mentor's expectations by successfully confronting the dragon in the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 88. I use necromancy. I am a dark wizard. Listening to Bane's words, Lais felt his blood pressure rising. "What do you mean by internal strife? What do you mean by sending someone to their death? It is people like you who tarnish Slytherin's reputation." What infuriated him further was seeing Hagrid and the others, who seemed to agree with the centaur's assertions. "This centaur is defaming me." Lais was quite displeased. As for the truth of the matter, it was not surprising that a descendant of Adrian could achieve such feats. The centaurs reached a consensus and regarded Daphne with curious expressions, this young which possessed the courage to battle such vile creatures and the strength to do so unscathed. Her future was boundless. The centaurs engaged in casual conversation with Hagrid, inevitably shifting their discourse to the significant events of the evening. Unlike Hagrid, who mistakenly believed Ronan was genuinely discussing the stars, Les was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. 2 spells, one to the left and one to the right, struck the 2 centaurs with precision. Their eyes rolled back, and without a sound, they collapsed, emitting dull thuds upon impact. However, the focal point of the night was not wand crafting, but rather the necromantic arts in which Les had previously delved. The Mars was particularly luminous this evening. Have you found, or rather, do you know what has transpired? After a prolonged silence, Hagrid broke the stillness. Upon hearing this, both Hagrid and the others present fell into a contemplative quiet. Les understood that centaurs possessed considerable prophetic abilities, their foresight derived from the interpretation of celestial phenomena. Thus, their predictions bore a high degree of accuracy, making Ronan's words worthy of deep contemplation. Hagrid mused, if the Gryffindors were to see this, they would likely accuse me of being a dark wizard. As he drew his wand, Les couldn't help but inwardly critique himself. The unicorn, a powerful magical creature, was exceedingly rare. Even a millennium ago, they resided solely in the realm of folklore, and many wizards spent their entire lives without ever encountering one. A minor disagreement arose among the centaurs. Firenze wished to escort Hagrid and his companions away from the Forbidden Forest, while Ronan and Bane insisted on first disposing of the unicorn's carcass. Was Mars a reference to war? Typically, the mention of Mars was inextricably linked to conflict. The thought of a prophecy from the centaurs intertwined with war piqued his interest. Upon further reflection on Ronan's words, Les arrived at a chilling conclusion. The brightness of Mars signified the approach of war. He had conducted some research in this area, though much of his findings had likely dissipated with the passage of time. While the tangible results of his studies may have vanished, the knowledge remained intact. With the right materials, Les could surely recreate his necromantic spells. After incapacitating the lingering centaur, Les emerged from the shadows. The centaurs were quite familiar with Hagrid. Thus they scarcely regarded his words with seriousness. Observing Bane's forthrightness, Hagrid could not suppress a heavy sigh. He understood that no clues would be gleaned from the centaurs that night. All magic, all spells, are tools to be wielded, though certain incantations demand particular caution before use. Much like the ingredients of an alchemist, one must take precautions. To suffer injury due to negligence and then bemoan the wickedness of the materials is rather absurd, is it not? Gazing at the unicorn's lifeless form sprawled on the ground, he squinted. This was an exquisite biological material. Did my use of necromancy imply that I am a dark wizard? Les did not hold such a belief. If we were to blurt out every piece of knowledge we possessed, we would have ceased to exist long ago. Bane, in a low rumble, offered Hagrid an explanation. Thus, the centaurs divided into 2 factions. Firenze, Hagrid, and Harry departed together, while Bane and Ronan remained behind, preparing to burn the wood for the unicorn's corpse. Due to the sinister presence, the centaurs were reluctant to bury the unicorn, fearing that it might not find peace in death. However, Les held a contrary view, asserting that the notion of dark magic was a mere fallacy. Magic, he contended, was merely a tool for wizards. Tools themselves are neither inherently good nor evil. It ultimately depends on the wielder. Just as a muggle might use a fruit knife to slice fruit, or, conversely, to commit murder, one cannot categorize the knife itself. The same principle applies to magic. Les squinted his eyes, unafraid of war. Yet, if possible, the magical community should strive to avoid conflict. For the present era is not akin to that of a millennium past. Nevertheless, this remained merely his speculation. The true content of the prophecy was known solely to Ronan. Perhaps there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that he genuinely wished to show his half-giant friend the brilliant sparks of magic. Les was convinced that Mr. Ollivander must have close ties to Hogwarts, or rather, to Hagrid, for it was inconceivable that he would utilize the tail hair of unicorns in such abundance for wand cores. The same could be said for phoenix feathers. Les had heard that Dumbledore kept a phoenix, which likely served as the source for all the phoenix tail feather wand cores. War. The injured unicorn had perished, lamented Firenze with a tone of sorrow. As Hagrid and the others departed, Bane and Ronan began to gather branches. The divergence between him and his friends lay not only in their familial backgrounds, but also in their approach to the study of magic. Gryffindor vehemently opposed such inquiries, reasoning that dark magic could corrode the soul and unwittingly alter one's nature. It was prudent for Les to limit his engagement with such matters. While Hagrid and Harry were left perplexed, Les, who had been listening to the conversation, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. without any psychological burden. He commenced preparations for the ritual upon the unicorn's corpse. Chapter 89. Nightmare. In Lais's eyes, not all corpses were suitable for the practice of necromancy. They needed to be sufficiently fresh, powerful, and aesthetically pleasing. The troll that Daphne had slain was indeed fresh, yet it was utterly filthy and repugnant, failing to capture Lais's interest. Moreover, the troll was not a rare creature. With several professors en route, time was of the essence, prompting him to abandon the notion of using the troll's body. Today, as circumstances, however, were markedly different. Before him lay the corpse of a unicorn, freshly deceased, perfectly aligning with Lais's criteria. He drew forth his wand and pressed it against the location of a unicorn's heart. With a surge of magic, the wand penetrated the unicorn's body. Next, he sliced his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the ground, meticulously outlining a simple equilateral triangle magic circle centered around the unicorn's corpse. Whether it be guilty or innocent, virtuous or wicked, it shall return to the realm of the living. I offer its flesh as a recompense. Lais gently patted the skeletal head of the unicorn and addressed it. After your rebirth, you shall naturally require a new name. What do you think of Nightmare? Observing the nightmare gracefully wandering within the crystal orb, Lais displayed a satisfied smile. He waved his hand, causing the soil tainted with the blood of the hooded one to rise from the ground, coalescing into a mass. This sanguine clump was placed at one corner of a triangle he had drawn. In the other two corners, he placed soil stained with the blood of the unicorn and his own blood, respectively. With this, the necromantic spell that Lais had intended was successfully cast. From each of the 3 points of flame, slender tendrils of fire extended, entwining around the unicorn's head, heart, and loins, gradually expanding. He pressed the crystal orb against the nightmare's form, which began to diminish in size. Once it became smaller than the orb itself, it was abruptly drawn inside, continuing to shrink until it was but a fraction of the size of the ornamental small trees. To an outside observer, Lais's actions epitomized the essence of dark magic. Yet, in his eyes, was this not a sacred incantation to grant new life to the deceased? There could be no brighter magic than this. The magic circle was completed in a short time. Lais's complexion paled from the loss of blood, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Lais, in that moment, was illuminated. Upon hearing Ronan's words, Bane raised his head and gazed into the starry sky, remaining silent for a long while before simply shaking his head. The flames roiled, consuming all the magical materials Lais had prepared, their intensity peaking at the locations of the 3 blood clumps. This time, he did not chant in English, but recited the incantation in Latin. With a swift motion, he attended to his wound, staunching the blood flow before earnestly searching the clearing for traces left by the hooded one. Fortunately, in its haste to flee, the hooded one had only taken the severed arm, leaving the blood on the ground undisturbed. Regardless of your identity or dominion, I, Salazar Slytherin, demand a soul from you. Thus, the 3 crucial elements, blood of the enemy, blood of himself, and blood of the caster, were all assembled, completing the essential preliminary preparations for the necromantic magic. After a while, the 2 centaurs that Lais had rendered unconscious gradually regained consciousness and hurried to the clearing, only to find the unicorn's corpse had vanished. Ronan, with a furrowed brow, gazed anxiously at the night sky and sighed. The clouds are about to obscure the stars. In the next moment, a whirlwind suddenly swept through the clearing, whisking away the ashes from the ground, and a pure white figure emerged from the woods. Once everything was in order, Lais stood beside the unicorn's remains and began reciting the incantation over its corpse. With an impassive expression, he watched as the blue flames completely engulfed the unicorn's body. Bane and Ronan's faces paled dramatically. After the nightmare acclimated to its new form, Lais reached into his bag and retrieved another crystal orb. The crystal ball bears a striking resemblance to those sold in Muggle gift shops, featuring a small platform adorned with delicate decorations. Within Lais' crystal ball, the embellishment resembles a petite forest, as the ethereal silhouette melded with the skeleton. 2 small orbs of white flame flickered to life within the hollow eye sockets of the unicorn skull. The flames danced briefly before the skeleton, animated by a surge of blue fire, rose from the ground, its hooves tapping rhythmically as it adjusted to its newfound corporeal form. The shadow of the unicorn, now emboldened, reared its 4 hooves and leapt into the skeleton, merging seamlessly into the bony structure below. To clarify, nightmare refers to its species. Yet the unicorn appeared to embrace the title with a certain pride. It approached Lais cautiously, nuzzling his arm with its head before turning its gaze towards the skeleton lying on the ground. The Grim Reaper, Lord of the Underworld, God of darkness and death, ruler of the realm of the dead. From the ferryman Anubis to the master of the underworld Hades, from the grim Reaper Thanatos to the king of the underworld Arnu. Remarkably, despite being enveloped in flames, the unicorn's remains emitted no acrid scent, akin to a candle burning quietly. After approximately 15 minutes, the flesh and blood of the unicorn had completely incinerated, leaving only a blackened skeleton, with the flames gradually receding to the position of its forehooves. The shadow grew incrementally larger and clearer, ultimately manifesting as an ethereal silhouette of a unicorn at the edge of the clearing. After tidying up the scene, it departed from the area. Chapter 90. The questioner should not be limited to Dumbledore. What is the perpetrator, who murdered the unicorn and absconded with its remains, doing now? Professor Quirrell is crawling in the dim corners of the Forbidden Forest. Incompetent. A muffled roar emerged from beneath Quirrell's headscarf. You can't even manage this trivial task. What use are you to me? Despite the headscarf's barrier, the anger and malice in that voice were unmistakable. The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts could hardly fathom that the typically timid Professor Quirrell harbored such a monumental secret. Were they to discover that the voice's owner was none other than the notorious Voldemort, a considerable number would likely faint from sheer terror. Quirrell shuddered, attempting to justify himself. Master, His voice dwindled to a whisper, but before succumbing to slumber, Voldemort reattached Quirrell's severed arm and healed his other wounds. Final exam review? Me, Miss Granger, do you care to reconsider your words? For Lais, achieving perfect scores or failing miserably held no distinction. Had it not been for the conspicuous absence of his exam, he would have preferred to forego the test altogether. How he wished someone could take the exam instead. Lais squinted as he entered his laboratory, retrieving the stone from the crucible and scrutinizing it intently. With Voldemort's intervention, several droplets of silver-blue blood oozed from the wound. Daphne's transformation of unicorn blood into projectiles, while injuring Quirrell, inadvertently provided him with a measure of unicorn blood, thus prolonging his existence. By the way, are you heading to the library shortly? With finals looming in just a few weeks, perhaps it's time to devise a study plan. Engaged in a casual exchange with Daphne, he was also contemplating his next course of action. It was an intriguing experience. Once Daphne had recounted her harrowing encounter in the Forbidden Forest from the previous night, Les picked up a silver pot and inquired, "Would you care for some tea?" "Allow me," Quirrell interjected. As Voldemort seized control of Quirrell's body from the back of his head, Les observed Daphne with a curiosity reserved for peculiar creatures, maintaining his gaze until she averted her eyes. Daphne pouted. She had expected her experiences to astonish Les, yet he remained unfazed, as if he had endured the same trials himself. Since possessing Quirrell, Voldemort had been scheming to acquire the Philosopher's Stone concealed within Dumbledore's castle. He was oblivious to the irregularities surrounding this endeavor, believing that Dumbledore's time was running out, which compelled him to urgently seek the stone from his associate, Nicholas Flamel, to prolong his life. The insatiable thirst for the stone, coupled with the frailty of his soul, had overwhelmed Voldemort's reason, leading him to disregard all inconsistencies. All promises Voldemort made to Quirrell, the visions of grandeur he painted, were mere fabrications. Quirrell's fate mirrored that of the serpents and rats he had previously possessed. Once he had drained every essence from his body, Quirrell would perish. Any actions taken were merely postponing that inevitable day. After all, it was not only Harry Potter preparing for finals. Daphne was equally involved, and the examiners were not limited to Dumbledore alone. The spell within that necklace of yours is quite effective. Without it, we might have been stalled for some time, Daphne remarked, not forgetting to commend Les for the birthday gift he had bestowed upon her, which had proven invaluable the previous night. Should Quirrell accidentally stumble upon this place, he would surely be astonished, for Les's workstation was adorned with 5 stones that bore an uncanny resemblance to the Philosopher's Stone. In a nearby cauldron, a boiling crimson liquid bubbled, within which a stone, identical to the genuine Philosopher's Stone, bobbed up and down. Pain? Voldemort was well accustomed to it. Every moment of his existence as a wraith was a torment akin to being stabbed 1,000 times. The current discomfort was mere trifling. As for what would become of Quirrell's body, that was of no concern to him. Ever since he had possessed Quirrell, the latter had become a living corpse. Observing the swiftly healing wounds and reattached limbs, Quirrell was elated. His master's magical prowess was unmatched. What could he not achieve? Once he ingested the Philosopher's Stone and regained life, he would be rewarded beyond his wildest dreams. According to Voldemort's calculations, to restore sufficient power, he would need to hunt down at least 2 unicorns and drain their blood. Originally, everything was proceeding as planned. After tonight, they would be able to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. However, with this unexpected diversion, the scheme to seize the stone would have to be postponed. Voldemort, unreserved in his use of this body that did not belong to him, acted without hesitation. Quirrell, now injured, moved with trepidation, fearful of exacerbating his wounds. Yet Voldemort exhibited no such concerns, moving with an audacity that suggested he had suffered no injury at all. Little did he realize that everything before him was sustained by draining Quirrell's life force. At that moment, Quirrell appeared quite healthy, yet beneath that handsome exterior, his body was on the verge of being completely depleted by Voldemort. Regrettably, too many eyes had already been drawn to them, making it impossible to continue hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort lamented. Various signs indicated that Quirrell, or rather the entity within him, was nearing a breaking point. Lestrange believed he ought to take the initiative and act first. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. I shall take my leave. You carry on, Lestrange declared, pushing his plate aside and departing the dining hall, effectively thwarting Daphne's attempt to follow him, as he intended to act alone. Quirrell hesitated, seemingly wishing to say something. The fact that Quirrell had begun hunting unicorns indicated that the creature within him was accumulating strength. The question remained as to when he would attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Would Daphne's interruption of his hunting activities impact Quirrell's plans? Ignoring Quirrell's voice, Voldemort busied himself with laying out a new plan. We can no longer rely on the blood of unicorns. What you must do next is to brew the potion with the formula I provide you daily and take it regularly. Once I have regained some strength, we shall make our move. Lestrange smiled slightly. Of course, it is quite effective. The crafting of this necklace was exceedingly challenging, and considerable effort was expended to create it. In Lestrange's view, this stone must not bear a single flaw. An update is presented. Good night to all. Chapter 91. Different levels, different exams. Lestrange retrieved a cloth and gently wiped away the remnants of the crimson liquid from the surface of the stone, revealing a block as red as blood. Visually, it bore no distinction from the Philosopher's Stone he had acquired that day, yet mere appearance was far from sufficient. He aimed to create a replica that could deceive even Dumbledore's keen gaze. As the most formidable wizard he had encountered since his awakening, Lestrange did not regard Dumbledore lightly. Willing to view this younger peer, born nearly a millennium after him, as an equal. In other words, he needed to craft a replica so convincing that even he would struggle to discern its authenticity. His painstaking efforts to replicate the Philosopher's Stone stemmed from his desire to obtain the genuine article for study while evading Dumbledore's notice. Previously, he had gathered some fragments from the stone. Although this sample was insufficient for extensive research, it was adequate for creating a remarkably convincing imitation. As Lestrange channeled his magical energy, he did not detect any anomalies in the counterfeit stone in his hand. After several failed attempts, he finally produced a replica that was capable of deceiving even his own eyes. Having selected the Philosopher's Stone in his possession, Lestrange commenced further fabrication. He evaporated the liquid in the crucible until only a minuscule globule, no larger than a fingernail, remained. Employing his magical prowess, he meticulously spread this viscous substance across the surface of the counterfeit Philosopher's Stone, allowing it to air dry naturally, thus completing his task. The imitation in Lais's possession had reached a level of authenticity so profound that even he could scarcely discern it. The interior of the stone was uniformly infused with genuine Philosopher's Stone powder, making it nearly impossible to detect any anomalies, even through magical scrutiny. Even more remarkably, Lais had coated this replica with an exceedingly thin layer of genuine Philosopher's Stone, enabling the counterfeit to exhibit a semblance of the true stone's properties. If the authentic stone could extend life for a year, this imitation might afford a few hours of vitality. This clever ruse ensured that the counterfeit could pass muster even if it were to be employed in concocting an elixir of immortality. With the imitation secured in his robes, Lais departed the secret chamber, making his way directly to the corridor on the 4th floor. The challenges remained akin to the engaging puzzle games. Yet as he traversed these trials, Lais subtly manipulated them to create a tailored examination for Daphne, recognizing that varying levels of student aptitude necessitated distinct assessments. As for whether his alterations would be detected, Lais had his own strategies in place. Upon reaching the final challenge, he observed a notable change. The cursed mirror of Eriste, which he had encountered that fateful night, now occupied a prominent position in this space. Employing the same technique, he extracted the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror, then modified his own creation to match its shape perfectly before nestling the counterfeit within. After pondering for a moment, he added one more item into the mix. Once these tasks were completed, Lais exited the examination chamber prepared by Dumbledore for Harry. As days passed, and the final examinations drew near, Harry, Quirrell, Daphne, Lais, Dumbledore, and all others became engrossed in their respective endeavors. Quirrell's Dark Master, Voldemort, had finally amassed enough strength to compel Quirrell to invade the sealed corridor on the 4th floor. while the candidate Harry began to sense an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. On a bright afternoon, as the end of term approached, the professors ceased their lectures, allowing students to review at their leisure and offering assistance in their offices should any queries arise. Frustrated, Harry tossed his notes aside and rubbed his forehead vigorously. Shouldn't you visit the infirmary? Perhaps Madame Pomfrey could provide you with a potion for the pain, or seek out Lais. That fellow truly understands potions. Harry waved his hand dismissively, his instincts warning him that a pain-relieving potion would be futile. Unbeknownst to Ron, he had been repeatedly jolted awake by a recurring nightmare in which a hooded figure, dripping with blood, drew ever closer. Harry perceived this as a dire warning, signifying that some peril was imminent. Simultaneously, a nagging feeling deep within him suggested that Ron's latter statement held merit. Seeking out Lais might indeed be a wise decision. I may have forgotten to do something of utmost importance, Harry confided to Ron. It is highly probable that the examinations are to blame. I truly fail to comprehend why, after the professors imparted their knowledge upon us, and we earnestly absorbed it, we are still subjected to examinations. This seems nothing short of a breach of trust. Ron harbors immense grievances regarding the final exams. Harry, wishing to avoid further conversation with Ron, rose from his seat, resolving to seek out Lais and Daphne for a more meaningful discussion. To his surprise, upon locating Daphne, he discovered that Lais, who usually accompanied her, was nowhere to be found. Where's Lais? Harry inquired. I don't know. He mentioned he had something to attend to and left me to review alone. Daphne pouted. She was well aware that Lais had gone to tinker with his exceedingly complex potion, but she felt no obligation to inform Potter. It would be absurd to bring him to the Chamber of Secrets to find Lais. After all, that was the territory left behind by the heir of Slytherin. What concern was it of a Gryffindor? Puis Lais absence, Arius irritation dépend. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration coursed through him, as if he had grasped the tale of the truth. He pressed his palm onto Daphne's notes, snatching them away from her. Faced with Daphne's incredulous and furious gaze, Harry simply implored her to accompany him to see Hagrid. They enlisted the perpetually bored Ron, and the trio made their way to Hagrid's hut. You had best provide me with an explanation, Daphne declared sternly, following closely behind the two boys. She vowed that if Harry failed to offer a satisfactory response, she would ensure he faced the consequences. Do you not find certain occurrences rather coincidental? Harry began, counting off the points of suspicion he had discerned. His complexion grew ashen. If my suspicions align with reality, it would be disastrous indeed. The narrative continues, with the trio arriving at Hagrid's abode, where he was seated at the door, tending to the game he had hunted. He appeared to be in good spirits, gutting a rabbit while humming a tuneless melody. Upon seeing Harry and his companions, Hagrid's face lit up with surprise. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be studying for finals? Hagrid furrowed his brow, earnestly rummaging through his memory. A peculiar figure who refuses to remove his cloak or hood, though nearly everyone at the Hog's Head fits that description. It's those like me who stand out, haha. Hagrid chuckled heartily. Hearing the mention of cloaks and hoods made Harry's scar throb anew. He hastily pressed on, so how did you, come to discuss things? It was unlikely that anyone would be parading around with a dragon egg, seeking bets. At the mention of the dragon egg, Hagrid's enthusiasm surged. He cast aside the rabbit and began recounting the tale of that fateful night. After a long day's work, enjoying a large mug of hot butterbeer and playing a few rounds of cards, that's the pinnacle of enjoyment for an adult wizard. That is how I came to know the dragon dealer. At the mention of the dragon dealer, Harry nearly fainted. Hagrid, for all his virtues, could be rather indiscreet at times. The notion of a dragon fruit vendor is quite ludicrous, yet Hagrid, oblivious to the absurdity of his words, continued to recount his tale. We played several rounds, indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, and ordered numerous skewers of grilled meat. In that moment, our spirits soared. You see, gambling and card playing are inseparable. Do not emulate my folly. Fortune favored me as I won hand after hand, until he, in a fit of desperation, wagered a dragon egg, specifically Nebula, on the table. Hagrid paused dramatically for 2 seconds, relishing the suspense, before revealing the widely known conclusion. He lost. Afterward, a semblance of clarity returned to him, and he expressed regret, pleading for some time to gather funds. He was reluctant to entrust the dragon egg to me, fearing I would mishandle the creature, allowing it to escape and cause chaos, thus burdening him further. I could not let this fortuitous opportunity slip through my fingers. So I assured him that I was the guardian of the hunting grounds, capable of managing even a 3-headed Cerberus without difficulty. A single dragon would be no challenge. Harry felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. And then, was he genuinely intrigued by the 3-headed beast? Indeed, who wouldn't be fascinated by such a creature? I explained that every animal has its own means of control. For instance, all it would take is Hagrid to slam on the brakes, his face revealing sheer terror. Harry felt himself engulfed by despair. Observing this exchange, Daphne finally grasped the situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, she made a decisive statement. We must seek out Lais. We must consult Dumbledore. She and Harry spoke in unison. Daphne added, Harry, Ron? The three fell silent for a moment before Daphne awkwardly remarked, Ah, indeed, reaching out to Dumbledore seems prudent. Upon reflection, she realized it was imperative to contact Dumbledore first, as he was the headmaster. What had come over her? Why had she instinctively thought to approach Lais for a solution? While seeking Lais was an option, it was essential to inform Dumbledore that Hagrid had shared the method to subdue Cerberus with a stranger. I am certain the cloaked figure was either Snape or Voldemort. Aside from this matter, we also needed to discuss the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest that day. I believe Firenze would corroborate my account. I hoped Dumbledore would trust us, as perhaps we could intervene before Snape managed to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Where's Dumbledore's office? Harry realized too late that he had no knowledge of its location. Wait, how had this become entangled with the Dark Lord and Professor Snape? At the mention of that name, Daphne involuntarily shivered, perplexed as to why this matter involved the Dark Lord and how Professor Snape had become implicated. It dawned on Harry and Ron that Daphne was a Slytherin. Thus, Harry articulated his reasoning to Daphne, confident that once she heard his explanation, she would come to believe him and recognize Snape's true nature. Daphne was left utterly perplexed. Is there truly no evidence to support your claims? Faced with Harry's assertions, Ron could no longer contain his frustration at Professor Snape's unwarranted slander, basing his accusations solely on subjective conjecture that Snape intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, I must remind you, the Dark Lord perished a decade ago. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resignation. However, consider this. Snape had targeted Harry for an entire term. Ron joined in the effort to persuade Daphne. So, where's the evidence? Daphne's slender eyebrows arched in disbelief, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Previously, at the conclusion of the competition, I had witnessed Harry recounting a conversation he had inadvertently overheard between Snape and Quirrell to Daphne. He was coercing Professor Quirrell, seeking his assistance in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Daphne exclaimed, Coerce Quirrell? Do you truly believe Professor Quirrell is as oblivious to Dumbledore's office as you are? Indeed, reasoning with a Slytherin was an exercise in futility. Clearly, two Gryffindors were equally unyielding. The three sighed in unison. So what do you intend to do? Report Snape to us? Harry regarded Daphne with a rather unfriendly glare. Daphne, feeling akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly leapt in protest. What do you take me for? I shall accompany you to the fourth-floor corridor. I must show you who the intruder is. Infuriated by Harry's remarks, Daphne resolved to intervene in the matter, and the trio dashed toward the castle. A new update is here. Good night, everyone. Chapter 93. Did Lais succumb to poison? However, a critical question arose. Where was Dumbledore's office? The group found themselves at a loss, standing at the corner of the second-floor corridor. Daphne was equally in the dark about the location of the headmaster's office, having never witnessed a student being taken there. How could Lais possibly have collapsed due to a miscalculation of these two potions? Yet, the reality lay before them, as undeniable as the marble floor beneath their feet. A smile crept onto Daphne's face. Potter, surely this clears Professor Snape of suspicion? He did not steal the Philosopher's Stone. The trio turned to see Snape standing directly behind them. Observing Daphne's stunned expression, Professor McGonagall felt a pang of sympathy and gently patted her shoulder. It was no wonder she was taken aback. The individual lying there was indeed Lais. This revelation was profoundly shocking for Daphne. As the stretcher turned the corner of the staircase, a small crystal vial slipped from Lais's robe pocket and fell to the ground. Each person present was preoccupied with their own thoughts, and aside from Daphne instinctively picking it up, no one else noticed. Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback by her own thoughts. She then informed Harry that Dumbledore had received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic and was currently absent from Hogwarts. What if they encountered the individual attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Although Daphne felt quite formidable after her encounter in the Forbidden Forest, she remained uncertain of her victory should she face the same challenge again. The efficacy of a singular tactic diminishes upon repetition. Furthermore, Potter lacked substantial evidence. He suspected someone had entered to steal the Philosopher's Stone, yet where was the proof? Speculation alone would not suffice. You lot, have you adequately reviewed? Snape's voice echoed behind the trio, causing Harry and Ron to collectively gasp. Upon hearing Daphne claim she could contend with the three-headed dog, Harry could only perceive her as radiating an aura of divine light. At that moment, Les lay with his eyes shut, his complexion ashen. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he would have resembled a lifeless corpse. He was discovered in an underground classroom, and based on the remnants of potions scattered around him, it was evident that Mr. Lin had attempted to concoct potions to enhance memory and luck, hoping to achieve commendable results in his final examinations. However, the complexity of brewing these potions exceeded his expectations. Professor McGonagall cast a glance at the stretcher bearing Les and sighed. I fear Mr. Lint will miss his final exam. Daphne, a sensation of absurdity flooded her mind, rendering her unable to comprehend the unfolding events. A gasp interrupted Professor McGonagall's discourse. He felt as though the sky were collapsing. Her demeanor irked Ron, yet he felt powerless to confront Daphne. There exists a method to traverse past the three-headed dog. Daphne's voice abruptly cut through Harry's lamentations. The Philosopher's Stone is to be stolen, and we lack even a ticket to enter and thwart the intruder, Harry lamented in despair. It is uncommon for Slytherin to mingle with Gryffindor day in and day out. I know, Snape remarked with a peculiar smile. He has overestimated his potion-making abilities. Yet I commend his audacity and talent for daring to tackle such challenging brews in his first year. Very well, I must attend to Mr. Lint. I have just developed a new antidote. As Professor McGonagall conversed with Harry, the stretcher gradually floated closer, allowing Daphne to discern the face of the person lying upon it, prompting her to involuntarily exclaim in shock. Harry lifted his gaze towards Daphne, who was scrutinizing a crystal vial in her hand. Professor McGonagall appeared with a serious countenance, walking briskly, a stretcher floating behind her. Upon seeing Harry and his companions, she furrowed her brow, casting an additional glance at Daphne, seemingly reproaching her for associating with Harry and Ron once more. Les had been engaged in studies prior. You often study with him, correct? In the future, you must offer him guidance, alleviating his burdens. Now, please step aside, as I must escort Mr. Lint to the hospital wing. With that, she disregarded Harry and directed the stretcher towards the infirmary. We wish to see Professor Dumbledore. Courage surged from the depths of Harry's being as he locked eyes with Professor McGonagall and voiced his request. How do you possess such a potion? Ron could not contain his curiosity. Professor Dumbledore has departed, and Les has fallen ill. Professor McGonagall is disinclined to heed their explanations. The very foundation of their resolve has been swept away, leaving the three young wizards in a state of bewilderment. He has left, Harry exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. At this moment? Splendid. He nearly leapt with excitement, his eyes sparkling with determination. We must rush to the fourth floor and thwart Snape. The vial contains a potent sleeping potion, strong enough to lull a three-headed dog into slumber. With it, we should be able to gain entry. Professor Lais. Daphne interjected, her rational mind warning her that this plan seemed fraught with flaws. Although she had recently clamored to accompany Harry and the others in proving Professor Snape's innocence, it had merely been a momentary outburst. She instinctively felt that storming into the forbidden area on the fourth floor was far from prudent. What on earth possesses him to concoct such a potion? Harry stood frozen, like a malfunctioning program, utterly at a loss. After delivering this remark, he swept his sleeve and departed with an air of indifference. Daphne turned to Harry, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. I told you, Professor Snape is undoubtedly innocent. An update has been provided. Wishing everyone a joyous new year. Chapter 94. Daphne, I feel targeted. Splendid. Snape is not yet prepared to steal the Philosopher's Stone. After Snape had departed, Harry felt invigorated. Daphne's eyes widened in anger and shock. She found it exceedingly difficult to communicate effectively with someone like Potter. If Snape was absent, it must mean he was attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. If he was present, it implied he was not yet ready to execute his plan. Was it to be presumed, then, that Snape was the villain, regardless of the circumstances? Her frustration began to resurface. Must you be so unreasonable? Daphne thought, wishing to abandon this childish game with the two youngsters. She was eager to visit the hospital wing to check on Les. The notion that Les could have been incapacitated by her own potion seemed utterly absurd. The likelihood of Dumbledore choking on a peppermint in St. Mungo's was far greater. There must be some underlying truth, and she was determined to uncover it. Seeing Daphne poised to leave, Harry hurried in front of her, blocking her path. If she departed, he and Ron would not even be able to pass the first obstacle. Wait, Daphne, I implore you, trust me just this once. Harry pleaded earnestly. I am certain that Voldemort is after the Philosopher's Stone. I must enter that corridor. I cannot bear to witness the stone being seized from us. Daphne, if the stone falls into Voldemort's hands, he will surely return. In that event, Hogwarts, and indeed the entire magical realm, would be plunged into darkness. Voldemort and his minions would raze the school to the ground or transform it into a haven for the dark arts. Countless lives would be lost, and those who wished to survive would be forced to kneel before him, becoming his servants, his hounds. If I fail, it will merely mean my death at his hands. Had I not intervened, would I not have faced his wrath? It would merely delay my demise, for I would never ally myself with him. Voldemort murdered my parents. Can you comprehend this hatred? I must traverse that trapdoor. I alone shall bear the responsibility. Daphne was momentarily moved. Harry's words indeed struck a chord, causing a flicker of doubt in her rational mind. The remnants of her logic compelled her to inquire. What if you obtain the Philosopher's Stone, only to be intercepted by that man, resulting in its theft? It is currently safeguarded by Professor Dumbledore and is exceedingly secure. Then I shall guard the final challenge. If Voldemort desires the stone, he must step over my lifeless body, Harry declared with resolute conviction. Harry's unwavering gaze successfully persuaded Daphne. She felt it was her duty to assist him. Since he had resolved to take this risk, she should not let his determination go to waste. Pressing her lips together, she pondered for a moment before providing her answer. Harry, I'm afraid I cannot accomplish either task. His eyes dimmed momentarily, but the next instant, they sparkled anew. For Daphne continued, this potion requires a professional's handling, so I cannot lend it to you. Allow me to administer it myself. As for alerting Dumbledore, I cannot do that either, as I too must cross that trapdoor with you. We can't let the Gryffindor students continue to flaunt their bravado without demonstrating some genuine skill. Otherwise, we would appear as the villains. Harry felt as though something had lodged in his throat. He had not anticipated that Daphne was genuinely willing to accompany him to guard the Philosopher's Stone. There are indeed good people in Slytherin, such as Daphne, and perhaps less, although he struggled to recall others. Let us go, Daphne urged. Onward, the trio ascended, heading straight for the fourth-floor corridor. Upon reaching the door at the corridor's entrance, they collectively paled as the once-closed door now stood ajar. Seeing the half-open door, they grasped the reality of the situation. Even Daphne was convinced that someone was attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Well, did you see that? Harry whispered to Daphne, glancing her way. Snape, well, the one coveting the stone has successfully passed through the Fluffy. After receiving a glare from Daphne, Harry opted for a different approach. Step aside. Give me some space. Daphne shooed the two cumbersome boys aside and then opened the crystal vial left behind by Lais. Under the influence of magic, the sleeping potion concocted by Lais wafted through the crack in the door, and soon, Fluffy's breathing became deep and steady, lulling him into slumber. After a few moments, once the residual potion had fully permeated the room, Daphne finally opened the door. Behind it, the three-headed dog lay soundly asleep, a harp resting at its feet. It appeared that Fluffy's weakness was music. Harry approached the great dog at Ravi's feet, exerting some effort to move its paw aside, revealing a trapdoor that had been guarded for an entire academic year. As he opened the trapdoor, a dark void appeared beneath, obscuring any view of what lay below. He braced himself against the edge of the opening, and Daphne felt an unsettling premonition arise within her. Surely he does not intend to leap directly into the abyss. Before she could finish her thought, Harry had already jumped. A wave of panic washed over Daphne. If the drop was deep, or if there were hidden traps below, Harry could very well meet his demise. Without hesitation, she cast a levitation charm on herself and floated down into the hole. As she descended slowly, she heightened her senses. Her vigilance was not in vain. Mere seconds later, the air was pierced by the whistling sound of several glinting crossbow bolts shooting toward her from all angles. With a flick of her wand, she cast a protective charm that deflected them all. Indeed, there were traps. Narrowing her eyes, Daphne began to fret over Harry's fate. Had he landed in a puddle of mush, or been riddled by bolts like a sieve? Upon landing, Daphne was taken aback. The ground was not a trap at all, but rather a soft substance that cushioned the fall. Harry stood atop this cushion, lively and unharmed. Could it be that his rapid descent had somehow bypassed the crossbow traps embedded in the walls? A glimmer of understanding dawned upon her. It seemed that the traps were specifically designed for skilled individuals. For the first time, Daphne found herself questioning the necessity of mastering such advanced magic. Prior to jumping, she had been concerned for Harry's safety, but witnessing him emerge unscathed, having inadvertently evaded the mechanisms beneath the trapdoor, her perspective subtly shifted. Who had set these traps? Did they possess even a modicum of common sense regarding defensive mechanisms? Was the cushioning layer laid out merely to prevent harm to intruders? Harry, untroubled by such musings, called up to the opening for Ron to jump down as well. With a thud, Ron landed flat beside Harry. What on earth is this? He inquired. I'm not sure. It appears to be some kind of plant, perhaps laid out for cushioning, Harry replied. Daphne, upon hearing Harry's words, was rendered speechless. Did he not find it peculiar that there were cushioning plants here? Suddenly, she felt something grasping at her ankle. Swiftly creeping into her shoe and coiling around her arch, realization struck her like lightning. She struggled fiercely, ultimately managing to dislodge her shoe and escape. Once on solid ground, she turned her attention to identifying the creature that had ambushed her, and recognized it as a devil's snare. Daphne's quick reflexes had saved her, but Harry and Ron were less fortunate. One had descended too early, while the other lay directly upon the devil's snare, unable to extricate themselves by the time Daphne noticed the anomaly. "Help, help! What is this thing?" Harry and Ron struggled desperately, yet the vines tightened their grip. Despite their best efforts to temporarily thwart the encroaching tendrils, they could only prevent them from wrapping around their throats for a fleeting moment, absent any external assistance. As their strength gradually waned, the two young wizards would ultimately succumb to a slow strangulation. Suddenly, flames roared. Daphne drew her wand and uttered an incantation, conjuring a blue flame, thick as a wrist, which surged forth from the tip of her wand towards the devil's snare below. Within mere seconds, the vines ensnaring Harry and Ron recoiled, twisting and writhing as they retreated from the flames, allowing the two unfortunate souls to regain their freedom. Rather than extinguishing the fire, Daphne transformed it into a floating fireball above their heads to illuminate their path. "Thank goodness you paid attention in herbology class," Harry said, leaning against the wall, wiping the cold sweat of shock from his forehead. Ron observed that during their recent entanglement, Daphne's shoes had been whisked away by the devil's snare, leaving her feet clad only in thin black socks. "Why not wear my shoes for now?" he suggested after a moment's thought, removing his own shoes and offering them to her. Daphne internally repeated to herself that Ron meant well, yet upon seeing the grimy shoes he extended, she felt her composure slip. Her face twitched twice before she floated about an inch off the ground, inhaled deeply, and donned a businesslike smile. "There's no need for that. It doesn't affect me. We must hurry. The protection of the Philosopher's Stone is paramount." With Daphne's words, Harry and Ron ceased their delay, proceeding down the only corridor leading deeper into the unknown. At the end of the passage lay a brightly lit room, its high vaulted ceiling adorned with countless small, jewel-like birds fluttering about in a vibrant display. Opposite them stood a heavy wooden door. "Do you think those birds will attack us as we cross the room?" Ron asked, his expression grave. "I think that's quite possible, but we have no other choice," Harry nodded. "Those are not birds," Daphne interjected, pointing towards the ceiling, directing Harry and Ron's gaze to the fluttering entities, which were not avian at all, but winged keys. "It appears we must fly up and seize the key that will unlock that door. There must be hundreds of keys," Harry exclaimed, overwhelmed by the swarm of keys in the air. "Someone must have trespassed before us, so the correct key has likely already been taken." Daphne concluded after a moment of contemplation. "Look for any signs of a key that may have been caught. I shall attempt another method." She first resorted to the most straightforward approach, gently pushing against the door, reasoning that it might have already been opened by a previous intruder. However, the door remained immovable. She then attempted the unlocking charm, but to no avail. Gazing at the wooden door, an audacious idea took root in Daphne's mind. She stepped back a few paces and unleashed an offensive spell upon the door. The sturdy oak door was blasted open with a gap of about 1 foot. Although the force did not meet her expectations, it was still quite impressive. Daphne immediately began to unleash her magic, employing various forms of offensive spells she had learned from Lestrange. Wind blades, ice arrows, and fireballs all aimed at the door. She believed that the spell stored within her necklace could likely shatter the door in one blow. However, this incantation was her trump card, not something to be squandered lightly. Instead, she chose to chip away at the door, gradually, methodically dismantling it. Hovering in midair, Harry and Ron watched in astonishment, almost forgetting their mission. However, Daphne's efforts ultimately ended in failure. After she created a substantial hole in the outer wooden door, she discovered a heavy iron door lurking beneath. She realized that demolishing the iron door would consume a considerable amount of time, and more importantly, she could not guarantee that there wouldn't be another door behind it. Fortunately, Harry and Ron relayed good news. They had pinpointed a key and were intercepting it. Ron dove down, with Harry closely pursuing the key. Under their coordinated assault, the key darted swiftly toward the ground. Daphne raised her wand and made a precise upward flick. A small wind blade erupted from the tip of her wand, striking the fleeing key and severing one of its wings. With half a wing gone, the key plummeted to the ground and was swiftly grasped by Daphne. She approached the door, inserted the key into the lock, and with a twist, the door swung open with a satisfying click. Gazing at the 1 foot thick iron door, Daphne felt relieved that her earlier spell had not damaged the mechanisms within, for it was doubtful the three of them could have pushed the door open otherwise. Chapter 96. The outcome of chess lies beyond the board. Beyond the door lay a pitch-black room. As the trio stepped inside, the space was suddenly illuminated, revealing a breathtaking sight. They stood beside a massive chessboard, with towering black stone pieces before them. Opposite them, at the far end of the room, stood a group of white pieces, comparable in size to the black ones. All the pieces were devoid of facial features, looming ominously in place, exuding an air that warned against intruders. When Ron dared to take a step forward, the white pawn soldiers instantly sprang to life, drawing their weapons and forming a wall in front of him. It seems we must engage in a game of chess with the opposing side. Only through victory can we pass. If all goes as expected, we shall act as the pieces, replacing 3 of the black pawns, Ron conjectured. Oh, Harry, who often found himself bested by Ron in wizard chess, was unfazed, while Daphne raised an eyebrow, somewhat indignant. She did not believe her skills were inferior to Ron's. His past performances made it difficult for her to trust this freckled Weasley boy. Nearly every wind blade could leave a substantial gash on a chess piece, causing numerous cracks to spread. Such wind blades, when striking the vulnerable points of the pieces, such as their necks or limbs, could sever them with ease. Even the sturdier areas could be compromised with just an additional blow. Ron and Harry were left speechless. Allow me to take command, for I assure you, my prowess in wizard chess is undoubtedly among the finest at Hogwarts. Before the game commenced, Ron sought to assume leadership from Harry and Daphne. Yet, before the Black King could retaliate, a gust of wind severed its head. Ron relinquished control, quietly observing Daphne's maneuvers. He was uncertain as to why she opted for this approach. Perhaps she wished to initiate a game under her sole direction. Daphne's assault caught the pieces utterly off guard. By the time they responded and launched their counterattack, the majority of the white pieces had already succumbed to her onslaught. Smell this, she urged, as she cracked open a vial of sleeping potion, waving it in front of Ron's nose, causing him to faint instantly. Indeed, a wave of elation washed over Daphne as she brandished her wand, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that shattered the opposing white pieces into fragments. Ron ousted 3 black pieces from the board, subsequently taking their places alongside Harry and Daphne. The next phase involved strategies beyond the confines of the board. During the earlier skirmish, Daphne had noted that the pieces were crafted from a brittle marble, so fragile that even a minor impact could cause them to crack, let alone her wind blades. At this moment, Daphne soared into the air, unleashing her full might as wind blades cascaded down like raindrops, obliterating the remaining pieces in mere seconds. Yet, Daphne remained unfazed. Her actions appeared almost as if she were deliberately orchestrating her own defeat, occasionally allowing the black pieces to fall victim to attacks. However, she unwittingly committed a cardinal sin in the realm of chess. Multiple commanders. Under Ron's desperate intervention, Harry avoided the Black King's assault, but Ron was not so fortunate, enduring a crushing blow to his thigh and crying out in agony. Harry, Ron, Daphne, undeterred by their reactions, directed the remaining black pieces into a suicidal charge against the white. She successfully shattered several white pieces. Yet this reckless strategy precipitated the total collapse of the black position. The defeat of the black pieces was merely a matter of time. The king's head rolled to the ground, shattering into several fragments, with its crown tumbling far away. Though both were skilled in wizard chess, their collaboration yielded a curious adverse effect, diminishing their individual performances. As Harry pondered, Ron suddenly lunged at him, knocking him down. It was then that Harry comprehended the meaning behind Daphne's remark that victory and defeat need not be delineated solely on the chessboard. Ron and Daphne found themselves in such a predicament. Very well, let us command together. Observing the change in Daphne's demeanor, Ron's previously buoyant confidence was doused like a splash of cold water, leading him to concede, and they decided to share command. Daphne picked up the note left on the table. For her, the riddle inscribed was not challenging to decipher. However, upon grasping the inconspicuous vial, she discovered that the potion within had already been consumed. It was the black pieces that initiated the assault. When Daphne decided to defy the rules, the black pieces ceased to be their allies and morphed into adversaries. The remaining pieces were taken aback, as if they had never anticipated such a turn of events. Once the final piece fell with a resounding crash, Daphne landed beside Ron and gently inspected his injuries. She regretted not conferring with Harry and the others beforehand. Had she done so, they could have emerged victorious. Inquiring of a Black Knight, he received an affirmative response. This prompted Ron to exhale deeply, fully aware that the risks faced by the pieces far exceeded those of the players. Pieces could be sacrificed, while players could not. If given the choice, he would prefer to be a mere player. Yet alas, he had no such option. The bishop moved 3 squares to the left. Within the chamber behind the troll, there stood a table adorned with 7 bottles of varying shapes. No! A fierce glint flashed across Daphne's face, who said that victory and defeat must be determined on the chessboard. From here on out, the objective was to eliminate as many white pieces as possible. Ultimately, the white bishop charged before the black king, who removed his crown and cast it at the bishop's feet. Thus, the black pieces were vanquished. Even though few white pieces remained on the board, they had still managed to secure the demise of the black king. Had they not? Daphne, you mustn't. This will lead to defeat. Daphne sighed, realizing that she would have to leave Ron here for the time being. Without the hindrance of the pieces, the two of them successfully traversed the second door. Behind the third door awaited a troll, which Daphne easily defeated. Having learned from her previous encounter, she dispatched the creature in an instant. Daphne and Harry fell into a profound silence. Chapter 97, Les Actions. Clutching the empty vial, Daphne bit her lower lip tightly. She could scarcely believe that she would be obstructed for such a ludicrous reason. The earlier arrivals had consumed the antidote, rendering subsequent individuals incapable of entry, even if they deciphered the riddle. It was utterly absurd. Gazing at the flames sealing her path, a bold and reckless thought crossed her mind. Why not concoct a fire-resistant potion and take a gamble? She was adept at potion making, yet lacked the necessary ingredients and tools. Gripping the small vial tightly, she felt a peculiar protrusion on its surface. Picking it up, she discovered an inscription emerging on the bottle. When heaven has no way, the earth has a door. Although the protective challenges set by Dumbledore were remarkably cerebral, the ultimate antagonist of the trial posed a considerable threat. Les believed that with Daphne's prowess, coupled with the tools he had left for her, overcoming Quirrell would be well within reach. However, dealing with the sinister figure behind Quirrell would prove to be more daunting. The antidote was not a panacea. The reasons for the young wizard's poisoning were as diverse as they were peculiar. These words resonated with Madame Pomfrey. I believe we need only to wait now. Lint may awaken at any moment, perhaps this afternoon, or it may take several days, but certainly no longer than a week. However, we must prepare for his absence during the final examinations. She felt compelled to keep a watchful eye, lest something truly go awry. Let us deliberate on the extent of his penalty at a later time. A faint smile graced Professor McGonagall's face as she pressed down on a corner of the tiled floor, lifting it with force to reveal the hidden contents beneath. A complete set of cauldrons and a pouch of potion ingredients. After rummaging through his small leather bag for a while, Lais discovered a small pouch containing several locks of hair, each tied with a ribbon marked with Roman numerals. He was convinced that Dumbledore was also watching Potter from the shadows, necessitating his own additional preparations. After casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, Lais strode out of the infirmary, heading directly to the 4th floor of the castle. In truth, concocting a potion that could induce the symptoms of poisoning without endangering his life was far more challenging than brewing a legitimate potion. The latter merely required adherence to established recipes, while the former demanded a wealth of knowledge for original creation. To maintain his anonymity, Lais intended to employ not only the physical disguise of a hood, but also a polyjuice potion to ensure absolute safety. A flicker of barely perceptible embarrassment crossed Snape's eyes. According to his design, Lais should have already regained consciousness, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. It seemed there was still room for improvement in his potion. Snape departed, and Professor McGonagall imparted a few words of caution to Madame Pomfrey, instructing her to inform her immediately upon Lais's awakening before she too took her leave. Madame Pomfrey lingered in the infirmary for a few minutes before attending to a new wave of students, this time 5th years suffering from hysteria due to the immense pressure of impending examinations. Once the infirmary was entirely vacated, Lais slowly opened his eyes, turning to sit up and stretching his muscles, which had grown stiff from prolonged lying down. However, having established an alibi did not equate to truly being absent. When would he regain consciousness? Madame Pomfrey observed Lais's complexion and noted that he appeared to have improved, which allowed her to relax her anxious heart. Now, her sole concern was how long this young lad would remain in her care. Daphne extracted the materials and, upon inspecting them, realized they were all ingredients for brewing a fire-resistant potion. She promptly began her potion-making process. Lais had 2 primary motivations for his actions. First, to ensure that the 3 candidates had no external assistance. Dumbledore had cleverly chosen to use a diversion, while he lacked such a favorable excuse and could only resort to a potion-based ruse. Secondly, as the individual who had switched the Philosopher's Stone, he required an alibi. Hospitalization served as an excellent proof of absence, with 2 professors and Madame Pomfrey able to attest to his whereabouts. Transforming into his 25-year-old self made many tasks considerably easier. While Daphne was concocting the potion, a treatment was underway in the castle's infirmary. Lais first opened the cabinet by the wall of the infirmary, retrieving a set of clean linens, which he rolled up and placed on his bed. Then, he pointed his wand at the rolled bedding, which transformed to reflect his likeness. This is not merely a transformation. Lais, fashioned from bedding, could even breathe and take medication, sufficient to deceive Madame Pomfrey and the professors at the school. Fortunately, the pallor that tinged Lais's face began to fade, and his rigid muscles relaxed, indicating that his condition was improving. Now, Lais appeared as if he were merely in slumber. He refrained from rousing Lais, exercising caution in his considerations. Smiles are conserved. While Professor McGonagall smiled, Snape could not muster a grin. Having completed his tasks, Lais produced a small vial from his robes, containing a viscous liquid reminiscent of mud. He had previously concocted a potion, which now proved timely. With a flick of his robes, he strode purposefully out of the infirmary, intending to catch a few Gryffindor students in violation of school rules, taking the initiative to deduct points vigorously. Quite commendable, he thought, as he reflected on his decision to retain some of his hair from years past, which had proven remarkably astute. Finding a mirror, he gazed at his reflection with satisfaction, having utilized hair from when he was 25. Lais selected a lock marked with XXV, meticulously extracting a strand and placing it into the potion. Upon adding the hair, the potion transformed into a swirling mixture of silver and green, and as he consumed it, Lais became a young man adorned with a mane of black hair. Chapter 98. Dumbledore, I have arrived. Where are you? Lais opened the door to the corridor on the 4th floor and discovered the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, sleeping soundly. Excellent. Lino dead. Although he had employed the sleeping draft he had left behind, it demonstrated that Daphne could indeed identify and accurately use the potion. As he ventured deeper, Lais noticed something amiss with the devil's snare and, upon closer inspection, could not suppress a chuckle. Daphne had evidently faced some challenges here. Upon encountering the dilapidated door behind the swarm of flying keys, Lais's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He felt compelled to inquire into Daphne's mental state, for reasons unknown. Some of her behaviors exhibited a Gryffindor-like recklessness, which concerned him. In the carefully tended fields of his making, a weed named Godric had emerged, an unacceptable development. He believed that Professor Dumbledore must be quietly observing the young wizards as they embarked on their adventures. Could it be that prolonged exposure to Potter and Weasley had influenced her? Lais's thoughts began to wander. Along the way, in addition to analyzing the traces left by the 3 young wizards and deducing their methods of passage, Lais diligently sought signs of Dumbledore. It had been some time since he had employed water elemental magic, and now, as he wielded it again, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. His seemingly unnecessary actions inadvertently disrupted Dumbledore's meticulous arrangements. He had spilled the fireproof potion and hidden a set of potion-making tools along with 2 sets of fireproof potion ingredients in that small room, enabling even Daphne to enter the final challenge. Youth indeed enjoys a quality of sleep that allows them to fall into slumber effortlessly. With a smile, Lais shifted Ron away from the chessboard and drew forth his wand. Wait, I just made a wrong move. A hidden chess piece? What do you take me for? While momentarily distracted, he conjured a rope to capture the key, which had lost half its wing and was barely able to fly. He could force the door open, but such a tactic was far too Gryffindor for his liking. Instead, Lais opted for a more astute approach to overcome the challenge. After dismissing the haunting image of Harry's torn visage revealing Godric's face, a sudden clarity washed over him. According to Dumbledore's design, it was impossible for anyone other than Harry to enter the final chamber. The potion needed to pass through the fire door was but a single sip, sufficient for only one person. This was undoubtedly Dumbledore's intention, aimed at limiting the other young wizards and ensuring that only Harry could proceed. Given Harry's character and eloquence, it was inevitable that this solitary potion would find its way into his hands. When arranging trials for young wizards like Harry and Daphne, 2 crucial points must be adhered to. First, the participating young wizards must genuinely believe they are alone in their trials. Second, they must never truly be left to fend for themselves. If time permitted, Lais would not mind playing a game with them, but alas, he was pressed for time. He smiled at the chess pieces, adding, "Moreover, I truly lack the confidence to defeat you. Unlike that child Daphne, you are not inclined to grant me any leeway." It had nothing to do with the teammates Harry had. You are mistaken. This night was always black. Lais finally comprehended why Dumbledore dared to allow a first-year wizard like Harry to confront the nefarious foes coveting the Philosopher's Stone. The enchantment upon Harry offered him protection. Through Dumbledore's design, Les arrived at a new conclusion. Dumbledore was confident that even against a pair of formidable adversaries, Harry would remain unscathed. Was it due to the ancient magic residing within Harry? How enlightening. As he gazed at the chess pieces, memories of his prior game with Daphne began to resurface. A fine, elongated stream of water emerged from the tip of Les's wand. As for Quirrell, Les surmised that he would not expend effort on that logical conundrum. Merely casting a fire-resistant charm upon himself would suffice to pass through the fiery threshold. He had no intention of wasting time on such trivialities. This revelation opened his eyes, and a flicker of curiosity arose within him. What kind of spell could produce such an effect? He quickened his pace. If he were to truly abandon the situation, it would be futile for wizarding families to maintain the same birth rate as the Weasleys. Upon entering the chamber housing the chessboard, he beheld the black and white pieces, now restored to their original positions, engaged in a game, while Ron lay in the center of the board, fast asleep. Les held deep admiration for Dumbledore's courage. He may have already known that Daphne had repelled Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, which was not difficult to deduce. With neither Harry nor Hagrid present and the Centaur arriving late, it could be concluded through elimination. But how could he be certain that Harry would bring Daphne along? What if Daphne had declined? Moreover, has he not placed excessive faith in Daphne's combat prowess? At present, it seems few are aware that my greatest proficiency lies in the realm of water element spells, murmured Les as he deftly flicked his wand, causing an unassuming line of water to gracefully traverse the entire chessboard. This is rather peculiar. With his keen insight, there are few who could elude his gaze, not even his three companions. Could it be that throughout the millennia, someone has concocted an intricate invisibility spell that renders him incapable of detecting their presence? 3 pieces? Daphne, you are exceedingly presumptuous. Allow me a knight and a bishop, and I shall suffice. Perhaps we might add a soldier this time. Of course, there exists another possibility. Dumbledore may have anticipated his arrival and thus opted not to appear. Yet, this likelihood is slimmer than the odds of Harry Potter tearing off his mask to reveal the face of a Gryffindor. Previously, he had sought opportunities to observe Harry up close, and it was then that Les discerned something unusual about him, a peculiar essence intertwined within the magic radiating from Harry. Regrettably, due to a lack of evidence and an insufficiently close acquaintance with Harry for a thorough investigation, Les could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. He could only surmise that Harry had been subjected to a rare and long-lost spell, one that bore the strange duality of defensive magic yet carried an ominous curse-like quality, leaving Les utterly perplexed. However, the more he searched, the more bewildered he became. There was no trace of him here, and he could not sense the presence of Dumbledore's magic. The few mechanisms left in his wake bore no signs of having been triggered, indicating that no one had entered after him. In the next moment, regardless of whether they were black or white pieces, kings or bishops, every piece upon the chessboard was cleaved into fragments by the water line. I apologize. I am pressed for time. My expertise in water magic shall suffice as compensation for you, Les declared, shaking off the droplets from his wand as he strode purposefully towards the adjoining chamber. Chapter 19:9. Les, that is a crystal ball crafted by Ravenclaw herself. Did the flames behind the door just flicker? Harry squinted, uncertain as he inquired. Embarrassingly, Daphne paid him no heed. The concoction of the fire-resistant potion had reached a critical juncture, if any lingering thoughts of potion-making occupied Daphne's mind. It was the perplexity of why she had not silenced Harry's mouth before commencing. Well, perhaps my eyes are deceiving me. Alas, I wonder what the next challenge will entail. Do you truly believe the fire-resistant potion can penetrate that wall of flames? Had it not been for Voldemort's direct takeover of Quirrell's body, Daphne would have already succeeded. Quirrell chuckled, his face no longer twitching, and his speech free of stammering. A thought occurred to Daphne. Could there truly be a mirror here? She had entirely overlooked it before. A figure, causing Harry's pupils to dilate in shock, stood within that room. Voldemort finally ceased his masquerade. After today, Quirrell's body would be discarded like disposable cutlery in a restaurant. As the scarf atop Quirrell's head unfurled in spirals, Daphne seized the opportunity to launch a series of attacks while his vision was obscured. Yet, each of her assaults was deftly countered by his casually conjured semi-transparent shields, which appeared precisely in the trajectory of her magical strikes, deflecting them all. At long last, Daphne successfully concocted her fireproof potion. With a flick of his wrist, he sent several spells her way, relishing the sight of her clumsily evading his onslaught, akin to a cat toying with a captured mouse. Unperturbed, Daphne retrieved her crystal ball, glancing down to discover a skeletal horse meandering through a forest. Quirrell's generosity bore no relation to Daphne's father. It was purely due to the profound impression Daphne had left on him that fateful evening, prompting his decision to triumph through cunning. "Excellent child, lay down your wand, and I shall pardon your transgressions." A voice, whisper-like, spoke to Daphne from that face. "Harry?" "Oh." Voldemort was taken aback, not expecting this young girl from the Greengrass family to possess the art of flight. Quirrell, with his eyes shrouded by the scarf, found his vision seemingly enhanced. Voldemort felt a blend of humiliation and amusement. How could he possibly be bested by such a wretch? He racked his brain, unable to fathom it. He believed he had deceived everyone, including the great Dumbledore. Daphne narrowed her eyes, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "That is of little consequence. However, Mr. Potter, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Quirrell had already devised a plan. The moment she turned her back, he would strike her down with the killing curse. The potion, akin to icy water, felt as though one were stepping out into the winter wind clad only in nightwear. As they passed through the fire gate, the black flames surprisingly enveloped them in warmth. Crossing the dark inferno, they successfully entered the final chamber. Impressive. Marvelous. Harry did not hold back his praise. He was too weary to engage in trivial conversation. "Now, drink the potion." Daphne divided the potion into 2 small vials, handing one to Harry. "Professor Quirrell, you?" Harry gasped in disbelief. "You said it." Faced with Daphne, who had prepared the fireproof potion, Harry yearned to replace the image of the Virgin Mary in the Devonshire church with a portrait of Daphne. Her requests were met with absolute compliance. Regrettably, Voldemort shook his head, no longer concealing the coldness in his gaze. Daphne was consumed by a singular thought. She longed to cast a curse upon that loathsome face. Even if just once. In her evasions, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror. Disheveled hair, pale complexion, resembling a lost and forsaken creature. A wave of nausea washed over her as those eyes fixed upon her evoked a sense of revulsion. The girl seemed petrified, nodding numbly. Seeing her ensnared, Quirrell could hardly contain his elation. Yet before this exhilaration could fully occupy his mind, a formidable curse hurtled toward him. "I wish to express my gratitude to Snape, who stands as a colossal target, drawing everyone's attention, thus allowing me to execute this grand plan with ease." Quirrell appeared exceedingly pleased. Upon witnessing Daphne in peril, Harry was filled with urgency. He yearned to intervene, but Voldemort merely conjured a rope with a flick of his wrist and bound him. "How much longer until the potion is ready?" A purple spell grazed her body, nearly striking her, as Voldemort's chilling laughter echoed from the ground. "Stay focused. Distractions are not permitted." At that moment, she observed her reflection in the mirror reaching into her pocket, retrieving a crystal ball, winking at herself, and then placing the orb back in her pocket. Suddenly, Daphne felt a weighty object genuinely drop into the inner pocket of her robes. The unwrapped scarf slithered like a serpent towards her. The child of the Greengrass family? How rare, a pure bloodline. "The blood of a wizard should not be wasted in servitude to me. I shall bestow upon you glories beyond your wildest dreams." Daphne clapped her hands sharply. "Now you can finally believe in Professor Snape's innocence, can't you? It is the very embodiment of malevolence." The two of them imbibed the fireproof potion, shivering in unison. Daphne soared into the air, attempting to evade Voldemort's onslaught. Seeking death, Quirrell, nearly cleaved in two, roared in rage, instinctively attempting to retaliate, only to discover he had completely lost control of his body. When the final layer of the scarf was unveiled, both Daphne and Harry were taken aback. A grotesquely terrifying face had sprouted from the back of Quirrell's head. The visage was chalky pale, and beneath its crimson eyes were 2 elongated nostrils reminiscent of serpents. She reached inside, and indeed, the crystal ball resided within her pocket. A flicker of realization ignited within her. In the next moment, she forcefully hurled the crystal ball to the ground, shattering it upon impact. Watching from the shadows, Lestrange was momentarily blinded by disbelief. That was handcrafted by Rowena Ravenclaw, the only one of its kind in the world. Chapter 100, The Vanishing Killing Curse. The marvels of spatial magic are truly astonishing, are they not? A group of 4 suddenly materialized in a desolate wilderness, with the red-haired Gryffindor expressing heartfelt admiration for the convenience of spatial magic. What would take ordinary people days to traverse, they accomplished in a mere morning. In the eyes of those common folk, we are no different from the so-called deities, remarked Hufflepuff with a smile. Deities are not so formidable. They can perish from a single blow, scoffed Gryffindor, ever dismissive of these so-called gods. Unlike Godric and Helga's leisurely demeanor, Slytherin and Ravenclaw were engrossed in academic discourse. Avada Kedavra! A sinister smile crept across Voldemort's face as he unleashed the killing curse towards her. Are you a nightmare? Daphne tentatively called out its name. Such a wondrous creation. Gazing at the lush greenery within the crystal ball, Slytherin could not help but marvel at Ravenclaw's extraordinary mastery of magic. At that moment, she noticed the skeletal horse had arrived beneath the tree where she stood, seemingly beckoning her. She gently descended from the branches, landing beside it, and realized it resembled the legendary nightmare. In that instant, time for Daphne seemed to slow as she watched the ghastly green curse hurtling towards her. One thought consumed her mind. If struck by that spell, would she meet her demise? Lais had mentioned that wizard's journey to the in-between after death. What might that place be like? Gazing at the unremarkable crystal ball before her, Gryffindor furrowed her brow. Could this object truly contain a person? The nightmare circled rapidly in the clearing, occasionally seizing the moment to charge at Voldemort, using its horn to strike him. Meanwhile, Daphne stood at the edge of the woods, relentlessly launching ranged attacks to distract Voldemort, ensuring he could not focus on the nightmare. Containers infused with a concealed extension charm are commonplace, ranging from small handbags to expansive tents, all capable of creating spaces far larger than their exterior suggests through magical spatial manipulation. Yet, the space within this crystal ball seemed almost exaggerated. Such mastery of spatial magic was required. What if we were to create a magical artifact capable of accommodating several individuals, allowing another person to wield it while utilizing spatial magic? Would those within the artifact experience a sense of compression? Daphne closed her eyes, yet death did not arrive. Just as the killing curse hovered less than an inch from her nose, it abruptly vanished, like dew under the sun, evaporating into thin air. Would you join me in vanquishing that monster? Yet, the experiments must continue. Daphne was elated. With the nightmare at her side, she need no longer face the creature alone. As for Harry, she considered his survival post-battle to be victory enough. Observing the two individuals fervently documenting experimental data devoid of personal emotion, Gryffindor felt a sense of suffocation. The good news: the crystal ball could indeed contain a person. Would you care to try this improved version? Fortunately, the crystal ball was ownerless. Otherwise, selling it would be beyond her means, Daphne mused. After several modifications, Ravenclaw finally transformed the internal space of the crystal ball to accommodate living beings, cultivating a small forest within. Once the interior was arranged, Ravenclaw tested Slytherin's hypothesis. Indeed, there was no sensation of compression when inside. Shall we give a try? The nightmare eagerly pawed at the ground. Opposing Voldemort was its fervent desire, requiring no persuasion. The nightmare lifted its head in agreement. How much? Slytherin inquired without hesitation, fully aware of the crystal ball's immense value, which transcended mere monetary worth. I do not seek payment, Rowena replied, observing Salazar's look of confusion. A faint smile graced her lips. Let us trade knowledge instead. Knowledge is priceless, much like this crystal ball itself. That which is invaluable should be exchanged for something of equal worth. Slytherin smiled radiantly, stating that it was precisely because of her robust physique that they dared to allow her to attempt this. Now, the crystal orb lay shattered, reduced to worthless shards, while the room occupied by Daphne and her companions was instantaneously engulfed by a lush jungle. Daphne found herself perched upon a tree branch, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. That orb seemed remarkably significant. To her knowledge, the vault of the Greengrass family did not house such high-grade alchemical artifacts. They possessed only some crude galleons. She found merit in Salazar's words. With a resounding crash, his incantation struck the nightmare, sending it hurtling away. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Daphne prepared to retreat into the forest, seeking refuge among the trees, when a nearby, drooping branch suddenly transformed into a constricting serpent, ensnaring her body and rendering her immobile. An intriguing notion crossed Ravenclaw's mind. However, the process of casting the spell was exceedingly uncomfortable. I was nearly asphyxiated midway. Although Slytherin had a preference for snakes among the four, he did not share their affinity for tight spaces. If you're interested, I could sell it to you. As both sides engaged in fierce combat, no one noticed the soil beneath them becoming increasingly loose. It would require at least half the strength of Godric's physical form to survive in there for even a brief period. Boom! Voldemort felled several surrounding trees, artificially clearing a space. The grim news: those who entered, whether dead or alive, would soon meet the same fate. With this thought, Voldemort's fury surged, and his assaults became even more relentless. He grew increasingly agitated. He had never anticipated being entangled by a first-year witch and a nightmare. Even though he was in a state of residual soul, bound to Quirrell's body, it was a profound humiliation. This was an objectively existent problem. Chapter 101. I was once called God. Daphne waited for what felt like an eternity, Yet death did not arrive. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld a tall wizard clad in a green robe and a pointed hat standing before her. She noted that the cuffs of his robe were adorned with silver embroidery. As for the incantation, it had vanished without a trace. In the center of the clearing, Voldemort's features contorted in horror. He could not comprehend the scene before him. How could someone nullify his killing curse? Was it spatial magic? Or some other form of deception? Or had he inadvertently disrupted his own perception with his incantation? Lais nodded in acknowledgement. He sighed, as Voldemort resisted. The scenery within the room continued to shift. The earth first morphed into a swamp, followed by the grass, the bushes, and now even the trees were gradually enveloped in mud, becoming part of the mire. The wizard in the green robe was, of course, Lais. He had caught up to their progress while Daphne concocted the fireproof potion, following closely behind them. It was only when Daphne faced a life-threatening peril that he made his presence known. It appears that you truly lack knowledge in this domain. Fear not, for I shall demonstrate it for you. No sooner had the words left my lips than the very floor of the room began to convulse, transforming into a quagmire. Perhaps it was due to overwhelming excitement, as beads of perspiration began to form on Voldemort's brow, rapidly enlarging from the size of fine hairs to that of grains of rice, ultimately coalescing into droplets the size of yellow beans that splattered upon the ground. In other words, he had been reduced to a mere target for that individual. Yet even such a humble desire was beyond his reach. The nightmare's actions were unrestrained, swiftly darting to Daphne's side, hoisting her onto its back, and then fleeing into the distance. The very center of the arena had become the battleground for the two of them, a realm not meant for small beings like it and Daphne to meddle in. Your generation seems perpetually oblivious to the relationship between spells and magical power. Your proficiency in casting spells is commendable, yet your understanding of magical energy barely scratches the surface. In this chamber, wizards of your ilk stand before me on par with muggles. Instinctively, he raised his wand, unleashing a barrage of spells towards Lestrange. Voldemort resolved to adopt an offensive stance, striving to overturn his unfavorable circumstances. He had transformed into a veritable desiccated corpse, drier even than the mummies of the Egyptian desert. I have had a slight disagreement with a few friends. They insist that I delve into dark magic, while I maintain that magic transcends notions of good and evil, merely reflecting the nature of its wielder. His voice was melodious, mature, and composed, yet imbued with a youthful tenderness, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Daphne. To her surprise, her spells dissipated as they approached him. Lestrange dismissed these spells with indifference. He waved his hand, causing some incantations to extinguish mid-flight, while others were enveloped by suddenly airborne clumps of mud, crashing to the ground and dissolving into the mire. Why is it impossible? After all, long ago, those ignorant muggles once referred to me as God. Lestrange tilted his head slightly, effortlessly extracting the last drop of water from Chilo's being. He listened quietly as Voldemort, now driven to madness, stood there bellowing, no longer even attempting to counterattack with magic. He felt that this trial should reach a conclusion. Oh! Voldemort pointed the tip of his wand towards the ground, narrowing his eyes. Though his words still carried a hint of moral decay, they were sufficiently intriguing. After all, the mere utterance of the first half of his statement could solidify Voldemort's identity as a dark wizard, a particularly skilled one at that. Moments ago, while laughing, Voldemort had launched an attack against Lestrange. According to his plan, serpents would suddenly erupt from the ground, ensnaring his opponent's ankles and limiting his mobility, followed by the emergence of an earth-formed effigy to deliver a fatal blow. But alas, how could a mere physical assault fail to reach you? Voldemort erupted into a maniacal laugh, for although he did not comprehend the trick that had thwarted his killing curse, it did not prevent him from mocking his opponent for never having encountered such a curse. Do you sense it? Your magical essence seems to be waning, prompting a curious reflection. Why, after attaining the status of a wizard, does one possess an inexhaustible reservoir of magic only to face the eventuality of depletion? Fear not, for if this conundrum eludes your understanding, you have ample time to ponder it at your leisure. Les smiled lightly and snapped his fingers. As sweat transformed into blood, Voldemort found himself rendered mute, reduced to incoherent roars. Initially, he remained unfazed by the unfolding scene. Though it appeared formidable, he believed that simply ascending would alleviate his predicament. However, Les shifted his rhetoric, leading him to a self-denying revelation. I now concede that they are indeed correct. Magic exists, imbued with an inherent malevolence capable of corroding the very soul. His mind raced, and the bare crown of his head seemed nearly to smolder. At that moment, the enigmatic wizard spoke. Voldemort, occupying Quirrell's body, felt as though he were a punctured vessel, rapidly leaking his essence. He soon detected the anomaly and attempted to conjure magic to stem the flow, but to no avail. Arrogance. Upon hearing himself compared to a muggle, Voldemort's fury surged. Yet as he cursed vehemently, his expression abruptly shifted. Les waved his hand, and Voldemort's countenance changed. His pupils constricted in shock as he realized that the mire beneath him had adhered to his feet like a powerful adhesive. How could this be? How could this be? Voldemort's frantic screams echoed, struggling to comprehend the bizarre occurrences around him. The vanishing killing curse, the peculiar marsh below, and the sudden absence of his magic, all of which shattered his previous understanding of sorcery. When he recognized that the being before him was beyond human confrontation, Voldemort decisively detonated all the magic within Quirrell, triggering a cataclysmic explosion while he sought to escape in a desperate bid to reclaim his fragmented soul. In the ensuing chaos, Les raised his left hand, causing the mud below to rise and form a protective sphere around Quirrell, encapsulating the explosive shockwave within. With his right hand, he beckoned towards the fleeing essence of Voldemort, who felt the surrounding air thicken, drawing him uncontrollably towards Les. Overcome with dread, he realized that he lacked a tangible body. Yet this creature still held him captive. Were Les aware of Voldemort's thoughts, he would likely respond with a smile, saying, devoid of a corporeal form, "Do you truly believe you are bereft of magic? Indeed, while I may find it challenging to manipulate the magic within your soul, I can leverage the interplay of magic to ensnare you. In this realm, unless you lack both a physical body and magical essence, you will invariably remain within my sphere of influence." Voldemort was gradually drawn before Les. In his current form, Voldemort resembled a hazy, earthen-colored specter, with a grotesque visage occasionally materializing from shadow. Les could hear its indistinct, incomprehensible howls. He disregarded Voldemort's cacophony and focused intently on discerning the nature of this entity. Compared to Harry and Daphne, his understanding of this being was rather superficial. He was unaware that this was Voldemort, only knowing that the primary antagonist lurking behind the scenes was Quirrell and the figure that resided at the back of Quirrell's head. However, for Les, the identity of this entity held little significance, and he found himself largely indifferent to it. After a brief period of contemplation, Les penetrated the essence of Voldemort. Foolish creature. Upon discerning Voldemort's true nature, Les couldn't help but offer a sharp critique. The yellowish specter in his grasp emitted a louder noise. Lacking a physical form, it existed merely as shadow and vapor, even inferior to ghosts and phantoms. What meaning does such an existence hold? You creators of Horcruxes dare to call yourselves immortal? A hint of disdain flickered across Les's face. In his view, this cohort of wizards achieving immortality through Horcruxes utterly diminished the gravitas of the term immortality. As the battle concluded, Daphne reigned in the nightmare and approached Les cautiously. When she was within 10 feet of him, she dismounted from the nightmare and respectfully stood behind him. Careful not to err, Daphne found the recent confrontation profoundly shocking. The spells employed by Les transcended her comprehension. She had previously faced Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, and understood the formidable nature of her adversary. Had it not been for the assistance of a nightmare from the crystal ball, she might not have even had the means to retaliate. Alone, she couldn't even breach his defenses. Yet, this formidable creature was easily toyed with by the individual before her. In response to Daphne's reverent demeanor, Les felt a surge of irritation. He had no desire to engage with her at present. He merely waved his hand, indicating that she should stand aside and not impede his endeavors. Sensing his impatience, Daphne could only stand there feeling somewhat aggrieved. Fortunately, the nightmare accompanied her in this awkward vigil, alleviating some of the discomfort. While Les examined Voldemort, Daphne scrutinized him as well. Truth be told, she couldn't shake the feeling that this wizard looked strangely familiar. Judging by his attire, he bore a resemblance to the image of a Slytherin she had seen in the Chamber of Secrets, and his voice possessed an inexplicable familiarity. After some contemplation, Daphne furrowed her brow. Finally, she recognized the source of this familiarity. The voice of the wizard in green robes was eerily reminiscent of Les's. But wasn't Les in the hospital wing due to a potion overdose? Wait. Two thoughts collided in Daphne's mind, each corroborating the other, leading her to a bold hypothesis. To validate her conjecture, she nudged the nightmare beside her and moved towards the green-robed wizard, observing the struggling specter of Voldemort within the palm of his hand. Les felt a distinct sense of ambivalence akin to that of a delicacy that is both tasteless yet too precious to discard. He had the power to effortlessly crush this wraith or confine it to some dark, forsaken abyss, yet he could not bring himself to extinguish its existence. This was a peculiarity inherent to Horcruxes. A wizard possessing such an artifact could not perish until the last fragment was shattered, even if their corporeal form were obliterated. They could endure in the guise of such a wandering spirit, with the aid of magical rituals or through the nourishment of the soul fragment contained within the Horcrux. They could eventually be resurrected. This characteristic rendered Horcrux-wielding wizards particularly difficult to vanquish, marking one of the few advantages of these sinister artifacts. Despite his disdain for the fragment of Voldemort before him, Lais recognized that it was, after all, a fragment of soul, and thus held some potential utility. A bold idea took root in his mind. He perceived that this shard of essence might prove beneficial in addressing Ravenclaw's affliction. The crux of her ailment lay in the prolonged entrapment within the seal, which had led to the contamination of her spirit. Initially, Lais contemplated a treatment involving potions to cleanse the impurities clinging to her soul. He prepared several types of elixirs, some intended to loosen the bond between the pollution and the essence, others designed to amalgamate with the contaminants, thereby facilitating their removal, and a few capable of directly purifying the taint. The primary challenge of this therapeutic approach was that the deranged Ravenclaw would likely resist his efforts. The cleansing of her spirit would be a painful ordeal. Even in the absence of a heightened desire for combat, she might instinctively lash out against her healer. Lais's endeavor resembled attempting to extract a decayed tooth from a feral lion without the aid of anesthesia. However, with the soul fragment in hand, the complexity of the operation would diminish considerably, as he could directly fuse the shard with Ravenclaw's essence, allowing it to absorb the pollutants within her spirit. As for the possibility of the fragment in turn corrupting her soul, Lais deemed such concerns to be overly fanciful. An undue elevation of the significance of this entity in his grasp. Thus, he devised a new treatment plan, glancing at the specter of Voldemort. A slight smirk played upon Lais's lips. He found himself genuinely grateful to this gentleman for the notable contribution made in the process of treating Lady Ravenclaw. As for the specifics of this contribution, who could argue that serving as a medicinal ingredient was not a valuable role?